mouth. Enough. Suddenly, a massive golden storm erupted from his body, exploding in all directions. Like a signal fire, the blood energy transformed into a giant dragon soaring into the sky, and the ancient god's phantom standing between heaven and earth seemed to sense something, looking down. What? Left Shijun felt the intensity of the blood energy and was greatly shocked. However, he quickly regained his composure and his eyes glinted with even greater greed. The stronger Chu Chen became, the more excited he was. It was as if a treasure within reach was about to be obtained, only to discover that what he had unearthed was merely the tip of the iceberg. This greed drove him to recklessly pounce forward. The bloodline of the ancient gods cannot be weaker than that of gods and demons. Chu Chen suddenly raised his head, and a pentagram rapidly appeared on his forehead, his momentum 10 times stronger than before. His body was also continuously growing taller. Originally a 100 zhang tall figure, in an instant, it transformed into a giant of 1,000 zhang. Every strand of golden blood energy was as strong as a giant dragon, collapsing vast spaces. The ground shaking violently, half of Broken Sky City toppling in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to a 3-star ancient god. Racial skills have changed. Ancient God Power, 3-star Ancient God, Racial Trait Strength plus 100 million, Ancient God Body, Racial Skill Body Size increases 1,000-fold, Strength increases 1,000-fold, Enhancement. Affected by star level, consumes 1% mental power per second, cooldown time 24 hours, Ancient God Spine, Racial Skill condenses the supreme power of the ancient gods into a spine that supports the heavens. Enemies within range are subjected to 1,000-fold gravity suppression, all attributes forcibly reduced by 30%, consumes 1% mental power per second. Range depends on mental power. Prove the Tao with strength, kill 100 million legendary level or above monsters to upgrade 1-star, 3-star ancient god. At this moment, the heavens and earth trembled, and a force not belonging to the world of the heavens emerged from Broken Sky City. Chu Chen's broken body fully recovered in a very short time, his spirit even more radiant than before. Every inch of his body was perfect, even a single hair shone like a treasure. The blood energy surged like a dragon, soaring into the sky, transforming into one mysterious rune after another, hidden within. What a powerful momentum! Has the fierce one broken through again? The rules of strength seem to have found their home, the compatibility has reached 100%. What is that blood energy? Is this really the power a human should possess? 1,000 zhang body, how is it different from a giant? Countless people were shaken, and from their perspective, they could see a giant engulfed in divine fire rising from the ruins. The golden light was incredibly pure, surrounded by 9 true dragons, domineering as such. This dragon-like creature they had never seen before, with antlers like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, and a neck like a snake. For some reason, upon seeing this dragon, a feeling of reverence arose in their hearts, as if it were an instinct buried deep within their bones. Not just humans, but all other races felt the same. This dragon represented the supreme position, and just a glance inspired a sense of submission. This feeling was particularly strong in the heart of the little one, as if seeing an ancestor, with a pair of adorable big eyes looking at the true dragon filled with longing. Even the ancient giant dragons felt a sense of awe, showing just how ancient this power truly was. Has Chu Chen awakened again? Feng Yan murmured to himself, his expression dazed. Awakened what? Lu Taiching asked curiously. No matter how many classics he had read, he had never seen information about such a creature. The first time I saw Chu Chen, he displayed a powerful bloodline, and then during the battle with the ancestor of the elf race, he awakened once, his strength increased tenfold in all aspects. This time is the same, and it feels to me like it's just the beginning. Hearing this, Lu Taiching fell into deep thought. There are countless bloodlines in the world. He has the scholar bloodline, naturally able to exude literary energy, and his class change is also a scholar profession. Feng Yan has sealing attributes, naturally attuned to the path of sealing, creating sealing techniques much easier than others. The little one has the dragon bloodline, immune to magic, and can control elements. These are all benefits brought by bloodlines, but the strength displayed by different bloodlines is limited. However, no matter how one looks at it, they had never seen a bloodline that could grow. Senior, you have given me many opportunities, so I will return the favor with a punch. As he spoke, Chu Chen crossed through the divine fire and threw a punch. Zhuo Shijun's 100 zhang body, now before Chu Chen, was no more than that of a child. The power of this punch evidently brought him a strong sense of crisis. Divine demon transformation. Open for me. Zhuo Shijun roared, forcibly elevating his power. Several levels, his face suddenly paling significantly, the duration of the beast god essence halved. When the two fists collided, the usual explosion did not occur. Instead, 100 zhang body was suddenly sent flying, smashing countless buildings along the way, dragging a long trail on the ground before crashing heavily to the ground. Puff! Zhuo Shijun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, instantly staining his collar red. His expression was extremely wilted, a few strands of white hair appeared on his head, and several wrinkles returned to his face. It was evident how much of his hard work was shattered by this punch. Chu Chen seized the opportunity, flying forward, grabbing Zhuo Shijun by the neck, and with a clenched fist, he struck fiercely at his face. Bang! This punch is my return gift. Bang! This punch, thank you for your cultivation over the past year. Bang! This punch, thank you for letting my friend enter the chaotic world early. Bang! This punch is my Admiration for the Southern Dipper Pavilion. The sounds of the punches echoed continuously, and people saw the once invincible figure of the Southern Dipper Pavilion's founder being pressed to the ground and beaten fiercely by someone else. Moreover, he was unable to fight back, only able to endure in silence. With each punch that fell, more white hair appeared on Zuo Shijun's head, and his aging appearance slowly emerged. Chu Chen's aggressive assault was extremely domineering, the true dragon swirling around him adding a unique power. In just a few breaths, Zuo Shijun's face had been beaten to a bloody pulp, his skull nearly shattered, and his features were unrecognizable. Such a tragic scene sent chills down people's spines, and Chu Chen's overwhelming methods once again refreshed their perception of him. While arrogant, he also concealed a fierce heart, known for his vengeful nature. Will the Southern Dipper Pavilion hold a grudge over this and seek revenge in the future? Not likely, after all, Zuo Shijun said when he came that he had already severed ties with the Southern Dipper Pavilion, and after his death, he would not enter the ancestral tomb. He was originally a dying man. The fierce person merely accelerated this process. So fierce. This exhilarating battle showcased power to the fullest. Some people couldn't help but clench their fists, wishing they could join in the fight. They originally thought that Chu Chen's self-created forbidden spell was his peak, but no one expected that he would break through in battle, unveiling an even more mysterious veil. People wondered if he still had hidden cards to play. Ancestor. At this moment, they saw Zhu Shao suddenly flying towards Chu Chen. He held a brush and in a very short time painted countless deities and Buddhas in the sky. The scroll shimmered, and the figures on the paper suddenly descended into reality. It was akin to the principle of speaking spells into existence, although there was an essential difference between the two. Being able to summon the illusory was still a form of the Great Path. The deities and Buddhas manifested, all rushing towards Chu Chen. Get lost. Chu Chen casually slapped, and the myriad deities and Buddhas instantly dispersed, vanishing into nothingness. Zhu Shao himself was sent flying out, his bloated body like a deflated ball crashing to the ground, his head tilting, and he fainted directly. The two were not even on the same level. Perhaps he didn't even possess 1,000th of Zuo Shijun's strength. You brat, if I were at my peak, how could I allow you to humiliate me like this? Zuo Shijun's bloodied lips moved slightly. Indeed, if you were the king of that year, I would not be your opponent, Chu Chen directly acknowledged. But today is different from the past. If you dare to scheme against me, be prepared for the backlash. After saying this, Chu Chen clenched his fist and struck down heavily. Boom! The earth sank a few inches, and a deep pit with a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared. Moments later, people saw a headless corpse quietly lying on the ground, completely motionless. Chu Chen slowly stood up, scanning the surroundings, his sharp gaze making everyone dare not meet his eyes. The nobles of Broken Heaven City were even more so, wanting to bury their heads in the ground. Is it over? Feng Yan thought to himself. Everyone from Broken Heaven City, please send a message to the Southern Dipper Pavilion for me, Chu Chen said loudly. I, Chu, have a missing soul and wish to take this body. I am always ready. As soon as these words were spoken, the noble's heart stopped for a moment, cold sweat pouring down. Asking them to convey this was akin to sending them to their deaths, wasn't it? Suddenly, at that moment, a crack appeared in the void, and the waters of the boundary sea tilted downwards, accompanied by an extremely sharp sword light. The sword light was unparalleled, shining brilliantly, traversing two worlds, and the terrifying momentum made the void tremble. Everyone's vision was completely covered by the sword energy, the oppressive force akin to divine punishment. It seems to be aimed at the wicked person who is making a move. Such strong sword energy, the sword path rules have already reached the transformation realm. Could it be someone from the ninth sequence world? The possibility is very high. Only the number one peak in the world could possess such terrifying sword path power. It is rumored that not long ago, the sword path leader descended and even killed a half-god of the evil spirit clan. Now that chaos has begun, could it be that person? Under everyone's gaze, the sword energy shot straight towards Chu Chen. An overwhelming momentum sweeping across celestial calamity light. After breaking through the three-star ancient god, Chu Chen's power had been comprehensively enhanced. He had finally entered the realm of the ancient gods, possessing supreme power. The celestial calamity light, accompanied by supreme power, was entirely different from before. A multicolored beam shot out from his chest, wrapped in 9 true dragons roaring away. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the aftermath surged, and both dissipated into nothingness. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, looking towards the place where the crack appeared. The pitch-black boundary sea water surged out, plunging down 3,000 feet. Behind the crack, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Even though they were quite far apart, one could still feel their terrifying aura, like an insurmountable divine mountain to Shi Kai and the others. It really is him. The sword path leader, Qin Taiyuan. Shi Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Fourth on the divine list, the most astonishing swordsman of all time. Jiang Wuming merely glanced and felt pain all over, as if cut by countless sword energies. The aftermath of their confrontation directly pierced through the world barrier, causing the waters of the boundary sea to flood back in. How terrifying must that killing power be? The world said that Qin Taiyuan was unmatched in offense. In terms of damage, he was indeed number 1 in the world. And who was the person contending with him? Reincarnation rules. That person is the prodigy known as the Twin Star. Alongside the wicked, 5th on the divine list, Emperor Chu. Hiss. As soon as this was said, everyone gasped in shock. What day is it today? So many divine list prodigies have appeared at the same time. From Sher Kai and the others to the fearless Zhao Wushuan and the wicked Chu Chen. There was also the leader of the literary path and the leader of the sealing path, and now adding a sword path. Leader. The most eye-catching was that newly emerged prodigy, whose origins were extremely mysterious, and no one knew his background. It seemed he had appeared out of nowhere. Before this, there had been no rumors about him. But once he made the list, he surpassed 95% of the prodigies. Such achievements were enough to call him one of the most monstrous prodigies of the end of the Law era. Only Chu Chen could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Is Emperor Chu fighting Qin Taiyuan? Why is it in the Boundary Sea? Feng Yan asked in confusion. Both of their strengths are too great. If they were to take it seriously, they would break through the world barrier, bringing disaster to the innocent, harming fortune and merit, so they naturally chose a more stable space. Lu Taiqing explained. But, hasn't it still broken through? Feng Yan was quite speechless. How powerful must the killing force be to achieve this? Thinking of this, Feng Yan instinctively cast his gaze towards Chu Chen, who was touching the headless corpse of the left Shiji, wondering if he could do the same now. Up until now, no one knew Chu Chen's true strength. Even he, who had endured the soul-gathering coffin for a year, did not know. But it was certain that the celestial calamity light just now had already touched the spatial barrier. If Chu Chen puts in all his effort, he should be able to do it, right? Feng Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. At this moment, Chu Chen completely disregarded the battle at the Boundary Sea, simply placing his palm on the chest of Zhuo Shijun's corpse. Suddenly, a beam of white light enveloped him, and a magnificent orb of light slowly appeared. Chu Chen's mouth opened wide, and he inhaled sharply. The orb of light suddenly rushed into his body, causing him to swell several times before returning to his original state. This repeated several times, resembling some kind of ritual. Soon, Chu Chen's incomplete soul floated above his head, transforming into a small figure that looked exactly like him. Zhuo Shijun's soul entered the small figure, and within just a few seconds, people felt the small figure grow stronger. Devouring souls? How is this different from seizing a body? Aren't fierce beings afraid of heavenly retribution? Have you all forgotten that the fierce being said to let Zhuo Shijun help him complete the rules of the soul? As the words fell, everyone recalled the previous battle and remembered that it seemed to have been said. But they hadn't taken it to heart, thinking it was just a casual boast. So, does that mean the fierce being is devouring Zhuo Shijun's soul to enhance his own rules? If that's the case, then it doesn't count as violating the rules of heaven and earth. As they conversed, Chu Chen's soul had already become more than twice as powerful as before. A chaotic mist suddenly appeared behind him, continuously growing. Those nearby felt an inexplicable pull, as if their souls were being drawn out, causing them to retreat in fear. Moments later, the small figure suddenly flashed with a gray light, and countless chains of rules appeared from the void, locking it in place, preventing any further growth. The 10th layer of the soul rules. What a terrifying speed of enhancement. Can the rules be played like this? To be precise, only a few rules can be upgraded through devouring, and the soul rules are one of them. Zhuo Shijun, at least in his prime, was a being that condensed the orb of faith. His soul is naturally much stronger than an ordinary demigod, making him a great tonic for a fierce being with a soul deficiency. Suddenly, at that moment, the small figure above Chu Chen seemed to sense something, abruptly looking deep into the Boundary Sea. After the soul rules were perfected, the sensitivity to souls had increased many times over. Everything Chu Chen had planned was aimed at finding the last soul. Zhuo Shijun wanted to seize his body, while Chu Chen wanted to devour his soul. Both were hunters, but their roles in the game were different. After all this time of scheming, Zhuo Shijun ultimately made a wedding dress for Chu Chen. Now, with the soul rules perfected, the last soul was finally found. The power of reincarnation high above suddenly stagnated, and a pair of eyes that looked down upon the world pierced through several realms, gazing towards Batian City. The gaze was filled with confusion and bewilderment, as if it couldn't understand why its soul was trembling at this moment. Which little rascal is causing trouble? Chu Di roared. The loud voice echoed throughout the chaotic land, nearly shattering people's eardrums. Those below the mythic level had blood streaming from their ears, wailing incessantly. Just a single roar held such power, even from across several realms, showcasing how terrifying Chu Di's strength was. I've found you. Chu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in his gaze. The soul-gathering coffin, being a strange object, possessed miraculous effects. As the name suggests, it could gather the scattered souls of living beings and recondense them. A year ago, Chu Chen was gravely injured and on the verge of death, with only one soul and one spirit remaining. Even his 7 emotions and 6 desires had vanished. In just half a year, he had recovered to near-peak condition, but he was still missing one soul to complete the set. Chu Chen had never doubted the ability of the soul-gathering coffin, nor had he questioned the ominous nature of the Forbidden Land. But after another half-year without gathering the last soul, he couldn't help but grow anxious. During this time, he hadn't been idle, aside from comprehending the rules through the effects of the Lake of Laws. He had been encountering monsters everywhere to grind for experience and level up the 3 souls and 6 spirits. On the surface, it seems like missing one soul is not a big deal, but in reality, it affects his strength and various attributes. Missing a soul proves that he is incomplete, which imposes limitations on many things. For example, the divine awareness. Only by finding the last soul can Chu Chen achieve divine awareness and complete his final transformation. It is well known that after divine awareness, the essence of thunder will undergo earth-shattering changes, its power increasing geometrically, and he will also be able to comprehend awakened skills. In the first awakening, he comprehended Annihilation Judgment. In the second awakening, the River of Annihilation. In the third awakening, the Immortal Divine Realm. Each skill is incredibly powerful and unknown. This is a path that no one has ever walked before. And he does not know how strong he will become after completing divine awareness. Undoubtedly, with Chu Chen's current strength, the chance of competing for a divine position on the divine path is very slim. At this moment, Chu Chen arrived at the viewing platform, glanced down at the unconscious Xu Shao, casually crushed his head underfoot, and put away the soul-gathering coffin. Take the little ones and leave the broken sky city, find a safe place to settle down, and wait for my return, Chu Chen said. Where are you going? Feng Yan asked anxiously. Chu Chen floated in midair, holding the Book of Sages, and said slowly, I am going to retrieve what I have lost. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden lightning bolt shot straight into the sky, crashing through the barriers of the world and disappearing from everyone's sight. The crowd was left in shock, staring incredulously at Zhu Zhao's corpse, struggling to swallow. He really dares, killing a Zuo Shijun is not enough. Now he has to slay the Prime Minister of Broken Sky City? The immortal thunder god, who fears nothing, haven't you heard that saying? Zuo Shijun has left the Southern Dipper Pavilion, killing him is no big deal, but Zhu Shao is still part of the Southern Dipper Pavilion. Doing this will likely invite endless revenge. The big shots may not take action, but there is a top 10 genius from the divine ranking in the Southern Dipper Pavilion. If the two meet, it will surely be an unprecedented battle. Those with insight vaguely guessed Chu Chen's intentions for entering the Sea of Realms. The strange actions of the little man just now had already explained the reason. This place is not suitable for staying long, we should leave. With that, Feng Yan mounted the little one and sped away. De Luo and Lu Taiqing exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and followed suit. This farce had come to an end, and they had no need to remain in Broken Sky City any longer. Moreover, with Zhu Shao dead, the Southern Dipper Pavilion would surely receive news quickly. Faced with this colossal being, they were no match for him with their strength. Furthermore, with Chu Chen gone, if they wanted to protect themselves, they could only rely on themselves. Sure Kai and the others watched their departing figures, forcing a bitter smile. It seems we have been treated as background characters. What are your plans next, Brother Sure? Jiang Wuming asked. Looking for a nightmare-level secret realm, that's the only way to improve, Sure Kai replied. I have the same intention, why don't we join forces? Jiang Wuming raised an eyebrow. No, I prefer to be alone, Sure Kai shook his head in refusal. Disappointment flashed in Jiang Wuming's eyes, but he nodded and said, after I watch this battle of the top 10 on the divine ranking, I'll go seek my own opportunities. Disha then left without a word. As a genius of the Sea Demon clan, he had his own way of becoming stronger. This massive city, once synonymous with chaos, had now turned half of its area into ruins. The shattered star meteorites seemed to signify the once prosperous past, while the scarred land displayed desolation. When gods fight, mortals suffer. This is an unchanging reality throughout the ages. The root cause of all this soon appeared in the Sea of Realms, between the 8th and 9th sequence worlds. Through the crack, the entire 3rd sequence world could see this scene. A strange man, shimmering with divine light, cast his gaze towards the white-clothed man who was continuously drawing his sword, and the black-robed youth opposite him. At first glance, the black-robed youth bore some resemblance to him, especially in his eyes, which exuded an unruly and invincible aura. Suddenly, a person appeared in the Sea of Realms, and Qin Taiyuan and Emperor Chu stopped fighting in perfect harmony, looking towards him. Don't mind me, continue. Chu Chen smiled slightly and sat cross-legged on the Boundary Sea. The waters of the Boundary Sea can corrode all things, yet Chu Chen remained unharmed, indicating that his power of rules had reached an extraordinarily powerful level. Not inferior to the two. You are surrounded by divine thunder, you must be the leader of the thunder path, right? Qin Taiyuan sheathed his sword and stood, his white robes fluttering. He had a somewhat transcendent air about him. So it's you. I didn't come looking for you, yet you came to me first. Chu Di grinned and continued, that's fine, it saves me the trouble. You two can come at me together. Come at you together? Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. You really are interesting, kid. At such a young age, you may lack many things, but arrogance is certainly not one of them. Who in the world doesn't know that Chu Di wants to compete with Chu Chun for the title of madman? Yet now it seems he is just a kid who hasn't matured, with only a big mouth to show for it. What are you laughing at? The 5th on the divine list isn't worthy of being your opponent? Chu Di frowned. It was the first time he had been looked down upon. In Twilight City, how many ancient monsters that had lived for billions of years had seen him disrespectfully referred to as young city lord? In that city of immortality, anyone could be his mentor, their wisdom and strength being among the top in all realms. One could say that Chu Di's arrival in the mortal world was akin to a city dweller running to the countryside. Coupled with his young age and lack of experience, it was natural for him to have a child's temperament. Chu Chen did not answer his question but instead looked at Qin Taiyuan. Brother Qin, could you let me take on this opponent? I have something on him that I must retrieve personally. Chu Chen smiled. Please, go ahead. Qin Taiyuan gestured with his hand and floated away. He had no intention of fighting here, it was merely Chu Di's insistence that brought him here. Now that A substitute had appeared. It saved him from a troublesome situation. Plus, he could do a favor in return, so why not? No one is allowed to leave without my permission today. Chu Di shouted immediately. Summoning the people from the six paths, numerous ancient sages stepped out of the cycle of reincarnation, chanting scriptures, and many rules transformed into chains that pursued. Suddenly, a bolt of divine thunder descended, shattering the ancient sages into pieces. Chu Chen slowly floated out, coming to a stop not far from Chu Di, slightly raising his eyelids. Your opponent is me. The two stood several zhang apart. On the surface, the distance seemed close, but in the boundary sea, the space was filled with rules. The two great principles of time and space are the foundation. Of all things, even the heavens must abide by them. One side shimmered with golden light, thunder roared, his whole body ablaze with divine flames, his appearance extremely enchanting, with 3 pentagrams imprinted on his brow and a thunder mark on his left cheek. On the other side, dark clouds swirled, bearing the 6 paths on his back, dressed in a black robe, his features strikingly handsome as if crafted by the heavens, his entire being resonating with the grand forces of the universe, his eyes unfathomably deep, faintly revealing a river of time. The twin stars of the heavens. The most monstrous talents of this era. One was 5th on the divine list, only 17 years old, the destroyer of the 3 stars. The other was 36th on the divine list, 20 years old, the destroyer of the 5 stars. You are not my opponent yet, but if you wish to withdraw from the path of divine contention early, I wouldn't mind helping you with that. Chu Di reached into the Shura path behind him and pulled out a massive scythe. The scythe was blood red, with a giant eye standing at the junction of the handle and blade, constantly rolling, looking particularly eerie. It seems you are quite confident. The last person who dared to speak to me like that, I believe, has completed their reincarnation by now? Chu Chen's lips curled slightly as he slowly opened the Book of Sages. In the Boundary Sea, if you die in battle, no one will collect your body. Saying this, Chu Di charged forward fiercely, his speed reaching its peak. Yet, the short distance of a few zhang took several seconds. As he approached, Chu Chen lightly tapped the Book of Sages with his finger. Annihilation Judgment, a colossal black giant sword descended from the sky, crashing down with tremendous force. The clash between the scythe and the giant sword sparked countless flames, and then golden divine thunder shot out from the void, carrying with it the rules of destruction and immortality. Hungry Ghost Path. The Emperor of Chu countered the judgment giant sword with one hand while summoning countless hungry ghosts with the other. Among the 6 circles of light, one purple light surged, and a wailing sound emerged as numerous hungry ghosts rushed out, clawing and gnashing their teeth towards the divine thunder. These hungry ghosts all had big bellies and small heads, each possessing mythic-level strength. There were so many of them that they densely filled half of the Boundary Sea. Their eyes were filled with desire and greed, harboring immense cravings for things. To them, the divine thunder appeared as the most delicious food in the world, constantly being stuffed into their mouths, which, though not large, were bottomless like gluttons. However, as soon as they swallowed it, the divine thunder exploded within their bodies, instantly tearing them apart. If this is all you can do, I advise you to hand over my things, Chu Chen said, knocking it back with a punch, his tone indifferent. A clear fist imprint appeared on the Emperor of Chu's arm, but it quickly healed completely. I don't understand what you're saying. This is our first meeting, right? How could I possibly have your things? The Emperor of Chu replied. Still playing dumb? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, his tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxing as he continued, very well, since you won't hand it over voluntarily, I'll make you Immortal Divine Domain. Annihilation River. Suddenly, 3,000 divine nations appeared, merging the rules of immortality and thunder, radiating brilliant light. In this realm, Chu Chen's attributes received a geometric boost, and these divine nations acted like his avatars, each exuding a terrifying aura. Then, a river of thunder poured down, carrying the rules of destruction and life and death, crashing forward. I said, there is nothing. The Emperor of Chu felt extremely displeased at being unjustly accused. He had never needed to fight for anything. With a single command, it would be delivered to him. What was lacking in Twilight City? Even the crystals of rules could be casually obtained in the tens of thousands. With such a massive accumulation of resources, enhancing strength was as simple as drinking water. So, what was there to talk about regarding robbery? 6 paths of ghosts and gods. At that moment, the Emperor of Chu slammed his palm against his chest, letting out a muffled groan as he expelled a mouthful of turbid air. The turbid air expanded in mid-air until it transformed into a pitch-black portal. The portal was filled with the aura of hell and hungry ghosts, and then, the entire Boundary Sea began to tremble as a ghostly deity towering 100,000 zhang stepped out. As the ghostly deity emerged, the heavens retreated. Behind it, countless little ghosts followed, their wails resembling the cries of demons from the abyss, causing the Boundary Sea to churn. The power of the Annihilation River was no longer what it used to be. Although it was a second awakening skill, at Chu Chen's level, it relied not on the skill's level but on his understanding and application of the rules. In an instant, the river roared past, and upon touching the little ghosts, it devoured them, leaving no trace behind. Mao! The ghostly deity held the Book of the Underworld, reversing the great trend of heaven and earth, directly transforming the Boundary Sea world into hell. The surroundings changed, and Chu Chen felt as if he were in the 18 layers of hell, surrounded by endless tortures, even witnessing souls wailing in boiling soup. The 8 cold hells, the 8 hot hells, the near-edge hell, and the solitary hell combined to form the most brutal tortures in the world. As this scene appeared, it immediately shocked the world. Every corner of the third sequence world could see it clearly. The sights of hell, to many, seemed as legendary as the supreme divine position existing only in tales yet never witnessed. Even the grip of the underworld that Chu Chen possessed could not compare to even a fraction of its effect. Because this was a direct connection to the rules of hell's reincarnation, ranking among the superior rules. To forcibly reverse the great trend of heaven and earth, what a defiant ability this is. The fiend is in danger now. If there is no way to break the deadlock, he can only be trapped in torment for eternity, suffering endless agony. The Chu Emperor is too ruthless, no wonder he is ranked 5th on the divine list. In the end, the fiend's soul is still in a fragmented state, and he can only exert 50% of his strength, which is a huge disadvantage. If it were during his peak, with all 6 rules unleashed, a single strike of the Great Annihilation Suppression would be unstoppable. With one blow, the Chu Emperor could have been directly crushed. However, at this moment, which seemed to show a disparity in strength, Chu Chen displayed an invincible form. The true body of the ancient god. The spine of the ancient god. Suddenly, his towering body, 1,000 feet high, let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, and the hellish phenomenon instantly showed signs of cracking, already unstable. With the body of the ancient god, I uphold this world. At this moment, the spine turned crimson, transforming into a dragon shadow, reaching into the endless void and the depths of the Sea of Realms. In the blink of an eye, the hellish phenomenon began to collapse, a true dragon, soaring to the heavens, roaring as it broke free. The ancient god's colossal hand, 1 billion feet high, struck down, directly turning the ghostly being summoned by the Chu Emperor into a meat pie. Along with the 6 halos, they also collapsed. Put. The Chu Emperor spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, stepping back a few paces, his eyes filled with disbelief. Since descending to the mortal realm, he had actually been defeated? Born at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds above the outer heavens, he could overlook all living beings from any corner of Twilight City. To them, any creature was merely an ant. Thus, the Chu Emperor, who had been adored by the stars since childhood, lived a life of immense wealth. He had never experienced even the slightest setback. In his mind, his name was synonymous with invincibility. Yet, at this moment of battling Chu Chen, he faced an unprecedented defeat. He had indeed lost. The reincarnation rule he took pride in was not even a match for Chu Chen. Why? You, a country bumpkin, how do you possess such strength? The Chu Emperor clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. This brother, who had fallen into the world, had never received a shred of blessing from Twilight City. How could he have so much in this rural land? The myriad worlds are never the domain of a single person. You have demeaned this land to a rural place. How is that different from a frog at the bottom of a well? Chu Chen stepped forward, the 6 rules manifesting around him. With a loose tongue and a heart higher than the heavens, who in this world dares to claim invincibility before me? The Great Annihilation Suppression. The ancient god's phantom shot out a destructive divine light from its eyes, thunder clinging to its body. With the black and white impermanence standing on its shoulders, the power of chaotic souls floating above its head. The immortal aura spread out, merging with the forbidden spell of the 6 rules. Reappearing. It has appeared. The forbidden spell created by the fiend. Last time it was a fusion of 6 great laws, now it is all the power of the rules. How terrifying will its might be? Although it was used once against the fearless, this time the might is on a completely different level. Could it be that the fiend held back? Everyone was astonished. The unprecedented fusion of rules allowed them to witness a brand new power. Rule fusion was not something that had never been attempted. Throughout the ages, there had been countless prodigies, and while not a billion, there were certainly hundreds of millions who had thought of it. However, when it came to execution, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Rules need to find points of fusion, requiring bridges and points of compatibility. It is not a random merging. A slight misstep could lead to a backlash from the rules, causing even the strongest to explode and die in an instant. At this moment, Chu Chen used the ancient god as a vessel, with the power of the rules as a foundation, merging the other 5 rules. It can be said that from ancient times to the present, only he had such an opportunity and precedent. At this moment, the Chu Emperor felt unprecedented pressure among his peers. Only Chu Chen brought him such overwhelming oppression. An unnamed fire rose in his heart, and he threw his head back and howled, his long hair flying wildly. Immediately after, a forbidden-like aura erupted explosively. The river of time in his eyes solidified into substance, appearing before him. What if the rules are fused? Today, I will let you witness the power of the lofty law. As the voice fell, a magnificent river of time flowed from the ancient past, its shimmering light resembling the stars, with every droplet of water floating like an independent world. How vast was this river that spanned the entire realm? The entire ocean of worlds was stirred by a tremendous wave. Time and space are the most mysterious and terrifying existences. Once they appear, they will inevitably cause tremors across the heavens. No matter which sequential world it was, at this moment, they all felt the oppression from the rules of ambition. They all looked up, staring blankly at this scene, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Who has stirred the river of time? After several eras, has someone once again comprehended this rule? He who masters time masters immortality. Yet this was not the end. As the river of time flowed, scenes from the past appeared before everyone. Every event recorded at each time node was extremely detailed. Some saw images of ancient beasts rampaging during the primordial era. Others witnessed the human race struggling to survive, being devoured by these beasts. Some even saw the ancient era of rampant magic, the most brilliant time for humanity. At that time, magic was unique, any other path paled in comparison. Time can record everything, but it can also erase everything. Countless glories have faded, reduced to a handful of yellow earth. No matter how talented a genius may be, before time, they are but a vassal. What the Emperor of Chu wanted was to forcibly accelerate time, allowing Chu Chen to perish within the river of time. In this era, only I can claim invincibility. The Emperor of Chu seemed mad, his expression ferocious. And he roared. To manipulate the river of time consumed immense power. With his strength, he could maintain it for at most 30 seconds. But those 30 seconds were more than enough to deal with one person. Chu Chen fixed his gaze, staring at the illusory light cluster floating above the Emperor of Chu's head, a thought stirring in his heart. So it really is on you. The last soul appeared. This power did not belong to the Emperor of Chu. In the world, only Chu Chen could comprehend multiple rules simultaneously. Except for the reincarnation rule, which was his own, the time rule merely relied on the assistance of his remnant soul. If he could retrieve the remnant soul, not only could Chu Chen restore his peak, but he could also obtain the hidden time rule within. Then let me see just how capable the people of Twilight City truly are. A colossal finger reached out, enveloping 6 great rules, distorting the void as it passed, causing the river of time to churn. The clash of the power of time and the power of fusion saw the giant finger plunge directly into the river, vanishing halfway, silent and unseen. Want to oppose time? Unless you are a deity of this age. You have yet to become a god, how dare you be so arrogant? The Emperor of Chu raised his eyebrows and laughed heartily. Seeing Chu Chen falter brought him immense satisfaction, making it hard to stop. The great annihilation prison finger thus disappeared, not even a splash of water was stirred. At this point, the situation was already determined. The forbidden spell relied upon by the fierce man has ultimately failed. The fusion of rules cannot rival the river of time, truly worthy of the rules of ambition. Completely outmatched, the gap is too great. After the reincarnation rule, who would have thought there would be a time rule as a backup? One can only say that after this battle, the Emperor of Chu's ranking will rise again. At the edge of the world barrier, Qin Taiyuan watched this scene with an unchanged expression, though his eyes held a strange color. The two had just fought not long ago, with no clear victor. They had not used their full strength, at most. It could be considered a spar. But for some reason, the moment the Emperor of Chu saw Chu Chen, it was as if he had seen an enemy, and he struck with deadly intent. Yulong, can you sever this river of time? Qin Taiyuan whispered. Clang! The long sword behind him trembled, as if responding. A look of anticipation appeared on Qin Taiyuan's face. The sword path surpasses all, even if it is the rules of ambition, so what? I will break it with one sword. Although he wanted to try, this was not his battle, and he could not help Chu Chen. The Emperor of Chu, tasting victory, laughed wildly. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. By the way, I remember you have unlimited firepower, right? Why not take a look? Looking at Chu Di's arrogant demeanor, Chu Chen's heart was as calm as a still pond. He raised his arm and turned over a page inscribed with the Great Annihilation Town prison finger. With a light tap of his finger, 8-star arrays suddenly appeared. 6 rules are not enough, what about 8 rules? The yin-yang forbidden technique of Dewey. In the eternally dark boundary sea, there would never be a change between day and night. Even though one could see the high-hanging sun and bright moon at a glance, not a trace of light from them could be seen. This region seemed to have always been this way, never changing. However, at this moment, the appearance of the star arrays added a touch of light to the boundary sea. A pure and flawless light, slowly illuminating the world, as if it were the light of a newborn, rare and precious. It was like the first light born at the beginning of heaven and earth, dazzling to the extreme. Meanwhile, on the other side, darkness emerged, devouring everything, resembling an endless abyss, where not a single thing could be seen. Even the shining divine thunder could not display its brilliance within it. 2 completely different attributes occupied the boundary sea, each holding one side, with no interference between them. Chu Chen stood at the center of darkness and light, his body slowly floating, his massive form interwoven with light and dark, extremely mystical. An ancient aura gradually emerged, and the stars in the distant sky shattered with a roar, their power coalescing into a light sphere. At the same time, the powers of many rules fused within, colorful and extremely splendid. The light sphere grew more intense, its size comparable to the sun, containing a terrifying might that even the river of time trembled before it. From the outside, Chu Chen looked like a deity who dominated heaven and earth, sacred and inviolable. Even just a glance felt like an offense. Did I see that wrong? The rules of light and darkness? 2 kinds of advanced rules? My heavens! And they have all reached perfection. Could the Lake of Laws really be that miraculous? Such divine objects born from heaven and earth, the Holy Spirit Palace doesn't even know how to use them. Only by recognizing a master can the Lake of Laws truly be of use. 6 kinds of rules are already strong enough, but still cannot resist the power of the time rule. Can 8 kinds do it? Many supreme beings existing at the pinnacle of the world were astonished at this scene. This person could no longer be described as a prodigy, perhaps he was the variable of this plane. The so-called Du Yi Yin Yang technique was also a forbidden spell created by Chu Chen. The effectiveness of a technique lies in its precision, not its quantity. His ability to reach this step, aside from his own efforts, also had the help of Fengyan. Even if you can merge 100 rules today, what of it? In the face of time, you are still inferior. With a wave of Chu Di's hand, the river of time immediately rushed towards Chu Chen. Time is profoundly mysterious, even its rules master would not dare to claim to understand all its subtleties. Chu Di had only comprehended the first layer of the time rule, so he could at most summon the river of time. Yet even so, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Suddenly, the waters of the river came from the heavens, and the vast power of time abruptly slowed the speed of this world countless times. Chu Chen's movement suddenly froze, and the light of the stars gathering in the sky also came to a halt. Only Chu Di, the user, was unaffected. He looked at the boundary between black and white, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He had murderous intent. Fierce person Chu Chen, from now on, all your titles will belong to me. You can rest assured, I will carry forward many titles. How about the title of Master of Time? The Master of Reincarnation also sounds good. Chu Di laughed heartily, his expression extremely proud. After this battle, his name would spread throughout the entire multiverse, and his prestige would far exceed that of Chu Chen. Coupled with the identity of the Deputy Lord of Twilight City and the Divine position at the end of the Divine Path, who would dare to compete? Rest in peace, I will personally send you into reincarnation. With a wave of Chu Di's hand, the river of time instantly submerged Chu Chen's body, disappearing from everyone's sight. Then, the spirit of the Chu Emperor was completely exhausted, unable to maintain the existence of the river of time, and slowly disappeared. The boundary sea returned to silence, the waters beneath his feet no longer turbulent, returning to calm. At this moment, how could one still see Chu Chen's figure? It seemed to vanish from the myriad worlds, just like the river of time. Everyone was shocked. He really died? This can't be a trick, right? The fierce person has turned danger into safety so many times, this time is probably just a diversion. It's impossible, the river of time is a high-level technique, and no one can play tricks in front of it. It's just like the divine art of the god's judgment, no matter how strong one cannot escape. The fierce person is dead, his era has ended. Many people shook their heads in regret. They had not yet seen Chu Chen's divine awareness, nor had they witnessed his display of power on the divine path. The fallen genius was truly a pity. However, with the fall of one generation's genius, another supreme genius was born. The Chu Emperor, along with Fengyan and others in the wilderness, watched the scene without changing expression. After so many life and death battles, they had complete trust in Chu Chen. No matter the time, he always held a firm belief. Chu Chen would not die, and it was impossible for him to die. Perhaps he is hiding somewhere, preparing to give everyone a surprise, Fengyan said. Creating miracles is precisely what he excels at. Lu Taiqing smiled and nodded in agreement. Zai Zai and Deluo were playing nearby. Although it was called playing, it was actually Zai Zai jumping around Deluo. Compared to beings with complete consciousness and thought, Deluo was more like a robot. He understood Zai Zai's importance to Chu Chen, so he would not make any moves. If anyone else dared to lick his shiny head, he would have slapped him into a bloody mist long ago. The Chu Emperor above the boundary sea was enjoying the joy brought by victory. He found this feeling quite nice. Defeating such a powerful genius made him very pleased. Moreover, since this person was related to him by blood, he felt no guilt at all, but rather let out a long sigh of relief. Arrogant people will ultimately pay the price. You, Chu Chen, are not worthy of the name madman. The Chu Emperor scoffed. On the other side, standing at the edge of the boundary sea, Qin Taiyuan suddenly shook his head, showing a look of disappointment. Who is stronger? In offense, the sword path or the thunder path? It seems there will be no chance to verify it again. Let's go, Yulong, we should set off. After speaking, Qin Taiyuan shot out a sword energy from his eyes, splitting the world barrier, and stepped in. But just as one foot entered, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void. It was extremely subtle, flashing by in an instant. If one did not carefully discern, they might not catch it. Qin Taiyuan retracted the other foot he had just extended and whispered, "Interesting." He then turned to look at the light group beside the sun, which, although frozen, had not disappeared. At this moment, the previously calm waters of the boundary sea began to stir again, and a breath even more powerful than before suddenly emerged. A thunderous sound echoed from all directions. The Master of Time? To think you would dare to wear something obtained by stealing the achievements of others on your head? Hearing this familiar voice, the Chu Emperor's eyes widened in shock and his mind went blank. This was impossible. Chu Chen, don't think about playing tricks. I know this is your soul speaking. He had seen with his own eyes Chu Chen being engulfed by the river of time, disappearing without a trace. Dying in time, even if he was the strongest in the world, he could not be resurrected. There was no way to escape using life-saving means. This was the rule of heaven and earth, determined by the heavens. Unless he was a god. A soul? It seems you are very afraid of me. Even a soul with no offensive capability can scare you like this. After saying this, countless light points appeared, gradually condensing in mid-air to form a figure. What? You? The Emperor of Chu was so shocked that he staggered back, as if he had truly seen a ghost. The features of the figure gradually solidified, revealing a strikingly handsome and enchanting face in front of everyone. A signature smile hung on his face, playful and filled with a strong sense of wickedness. Are you disappointed to see me? With an opponent like me, you should be happy, Chu Chen said with a smile. Boom! Chu Chen's reappearance was like a thunderclap, echoing loudly in everyone's minds. They rubbed their eyes, confirming that what they saw was not a ghostly apparition and that there was no illusion, before accepting this absurd reality. What the hell? Is this for real? This monster is way too twisted, isn't he? How is he still alive? I can only say it's exaggerated, to be taken away by the river of time and still come out unscathed. What kind of dark magic did he use? How could he escape safely? It seems we were all wrong, he is still the same as he was back then. Although it was absurd, it somehow seemed reasonable when it came to Chu Chen, making it not so hard for people to accept. However, there was one thing they couldn't figure out. From start to finish, Chu Chen kept saying that the Emperor of Chu had stolen his things, but what exactly had he stolen? Feng Yan and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Everything was part of their plan. See? I told you he always likes to challenge our limits. This time, I won't fall for it, Feng Yan said, curling his lip. Several times, he had been so worried about Chu Chen's life that he had blushed and wanted to take revenge. But the outcome often splashed cold water on his head. Does this guy always find this kind of trick amusing? Lu Taiqing shook his head helplessly. The most unbelievable was the Emperor of Chu himself, who at this moment even doubted whether the time rules he had comprehended were real. Why aren't you dead? Why don't you just die? The Emperor of Chu's eyes were blood red. He was almost driven mad by Chu Chen. From the moment they met, he had been undermining his invincible heart, suffering repeated setbacks. How could he accept this? Neither the reincarnation rules nor the unmatched power of time could kill him. If you want me dead, that's fine, but first, you have to let death defeat me. A smirk appeared on Chu Chen's lips as he spread his hand, and the distant light in the sky flickered again. Absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong. The veins on the Emperor's face bulged as he directly pulled out a bottle of precious stone water and drank it all in one go. Suddenly, all his mental energy was restored. A bottle of Dome water was extremely precious, capable of instantly restoring a transmuter's mental energy, regardless of level, without restrictions. This magical potion could only be found at the peaks of the Twilight City Mountains, and its supply was limited, with only 100 bottles nurtured each year. As the young lord of the city, the Emperor naturally had the right to enjoy such a divine object. Come again! The Emperor shouted angrily, summoning the River of Time once more. This time, he held nothing back, directly pushing the power to its limit, determined to slay Chu Chen. With a resolute determination to win, the Emperor unleashed all his mental energy. A storm suddenly arose, howling away. In an instant, the same position and the same River of Time appeared. Die for me! Time froze again as the Emperor screamed hysterically, releasing all his life force. Anger, hatred, and all negative emotions were vented at this moment. He was the young lord of Twilight City, carrying the hopes of countless eras. How could he be defeated by a country bumpkin when he descended to the mortal realm? Absolutely not. With a crash, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, Chu Chen's figure disappeared once more. Come on. Revive another one for me to see. The Emperor roared in fury. Not long after, Chu Chen's voice echoed again in the void, just like before. With the same tone. I didn't expect you to like me so much, then as you wish. Points of light gathered, and the figure reappeared. Do you have any dome water left? I wouldn't mind taking a few more baths in the River of Time. Chu Chen asked with a smile. Put. The Emperor, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he looked dispirited, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. He kept murmuring something under his breath, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Why are you still spitting blood? Is that all the psychological endurance the people of Twilight City have? Chu Chen teased. A thief should be prepared to bear the consequences. What did I steal from you? Explain it clearly. Chu Di suddenly raised his head, glaring at Chu Chen like a ferocious beast. He could not accept failure, nor could he accept being slandered. It seems you really don't know, so today I'll make you understand, Chu Chen said, pointing at the illusory object hovering above his head. This remnant soul is mine. You used the time rules I comprehended through my soul, a power that doesn't belong to you. Do you think using my rules against me will be effective? At this point, Chu Chen no longer concealed anything. Chu Di's power was waning, and he could no longer threaten him. Chu Di instinctively looked up and suddenly understood. No wonder you sought me out. No wonder you could escape unscathed from the River of Time. Chu Di smiled self-deprecatingly, his expression even more desolate. He finally realized where he had lost everything he relied on was, in fact, someone else's power. This remnant soul was found half a year ago in the outer heaven. When he first sensed the power of the time rules contained within, he was overjoyed and immediately took it home to merge. At that time, he even thought of himself as a chosen one, believing that after obtaining it, he would be invincible. Thus, he entertained the thought of descending to the mortal realm, a move that no one in Twilight City knew about. He had just come down and received the recognition of the divine ranking, which made him even more arrogant. Those who act unjustly will indeed pay the price. Chu Chen raised his palm high and then suddenly pressed down. The Dui Yin Yang technique was finally completed, and a pillar of light thundered down from the heavens. The reincarnation halo only supported for a brief moment before it shattered, leaving no room for counterattack. Chu Di seemed to accept the painful result of failure, showing no resistance and not even attempting to escape. He merely stared blankly at the sea of boundaries beneath his feet, lost in thought. At the critical moment, a gigantic hand descended from the sky, wielding supreme divine power, and forcefully extinguished the beam of light. Who dares to harm the young lord of Twilight City? A terrifying might descended from the outer heaven, and a beam of light suddenly appeared beside Chu Di, as if crossing worlds. As the sound echoed, a valiant middle-aged man gradually materialized, clad in battle armor and wielding a giant sword, exuding an imposing presence. His brow was filled with authority, radiating a strong aura of a superior being, with divine fire towering above him and a sphere of faith floating behind him. At first glance, this person had already progressed to the second stage of becoming a deity, showing signs of solidifying a divine seat. As soon as he appeared, he stirred up a tremendous wave in the sea of boundaries, creating a boundary that spread out to both sides, deep enough to see the bottom. Chu Chen felt an overwhelming pressure approaching him, raised his hand to release a shield, and his momentum erupted completely. Two distinct forces clashed together, with Chu Chen clearly at a disadvantage, far from being a match. Every corner of his body erupted with explosive sounds, indicating imminent defeat. "Open for me!" Chu Chen shouted, unleashing the 8 great rules, and the phenomena of heaven and earth violently emerged, barely shifting the situation slightly. But his body still could not bear the burden, his face turning red and his knees subtly inclined downward. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Chu Chen, then pulled the prostrate Chu Di up and said, "Have you admitted defeat?" "Uncle Jun, I." Chu Di, seeing the newcomer, suddenly felt ashamed and unable to show his face. Descending to the mortal realm without permission has already violated the great taboo of Twilight City. The deputy city lord will know about your actions and will deal with you later. Jun Mo glared at him. Understood. Chu Di lowered his head, his face full of bitterness. Chu Di took a tremendous risk to come into the world, all to prove himself. He could have concealed it for a long time, but who would have thought that Chu Chen's Dui Yin Yang technique would directly shatter the protective talismans on him? Under the influence, Jun Mo emerged from the void, forcefully saving the Chu Emperor. Such a powerful figure is rare even among the top 10 forces and races, yet Jun Mo only served as a vassal in Twilight City, revealing his terrifying background. At this moment, Jun Mo turned to look at Chu Chen, sizing him up and coldly stating, "You are Chu Chen? Your intervention in the contest of the divine rankings is rather against the rules, isn't it?" Naturally, Chu Chen would not respond with a good attitude to his overwhelming pressure. "Rules?" Jun Mo scoffed. "In the world of the heavens, Twilight City is the rule." Such domineering words shocked everyone present. Their pupils suddenly constricted. Did I hear that right? Did he just say Twilight City? This main city that hasn't appeared for several eras, nearly hundreds of millions of years, is now going to participate in the contest? If I remember correctly, he just referred to the Chu Emperor as the young city lord? Could it be? The scene erupted into an uproar, filled with exclamations. The Chu Emperor actually held such a high status, no wonder he could be named with the word emperor. Only Twilight City has such audacity. After all, it carries the fortune of several eras, which is no joke. With such strength at such a young age, indeed, only that place could cultivate someone like him. What a pity. If the fierce person were a bit stronger, perhaps he could have killed the Chu Emperor. This reversal was hard for many to accept. The contest had already lost its fairness. Jun Mo was not provoking Chu Chen, but rather the top 10 forces and races that established the divine rankings. His fearless demeanor sent chills down many spines. In the Sea of Realms, turmoil had already persisted for a long time, and as time passed, it intensified. Chu Chen had reached the threshold of collapse. If this continued, he would likely have to experience the process of lying in the soul-gathering coffin again. He did not want to stay in that cursed place for another year. Boom! Suddenly, his entire body was enveloped in divine light, his robes billowing wildly. His eyes sparkled with divine brilliance, as if a celestial being had descended, overwhelmingly powerful. His momentum surged several levels again, and a small flame, an inch high, appeared above his head, slowly burning, signifying the extraordinary divine fire. A look of surprise appeared on Jun Mo's face. Chu Chen hadn't even crossed into demigod status, yet he could ignite divine fire? If you wish to speak up for him, then come at me. At this moment, Chu Chen's figure appeared extremely tall and extraordinary, radiating a transcendent aura. That was true divine fire, carrying the rules of divine power, capable of maximizing the power of forbidden spells. If he fought the Chu Emperor in this state, he could kill him in less than a breath. So the fierce person has been hiding his strength. He still has divine power he hasn't used. With endless hidden cards, the Chu Emperor appears dim in front of him. Everyone sighed in amazement. It turned out that the one being toyed with was the Chu Emperor. Poor him, still priding himself on being extraordinary and invincible. Viewed this way, in terms of talent, the Chu Emperor couldn't even compare. Just a pawn. I didn't expect him to grow to this extent. I must have underestimated him. Jun Mo murmured, looking up at the sky. His gaze seemed to penetrate space, facing the main city at the pinnacle of the world. Very well. The position of young city lord will be decided after you determine the victor. Jun Mo lifted the Chu Emperor. Uncle Jun, I know I was wrong. Upon hearing about the position of young city Lord, the Chu Emperor panicked. He had worked hard to wear that halo. How could he just hand it over? Right and wrong will be discussed later. I am not the one in charge. Many matters must be decided by the elders, Jun Mosia said. After all, he was like a half-father to the Chu Emperor, having educated and trained him since childhood. One could say that in these 18 years, only Jun Mosia had accompanied him. Their bond was deep, though not father and son, they shared an irreplaceable connection. Seeing the Chu Emperor defeated, he felt both heartache and a hint of self-blame. If he had been a bit stricter, perhaps the outcome of this battle would not have been like this. Failure is not terrifying. When you fall, get back up. You are a person of Twilight City, and your potential is higher than anyone else's, Jun Mosia advised. The Chu Emperor looked at Chu Chen, who was glowing with divine light, gritted his teeth, and nodded, I understand. A hint of relief flashed in Jun Mosia's eyes. Just as he was about to return to the city, the Chu Emperor straightened up, walked in front of Chu Chen, and said, You won this battle, but I will win the next one. With that, the Chu Emperor pinched a wisp of remnant soul and handed it over. Chu Chen carefully took the remnant soul in his hand, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Feeling the surprise from the soul, the completeness he had longed for finally returned. You couldn't defeat me even when I was at my weakest. Next time, you won't have a chance either, Chu Chen said calmly. Is that so? Then let's meet again when the divine path opens, the Chu Emperor replied with a calm expression. Then, the Chu Emperor entered the teleportation portal, and before leaving, he turned back and said, By the way, according to our seniority, I should call you brother. Brother, when we meet next time, I will give you a surprise. The turbulent waters of the boundary sea calmed down, and Chu Chen, having dispersed his divine power, half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. He had just forcibly activated his divine power to its limit. If they had delayed any longer, their defenses might have been breached. He had never been weaker than anyone, even against those who had condensed spheres of faith. He could not show any intention of retreat. Moreover, Chu Chen knew that Jun Mosia would never strike at him as long as he had the bloodline of Chu Chenshou. As for the position of the young city lord, he did not covet it. Twilight City was not his final destination, merely a stop along his path to enlightenment. As for the Chu Emperor wanting to give him a surprise, if you can fully cultivate the rules of reincarnation, I might still be wary of you, otherwise I could kill you with just one move. He did not care about familial blood ties, his spirit was anchored in another dimension. Even if the Chu Emperor was his biological brother, he could not block his path to the ultimate door. Chu Chen looked down at the remnant soul in his hand and the time rules contained within, his eyes suddenly blazing with intensity. He had never thought that the remnant soul would end up in someone else's hands, nor had he imagined that during this process, the remnant soul could comprehend the rules of time. Consider this gift as your life money. Then, Chu Chen glanced at Qin Taiyuan. Brother Qin, the show is over. Is there any scenery worth remembering in this boundary sea? His words carried a warning. Chu Chen prepared to complete the construction of his soul, as the boundary sea was currently the safest place. However, with others present, it was naturally impossible to absorb it nonchalantly. Witnessing Brother Chu's great power, there are many aspects worth savoring. I almost forgot the main business, Qin Taiyuan said, cupping his fists. At this point, he had already regarded Chu Chen as an equal. At first, the two had a significant disparity in status. Qin Taiyuan initially thought that Chu Chen was merely good at talking, but his strength was not on par with the Chu Emperor. Yet the results had repeatedly exceeded his expectations, especially when the divine fire emerged, shaking his heart even more. Qin Taiyuan considered himself unparalleled in the sword path. He dared to say that in this era, if he claimed second place, no one would dare claim first. But with the myriad paths, how many are at the forefront? There were countless prodigies who had not yet made it onto the divine rankings, hidden in the shadows of the unknown. To claim invincibility now was premature. At least he did not have complete confidence in defeating Chu Chen. To meet in the boundary sea is already a friendship. Brother Qin, please go ahead. I won't see you off. Chu Chen returned the gesture. Qin Taiyuan nodded slightly, tore through the barriers of the world, and stepped inside. The vast and boundless boundary sea was left with only Chu Chen. He could now safely absorb the last wisp of remnant soul. Let me see where the limit lies. Saying this, he swallowed it in one gulp, and a wave of extremely refreshing sensation washed over his entire body. Just as he was merging, the third sequence world had already stirred up tremendous waves. Have you heard? The Chu Emperor is actually the young master of Twilight City. The fierce man. Chu Chen is actually from Twilight City. The Chu Emperor even calls him brother, and both share the surname Chu. How did I not realize this before? Moreover, the two of them have many similarities in their features, looking just like brothers. No wonder the fierce man traveled thousands of miles to the chaotic land. It turns out his goal is to step into Twilight City. If the fierce man is the Chu Emperor's biological brother, then he is the most qualified to inherit the position of city lord. As far as I know, the fierce man was born in the first sequence world, while the Chu Emperor was born in Twilight City. The gap between them is so vast, yet the Chu Emperor still lost. This outcome is truly lamentable. The Chu Emperor enjoyed such high treatment, having everything since birth, almost the endpoint for 99% of people in the myriad worlds. In stark contrast, Chu Chen was born in obscurity, rising in the secular world, cutting through waves and storms, growing to his current state. What the Chu Emperor possesses was all granted by Twilight City, while everything Chu Chen has was earned through his own efforts. Therefore, Chu Chen represents many ordinary people, and his path of growth is more instructive. If he can condense a sphere of faith, the process of gathering faith would be countless times easier than for the Chu Emperor. Outside the desolate land of Broken Sky City, Feng Yan and others saw the battle end and began to leave. What now? Should we wait for him here? Feng Yan asked. Lu Taiqing pondered for a moment and replied. No need, merging souls takes time, and after completing this step, Brother Chu will surely begin his divine awakening. That's true, he spent a whole year during the 3 awakenings, who knows how long this divine awakening will take. Feng Yan nodded. Now that the rift in the Realm Sea is closed, to forcefully break in, one would need at least the strength of the top 10 on the divine rankings. In this case, there's no need to worry too much about Chu Chen's safety. Let's leave the next matters to him, we've done what we needed to do. Lu Taiqing took out a yellowed piece of paper on which was written Chu Chen's holy words. He studied it for a long time but still couldn't grasp its true meaning. As for its authenticity, he had no doubts. He felt a tremendous literary aura from the very first line. If he could comprehend it, semi-divine status would be within reach. I seem to have nowhere to go. Feng Yan suddenly fell into confusion. All along, he had followed in Chu Chen's footsteps. Wherever he went, he went. Having grown accustomed to the days of carrying the coffin, it felt quite strange to suddenly be without someone by his side. It was as if he had lost his anchor and became disoriented. How about we go to the Louvre for a visit? Your divine sealing technique should still be incomplete, right? I have countless texts that should be able to guide you, Lu Taiqing suggested. Can I, an outsider, do that? Feng Yan was taken aback, clearly not expecting the invitation. The Louvre is a place for scholars to study, and since its establishment, very few outsiders have entered. It wouldn't be quite right to say it's exclusive. One could only say that scholars have their own circle and find it hard to relate to others. Lu Taiqing was the same. At first, if it weren't for being influenced by Chu Chen, he might still be holding onto a scholar's pride. No problem, as the leader, I still have this little power. Lu Taiqing smiled slightly. All right. Feng Yan nodded in agreement. Then, Lu Taiqing took along the little one and De Luo, setting off on their way back. From then on, the myriad worlds fell into a period of silence, with no major events occurring for 2 whole years. At first, people still discussed matters regarding Twilight City, but as time passed, it slowly faded from memory. Although the divine path was not openly discussed, almost everyone knew that the real blood and storm was about to begin. Above the Realm Sea, Chu Chen maintained the same posture as always, not moving for 2 years. His aura had long since stabilized, and with his soul complete, his strength had returned to its peak. Now he was strong enough, but still far from enough. The divine awakening had begun a year and a half ago and had yet to conclude. Now, he has come to a fork in the road, and the system has provided the direction for awakening. Awakening 1, Supreme Path Chaos Divine Thunder. Awakening 2, Path of All Beings Initial Thunder. The fork in the road given by the system will determine Chu Chen's future direction and also decide his main path of cultivation. The Supreme Path leads straight to the heavens, ascending to divine status. The Path of All Beings is based on the people, bringing blessings to the world. These 2 paths can be said to be 2 extremes, one centered on the self, focusing purely on cultivation for the sake of achieving divine status. The other is primarily about gathering faith, filling oneself with the power of the faith of billions, also capable of ascending to divine status. Regardless of which path is taken, the destination is the same. Chaos, initial. Chu Chen murmured, caught in a dilemma. Chaos Divine Thunder is transformed from the heavenly Tao, possessing immense power, inherently carrying the force of the world. Chaos can accommodate all things and can also evolve all things, making it more manipulable. Initial Divine Thunder is the first thunder born at the beginning of the world, equally powerful, but it possesses unique vitality. Simply put, Chaos Divine Thunder focuses on offense, while Initial Divine Thunder focuses on recovery and defense. Infinite firepower has always been the core of Chu Chen. If this is the foundation, then the Supreme Path is more suitable. However, faith is also crucial. He is now not far from becoming a demigod. The divine fire has already ignited, and when it reaches perfection, it will become the sphere of faith. Why is it always a choice between 2? Chu Chen smiled bitterly. He was beginning to dislike making decisions. When he first awakened, the system had given him options, and at that time, he didn't think much, just choosing the one with the higher damage. But now it's different. With more experience, choices become increasingly difficult. Focusing solely on offense can maximize the power of forbidden spells, even reaching 120% of their power. Chaos can evolve all things and can easily integrate with all forbidden spells, regardless of whether they are self-created. If that's the case, even the number 1 sword path in offense must be carefully weighed. It is well known that world-destroying levels can create their own small worlds, which for others are basically used for storing items or as resting places. If he obtains Initial Thunder, he can evolve a complete path and the force of the world within it, and over time, it might become a new sequential world. After pondering for a long time, Chu Chen sighed, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Well, since I've come this far, I might as well continue on. Chu Chen extended his finger and gently pointed to option 1. Are you sure you want to choose the Supreme Path? Yes. Ding. Selection successful. Beginning awakening, please wait. Immediately, 4 light screens rose from the Sea of Realms, enveloping Chu Chen from the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. Soon, his body was wrapped in layers of cocoons sealed within. At the same time, one rune after another appeared from the void, inscribed upon it. A gray mist spread out, and the waters of the Sea of Realms seemed to be extremely fearful of this gas, retreating in droves, not daring to approach. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum zone appeared around the large cocoon, and the chaotic airflow assimilated everything, transforming it into energy to nourish itself. This terrifying awakening process, if anyone were to approach, would surely be completely devoured. Following that, the large cocoon fell, lying on the world barrier. The world barrier could not withstand the erosion of chaotic power, suddenly breaking open a large hole. Subsequently, the large cocoon fell weakly, sinking into the fifth sequential world. The worlds of the heavens are all different, with varied races and cultures. The first sequential world is dominated by nations, generally coexisting harmoniously, with 100 schools of thought contending, culture developing explosively, and technological power continuously advancing. The second sequential world is filled with towering trees, life flourishing to the extreme, and any living being appears quite grand, yearning for peace. The third sequence world is heavily marked by decay. Here lies the lair of the Abyssal Tribe, the mysterious Twilight City, and the first land born at the beginning of heaven and earth, old soil. The fifth sequence world is dominated by lakes and oceans, with land making up only 10%. The rest being water. This world is home to two major races, the merfolk and the mad whales. In terms of strength, the mad whales have the upper hand, and their territory is the most extensive. The merfolk advocate for peaceful coexistence, occupying only a small corner of the world, living in harmony with it. On this day, the azure sea was as calm as ever, marine creatures joyfully swimming along the seabed. A group of merfolk raced across the surface of the sea, riding the waves at incredible speed, their faces filled with fear. Their lower halves were fish-like, with scales shimmering like jewels, resembling unique works of art. Their upper bodies were indistinguishable from humans, adorned with shells of varying sizes, their features delicate, handsome men and beautiful women. Yet in their panic, their grace was lost, and they could only flee. Run! Ahead is our territory. The mad whales dare not act recklessly there, urged a handsome merfolk. The mad whales are too overbearing. We've already given them a portion of the sea, and they're still not satisfied, spat another, slightly shorter merfolk, cursing incessantly. The merfolk were not weak in combat. These 5 were all world-destroying level fighters, each a prodigy of their clan. But the mad whales were aggressive, having gone mad in the last 2 years, expanding their territory wildly, and each mad whale had significantly increased in strength. Although the two races had never been harmonious, they hadn't erupted into a major war for several eras. Now, they were being hunted at their doorstep. It seemed the mad whales were planning to go to war. Just as the 5 were about to step into their home, a massive wave surged before them, blocking their path with a gigantic whale. This creature was enormous, towering tens of thousands of feet above the water, its body covered in crystals resembling sapphires, with a pair of crimson eyes fixed on them. Want to run? Hand over your lives. With that, a massive beam of light shot from the whale's mouth, instantly piercing the abdomen of one merfolk. Xiao Bing. Yu Cheng's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming. In just one encounter, a world-destroying 4-star comrade was gravely injured, while the opponent was merely a world-destroying 1-star mad whale. The gap between them shouldn't be this vast. It was unclear what had made these mad whales so fierce. A bunch of useless brats. Is the pride of the merfolk so easily defeated? Another mad whale charged from behind, surrounding the 5 with a pincer attack. Brother Chang, what do we do next? A female merfolk asked in a soft voice, her tone filled with anger and killing intent. Fight to the death. Yu Cheng's eyes were bloodshot as he drew his trident, his aura erupting. Although he knew this battle might cost them their lives, and they advocated for peace, it didn't mean they lacked temper. A few little kids dare to boast? Let me show you what true power is. With that, the sea suddenly trembled, and columns of water formed from the ocean surged upward rapidly. This area was directly sealed off. The weight of every drop of seawater increased countless times, restricting their movements. Heavy water domain? Yu Cheng recognized it at a glance. He had dealt with the mad whales for many years and was familiar with their usual tactics. At this moment, he slashed the surface of the sea with his trident, its tip shining with light, harnessing the rules of water as he charged forward. Shockwaves erupted from the trident, causing the seawater to explode with a deafening roar, shaking the surrounding area for miles. The sea god has long ceased to favor you. Do you think this little power can shake my defenses? The mad whale suddenly swung its tail, striking with overwhelming force. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, Yu Chengjiang was sent flying backward, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his hand gripping the spear, trembling slightly. Clearly, in this collision, he was at a disadvantage. The power of the two was simply not on the same level. Looking again at the sapphire crystal on the tail of the mad whale, it had only shattered a few pieces, not injuring it at all. Brother Changjiang, I'll help you, said another merman, picking up a weapon and charging forward, his moves no different, having also comprehended the rules of water. However, this time he rode the waves, summoning the ancestral phantom, and shouted as he attacked. Interesting, the mad whale said with a playful glint in its eyes, opening its mouth wide for a long whale's breath, causing the water surface in the entire area to drop a few inches. Immediately, its already massive body surged even larger, the sapphire armor shattering with a thunderous crash, transforming into a ball of light that was absorbed into its mouth. Following that, a deafening sound wave spread out, the shockwave following closely behind. sweeping out with the power of the mad whale. The ancestral phantom of the merman was indeed powerful, but after being struck by the sound wave, it suddenly became ethereal, the shockwave crashing directly against the trident, erupting with violent aftershocks. Puff! One of the merman's arms was brutally crushed, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string. Seeing this, Cheng Jiang hurriedly stepped forward to catch his body, but the force of the impact was still there, causing him to stagger slightly, nearly falling over. Xiao Yun! Cheng Jiang called out, only to. Xiu Yun had already fainted, her face as pale as paper. The gap in strength between the two sides was simply too great, a one-sided crushing. He couldn't understand why the strength of the mad whale clan had changed so drastically. Originally, the two great clans were nearly equal in power. But now they had become so formidable, it was truly unfathomable. I'll help him heal, brother Cheng Jiang. You buy us some time, reinforcements should be arriving soon. The female merman took Yu Yun's body from his hands, a gentle light appearing in her palm. Okay. Cheng Jiang nodded gravely. Now, only the two of them had combat capability, and with their strength, it would be difficult to withstand the assault of two mad whales. But they could still buy some time. Aegean, that one behind, is up to you. Remember, prioritize protecting yourself. Cheng Jiang instructed in a deep voice. I know, Yu Jian nodded, pulling out his trident and charging out. Your distress signal can't be sent out in the heavy water domain. You might as well accept your deaths. The mad whale spat out another shockwave. Cheng Jiang braced himself against this force, his palms instantly cracking. Blood spraying everywhere. The veins in his body bulged. Cheng Jiang had reached his limit. The fifth sequence world only needs one overlord. The empty title hanging over the merman clan has lasted too long. It's time to help you remove it. Water strikes 3000. As soon as the words left his mouth, a mad whale's tail struck, seemingly the last straw that broke the camel's back, directly sending Cheng Jiang flying. In midair, he spewed blood, his body twisting in a way that was no longer human. In just one encounter, he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Cheng Jiang's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why the opponent, clearly weaker than him, possessed such strength. Brother Cheng Jiang! Yu Jian cried out in anguish. But in that moment of distraction, the mad shark seized the opportunity and shattered his ribcage. In just 10 minutes, the two mad whales had severely injured all 5 of them. The merman clan has never thought of vying for the position of overlord. If you want it, take it, but why must you go to such lengths to kill us all? The female merman's eyes brimmed with tears, falling like pearls. Since birth, she had never felt such despair, such helplessness, leaving her at a loss. Fool, if we don't kill you all, how will the world acknowledge our status? The mad whale clan laughed heartily. Don't worry, your kin will soon accompany you to hell. Water strikes 3000. Again the same technique. This time, the mad whale unleashed its full power, far stronger than before. Feeling the suffocating aura, Yu Cheng's expression changed drastically. It turned out that when they had just fought, they had actually held back. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the two frenzied whales were surrounded by a faint black mist filled with an evil presence. Abyssal power? Have you allied with the abyssal race? Yu Cheng asked incredulously. That's right, only the abyssal race can grant us endless power. The merfolk have clung to their old ways for so long, they should be eliminated by the times. The frenzied whale nodded non-committally. Bastard! Do you know the consequences of siding with the abyssal race? Yu Cheng shouted angrily. The abyssal race slaughters countless beings, merciless and brutal, treating human lives as mere weeds, ready to crush any creature outside their own kind like ants at any moment. Moreover, the abyssal energy can alter the balance of the world, devouring life force and eroding the earth. If the abyssal race were to dominate a world, the living space for other races would cease to exist and extinction would not be far off. In their quest for power, the frenzied whale race had, like the dark elves and scorpion demons, abandoned their honor and become lackeys. Ha ha ha. As long as we have power, who is the boss is another matter. Do you really think we will become vassals? The frenzied whale laughed heartily. When you use abyssal power, your soul is eroded. Wanting to turn back is forever impossible. Why are you talking so much? Do I need you to lecture me? The frenzied whale snorted coldly and suddenly whipped its tail. A violent force swept over, and the sheer wind stung Yu Cheng's face painfully. What the frenzied whale race is doing will surely lead to their own demise. You will regret this. Yu Cheng shouted at the end of his life. At that moment, a flash of light crossed the sky, and he saw something descending rapidly, wrapped in countless grayish gases. Die! The frenzied whale grinned savagely, as if envisioning the scene of a body exploding. However, before the attack could land, a sudden sharp pain shot through its head, followed by darkness, and its body dissolved without warning. Yu Cheng did not wait for death, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What the hell is this? He saw a large cocoon suddenly devour the massive frenzied whale. Whole bones, flesh, and organs were all obliterated. The grayish gas contained a dense power of the Tao, and the runes on the cocoon emitted a shimmering light, embodying some kind of Tao rhythm. Extremely mysterious. After the cocoon devoured, the runes brightened slightly, opening and closing as if breathing. The sudden turn of events caught both the merfolk and the frenzied whales off guard. The cocoon that descended from the sky carried chaotic energy, surrounded by an extraordinary Tao rhythm, truly bizarre. The most peculiar thing was that powerful swallowing force, irresistible. In just one encounter, a strong frenzied whale was completely consumed. Like an evil rebirth technique, after the devouring, one could clearly feel a surge of power, and the surrounding grayish gas also solidified a bit. Yu Cheng struggled to crawl up from the water's surface, emanating a shimmering blue light, his bodily functions gradually recovering. He stared in astonishment at this unknown entity that had unexpectedly saved several lives, two words suddenly appearing in his mind. Heavenly Tao. It can easily break through the heavy water domain. Could this be a treasure of the merfolk? The remaining frenzied whale thought uncertainly. The Bai Bo Sea was already very close to the merfolk's stronghold, so it was not impossible for reinforcements to appear in this area. However, they had clearly sealed off this place, making any communication impossible. What is that? Yu Jin asked, his face full of questions, feeling a strong urge to get closer. A voice in his heart told him that if he could obtain this cocoon, he would surely break through his shackles and achieve an unparalleled realm. Then, disregarding his injuries, Yu Jian walked towards the cocoon, his eyes filled with fervor and greed. Before he could get close, another frenzied whale rushed in faster than him, opening its massive mouth, ready to swallow the cocoon. How could such a divine object be touched by you worthless beings? Accompanied by massive waves crashing, the mad whale launched a powerful attack, swallowing the great cocoon in one bite. After devouring it, the mad whale's aura visibly surged at an astonishing rate. It showed signs of a breakthrough. World-destroying 2 stars, world-destroying 3 stars, world-destroying 4 stars, until it finally stopped at world-destroying 10 stars, just a step away from becoming a demigod. If it completed the divine awakening, it would surely break through directly. Igniting the divine fire would not be impossible. The merfolk present might not know what chaotic energy was, but he did. A few years ago, he had seen a prodigy of the Mad Whale clan obtain a wisp of chaotic energy in a secret realm. Although it was only as thin as a hair, it had elevated the divine fire by 10 zhang. The terrifying energy contained within was beyond anyone's imagination. Right now, this great cocoon was continuously spewing out chaotic energy. If it could be refined, wouldn't it be invincible in the future? With a chaotic energy generator inside, it would only take a year, no, half a year, and what would the divine ranking prodigies amount to? Ha ha. Thank you for allowing me to obtain such a precious treasure. If it weren't for you bringing me here, this opportunity might have been snatched away by someone else. The mad whale was overjoyed, laughing heartily. After the power boost, he felt an endless strength within him. Once again unleashing the water strike, creatures within 100,000 miles would die in an instant. The abyssal power fused with chaotic energy was simply a match made in heaven. Damn it! What do we do now? Fish Jian asked unwillingly. Just a moment ago, he was clearly closer to the great cocoon. If he had been a bit faster, how could he have let it seize the opportunity? They all saw that after obtaining the chaotic energy, the mad whale's strength had explosively increased. A divine object descending, a spectacle not seen in many years? It's fate, just pray for blessings. Fish Chang forced a bitter smile. At this point, what else could he do? Fight back? Who among them had the strength to battle? Escaping was even less of an option. Although he was a warrior, the overwhelming sense of powerlessness in his heart made him lose the will to fight. Accept your fate. In the future, the 5th sequence world will no longer have the existence of the merfolk. I will send all the merfolk to accompany you in death. The mad whale swelled to the extreme, as if it had the whole world. Now he had the right to be arrogant. After completing this task, he only needed to find a quiet place to meditate for half a year. Once he emerged, all the worlds would tremble. Thinking of this, his heart burned with excitement, and his emotions showed on his face. Just as he was about to silence them, his body suddenly swelled a bit. What's happening? The mad whale's massive body instantly ballooned like a balloon and continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, the sapphire crystals on its surface could not bear the weight and shattered with a loud bang. Flesh tore open due to the expansion, blood sprayed everywhere, and the underlying muscles also ripped apart without warning. No, no, no. Wait. The mad whale went from joy to shock, suddenly panicking. This was not how things were supposed to go. How could such a change occur? Backlash? In an instant, several merfolk exchanged glances, the word appearing in their minds simultaneously. Although they did not know what the grayish gas was, if it could so rapidly enhance a person's strength, if their fate was insufficient, they would surely suffer backlash. Divine objects were good, but one must have the qualifications to enjoy them. I can't die. How can I die in this damned place? The mad whale struggled to suppress the chaotic energy within, but he had no place left to digest it. The level had already reached its limit, unable to advance any further. The rules were the same, the chaotic energy continuously surging within had no outlet, almost bursting his body. The mad whale rolled violently on the sea, stirring up monstrous waves. Countless large fish, shrimp, and crabs were instantly crushed by his violent aura. Retreat! He's going to self-destruct. Fish Chung commanded. Then, he quickly grabbed the unconscious fish Bing and retreated rapidly. Just as they escaped to a safe area, a deafening explosion erupted not far away. Flesh and blood flew, staining the sea red, and a large cocoon fell, floating on the surface of the water. Everything happened too suddenly, almost in an instant. If they had run a moment slower, the force of the explosion could have easily killed them. So, are we safe now? The mermaid furrowed her brows, feeling that this situation was too absurd, and its conclusion was equally ridiculous. Originally, they had just come out to Have fun, but who knew they would encounter a mad whale that charged at them without warning? Then they were chased all the way here. Such an unexpected disaster should not have happened, nor should it have ended in this way. But in any case, they had survived. Shang Jiangu. Let's take that cocoon back. Yu Jian licked his lips with longing. The scene of the mad whale's rampage still lingered. In his mind, unforgettable. He had misused it, resulting in backlash. If he had used a more prudent method, he would have been safe. No. This thing is too sinister. We must return immediately and report this matter to the elders of our clan. Yu Chengjiang immediately dismissed the idea. This cocoon was too eerie. It had first devoured the mad whale and then exploded another one. Moreover, the timing of its appearance was too strange, as if it had materialized out of thin air. In the face of the unknown, it was best to consult the clan. Let's go. This world has probably fallen into turmoil. Yu Chengjiang's brow was filled with worry. Moments later, the azure waves returned to tranquility, with the occasional carnivorous fish swimming by, feasting on the flesh and blood left by the mad whale's explosion. For lower-level monsters, these were great supplements. In this world of the weak being preyed upon by the strong, the survival of the fittest also applied. In some respects, it was even more brutal than other sequential worlds. Racial conflicts were always the most brutal battles. Even in victory, there would be injuries, and one must guard against the lurking predators in times of weakness. A day later, a group of mermaids arrived at this place riding sea dragons. All of them possessed demigod strength, exuding extraordinary auras, shimmering with divine light. Yu Chengjiang was among them, the weakest presence here, lowering his head and not daring to speak. The leading mermaid wore a silver crown, radiating an aura of authority, her eyes scanning the sea with a scrutinizing gaze. A swarm of fish and shrimp sensed the presence of the newcomers, dropping their bloody meals and fleeing for their lives. The divine object you mentioned is right. Here, asked Yu Sanwang. Yes, your majesty, just ahead, Yu Chengjiang replied respectfully, keeping a low profile. Yu Sanwang leaned down, lightly tapping the sea surface, causing ripples to spread out. Suddenly, a flash of light revealed the scene of the battle between the mad whale and Yu Chengjiang from a day ago, appearing like a slideshow. If Emperor Chu were present, he would be astonished. This kind of technique had already touched the second layer of the rules of time. It was akin to a time rewind. Although it was not a high-level technique, being able to wield the power of rules to this extent was already impressive. The time of the rewind was quick, and in the blink of an eye, the main content was reviewed. When Yu Sanwang saw the cocoon appear and the scene of the mad whale being devoured and exploded, his brow furrowed. Interesting. Seeing this, Yu Chengjiang hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, what exactly is this thing? The other mermaid royals were equally shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chaos energy, also the power of the heavenly Tao, Yu Sanwang explained. What? Hearing this, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in their minds. The rarity of chaos energy surpassed that of the crystal of rules. It could be said that the power of the heavenly Tao itself was something ordinary people could hardly reach. Yet this cocoon continuously produced it, revealing just how astonishing it was. Let's go take a look. Yu Sanhuang flew toward the location of the cocoon. Upon arriving, he looked at the distant, grayish sea surface. A hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes, the merfolk royal family, upon seeing the physical object, could hardly contain their excitement, wishing they could rush forward immediately to scrape some chaotic energy. However, since the Fish Emperor had not yet spoken, they dared not act recklessly and could only watch eagerly as the chaotic energy floated in the air. Your Majesty, how should we handle this? Fish Chang asked curiously. After a moment of contemplation, the Fish Emperor replied, Fishbang, go investigate the situation. Yes. A demigod merman nodded and flew forward, holding a trident. However, just as he approached the large cocoon, before he could see its true form, a powerful devouring force suddenly erupted, draining all the energy from his body. Not good. Fishbang's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly retreated. In just half a breath's time, his mental energy was depleted, and its level was even on the decline. What a sinister thing. Returning to the side of the Fish Emperor, Fishbang's face was filled with horror as he said, Your Majesty, this is not a divine object, there is a living being inside. A living being. Boom. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, shaking the hearts of everyone present. What did they just hear? The large cocoon actually contained a living being? If that were true, how terrifying would its power be? The endless chaotic energy, even a casual release during battle could easily crush a demigod. At this moment, a question arose in everyone's minds. Who exactly was the being inside the cocoon? If I remember correctly, the Tianji mansion of the top 10 powers has a technique that can wrap itself and merge into the great Tao, Fishbang mused, stroking his chin. The Tianji mansion has no conflict with us, they are in the 4th sequence world and won't come here. Another royal family member said. Moreover, no one in the Tianji mansion could possess such immense chaotic energy, even if they did, they wouldn't allow it to flow into other sequence worlds. This chaotic energy is too sinister, and it carries a devouring force. Should we call the Great Emperor to take a look? No. The Great Emperor's divine seed is at a critical moment, no one can disturb him. As the discussion yielded no results, the few of them grew anxious. At this moment, the Fish Emperor spoke, I will go. Take a look, you all wait here. Your Majesty, you mustn't The devouring force is too strong. Even you might encounter danger, Fishbang hurriedly advised. Do you have a better plan? The fish Emperor's gaze was piercing as he stared at Fishbang. After a pause, the Fish Emperor descended from the sea dragon, donned a shield, and soared forward. His speed was not fast. With each step, the surface shield grew stronger. When he reached the outer edge of the chaotic energy, chains of rules suddenly appeared, wrapping around his body. Caution is the mother of safety. In the face of the unknown, even someone as powerful as the Fish Emperor must remain vigilant. Those behind him saw the Emperor enter and felt their hearts leap to their throats, not daring to look away. The Fish Emperor did not walk quickly within the chaotic energy. The surface shield was continuously worn down, and his speed was rapid. Truly sinister, the Fish Emperor took a deep breath and saw the true form of the large cocoon. From 100 feet away, he could clearly see the shape of the cocoon and the runes flickering on it. These runes seemed to have a life of their own, frantically devouring everything in the world, including elements, laws, and rules. The Fish Emperor stopped, faintly hearing a rumbling thunder. Although the sound was faint, he still caught it. Thunder. Rules, could it be? The Fish Emperor's pupils suddenly constricted. He suddenly remembered a person. At that moment, the sky was filled with brilliant light and mist rose gently. The dazzling radiance illuminated every corner of the world, and all living beings were enveloped in the light. Fishchang extended his hands, feeling a warm current enter his body, healing all the hidden injuries left from yesterday's battle. Blessings to the world, what great power is this? Not only was he astonished, but even the several old monsters beside him felt their lifespans extend slightly. Soon after, a bell rang, echoing through the 9 heavens and 10 realms. The bell tolled repeatedly, until it reached the 9th chime. Suddenly, a road to the heavens appeared in the dome, leading to an endless land, dazzling and sacred. Besides the sound of the bell, there were many figures and imprints left by ancient sages on the road. They had fought here, leaving behind blood and tears. 9 chimes of the bell, the divine path has opened, murmured the Emperor Yuzong. The battle across the heavens was an unprecedented grand event, spanning all sequential worlds. At the end of the Age of Decline, the battle for divine positions began. All the prodigies recognized by the heavens would tread this path. No matter how brutal the blood rain and storm awaiting them, they would walk forward without hesitation. Becoming a god was everyone's wish and the lifelong pursuit of their goals. If one were to change their profession not for that supreme position, it would be better to turn around and become a farmer, spending a lifetime in the countryside, drinking morning dew and returning at dusk. Wouldn't that be beautiful? In the midst of chaos, the divine path opened, and the greatest turmoil in history was about to begin. At the snowy peak where the first sequence world, the Dragon Xia Empire, met the Asan Kingdom, snowflakes fell from the sky, creating a strange spectacle. This place was covered in snow year-round, hailed as the highest mountain range in this world, said to hold the strongest ice-type forbidden spell at its summit, absolute zero. However, how many difficulties and dangers lay along the way, and how many perilous bosses lurked? In such low temperatures, few could survive here. The terrifying cold could freeze demigods into ice in an instant. It could be said that this mountain was a forbidden zone filled with mystery. At that moment, a vortex suddenly appeared at the mountain's peak, hiding a lush world, a beautiful world in stark contrast to this place. Master, I'm going down the mountain, don't worry too much, a slightly lazy voice drifted out. Get lost. You think I can live in peace without you? Better than having you nagging in my ear all day, the white-haired old man scolded, waving his dustbrush to shoo him away. Then, a young figure stepped out of the vortex, a rosy and handsome face filled with joy, unable to resist taking a deep breath upon seeing the snowy world. After 50 years, I've finally come out. This person wore a coarse cloth robe, with long hair casually draped down, holding a compass, observing the celestial phenomena. Ha! Someone has grasped the power of the heavenly path? Could it be that guy? The young Taoist looked surprised, glancing with interest at the divine path in the dome. Interesting, such a spectacular contest on the divine path, how could I, Jiang Buju, miss it? With that, the young Taoist took a step and instantly appeared thousands of miles away. If anyone were present, they would surely exclaim, this was true shrinking of the earth, a form of Taoist magic. After Jiang Buju left for a moment, an aged voice came from the vortex. The honor of the Dao sect rests on you, little beast. If you can't obtain a divine position, I won't close my eyes even in death. Got it, master, you've been nagging for 50 years. Don't worry, I've calculated. For myself, those who can rival me won't exceed a handful. Jiang Buju chuckled as he departed, the vast ice and snow before him seeming like nothing easily traversed. His body seemed to contain a mysterious power that could isolate all things. This was the true invulnerability of all methods. In the second sequence world, a world full of vitality, colossal beasts could be seen everywhere. Even a single tree towered thousands of feet high, some reaching into the clouds, terrifying like deities. Hidden within a grove was a palace. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed from the treetops as a flame-wreathed monkey wielded a towering ancient tree, engaging in a fierce battle. The terrifying beast, standing 100,000 feet tall, was the king of this region, possessing demigod-level strength, ruling over myriad beasts with terrifying power. It contained a trace of the bloodline of an ancient divine ape, possessing immense strength. However, its opponent was even larger, its wings unfurling to block out the sun. The raging thunder wreaked havoc in all directions, and with a single bite, it severed the monkey's neck. Blood immediately gushed out, staining the earth and many trees, gathering into a river. The ancient dragon let out a long roar, gnawing on the flesh and blood of its spoils to replenish its energy. At that moment, a voice called out from the palace. Cubs, come back when you're full, it's time to set off. The dragon responded and quickened its pace, swiftly devouring the massive monkey until nothing was left but a crystal-clear skeleton. Then, it shrank in size, flying into the palace with its round belly. Countless scholars greeted it warmly along the way, and the bolder ones even approached to pat the cub's head. After leaping over tens of thousands of steps, it headed straight for the highest hall of the Louvre. Eek! The cub bumped into Feng Yan's arms, its big watery eyes looking up as it affectionately licked his cheek. You little rascal, your appetite is getting bigger. You've eaten all the ferocious beasts from the second sequence world, haven't you? Feng Yan affectionately scratched the cub's neck, which let out a comfortable sound, clearly enjoying it. At that moment, a loud crash was heard nearby as a tree, embraced by dozens of people, was forcibly uprooted. A strong man with his upper body bare directly carried the tree to the palace and set the trunk down. I searched for this tree for a month. It will be enough firewood for 10 years, Deluo said in a deep voice. Feng Yan helplessly tapped his forehead, looking quite dejected. Deluo was good at everything, except for being stubborn. Originally, he was quite unapproachable, but after 3 years of being influenced by many scholars, he had gradually become a bit more personable. However, he still wasn't very good at expressing himself and always preferred to convey his feelings in his own way. Now, he had brought back such a large tree without considering whether there was space in the Louvre for such a thing. Ahem, Deluo, tidy up a bit, it's time to set off, Feng Yan reminded. Okay. A glimmer of joy flashed in Deluo's eyes. Moments later, the three of them were ready to depart, arriving at the entrance of the Louvre. Behind them stood a sea of scholars, all holding a book in their hands, their faces showing varying degrees of reluctance. Brother Feng, remember to come back after it's done, I'm still waiting for you to discuss techniques with me. Cub, you too, there may not be much else here, but there's always plenty of food. Deluo, be careful, no one will tell you stories anymore, so don't stay up at night. Looking at the scholars bidding them farewell, Feng Yan smiled broadly and waved, go back, after this trip, our names will surely resonate throughout the worlds. Eek. Alright. The three of them all showed reluctance in their eyes. To be honest, after staying here for 3 years, the Louvre had long become an inseparable part of their hearts. Although they had encountered many unpleasant things when they first arrived, and it was said that scholars had pried and looked down on other practitioners, they found that these scholars were actually quite lovable, with genuine personalities being the majority. Let's go, we can't keep Chu Chen waiting. Feng Yan smiled slightly and turned to leave. Before they had walked half a mile, a leisurely voice came from behind. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you want to leave me behind? The three turned around to see a handsome young man with a folding fan, a warm smile on his face, stepping through the air. You've come out of seclusion? Feng Yan said with joy. Lu Taiqing gently waved his fan, and his transcendent aura was unmistakable. Compared to 3 years ago, he now bore some semblance to an ancient sage. If you don't come out soon, won't the path of the gods be taken over by you and brother Shu? Feeling the aura from Lu Taiqing, Feng Yan spoke. You've really read your way to becoming a demigod. Have you comprehended the sacred texts completely? The sacred texts have given me a new direction. While casual reading is good, the wisdom of the ancients is not limited to just this, Lu Taiqing said, the folding fan in his hand shimmering with a unique glow, surrounded by a hint of faith. Power. So it seems that Chu Chen has not gone back on his word after all. Feng Yan nodded slightly. Indeed, it was worth it for me to protect his path for a year. Lu Taiqing was in an exceptionally good mood, breaking the norm with a smile that revealed his teeth. So how did you manage it? For 3 years, I wanted to see what the sacred text looked like, but you never showed it to me. Is it really that miraculous? Feng Yan asked as they walked. Rather than calling it a sacred text, it's more about the grand aspirations of a scholar, Lu Taiqing said, a mysterious look appearing on his face. Elaborate? There are countless books in the world, and even if a scholar spends their entire life, they cannot read them all, let alone fully grasp the true meaning within. To read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles, that is the true essence of us scholars. Lu Taiqing opened his folding fan, revealing a map of rivers and mountains, encompassing every corner of the world, like a unique map. The figures on the map moved, as if watching a movie, which was incredibly magical. At this sight, Feng Yan realized that Lu Taiqing, the leader of literary and philosophical pursuits, had entered an extremely high realm. To call him a sage would not be an exaggeration, he deserved that title. Brother Chu pointed the way for me, letting me know that the task of a scholar is not only to read extensively and explore the universe, but most importantly, to pass on knowledge, Lu Taiqing explained. Wasn't the Louvre established for the purpose of inheritance? Feng Yan asked curiously. If what Lu Taiqing said was true, then the great path he sought had always been around him, he just hadn't discovered it. Yes, but also no, Lu Taiqing said, glancing down at his fan, and softly added, to carry on the teachings of the ancients and to bring peace to all generations, that is my grand aspiration. Upon hearing this, Feng Yan's body shook, his eyes filled with disbelief. To carry on the teachings of the ancients indicated that his future path would be centered on inheritance, perhaps he would spend his entire life pursuing this path, never resting. To bring peace to all generations resonated perfectly with the idea of reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles. Lu Taiqing's wish was to become a mentor to all people in the world. Have you already made up your mind? This path will be more tedious and arduous than you imagine. Feng Yan frowned. If I suffer alone, what harm is there in bringing blessings to the world? If I do not forsake the small self, how can I achieve the great self? Lu Taiqing countered. Feng Yan was momentarily speechless, shaking his head slightly. He did not have such a grand dream. His aspiration was to ride in fine clothes and gallop through the rivers and lakes, but he did not know if he would ever have the chance in this lifetime. In the future, when you teach, perhaps I can travel 10,000 miles with you, Feng Yan finally managed to say after a long silence. Lu Taiqing was taken aback, clearly not expecting Feng Yan to say such a thing, a warm current suddenly flowing through his heart, quite moved. What? Are you not going to care about Brother Chu anymore? Lu Taiqing teased. He will always be my brother, and you will always be my friend, the two are not in conflict. Feng Yan replied. Who can say what the future holds? If you and I were to die on the divine path, perhaps Brother Chu could still erect a monument for us in the Ziwei Imperial City, maintaining our legacy for 100 years. Chu Chen has probably already stepped onto the divine path, right? With his personality, he wouldn't rest until he breaks through this sky. What kind of surprise will this bring us? Just thinking about the fierce person who has entered the divine awareness makes one curious. The two exchanged smiles, mounting their steeds and racing towards the divine path in the sky. In the secret chamber of the Su family, which had been sealed for a long time, the bronze door slowly opened, and a graceful figure stepped out. Her silky black hair flowed with the wind. Her slender phoenix brows, eyes like stars in the bright moon, a delicate jade nose, rosy cheeks, and cherry-like lips, her flawless face carried a cool demeanor, resembling a celestial being, evoking no sense of defilement. Yueshi has come out of seclusion? What have you gained? Su Weiguo rushed over at the sound. 3 years ago, the battle between Chu Chen and the Chu Emperor spread throughout the third sequence world, known by all. How powerful will Chu Chen become after retrieving the remnant soul and gaining the aspirations of the high law? No one knew. Since that time, Su Yueshi had been greatly stimulated, declaring that she would also participate in the divine path competition, and resolutely entered the Su family's forbidden area of certain death to cultivate. 3 years ago, she was merely at the myth level. Now she had completed her divine awakening, and was only a step away from becoming a demigod. With dual hidden professions, the fusion of ice and space systems would be immensely powerful, yet no one knew how strong it would be. Su Yueshi slightly lifted her eyelids and simply said, the 3-year period has come to an end, it's time to go. After saying this, Su Yueshi's body gradually merged into space and disappeared. Hey, you! Su Weiguo hadn't had the chance to speak when Su Yueshi left just like that. He let out a deep sigh. As a father, he hadn't fulfilled much of his responsibility. Since his daughter changed her profession, he had been unable to provide much help. It could be said that although she was born into the Su family, she hadn't utilized many resources. At this moment, Su Yu walked over and said, Uncle, let her go, this child has grown up. This girl is too stubborn, just like her mother, Su Weiguo said helplessly. The divine path is the dream of all those who change professions. She wants to pursue her dream, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can rest assured, Su Yu comforted. Yes, it's all about dreams. Su Weiguo's thoughts drifted, and a nostalgic look appeared in his eyes. Who didn't have grand ideals back in the day? To achieve invincibility in the world? But things don't always go as planned. Sometimes, with more responsibilities on one's shoulders, many ideals turn into elusive dreams. The turmoil triggered by the opening of the divine path was endless, with heavenly events unfolding everywhere. On this day, in the extreme north of the first sequence world, a black dragon emerged, shaking the world. In the south, stars fell to the mortal realm, with gun intent soaring towards the heavenly gate. On this day, in the fourth sequence world, a green bull trod the heavens. In the west, a Buddhist temple chanted endlessly, summoning a Buddha to preside over an equal land. On this day, scholars ascended the divine path, having studied in the heavens for 50 years, their knowledge no longer belonging to the mortal realm. It was also on this day that a shocking chaotic storm erupted in the fifth sequence world, sweeping across billions of miles, leaving rivers of blood in its wake, with all spirits kneeling in submission. The merfolk's royal master, accompanied by the clan's prodigies, respectfully bowed and said, Please, young friend, protect our clan's prodigies. When the divine path ends, there will surely be great rewards. The prodigy standing beside him looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The voice, though not loud, could be clearly heard within the great cocoon. Yet, there was no response, as if it held no interest. Your Majesty, why do I need protection from others? Before he could finish, the Fish Emperor scolded, Shut up! If you lose your life, our clan will surely face extinction in 1,000 years. This is also the will of the great emperor. He then turned and gritted his teeth, saying, After the journey of the divine path, our merfolk are willing to offer the faith of the entire clan. For 100 years. At least 1,000 years, came the voice from the great cocoon. All right. The Fish Emperor nodded in pain. Leave him to me, for someone I want to protect, even dying is a luxury. Such arrogant words were something Yu Xuanji had never heard before. What kind of place was the divine path? It gathered all the prodigies from the myriad worlds, and no one knew what challenges they would face. No one could guarantee their survival. In the face of the unknown, this person was not only arrogant but also claimed he would ensure his own survival? Arrogant. Do you think you are a deity of this age? Let's not even mention this transaction. First, come out of this great cocoon, Yu Xuanji frowned. He then turned to the Fish Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, being timid is not our clan's style, and with my strength, why would I need protection from others?" Yu Xuanji was ranked 10th on the divine list and had once challenged a divine avatar, only losing after 5 exchanges. While such a record might not be unparalleled, it was certainly not something any random person could easily surpass. The merfolk were one of the top 10 races with profound heritage. Standing at the pinnacle among the myriad worlds, looking across the heavens, they still needed someone to protect them? It was simply the height of absurdity. The Mad Whale clan comes with great momentum, their ambitions as wild as wolves. They have already allied with the Abyss clan, and how many of their pawns are on the divine path, no one knows, said Fish Sangwang with a cold expression. Kill one if they come, kill a pair if they come in twos. Fish Xuanji's eyes burst with a chilling killing intent. This matter concerns the future of our clan. Do you think this emperor and the great emperor would joke around with the power of faith? A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Fish Sangwang's face. The matter of trade has nothing to do with me. Even if I die in battle, I will not beg others to save my life. After saying this, Fish Xuanji leaped up, soaring 90,000 miles, disappearing into the clouds. How could this emperor not know your thoughts? Fish Sangwang murmured, slowly shaking his head. He then looked at the great cocoon and respectfully said, "Please do not forget our agreement, the stakes still count." He is a very proud person. This trade should not have been known to him. The emperor should understand this better than I do, Shuchen said slowly. With a heart higher than the heavens, if we cannot restrain our impatience, how can we entrust our clan's future to him? How can we survive the calamity after the abyss descends? Fish Sangwang's face was filled with melancholy. Since the emperor has chosen me, then rest assured, what I, Chu Chen, have promised will definitely be fulfilled. Then I will trouble you. Fish Sangwang nodded slightly, the heavy stone in his heart slowly settling. As the future emperor of the merfolk, Fish Xuanji bore much more pressure than others from a young age. Now that even the Mad Whale clan is turned against them, the merfolk would surely be the first to be targeted. They needed to be fully prepared. And the bloodline of the sea god within Fish Xuanji would be the key. So he could not afford to have any accidents. The endless seven-colored divine path stretched across the heavens like a road to the divine, visible to the end yet feeling extremely distant. On the divine path, there existed many imprints, as if the traces left by sages battling here for countless eras. Occasionally, roars of anger and unwilling wails could be heard. For the proud, the most tragic thing in the world is the decline of heroes. Those in decline have lost all opportunities. Those who can ascend the divine path, even if recognized by the heavens, must be under 1,000 years old. Beyond this range, no matter how outstanding, there is no chance. At this moment, one by one, the proud began to ascend the divine path, arriving at the starting point, gazing at the divine temple ahead, their eyes flashing with fervor and battle intent. Is this the legendary divine path? Such a strong aura of rules, I can even sense divinity in the void, a beautiful woman exclaimed in surprise. Finally, I've waited for this opportunity. Let my invincible path begin from here. I wonder how many proud will participate in this competition in this era. Historical records show that many have walked the divine path in the past, especially in ancient times. At least 1,000, at most. Tens of thousands. In the most prosperous ancient era, all clans had their proud participating. The end of the law era, though the most hopeless, has given rise to many prodigies breaking shackles. Unprecedented in history. This is both an end and a beginning. Suddenly, a massive figure swept in from the distant horizon, shrouded in black clouds, with an imposing and unmatched aura. The crowd turned to look, only to see a gigantic black dragon appearing on the divine path, its domineering aura and disdainful gaze instilling fear. Black Dragon King. I didn't expect him to come too. Isn't the dragon's nest closed? How can there still be a dragon emerging? Because this guy has awakened his ancestral bloodline. He possesses all the powers and inheritances of the ancient black dragon, making him extremely formidable. Upon closer inspection, it was found that every scale on the Black Dragon King's body was imprinted with ancient divine scripts, and its massive body of 500,000 zhang exerted tremendous pressure. There are thousands of types of dragons: gem dragons, fire dragons, water dragons, sleeping dragons, each containing wondrous powers. For example, gem dragons, whose bodies are composed of various gems, are incredibly hard, with defensive capabilities considered the best in the heavens. The thunder dragon is the master of the world's thunder, the controller of the thunder element. The black dragon, however, is the most terrifying. They are known as the source of evil, capable of destroying everything and bringing despair and pain. The dragon language magic they wield is even more sinister, able to devour all, mastering the rules of consumption. The moment the Black Dragon King appeared, many proud talents were filled with fear and did not dare to look directly. At this time, the Black Dragon King walked directly towards the temple, and along the way, the proud talents made way. However, before it could reach the temple, a monk clad in a kasaya arrived, stepping with the rhythm of Buddhism. This person looked different from the Holy Buddha clan. He came from the Thunder Sound Temple in the 6th sequence world, recognized as a holy place of Buddhism and Taoism. Ahmet Ba, the monk named Jiashin, stood with his left hand on his chest and held a Buddhist staff in his right hand, slowly moving forward. Surrounding him were numerous Buddhist and Taoist scriptures. Although he did not speak, people could still hear the sound of chanting. This was the manifestation of the great achievement of Buddhism and Taoism. becoming a Buddha on the spot, capable of saving all beings. The ancestor of the 30,000 Buddhas on the divine list Jiaxin. 10 years ago, he fought against Qin Taiyuan. The two were in a stalemate for 100 days, with no clear winner. In the end, the swordsmanship leader left on his own, and thus he fell to the 4th position on the divine list. The ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas has countless followers. It is said that as long as one listens to his chanting, any living being will become a devout believer. Jiaxin's arrival put immense pressure on many proud talents. He was a powerful existence on par with the Black Dragon King. Soon, he also reached the front of the temple, standing side by side with the Black Dragon King. Ding! A flash of light appeared, and the ghost dragon emerged, sword light sweeping in, cutting through countless clouds and mist. A young man in white stood with his sword, floating like an immortal, his deep-set eyes containing billions of stars, and his rugged exterior gave people a sense of familiarity. Here he comes, the 4th on the divine list, the swordsmanship leader, Qin Taiyuan. Following the sword energy was the intent of the spear. A silver spear came with the momentum of breaking the heavens, suddenly thrusting into the ground before the temple. A figure descended from the sky, standing at the tail of the spear. Dressed in a blue brocade robe, with a dark red belt around his waist, his hair neatly arranged, and beneath his brows were beautiful phoenix eyes, with a slender physique. He looked frail, yet contained a violent power within. The 2nd on the divine list, the spearsmanship leader, Bu Jingyun. Many strong individuals gathered, and while people felt immense pressure, their emotions were quite stirred. The once elusive divine dragons could now be seen all at once. Although they are all under 1,000 years old, their strength has already surpassed many ancient monsters of great clans. They can be said to be the top-tier prodigies of the heavens. The prosperity of the end of the law era is not at all inferior to that of the ancient times. Perhaps it is a return of light. It has been a long time since a new god has appeared. People discussed animatedly, many with flushed faces from excitement. Perhaps in this era, they would witness the emergence of a new god, completely breaking the curse that mortals cannot become gods. Qin Taiyuan walked to Jiaxin's side and said coolly, "Haven't seen you in a few years. Have you made any progress in strength?" Ba. Benefactor, your killing intent is too heavy. Why not enter my Thundersound temple? This little monk can surely help you cleanse the demons in your heart, Jiaxin replied. You bald donkey, with so many followers under you, you still don't forget to take action against me? I have no interest in your broken temple, Qin Taiyuan said slowly. Jiaxin raised his eyes to glance at the temple but did not respond. The two did not have a deep-seated grudge, they simply walked different paths. Jiaxin wished to save all beings, while Qin Taiyuan believed only in his sword cutting through all illusions. Everyone has their own beliefs, and it is perfectly normal for them to clash. However, they were both very stubborn, walking their own paths to the end, not turning back until death. This little interlude quickly passed, and soon many more people arrived on the divine path. In just one day, over 5,000 had arrived. There were still 2 days until the divine path officially opened, and the final number of proud talents reaching it would be at least 10,000. This competition would be unprecedentedly fierce. Look! The proud talent of the Mad Whale clan is here. A sudden cry of surprise rang out, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw a colossal beast treading the waves, its aura rivaling that of the Black Dragon King. Behind it followed a scorpion and a dark-skinned elf. The three of them walked together, with ominous clouds swirling above their heads, creating a truly eerie scene. The Scorpion clan and the Dark Knight elves? Haven't they already switched sides? How could they be mingling with the Mad Whale clan? Could it be that the Mad Whale clan has also switched sides? Such a result left everyone in shock. If one of the top 10 races had turned traitor, how much would their overall combat power be diminished? Moreover, the Abyss clan was already powerful. If they weakened the overall strength of all races, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for them. In this case, when the Abyss Legion emerged, it would be a battle that brought devastation to all living beings. The three did not head to the first tier but instead found an unoccupied corner to rest. The divine path accommodates all things, even the Abyss clan has the right to participate. Although many present harbored hatred for the Abyss clan, at this moment, no one dared to provoke them. Just relying on the prodigies of the Mad Whale clan could slay over 90% of all beings. Unless top-tier combatants like Qin Taiyuan and others took action, there would be no opportunity. But Qin Taiyuan was not foolish. In his heart, the divine position was above all, and there was no need to reveal his trump card here. The same thought crossed the minds of Jiaxin and Bu Jingyun. Half a day passed and a grand path composed of countless scrolls appeared out of thin air. Following that was a thunderous dragon roar that shattered the heavens. The Black Dragon King, who was in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes at the moment he heard the roar. The leaders of the literary path and the sealing path have arrived. And the fierce warrior under the seat of the fierce man, the ancient thunder dragon, and the pure-blood Holy Spirit. What a powerful aura. After 3 years, their strength has greatly increased. The momentum of the ancient thunder dragon is quite similar to that of the Black Dragon King. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and the two may very well engage in a contest. The pure blood Holy Spirit seems to have also reached the 7th transformation. How could their improvement be so rapid? What kind of potent medicine have they taken? Feng Yan jumped down from Zai Zai, standing with his hands behind his back, scanning the surroundings. It seems we are not late, the timing is just right. Lu Taiqing wore a smile as warm as spring, carefully examining the faces of everyone present, as if searching for someone. Has Brother Chu not arrived yet? He is not someone who would be late. The moment Zai Zai landed, he locked eyes with the Black Dragon King, their sizes matched, and their auras clashed, stirring up a great storm. One side flashed with lightning, while the other was shrouded in dark clouds. The rules of thunder and the rules of devouring tested each other, with battle intent soaring high. Oh, there's also a dragon here, Zai Zai, could that guy be your relative? Feng Yan asked curiously. Roar Zai Zai called out, meaning I don't know it. If you don't know it, why greet it? Let's find an opportunity to take it down later. Feng Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into sudden silence. Even Bu Jingyun and Jiaxin couldn't help but glance at Feng Yan. Feng Yan had not been this kind of person before, perhaps being close to Chu Chen had influenced him, and he had picked up some of Chu Chen's traits. It seems this journey on the divine path will bring many interesting events. Bu Jingyun smiled gently. Amatba, benefactor, you are so warlike and your heart is filled with malice. Over time, it will inevitably have a negative impact on the path of the Great Way. May I assist you? Jiaxin asked. Bald donkey, keep talking and see if I won't use a gun to shut your mouth. Bu Jingyun sneered. Jiaxin, understanding the situation, did not continue speaking and merely closed his eyes to chant scriptures. Qin Taiyuan and Bu Jingyun could be considered fellow townsmen, both or from the 9th sequence world, and Jianxian Peak was not far from the latter's residence. At this moment, the two shared a tacit understanding and were quite indifferent to this bald donkey. Suddenly, the Dark Knight Elf and the Scorpion clan both stood up, their expressions unfriendly as they approached Feng Yan. Where is Chu Chen? Have him come out. A loud voice spread across the divine path, drawing the attention of many. What do you think you are? Do you have the right to call my brother by his name? Feng Yan said coldly. The Dark Knight Elf sneered. Chu Chen slaughtered countless of my kin and destroyed the foundation of my clan. This grudge cannot be shared under heaven. Although the Scorpion Demon clan did not speak, their attitude was the same as that of the Dark Knight Elf. You two really have thick skin, siding with the enemy and still having the face to speak here? Feng Yan was so angry he laughed. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents, our clan merely did the right thing at the right time, the Dark Knight Elf said coldly. Ridiculous. Even as traitors, you speak so elegantly, you truly are one of a kind. Feng Yan laughed loudly, his sarcasm evident. Boom. At that moment, a thick layer of dark clouds suddenly covered the heads of the crowd, thunder roared, and the sound traveled for 100,000 miles. Streams of chaotic energy spread out, collapsing space and shattering the evil clouds. A terrifying aura swept out, shaking the entire divine path, as if fear had emerged, trembling slightly. The chaotic energy above condensed into clouds floating within, with faint flashes of lightning, a grand spectacle. Faintly, everyone could see a large cocoon wrapped in the chaotic clouds, runes flickering, indicating something extraordinary. An ethereal aura spread out, divine power boundless, creating a golden ocean that poured into every corner. The young talents bathed in this divine power, their pores opening wide, their cells cheering in delight. Which powerful being is transcending tribulation? Such strong divine power. That is divine awareness. This person has reached the most critical step. What? How can divine awareness have such a grand momentum? In my opinion, this should be the tribulation for forging a divine seed. Otherwise, how could there be such a vast ocean of divine power? Speculations abounded, but one thing was certain: if they could pass this tribulation, they would surely gain great fortune. They all understood the value of chaotic power. Such a great opportunity was not something everyone was qualified to possess. Feng Yan looked at this scene, his heart stirred, and he spoke. Taiqing, is it him? Under heaven, besides the fierce man Chu Chen, who else could bring such great surprise to all beings? Lu Taiqing smiled, his eyes filled with respect. Along the way, Chu Chen proved with strength that arrogance was not without capital to support it. From the soul gathering coffin to the breaking heaven city, then shattering the conspiracy of the South Dipper Pavilion's ancestor, and defeating the young lord of Twilight City, Chu Di. Lu Taiqing had witnessed all of this. Chu Chen was merciless to his enemies and loyal to his friends. Such a person, if he did not achieve the great Tao, would be hard to justify in the eyes of heaven. So this is his reason for being late. It is understandable. Feng Yan nodded slightly, his head suddenly turning to the side. He saw a sky curtain suddenly rise beside the chaotic clouds, a black-red aura appearing in an instant. What is that? Two completely different auras collided and devoured each other, producing a harsh sound like metal clashing. The cycle Tao. This is also the final tribulation of divine awareness. The smile on Lu Taiqing's face vanished, his brow furrowing. On the same day, at the same moment, two divine awareness tribulations appeared. Qin Taiyuan gently stroked the sword in his hand, chuckling lightly. Interesting. Amatba, this is a chaotic world. I hope no more tragedies befall the living. The cautious monk recited scriptures, appearing oblivious to the world. Boo. Jingyan carried a silver-white spear on his back, looking up at the sky. This is what makes it interesting. Otherwise, even if the divine path opens, how can one ignite the fighting spirit in the face of a bunch of useless trash? The useless trash referred to those young talents who barely gained the recognition of the heavens. Their strength was indeed not bad, but in Bu Jingyan's eyes, they were no different from waste. Soon, that sky curtain transformed into a human face, with clear features and divine light bursting from its eyes, the cycle ring appearing. Heavenly path, human path, Azura path, hell path, hungry ghost path, animal path. The 6 realms of reincarnation displayed perfection, all shimmering with light, and the portal revealed itself. Upon seeing this, a figure suddenly appeared in people's minds. So it's him. The young lord of Twilight City, Chu Di. It's been a full 3 years since the last battle with the Fierce One. Has he been cultivating the path of reincarnation all this time? Indeed, if the path of reincarnation is cultivated to its peak, it is not much weaker than the lofty law. What does Chu Di mean by this? Is he planning to step on his opponent during the divine awakening? The other party is the chaos path. Gasps of surprise echoed. Who would have thought that before the divine path officially opened, such a brilliant contest would erupt? This contest was not about life and death, but merely a struggle for pride, to prove who was the more monstrous genius. Although some had a childish mindset, no one dared to say anything. After all, such a divine calamity was not something everyone was qualified to provoke. The weak had no right to comment. Suddenly, the gate of hungry ghosts abruptly opened, and thousands upon thousands of hungry ghosts rushed out, seizing the chaotic energy to devour. The piercing sound of tearing made people's scalps tingle. The hungry ghosts now were many times stronger than 3 years ago. It was evident how much effort Chu Di had put into this aspect after his defeat. However, relying solely on hungry ghosts could not shake the chaos path. In an instant, many hungry ghosts froze in midair, transforming into wisps of chaotic energy, filling the chaotic clouds. The first confrontation ended with a complete victory for the chaos path, and Chu Di was not anxious, it seemed. He had anticipated this. Who exactly is the owner of the chaos path? How did such a genius emerge out of nowhere? I've never heard of anyone comprehending the laws of chaos before. Moreover, looking at Chu Di's actions, it seems there is some enmity between the two. Could it be that person? Speculation had begun, but it still needed verification. Just thinking of that one who controlled the chaos path made one tremble all over. With his already defiant nature, gaining this path would be like adding wings to a tiger. How far is it to truly be invincible in the world? Soon, the gate of 6 paths opened another portal, revealing the hell path. The Hell King stepped out from the portal, his fierce and terrifying face causing the temperature of the entire world to plummet as if entering a cold winter. But that was not the end. The portals to the beast path and the human path opened simultaneously. The ancient fierce beasts that had disappeared for billions of years roared into existence, instantly occupying half the sky. The massive figures once again displayed the might of their former dominance, and the fear from their bloodlines slowly emerged. 9-headed divine lions, jade gold snakes, ghostly celestial tigers. Before the people appeared a scene they could hardly bear to look back on. The human race was ruthlessly devoured and slaughtered, reduced to mere food. Yet that was not the end. Many ancient sages stepped out from the human path, holding brushes and ink, pointing out the landscape. A powerful aura swept out, and many geniuses quickly unleashed their strength to resist, their faces filled with fear. Has the 6 paths of reincarnation been cultivated to this extent? Only the strongest Azura path and heavenly path have yet to be displayed. The path of reincarnation is the most mysterious. Throughout the ages, not many have reached the transformation realm. Chu Di truly is a prodigy. The young lord of Twilight City is not just a name. However, with the heavenly path not emerging, the opportunity is slim. The ancient fierce beasts and ancient sages struck simultaneously, an endless array of colorful lights shot out. Mushroom clouds rising, terrifying as if the heavens and earth were facing a great calamity. The chaotic clouds trembled, and the runes on the great cocoon burst forth with dazzling light as a wisp of chaotic energy condensed into a frenzied whale, charging out. At that moment, everyone looked towards the genius of the frenzied whale clan, their faces showing strange expressions. Everyone knew that chaos could transform all things and directly manifest their essence. Water strikes 3,000. The frenzied whale swung its tail, erupting a golden ocean, instantly shattering several ancient fierce beasts, causing a chaotic collapse. Then, the long whale sucked in water, shooting out a divine light from its mouth, aimed directly at the heavenly path portal. Boom! Accompanied by a rumbling sound, several cracks appeared in the heavenly path door, clearly visible. The scene fell into a moment of silence, or a falling needle could be heard. After a while, one person trembled and said, he is provoking the Lord of Reincarnation. Such an obvious provocation was clear to everyone. This person understood well that apart from the heavenly Tao, using other powers was a waste of time. This chaotic whale, formed from chaotic energy though not a physical entity, was even more formidable than a real object. With a body length of 500,000 zhang, it roamed in the golden sea of divine power, its momentum continuously rising. The most essential chaotic whale possessed an ancient bloodline within, akin to a return to ancestry. It could be said that even the proud descendants of the chaotic whale clan would call it their ancestor. Everyone was astonished. Although this confrontation was merely a test, it revealed some clues. Once both complete their divine awakening, it may truly become a life and death battle. It's impossible to really fight now. After all, neither is in peak condition, and their true forms have not yet manifested, so there's no need to waste time. Who is stronger or weaker can probably be seen. The chaotic path truly aligns with the heavenly Tao. It is terrifying. Envy shone in people's eyes. If they could comprehend such a powerful path, would they still worry about not being able to showcase their talents on the divine road? Sure enough, moments later, the 6 paths of reincarnation lowered their flags, and the chaotic clouds retracted their aura. The great cocoon fell into silence. Both had reached the final step, the most critical step. If they could successfully complete it, their strength would receive an unprecedented enhancement. At this moment, many more prodigies arrived, all astonished by the scene. Among them, one Taoist was particularly peculiar. He held a compass, clicking his tongue incessantly, jumping 2 steps to the east, squatting down to the west, acting crazily like a madman. Got it right, this is the person I was looking for. Jiang Bujue chuckled, his eyes suddenly turning white, and his body fell stiffly to the ground. The sudden change startled those around him. Where did this Taoist come from? Why did he faint? I don't know, weren't all the Taoists in the world extinct thousands of years ago? Wu Jingyun glanced over and said, Bald donkey, this is a good opportunity for salvation. The Buddhist sect has always been at odds with the Taoist sect. Why not go up and step on him a bit? Amitba, the benefactor's reminder is noted. Jiexin opened his eyes, holding a Buddhist staff as he walked over. He approached Jiang Bujue silently, reciting Buddhist chants, and suddenly, Buddhist light radiated around them. His shiny bald head gleamed like the sun, and Jiang Bujue's body slowly floated up. At that moment, it seemed as if a pair of scissors appeared in the air, snipping with a sound, cutting off a strand of his long hair. What the hell is moving my head? Sensing something was off, Jiang Bujue opened his eyes, and a kind bald face came into view. Damn it! You bald donkey, what the hell are you doing cutting my hair? Jiang Bujue jumped up, twisting his fingers, and the fallen hair instantly returned. This was a Taoist technique of rejuvenation, quite miraculous. Amitba, the benefactor has a connection with the Buddhist sect. This monk will help you cut off your worries, and from now on you can rely on the Buddhist path, with eternal life in sight. Seeing that the situation was exposed, Jiexin hurriedly placed his palm on his chest, pretending as if nothing had happened. Pa. I'm a Taoist. Who would want to go to your place where they can't even eat meat and drink? Jiang Bujue retreated a few steps warily, creating a safe distance. The desires of the mouth are but illusions, eternal. Life is the true path, why not reconsider? Nonsense illusions, I could never become a monk in this lifetime, so give it up. The two immediately engaged in a heated debate, with Jiang Bujue so anxious he wanted to slap that bald head. Jiexin, however, appeared calm and composed, occasionally spouting a golden saying that left the other speechless. Just as the two were arguing, a spatial portal suddenly appeared in the void, drawing Jiang Bujue's gaze. A tall and graceful figure stepped out from within, and wherever she passed, the space seemed to submit. Another prodigy who has comprehended the lofty law? Jiang Bujue's pupils slightly contracted, but he quickly squeezed out a smile and approached. I am Jiang Bujue, the only heir of the Taoist tradition in the first sequence. World. May I ask for your name, miss? Jiang Bujue brushed aside his bangs, revealing the most charming smile he had ever worn. Su Yueshi looked around, her gaze fixing on the large cocoon in the sky, a complex expression in her eyes. Miss? Are you mute? Why aren't you speaking? Jiang Bujue waved his hand in front of her, curious. Get lost. A spatial cage. Suddenly, a cage formed by spatial rules sealed him within. Jiang Bujue's body abruptly sank into the mud, unable to move. Moreover, the space he was in continued to shrink, squeezing him so tightly that he could barely breathe. The spatial rules were incredibly strange. Although the space of the sequence world seemed fragile and vulnerable in the eyes of many prodigies, the cage released by the individual spatial rules was not something that could be easily shattered. What a fierce woman. Jiang Bujue gasped, then a smile appeared on his face, but I like it. He vanished into thin air, and when he reappeared, he had already escaped the cage and returned to the divine path. Since it's our first meeting, there's no need for such hostility. Let's be friends. Jiang Bujue persisted, grinning widely. Su Yueshi couldn't be bothered to respond to him and walked over to Feng Yan and the others, asking, is it him? It must be him, who else could create such a commotion? Feng Yan nodded and shrugged. They had met once in Broken Sky City. Although it was just a nodding acquaintance, he was the only familiar person to Su Yueshi present. I'm quite surprised you could come to the divine path. If Chu Chen knows, he will probably think the same as I do, Feng Yan sighed. Who could have imagined that 5 years ago she was still at an epic level, and in such a short time, she had climbed to her current height without relying on external forces? The sacrifices made behind the scenes were unimaginable to others. I made an agreement with him a few years ago. Today I am here to fulfill that promise. Su Yueshi explained. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Feng Yan's face. An agreement? What agreement? He had never heard of it. At that moment, Jiang Bujue ran over, putting his arm around Feng Yan's shoulder, and said with a smile, you guys are friends? Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Bujue, the last Taoist of the Myriad Worlds. Feng Yan, the last heir of the Feng family. In the Myriad Worlds. Lu Taiqing, the last master of sacred texts in the Myriad Worlds. De Luo, the last pure-blooded Holy Spirit in the Myriad Worlds. As he spoke, Jiang Bujue's expression turned awkward. He had intended to introduce himself in a unique way, but it turned out that these people were just as special as he was. Suddenly, Feng Yan remembered something and pointed to the little creature, saying, this is Zai Zai, the last ancient thunder dragon in the Myriad Worlds. Just as Jiang Bujue was about to take the opportunity to talk to Su Yueshi, the chaotic clouds suddenly trembled. The large cocoon suddenly developed several cracks, and beams of divine light shot out through the gaps. A beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating the cocoon in the face of reincarnation. 4 large characters were inscribed above: Chaotic Divine Thunder, Lord of Reincarnation, another divine baptism from above. Each awakening brought a baptism with countless benefits. Not only could it cleanse the evil within, but it could also significantly enhance physical strength. For any job changer, this was a free benefit. The cracks on the cocoon multiplied, and the divine light shooting out almost obscured the sky. Even the baptismal beam appeared dim in comparison. A figure slowly emerged from the face of reincarnation. His flawless and handsome face, combined with the enhancement of the path of reincarnation, exuded an incredibly powerful aura that instilled fear. The baptism quickly ended, and Emperor Chu slowly opened his eyes, his dark, mysterious gaze shimmering with a hint of enigma. He turned his head to look at the large cocoon, and his aura erupted with a thunderous force. Fierce man Chu Chen, do you dare to step forward for a battle? After completing the divine awakening, the strength of the Chu Emperor experienced a geometric increase, and the reincarnation path had already reached a transformative state. The divine fire, burning gently above his head, indicated that, like Chu Chen, he had achieved such a feat before reaching demigod status. What? That cocoon is the fierce person? How could it be him? No wonder I couldn't find the fierce person's figure. He has been right in front of us all along. The path of chaos, is this the road he has chosen to walk? Chaos Divine Thunder, the power of the heavenly way. Once the cocoon is broken, who can rival him? The crowd gasped, their hearts shaken. Chu Chen was already incredibly strong, with the power of the 8 great rules, and now, with the time rules, lofty law, he had stepped onto the path of chaos. He had pushed the profession of Thunder Mage to an unprecedented height. Who could imagine a mage could carve out their own path and reach this point? The only words that might suffice to describe his current achievements are the one and only in 10,000 ages. Meanwhile, Jiang Bujue also put away his playful demeanor and suddenly became serious. In the Battle of the Twin Stars, I calculate with my fingers. Jiang Bujue lightly twirled his fingers, pondering for a moment, then spoke. It is not yet time. The final battlefield is not here. Little Taoist, can you really tell fortunes? Feng Yan asked curiously. I primarily cultivate the path of fate, calculating heaven, earth, and all beings, except for not being able to calculate for myself. Everything else can be known. Jiang Bujue smiled slightly. It is rumored that the Taoist sect excels at peering into the secrets of heaven, disrupting the laws of the heavenly way, and 1,000,000 years ago, they brought down divine punishment, resulting in countless casualties among the disciples, nearly destroying the entire lineage. I didn't expect you to follow the old path of the ancestors of the Taoist sect, Lu Taiqing said. No wonder you are the leader of the literary path, you even know such ancient matters. Jiang Bujue was not shy about this, his gaze clear as he nodded in agreement. Since Brother Jiang can calculate all beings, may I ask who among the twin stars will laugh last? Lu Taiqing inquired. This time, Jiang Bujue did not answer. Immediately but gently stroked the tortoise shell in his hand, instantly carving several symbols. A wisp of black gas slowly floated out, and his face suddenly turned pale. Jiang Bujue let out a muffled groan, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned, saying, the outcome is hard to say, but it can be confirmed that both are born kings. When the twin dragons contend, one must inevitably suffer. He glimpsed a corner of the future, very vague, only revealing a figure from behind. That person sat on the divine throne, looking down upon the world, holding heaven and earth in their hands, plucking down thousands of stars to adorn the divine palace. From this point alone, that person was more likely to be the Chu Emperor. After all, he was the young lord of Twilight City, born with the right of inheritance. As for Chu Chen, he was now a solitary figure, with only a few friends by his side, no one else to assist him. The path of fate is profound and mysterious. Jiang Bujue could only reach this point. If he sought to delve deeper, he would surely incur divine punishment. The outcome would be the same as that of his master's uncle, ending up as one who was exterminated. You know there will be backlash, why do you still want to calculate? Su Yueshi rarely spoke, her eyes revealing a different color. Jiang Bujue paused for a moment, patted his coarse robe, and explained, my master told me that the twin stars are fated to me, so I am also curious about who among the two it is. After waiting for a moment, there was still no response from the cocoon, and the usual silence gradually made the Chu Emperor lose his patience. Chu Chen, the defeat 3 years ago was indeed due to my lack of skill. Now that the reincarnation path has been fully realized, do you dare to fight me again? Jun Moxie had once told him that failure is not to be feared. What is to be feared is not rising again after a defeat. He is the future king of Twilight City, the king of the world. How could he be disheartened by a small failure? Everything he lost, he would take back with his own hands. Before Chu Chen could respond, a cold voice suddenly rang out. His opponent is me. As soon as the words fell, everyone's gaze turned in unison to see a young man in a blue robe stepping through the air. Holding dual hammers, numerous stars floated behind him, exuding a powerful aura. As soon as this person appeared, people recognized the emblem on his chest. The holy son of the southern dueling pavilion, Dongfang Xingyao? Does he also have a grudge against the killer? Have you all forgotten about the events in Potion Town? The founding ancestor was killed, and Xu Xiao was slaughtered. How can this grudge not be counted? Dongfang Xingyao was already a Demigod 5 years ago, now his divine fire should be at least 100 feet high, right? This is getting interesting, so many people want the killer dead. Dongfang Xingyo approached the giant cocoon, his eyes revealing a murderous intent, showing no signs of concealment. He came here mainly for the divine path, killing Chu Chen was merely a casual act. The death of Zhu Xiao was nothing significant, there were plenty of people like him in the southern dueling pavilion. But the death of the founding ancestor was no small matter. Although he had already distanced himself from the southern dueling pavilion, the title of born king should have rightfully fallen upon him. Suddenly, another voice rang out. And me. Today, the killer Chu Chen must die. A man wielding a giant sword stepped forward, his brows carrying a fierce intent, his face covered in scars, looking quite terrifying. His dragon-like body was full of vitality, and every move he made seemed to sway the forces of heaven and earth. The giant sword in his hand seemed capable of easily splitting the heavens and the earth. Another one? On what grounds do you think you can battle the killer? Dongfang Xingyo asked with great interest. Clang! The giant sword was thrust into the ground, and the man coldly replied, My name is Tu Wanxiong, a disciple under the former Holy Spirit Hall's master. Today, I fight only to take the killer's head. The Holy Spirit Hall? The crowd exchanged glances, quite shocked. Wasn't the Holy Spirit Hall already destroyed? How can a disciple suddenly appear now? And it's the most mysterious master's disciple. I heard that the deputy master Joga almost killed the killer, and now the master's disciple has shown up. I remember now, this revenge is likely to end in a fight to the death. At this moment, the Dark Knight Elf and the Magic Scorpion, who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, stood up and said, Since you've chosen this time, let's add the two of us as well. Yu Xuanji in the crowd looked at the giant cocoon with a complex expression, her mind racing. She never expected that the protective umbrella the emperor sought for him would actually be the infamous killer Chu Chen from a few years ago. His strength was evident, it was not baseless rumors. Yu Xuanji was only ranked 10th on the divine list, while Chu Chen had defeated the 5th-ranked Chu Di 3 years ago. At that time, he had not yet completed his divine awakening, and his strength had not undergone transformation. But now it was different, he had not only embarked on the chaotic path but had also achieved feats that no one else had. How could the 4 characters Chaotic Divine Thunder be ignored? Now that he was being challenged by so many prodigies, it could be said that this was the bitter fruit he had sown along his journey. Damn it, are they all taking this opportunity to seek revenge? I really can't hold back anymore, Feng Yan cursed angrily. What's the rush? If you go up now, you might just complicate things, Lu Taiqing said leisurely, showing no signs of worry on his face. What do you mean by that? Feng Yan suppressed his anger and asked. It's not easy to complete the divine awakening, it's been 3 years since you fought. Now there's an opportunity to test your strength. If there are too many outsiders helping, how? Can you verify it clearly? Lu Taiqing countered. That's true, but these people are too arrogant. What kind of heroes are they in a wheel battle? Feng Yan snorted coldly. You can rest assured. Didn't Brother Jiang already say it? The final result won't be determined here. As he spoke, a sudden uproar arose in the crowd, one after another. A robust man was walking toward the crowd from the entrance of the divine path, his eyes wrapped in white bandages, his expression emotionless. He exuded no aura at all, looking like an ordinary person who hadn't changed jobs, or like a farmer working hard in the world. From Feng Yan's perspective, he clearly caught sight of the man's fists, which were covered in calluses and countless scars. The divine path trembled with every step he took, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Wherever he passed, the surrounding prodigies held their breath, not daring to look directly, and the fear hidden deep in their eyes was still perceived by Feng Yan. Who is this person? Why are there suddenly so many unfamiliar faces? Is he here to challenge Chu Chen as well? Feng Yan asked in confusion. There are so many prodigies in the world, it's normal not to recognize one or two. However, you should know this person, Lu Taiqing smiled slightly. Stop keeping me in suspense, just say it. This person is named Wu Tian. You might not have an impression from the name alone, but if I tell you his ranking on the divine list, you'll understand. Wu Tian? Feng Yan's mind seemed to stall, he felt like he had heard it somewhere but couldn't recall. The first on the divine list, War God Wu Tian. Lu Taiqing said. Boom! It was like a thunderclap suddenly exploding in his mind. Feng Yan looked at the robust figure in disbelief, saying, He is the first on the divine list? Why do I feel he seems more like an ordinary person? This is the true return to simplicity. Wu Tian stops wars with war, he has defeated countless opponents and has never tasted defeat since he changed his profession, Lu Taiqing explained. Feng Yan swallowed hard, to receive such high praise from the leader of the literary world, this person must be extraordinarily powerful. He is a descendant of the War God Palace, one of the top 10 forces, you know the second on the divine list, Wu Jingyun, right? A few years ago, he could fight against demigods with divine thrones, yet he couldn't last 10 moves under the War God. Lu Taiqing glanced at him. That's too fierce, isn't it? If that's the case, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? Feng Yan was astonished, his eyes wide. Although the first and second on the divine list were only one step apart, the gap between them was astonishing. Even Bu Jingyun couldn't last 10 moves against Wu Tian. The value of this first place was indeed terrifying. Wu Tian crossed over the prodigies and directly arrived at the front of the temple entrance, towering over everyone. Even the Black Dragon King and others did not dare to approach the thunder pool, only able to stand back and wait. This position seemed to have been reserved for him. Under heaven, no one but Wu Tian could sit there. Fortunately, he isn't here to challenge Chu Chen. Feng Yan sighed in relief, the heavy stone in his heart slowly settling. The pressure was already immense. If another war god appeared, it might be the first time Jiang Buju's reputation faced a setback. Wu Tian's appearance was an interlude. Dongfang Xingyao and others tacitly refrained from speaking at this time. They understood what kind of person he was. If they provoked him or ignited his combative spirit, no one would be able to participate in the divine path competition. Fierce man Chu Chen, do you dare to fight? Give a clear answer. Don't hide like a turtle. The Chu Emperor was gradually losing patience. After speaking, a crisp crack echoed, and a piece of the cocoon suddenly fell off, revealing a corner of an iceberg. A pure golden eye, free of any impurities, was exposed to everyone's sight. What a magnificent gaze! Just by making eye contact, it felt as if one could see a vast world, a realm where the heavenly path was within reach. The fierce man had appeared. Stop pretending, come out. Dongfang Xingyao snorted coldly, slamming his hammers onto the space. In an instant, a powerful shockwave swept across, violently striking the cocoon. In just a moment, it shattered, breaking into countless light points and disappearing. The people from the Southern Dipper Pavilion are still as impulsive as ever, can't they even wait? A figure bathed in divine light and chaotic brilliance emerged from the tide of rules, an extraordinarily strange face coming into view. So many people want to take Chu's life. Since you are so eager, then don't wait any longer. The divine path is about to open. I believe the other brothers wouldn't want to waste time watching, right? Chu Chen stepped forward, and immediately thunder and lightning erupted, countless chaotic divine thunders roaring. It was like a stampede of 10,000 horses, the world collapsing, the momentum extremely loud. Even from a distance, people felt a sense of oppression, as if a divine mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Then let's not waste time, all of you come at once. What? The Emperor of Chu frowned and said coldly, what a great show of power from a fierce person. Do you really think you are invincible in this world? Why use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? I alone can take your head. Dongfeng Xingyao's momentum surged, and a star map suddenly appeared. I will take your heart's blood to vent my hatred. Tu Wanxiong drew the giant sword embedded in the divine path, the aura of slaughter, sweeping out like a storm. Back then, you killed millions of my kin. Did you ever think of today? The Dark Knight Elf held a dark bow, inscribed with unique abyss runes. Ha ha! Chu Chen laughed loudly, his long hair flying, blood and energy surging like smoke, shooting straight into the sky. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Today, I will take your heads to honor the chaos divine. Thunder! Come on! Let me see if your strength is as tough as your words. The true form of the ancient god. Chu Chen's body suddenly grew 1,000 times taller. A giant of 1,000 zhang suddenly appeared before everyone. After the baptism of heaven and earth, his physical strength was several times stronger than before. Not only in power but also in defense and recovery, he was no longer the same. The surging blood energy rushed to the 9 heavens, his whole body burning with divine flames, his spine transforming into a dragon, fingers reaching for the heavens. 9 supreme true dragons roared out, turning a radius of 1,000,000 miles into Chu Chen's domain. Within this range, everyone's overall strength would decrease by 50%. Without exception. The hand of the heavens. A gigantic hand descended from the sky, with 3 shining golden pentagrams in its palm, radiating a gray chaotic aura. The fusion of the rules of power and chaotic energy allowed the hand of the heavens to unleash the true power of the ancient god, as if the 9-star ancient god had personally arrived, with boundless might. The target was the 5 challengers. Ridiculous, you think you can shake my power without the chaos divine thunder? Dongfang Xingyao sneered coldly, smashing the void with his twin hammers, and the stars behind him suddenly manifested in this world. How vast is a star? As soon as it appeared, it obscured everyone's vision, the unique light of the stars illuminating the area. Summoning the stars? The supreme secret technique of the Southern Dipper Pavilion. Once the stars appear, those lacking strength will be directly burned to death by the light of the stars. I didn't expect Dongfang Xingyao to strike with a killing move right away. It seems he is determined to kill. However, before everyone could exclaim, the hand of the heavens directly crushed the stars with bare hands. Stones flew everywhere, scattering across heaven and earth. At this moment, the scene fell into a dead silence. Plucking stars with bare hands? Has his physical body reached that level? Dongfang Xingyao was filled with disbelief. The stars only slightly slowed the descent of the hand of the heavens, but its might remained strong, continuing to descend without losing any power. I will come. The Dark Knight Elf drew his bow and nocked an arrow. 9 magical arrows quickly appearing on the bowstring, infused with the power of the night rules and abyssal strength. 9 stars in a row. The strongest aspect of the Dark Knight Elf clan is their archery. They are born hunters, unmatched in this regard. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air immediately arose as the 9 arrows merged into one during flight, shooting out. If you can block this arrow, you can forget about using this broken bow in the future. As he spoke, the arrow suddenly froze in mid-air, the light swirling around it still present, but it seemed to have lost its trajectory. The hand of the heavens easily swatted it away, crashing down. The earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the divine path violently, causing many young talents to nearly lose their balance. their bodies uncontrollably swaying. What immense power! This has already surpassed what mortals can achieve, right? No wonder he is a fierce person. Indeed, he is incredibly ferocious. Don't forget, 3 years ago, his soul was not yet complete. Now that his soul is whole and he has stepped onto the path of chaos, his strength has naturally increased geometrically. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized and nodded in agreement. Indeed, 3 years ago, he had already been a mess. Now, what he was displaying was merely his normal strength. These challengers, aside from the Shu Emperor and the yet to make a move Tu Wanxiong, are merely his sharpening stones. As for the Chaos Divine Thunder, perhaps it is not even worthy of being unleashed by Chu Chen. After a while, when the turmoil subsided, a massive palm print unexpectedly appeared on the indestructible divine path. Although the imprint was shallow and quickly restored, this anomaly was clearly captured by the talented individuals present. Looking towards the center of the palm print, one could see that the armor on the demon scorpion had already shattered into pieces, its body drenched in blood. The dark night elf had turned into a puddle of mush, its bones completely shattered, and its organs exploded. How could this be? The dark night elf struggled to open its eyes and look towards the sky. Filled with fear. By siding with the Abyss clan, it had obtained everything it desired, whether it was the power of rules or the power of the Abyss, it had enhanced itself. Originally, it thought that even if it couldn't be invincible, dealing with ordinary talents would be no problem. Contrary to its expectations, even the demon scorpion, known for its formidable defense, had perished. Relying on external power is ultimately not one's own. Chu Chen's eyes glinted with killing intent as he gently pointed. Divine light surged forth, and a beam of light pierced through the dark night elf's skull, completely ending its life. 2 talents killed in an instant. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Chu Chen turned to the remaining 3 and said, "What are you waiting for? If you don't make a move now, when will you?" Dongfang Xingyao couldn't stand his nonchalant demeanor, as if he didn't regard him at all. However, having learned from the previous example, he suddenly hesitated. Chu Chen's strength seemed to exceed his imagination. According to the world's understanding of him, the earlier heavenly hand should have just been a small test, and his true power had yet to be unleashed. What he feared most was the forbidden spell that could be cast using the Chaos Divine Thunder as a medium. Dongfang Xingyao prided himself on being extraordinary. But he was not blindly arrogant. Surrounding me with 3 people is not my intention. Even if I win, it would be an unfair victory. There are plenty of opportunities within the divine path. I don't mind waiting a moment longer. I'll spare your life for now. Dongfang Xingyao snorted coldly. The divine path was not just a trial, it contained numerous treasures and opportunities. With enough luck, he might achieve a significant breakthrough, and at that time, killing Chu Chen would be a piece of cake. If you're afraid, come over and bow to me a few times. A wicked smile curved at the corner of Chu Chen's mouth, making his already enchanting face appear even more sinister. You still look so annoying when you smile. Su Yueshi frowned, a spirited figure appearing in her mind. Are you two familiar? Jiang Bujue raised an eyebrow, asking with great interest. We fought 5 years ago. I consider him a classmate, but we're not really familiar. Su Yueshi explained. Such an interesting past? Jiang Bujue stroked his chin, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Dongfang Xingyao spoke loudly. Are you mistaken? I'm not challenging you. You should be grateful. If you continue to speak arrogantly, don't blame me for being rude. Then I want to see how rude you can be. A cold glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes, and suddenly, 5-colored divine light flickered in his chest. Feeling the brewing destructive power, Dongfang Xingyao was filled with fear and hurriedly looked towards the Chu Emperor and Tu Wanxiong brothers, the fierce man Chu Chen still wants to show off. Do you plan to stand by and watch? The Chu Emperor remained unmoved, and Tu Wanxiong seemed to have not heard, treating him with cold indifference. If you don't make a move soon, the Nanda Pavilion will never have another chance to gain the fortune of the divine path in this lifetime. Chu Chen spoke. Heavenly calamity light. In an instant, a beam of 5-colored divine light, carrying supreme destructive power, shot out, its might leaving those nearby stunned. Chu Chen, you have repeatedly forced me. Do you really want to die that badly? Dongfang Xingyao's eyelids twitched violently. He quickly unleashed his aura. Shattered Star Divine Hammer. At this moment, the celestial shadows of countless stars behind him stirred restlessly. Stars spun rapidly, shattering with a thunderous crash, and endless power of the stars pouring into Dongfang Xingyao's body. With each star that broke apart, a star in the sky extinguished, and the balance of heaven and earth suddenly shifted. Even in the realm of ancient gods, Dongfang Xingyao pushed his strength to the limit. The feeling of restraint became less unbearable. Die! The heavy hammer smashed down. Suddenly, erupting with dazzling starlight, colliding with divine light, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The energy tide spread out, and those unable to evade were directly struck by the aftermath of their battle, spitting blood and flying backward. Before the tide could dissipate, a dull roar resounded again. A towering figure, 1,000 feet tall, swung its fist to battle a tiny silhouette. I heard you once fought against a divine avatar, though you only exchanged 5 moves. But seeing you so weak, the gods of the myriad worlds can't just be a bunch of gilded pillows, can they? Chu Chen punched out, forcefully sending Dongfang Xingyao back 100 feet. What are you? How dare you insult the gods? Dongfang Xingyao's hands trembled uncontrollably, the impact of That immense force nearly made his weapon fly from his grip. And what of the gods? When I stepped into demigod status, it was the beginning of the fall of the gods. Chu Chen laughed loudly, charging out again. His fist swirled with the power of the 9 dragons, each punch like a rampaging dragon, causing Dongfang Xingyao to spit blood repeatedly. He was not skilled in physical strength, while Chu Chen was like a beast, striking with reckless abandon. The visceral thrill of each punch was intoxicating, the most straightforward way of fighting, without any frills. Impudent! How dare! You speak recklessly at the entrance of the divine path, the gods will surely not spare you. In the brief moment of fighting, Dongfang Xingyao hurriedly drank a vial of life potion. However, Chu Chen had no intention of giving him a breather, channeling his power and striking with all his might. Bang! Dongfang Xingyao let out a painful roar as his arm was instantly smashed to a pulp, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily onto the temple. Spare me? I am the Lord of Chaos. Chu Chen looked up to the sky and asked loudly, I ask the gods above, do you dare to come to this world? Boom! Almost everyone present had their pupils suddenly constrict. No one expected Chu Chen to utter such disrespectful words. So arrogant, the fierce one is truly at the peak of arrogance. He dares to say such things, isn't he afraid of divine punishment? Thinking of slaying gods before even reaching demigod status, the fierce one's courage is indeed great. If he truly reaches the demigod realm, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? Even a 9th-ranked genius like Dongfang Xingyao was no match for him, making it hard to imagine who could stand against him now. Chu Di? Or the martial god Wu Tian? No one knew. But one thing was undeniable, Chu Chen was still the same Chu Chen, not dulled by the passage of time. Instead, as time passed, his arrogance grew even more. The temple was violently struck, the tremor bringing Wu Tian out of his meditative state. He slowly stood up, his eyes hidden beneath bandages staring directly at Chu Chen. Battle intent soaring. It's over. Wu Tian, that battle maniac, has taken an interest. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly retreated, not daring to approach. If caught in the crossfire, their hard-won lives would be forfeit. The two locked eyes, their auras clashing, sparking fire, and the divine path trembled once more. After a moment, Wu Tian spoke slowly, you are quite good. The crowd? What the hell? This sentence sounded so strange. Chu Chen grinned, pointing at Dongfang Xingyao's heavily injured body, and said, I'm not in the mood to fight you right now, let me deal with that waste first. Hearing the word waste, Dongfang Xingyao felt as if he had been subjected to a tremendous humiliation. A mouthful of reverse blood surged up, and he spat it out violently. Since birth, how had he ever been treated like this? The title of Heaven's Chosen One was not self-proclaimed, it was recognized by many of the ancestors. His talent surpassed that of the previous generations of Pavilion Masters. The hopes of the entire Southern Dipper Pavilion rested on Dongfang Xingyao, and his rise was imminent. However, upon arriving at this divine path, he was called a waste. A great humiliation. Dongfang Xingyao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. Please go ahead. Wu Tian nodded slightly and turned away. Just then, the temple suddenly burst forth with countless divine lights, and the phantoms of deities appeared before everyone. The fire god, the love god, the sea god, the thunder god. Familiar yet strange faces left people at a loss. Yet their hearts surged with excitement. Ding! A bell rang out, echoing through the heavens, and the divine path beneath their feet burst forth with colorful brilliance. Every talented individual felt their hearts race, their blood beginning to boil. Immediately, a message popped up in their minds. The divine path is open. Please enter. It's open. The divine path actually opened early. According to the normal timeline, it should have been half a day later. Could it be that Dongfang Xingyao's collision shortened the time? This grand event of the heavens finally erupted amidst the sound of bells and drums. Everyone was invigorated, how much hope and opportunity lay within the divine path they had longed for. All awaited their exploration. Dongfang Xingyao, lying on the ground, looked up, the portal was within reach, just a hand's touch away. He struggled to extend his palm, which sank into the portal, followed by an irresistible pulling force that drew him in completely. You scoundrel, Chu Chen. I will remember this debt, and one day I will repay it 100-fold. Seeking death. Chu Chen's murderous intent surged. A chaotic divine thunder descended from the sky, directly cleaving a large pit into the divine path. However, Dongfang Xingyao had already entered the temple, leaving no trace behind. Seeing the terrifying power of the chaotic divine thunder, many talented individuals who wanted to enter the portal instinctively shrank back, swallowing hard. The hardness of the divine path was evident, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary person to leave a mark on it. Yet Chu Chen could so easily cleave out a pit, demonstrating just how terrifying the power of chaotic divine thunder was. You go ahead, scoundrel. One person smiled awkwardly, not daring to enter. Chu Chen's expression was fierce, his gaze so intimidating that it made others' hearts stop. Dongfang Xingyao, do you think that just because you entered the divine path, I can't do anything to you? I will make you understand what it feels like to have no way to heaven or earth. The opening of the portal signified the beginning of the battle. Chu Chen did not choose to enter immediately, instead, he returned to the divine path to adjust his state. Having just completed his divine awareness, he had not yet mastered the control of chaotic power. As for Wu Tian and the others, they had already entered at the first opportunity. Time was precious to them, and every second could be decisive. Tu Wanxiang passed by Chu Chen with a giant sword, whispering, "See you inside the divine path, your life can only be taken by me." Chu Chen ignored him, paying no mind, and focused on inscribing the techniques he had acquired into the Book of Sages. Many of the self-created forbidden spells had not been inscribed, and lacking that much spiritual power, the damage was not significant enough. At that moment, Chu Di arrived at the portal, proclaiming loudly, "Scoundrel Chu Chen, I only seek a fair battle." With that, he stepped into the portal and vanished from everyone's sight. Feng Yan and the others hurried over, checking Chu Chen for any injuries. Zai Zai even stretched out his neck to sniff Chu Chen, unable to resist licking his cheek. The affectionate sound reminded Chu Chen of many past events. He reached out to pat Zai Zai's head, smiling, "It's been 3 years, how have you grown so big?" "Don't mention it, these 3 years have been nothing but eating and sleeping, and I've grown bigger and bigger. The Louvre is almost too small to hold me," Feng Yan said helplessly, pouting. "The Louvre?" Chu Chen looked at LV Taiching with a half-smile. "After Brother Chu obtained the last wisp of the remnant soul, we left the third sequence world and returned to the Louvre," said LV Taiching with a smile. "Brother LV's aura is stable and unfathomable. If I'm not mistaken, you should have comprehended the sacred text, right?" Chu Chen asked. "I have lived up to expectations, and this is largely thanks to Brother Chu's guidance. Otherwise, before the divine path opens, I might not have been able to step into the demigod realm," LV Taiching said, cupping his hands in gratitude, full of sincerity. "I merely pointed you in the right direction. With the talent of a literary path leader, even without the sacred text, you could easily reach the end of the path of literature." Chu Chen waved his hand. "Hee, seeing Brother Chu's state, you must have gained a lot in these 3 years," LV Taiching chuckled. Chu Chen's aura and Dao rhythm had reached an astonishing level. Even a glance from him contained immense power. Killing with a glance was not just a legend from storybooks. Even back in the mythic level, he could use this method to slay the envoys of the Holy Spirit Hall. At this point, killing with a glance was naturally not difficult. The most formidable and mysterious chaos, divine thunder, was what LV Taiching was concerned about. The soul has fully recovered, and the divine awareness is complete. Next, we just wait for the divine path to end and seize that supreme divine position. Chu Chen's gaze turned towards the winding divine path, stretching for countless miles, and the temples along the way, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In this competition, there are many prodigies not to be underestimated. Besides Wu Tian, many reclusive prodigies have also come, LV Taiching reminded. "No worries, as long as they don't provoke me, they can keep their lives." At that moment, Su Yueshi lightly bit her lip and said softly, "Chu, don't forget our agreement." Hearing that familiar voice, Chu Chen turned around and was surprised to see a stunningly beautiful, cool face. "Oh, isn't this Miss Su? It's been years, and you've become even more beautiful," Chu Chen said with a smile, looking her up and down. Su Yueshi felt Chu Chen's bold gaze but showed no unusual reaction, saying, "Cut the flattery, the divine path is waiting for you." With that, she gracefully moved away. "Everyone, I shall take my leave first," Jiang Bujua said, seeing Su Yueshi move and hurriedly followed. Su Yueshi frowned at this clingy person. "Why are you following me? I calculated, and I have a fated connection with you, so naturally, I must protect you," Jiang Bujua chuckled. "Get lost." Watching Jiang Bujua's playful demeanor, Chu Chen suddenly thought of old friends far away in the first sequence world. Years have passed, I wonder how they are doing. Feng Yan walked up to Chu Chen, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, and smiled. "After this battle, let's go back and see them." "Yes, we should go back and take a look." Chu Chen's gaze drifted, staring into the distance. After walking for so long and seeing the scenery of many worlds, he had also experienced the difficulties of nightmare-level secret realms. Always in battle, constantly calculating and being calculated against. To be honest, he felt a bit weary. But in this world of survival of the fittest, he had to keep moving forward, otherwise, all his past efforts would be in vain. "Let's go. 2. It's time to show them our progress over these 3 years." Chu Chen stepped forward, a hint of killing intent rising in his eyes. "Alright, I also want to experience the strength of the world's heroes." Feng Yan followed with high spirits, his blood almost bursting from his chest. Roar! The little one rushed out first, spreading its wings and dashing away. The group entered the divine path, as all the prodigies participated in the trial, and the portal slowly closed. The temple lit up, and one by one, light points appeared in the sky, each representing a prodigy. If a light point disappeared, it meant someone had fallen. In the Jiangnan province of the first sequence world, a tall young man sat bored in a shop, holding a fly swatter, looking melancholic at the door. Sigh. When will this life come to an end? Bang! The fly swatter struck swiftly, killing a thumb-sized fly and splattering yellow-green juice everywhere. Damn it, that's really disgusting. The young man took a cloth to wipe away the juice, throwing it into the trash can with a look of disdain. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly came from the kitchen. "Lu Yang! The goods are about to arrive. When the truck comes, unload everything." "Okay, got it." Lu Yang sighed deeply, leaning on the table, listlessly fiddling with his phone. It had been a year since he graduated from the Imperial Capital Academy, and during this time he hadn't looked for a job but returned to his hometown to help his family run the store. Life had been somewhat satisfying, but as time passed, he felt increasingly numb. "I wonder if Fingzi is still alive. There's been no news for so many years, not even a graduation photo after we graduated." Lu Yang scratched his head and pulled out a savings card from his backpack. This card was a gift from Chu Chen containing exactly 1 billion dragon coins. Although it was a gift, Lu Yang had never touched a single cent, keeping it intact until now. I wish I could go out and have fun too. Lu Yang rubbed the savings card, reminiscing about the past with Chu Chen, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Various dungeons, trials, and scenes of fighting together flashed in his mind. Emotions were always there, even after such a long time without contact. If they were to meet again now, it would surely feel as familiar as before. Boom! At that moment, a huge light screen appeared in the sky over Donghai City. What is that? Lu Yang ran out of the restaurant and looked up, only to see figures displayed on the light screen, including his good brother Chu Chen, whom he had been thinking about. What the hell? How is Fengzi inside? Lu Yang's mind suddenly short-circuited, unable to comprehend the situation of the light screen. However, as he looked closely at the scene on the light screen, his pupils suddenly constricted. My goodness! Isn't this the Divine Path Challenge? How did Fengzi get in there? Lu Yang was shocked, his body bristling with goosebumps, trembling uncontrollably. Although he had not yet reached that level, having studied at the Imperial Capital Academy for 4 years, he still had some understanding. It should be known that throughout the generations of the Imperial Capital Academy, the number of prodigies recognized by the heavens was extremely limited, and none had ever ascended the Divine Path. The opening of the Divine Path was a grand event known in every corner of the world. But this level was too far removed from them. At most, they could only observe, without even the qualification to comment. Now that the projection of the Divine Path appeared, they could grasp first-hand information. This is unbelievable. I need to hurry and tell the others. Lu Yang quickly took out his phone and opened the group chat. There were only a few people in the group: Xiao Langtian, Tai Budian, Chen Yushu, and that effeminate senior. This small group was the one they got along with the best. Although they had gone their separate ways after graduation, they still kept in touch occasionally. Lu Yang, the projection should be in every city, right? You guys hurry and go check it out, it seems Fengzi is inside. Xiao Langtian, you noticed too? I thought it was just my imagination. I was so scared I slapped myself a few times, and it hurt a lot. Tai Budian, it does look about 70 to 80% like the junior, but I feel like it's not quite right. Chen Yushu, it seems a bit more mature, with a tattoo on his face, and his eyes have changed. Seeing their discussion, Lu Yang realized that what he saw was not an illusion, but a very real fact. Fengzi has ascended the Divine Path? This enormous news nearly drained his brain, leaving him stunned in place at a loss for what to do. It felt like a childhood friend he had played with very well suddenly appeared on television after years of no contact, and had become an incredibly important figure. There was no greater rise and fall than this. Just a few minutes ago, he was worried about Chu Chen's safety, wondering if he was doing well. Now, in the blink of an eye, people appeared in the projection, surrounded by their lofty peers. The sudden shift in identity left Lu Yang at a loss. Damn it, am I going to directly become a superior being from now on? As the saying goes, when one person ascends to the path of enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Although this metaphor might not be entirely fitting, Lu Yang's heart couldn't help but race. On this day, a piece of news spread from the Imperial Capital Academy. Graduate of the Imperial Capital Academy, Chu Chen ascends the Divine Path, pioneering a new era for the Dragon Summer Empire. This immediately shook the nation. Originally, people just wanted to join in the excitement, but suddenly they were as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline, neglecting their work and classes, and waiting by the projection every day to see Chu Chen's performance. Some media outlets specifically responsible for reporting on major events of job changers even approached Chu Chen's former friends for interviews, wanting to ask about his performance during studies. Within just an hour, a crowd of reporters and cameras gathered at Lu Yang's shop entrance. A female reporter in professional attire handed the microphone to Lu Yang and asked, "Could you tell us how Chu Chen usually studied at the academy? Can you share some details?" Well, this was Lu Yang's first interview, and seeing dozens of cameras made him extremely nervous. Actually, it wasn't anything special. I played when I wanted, slept when I wanted, went to class if I felt like it, and rested in the dorm if I didn't. Lu Yang answered. Honestly. The reporter's mouth twitched and she quickly explained to the camera, "We can see that reasonable adjustment of one's schedule and appropriate entertainment can aid in learning. One should not blindly bury themselves in study." Next question, as I understand it, Chu Chen was the top student in the province 5 years ago. How did he manage his study time before his job change, and how much did theoretical knowledge help him in his transition? Not really, he and I were the bottom two in our class. After class, we just went online and hardly studied at all. Lu Yang scratched his head. Reporter. Ahem. It seems that while theoretical knowledge is indeed important, it doesn't always play a decisive role. The reporter wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Before the interview, she hadn't done much research on Chu Chen due to time constraints. She needed to secure a first-hand exclusive. However, Lu Yang's shocking words nearly left her gasping for breath. The same situation unfolded across the country, with interviews conducted with teachers from the middle school, elementary school, and even kindergarten that Chu Chen once attended. To be honest, the old Chu Chen had nothing particularly special about him. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he was almost impossible to remember. Therefore, these interviews held no real significance. They were merely trying to leverage this gimmick to attract public attention. Additionally, Chen Yushu, the current general manager of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, was also included as an interviewee. Normally, someone of her status wouldn't easily engage with the media, as a misstep could have varying impacts on her stores. Yet, Chen Yushu surprisingly accepted the interview. She recounted the process of meeting, getting to know, and understanding Chu Chen. The reporter listened intently to every word she said, watching her radiant expression and smiling eyes, not wanting to interrupt. After a while, the reporter asked, "Does General Manager Chen have anything to say about Chu Chen's journey on the divine path?" Chen Yushu looked up at the sky and smiled. "I will continue to believe in him as always, hoping he returns safely." Safely? This answer caught everyone off guard. Typical blessings usually expressed a hope for Chu Chen to attain the supreme divine position. But only Chen Yushu spoke of safety, which was thought-provoking. Inside the temple at the dome, after Chu Chen and the others entered, they first scanned the surroundings before heading towards the most crowded area. "Bro, why do I feel like I'm being watched? My back is all cold," Feng Yan said, feeling uncomfortable all over. "Every time the divine path opens, there will be projections reflecting the world. Every move will be recorded," Lu Taiching explained. "It turns out so. I thought there was an assassin watching from behind." Feng Yan nodded in realization. Chu Chen ignored the conversation between the two and focused on the pitch-black stone pillar in the center of the temple, which was covered with stars, quite peculiar. "This must be the trial of the first level, right?" Lu Taiching glanced a few times and nodded, saying, "The trials of the divine path vary in each era. It seems we have to try it to find out." Suddenly, a prodigy placed his palm on the stone pillar, lighting up one star after another. He climbed higher and stopped at the 6th star. A line of large characters appeared on the pillar. "Jiang Wuming, talent, 6 stars reward, 60% luck enhancement, can enter the next level." The words on the pillar were clearly visible, and the shining stars sparkled, signifying a blazing divinity. Jiang Wuming looked at the luck dragon floating above his head, which was only as long as a little finger, resembling a small snake. Is a 6-star talent high or low? Jiang Wuming had obtained the qualification to enter the next level, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he stepped aside to see the talents of other prodigies. Suddenly, a leaderboard appeared abruptly before everyone, and Jiang Wuming's name was inscribed at the top, in first place. 6 stars hung behind his name, and his luck was also listed. This scene caught everyone's attention, stirring their hearts. In the divine path competition, it's not just about the divine position, but also about luck. Indeed, everyone's initial luck should be similar. As more levels are cleared, the luck will grow stronger. Luck cannot determine a person's lower limit, but it can raise the upper limit. This thing is mysterious, invisible, and intangible, yet the divine path can materialize it. Right now, we can't feel the specific effects of luck, but when it comes time to collect faith, we'll know its usefulness. The appearance of the leaderboard made many people understand. They could clearly see the current status of others and the amount of luck. However, can testing talent also be considered a level? Let me give it a try. Shirkai stepped out from the crowd, his dual pupils fixed on the stone pillar, slowly placing his palm on it. Immediately, a ripple spread out, and the pillar's light surged upward, lighting up one star after another. Soon, the beam reached the 7th star and abruptly stopped. Shirkai, talent, 6 stars reward, 60% luck enhancement, can enter the next level. Another 6-star talent? How is this thing supposed to be evaluated? The crowd grew puzzled again, as they had never taken the so-called talents seriously. This concept was too vague. Is leveling up quickly considered talent? Is gaining strength quickly considered talent? Or is comprehending the laws faster considered talent? In the myriad worlds, strength is the hard truth. Regardless of age or background, what matters is strength. However, since this is part of the divine path trial, there must be a reason for the testing. After all, being able to gain luck enhancement based on talent is an extremely rare buff. Shirkai pondered as he approached Jiang Wuming, looking at the leaderboard above, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Brother Wuming, does this have any meaning?" Shirkai couldn't help but ask. Jiang Wuming shook his head and said, "I don't know for now. The concept of talent has never been mentioned before, and now it suddenly appears. Perhaps it will correspond with the subsequent levels. The higher the talent, the stronger the luck enhancement received. Thus, over time, those with strong talent and those with weak talent will gradually widen the gap." Shirkai whispered. After the two finished testing, others continued to step up for their assessments. But the results were not very satisfying. Some prodigies only had 3-star talents, and the better ones had 4 stars, with no one surpassing 6 stars so far. Notably, a strange being with an eye on its chest went up to test its talent and surprisingly only had 1 star. Its luck enhancement was merely 10%, falling far behind others right from the starting line. The path of the gods is undoubtedly a test of a genius's all-around abilities, and the final divine position can only be attained by the most extraordinary individuals. Aside from Shirkai and the other two, the rest of the main characters did not step forward. They were waiting for the right moment. If they could shatter the invincible hearts of the other geniuses at this stage without lifting a finger, it would save them a lot of trouble later on. "Bro, I'm going up to test it first," Feng Yan said, rubbing his fists together, unable to contain his excitement. As the first person in the Feng family to comprehend the divine technique, his talent was undoubtedly formidable. This was a great opportunity for personal glory, and Feng Yan did not want to miss it. Don't rush, wait a bit longer, Chu Chen said. If this grand feast were to end just like this, wouldn't it be a pity? Lu Taiqing seemed to sense Chu Chen's thoughts and shook his head with a smile. Brother Chu, aren't you afraid of making enemies with all the geniuses by doing this? If I were afraid, I wouldn't have stepped into the third sequence world 5 years ago, Chu Chen replied calmly. Lu Taiqing smiled but said nothing more. In his view, Chu Chen's talent was undoubtedly unparalleled. How many people in the world possess dual hidden professions and ancient divine blood? Not to mention the crucial infinite firepower and the incredible fusion of rules. It was hard to imagine how spectacular the scene would be once he made his move. At that moment, a resentful gaze shot towards him. Chu Chen felt a slight sting on his cheek and followed the gaze to see Dongfang Xingyao had already recovered, his aura back at its peak. However, the previous confidence and pride had completely vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. His eyes radiated killing intent without concealment as he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Just wait, everything you've done to me, I will repay you 1,000-fold." Chu Chen merely glanced at him before withdrawing his gaze, no longer paying attention. If it weren't for the fact that this temple did not allow for attacks, he would have slapped that guy dead long ago. Dongfang Xingyao was not a threat, just a clown. Why bother paying too much attention? Seeing the indifference in Chu Chen's eyes, Dongfang Xingyao's anger intensified. He directly pushed through the crowd and rushed to the stone pillar, shoving aside the genius who was about to test their talent. Get out of the way. Let me test first. The pushed genius was extremely displeased and was about to explode in anger when he realized the other party was a genius from the Southern Dipper Pavilion, so he reluctantly stepped aside. Fierce man Chu Chen. Watch closely, what a true genius is. Saying this, Dongfang Xingyao slammed his palm onto the stone pillar, and his momentum erupted. Suddenly, the light shot up rapidly, breaking through 5 stars in the blink of an eye. What a fast ascent speed. At this rate, he must be at least an 8-star genius. Dongfang Xingyao is indeed the unparalleled genius that the Southern Dipper Pavilion has not seen in a million years. All the ancestors have rated him highly. This stage gives him too much of an advantage. Will the fierce man pay attention to his provocation? The crowd gasped in shock. Sure, Kai and Jiang Woming were already impressive, but Dongfang Xingyao could directly crush them. Just how high was his talent? Soon, he easily broke through 6 stars, with only a slight decrease in speed. 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. Finally, he stopped before 10 stars, unable to advance further. Dongfang Xingyao, talent 9 stars, reward luck enhancement of 90%, can enter the next stage. 9-star genius. My god. The result was even more intense than they had anticipated, directly surpassing everyone before him. Dongfang Xingyao was very satisfied with this result, turning to look at Chu Chen, grinning maliciously. Did you see that? The gap between you and me will only widen from the path of the gods. Directly confronting him, Dongfang Xingyao had already torn the facade with Chu Chen, so there was no need to hold back now. Between the two, one of them would surely fall. But most people leaned towards the former. However, after passing this stage, many began to waver in their opinions. Chu Chen remained expressionless, as if he hadn't seen the earlier scene, his deep gaze fixed intently on Dongfang Xingyao, saying nothing. The rankings have been reshuffled, and Dongfang Xingyao has surpassed Sher Kai and Jiang Woming, claiming the top spot. The name of Shuo Jin has appeared before the world, and in every corner of the myriad realms, one can see the unparalleled brilliance belonging to Dongfang Xingyao, regardless of history and future. At least in this moment, the radiance surrounding him is unmatched. Fierce man Chu Chen, why aren't you speaking? Could it be that you know your talent is lacking, so you dare not utter a word? Dongfang Xingyao raised his eyebrows, finally regaining his composure in front of Chu Chen. Feng Yan narrowed his eyes and said, "Where did this wild dog come from, biting everyone everywhere? Didn't your family teach you to keep your tail between your legs after getting beaten? Or have you forgotten the pain after the wound healed?" Dongfang Xingyao's eyes widened in anger, his fierce expression evident, his chest heaving, clearly infuriated by this humiliation. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "If you don't dare to test, just say so. A waste should be prepared to accept being a waste." Oh, who the waste is still remains to be seen. Beaten like a drowned dog, yet still crawled into the temple to save your life, and now that you're healed, you come out barking? Feng Yan said sarcastically. Dongfang Xingyao coldly smiled, memorizing Feng Yan's face, adding him to his kill list. The fierce man prides himself on being fearless, yet lacks the courage to test? Or are you afraid of being laughed at, so you dare not make a move? You. Feng Yan had just opened his mouth when his shoulder was gripped by Chu Chen's large hand. Turning to look, he saw Chu Chen's expression calm and unruffled, not showing any anger. Why bother stooping to his level? A waste like this, I could slap down 100 of them with one hand, Chu Chen said, shaking his head slightly. That's true, a dog biting me indeed doesn't warrant a response, Feng Yan sneered. In this temple, they couldn't fight, so both sides resorted to verbal sparring. It must be said that Feng Yan, often clashing with Lu Taiqing, had mastered the art of retorts. Dongfang Xingyao had never been one to engage in verbal battles. If someone dared to speak to him like that before, he would have turned them into mush long ago. Now, unwilling to lose, he had to put effort into this aspect, trying to regain some ground. No need for more nonsense. Once my talent is revealed, you will see just how great the gap truly is, Dongfang Xingyao declared. The tense atmosphere surprised everyone, not understanding why he, who had almost been beaten to death by Chu Chun, was now so defiant. Talent cannot determine strength. Could it be that Dongfang Xingyao truly wasn't afraid of being beaten afterward? The fierce man's talent should also be top-notch, otherwise he wouldn't have improved to this level in such a short time. He and the Lord of Reincarnation are known as the twin stars of the myriad realms. If he is a waste, what does that make the others? That's not entirely true. The fierce man has reached this point not just by talent, but by infinite firepower. Indeed, when he first changed jobs, he got the so-called waste profession of Thunder Mage. Without infinite firepower, it would be hard to say. Opinions varied, and the talented individuals each held their views, believing that until the results were out, everything remained uncertain. As for Chu Chen's achievements, they were selectively ignored. At this point, only the results could earn the recognition of the crowd. And Dongfang Xingyao was right about one thing: his current strength was indeed inferior to Chu Chen's, but if the starting gap between the two was too great, it wouldn't be long before he could rely on the opportunities of the divine path to catch up. At that time, who would live and who would die was still uncertain. Seeing that Chu Chen did not respond, Dongfang Xingyao stood by, quietly waiting. At that moment, Su Yueshi glanced at Chu Chen, walked to the stone pillar, and placed her palm on it. A brilliant light burst forth, and a beam shot up at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 6 stars. Then the speed slowed, stabilizing at the critical point between 9 stars and 10 stars. Su Yueshi, talent, 9 stars reward, 90% luck enhancement, can enter the next level. Another 9 stars? Who is this woman? I don't think I've ever seen her before. And she is not even a top talent on the divine rankings. With such strong talent, she should have already made a name for herself. Su Yueshi's displayed talent left everyone astonished. An Eastern Starshine was already a top talent that hadn't appeared for a million years, and now another one has emerged? Moreover, her aura was quite mysterious, as if she had been isolated in another world, making it hard for people to see her clearly. No one expected that beneath this stunningly cold face lay the rules of ice and lofty aspirations. If she were to reveal her true strength, it might scare others into wetting their pants. 9 stars? Not bad, I suppose. Su Yueshi nodded slightly, glancing at Eastern Starshine before turning to leave. At that moment, both the first sequence world and the third sequence world fell into great turmoil. No one expected that, aside from Chu Chen, there was actually someone else from the Longsha Empire who had ascended the divine path. My goodness, what kind of divine fortune is this? The Longsha Empire has produced 2 divine path seeds? Fun fact, Su Yueshi is also a student of the Imperial Capital Academy, and she is a member of the Heavenly Law Academy, even a classmate of Chu Chen. This is too outrageous. Is the Longsha Empire finally going to rise in this era? For a nation to produce 2 divine beings, this is not something that can be achieved by luck alone. The entire empire was shaken. Countless people were moved to tears, looking at the name at the top of the rankings, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. When one flourishes, all flourish. When one suffers, all suffer. Seeing such talents possessing such honors made the citizens feel exceptionally proud. Now we just wait for Chu Chen. If he can make the rankings too, the Longsha Empire will be famous for sure. Up in the dome, Jiang Buju followed closely behind, chuckling, "Friends, may I test first? I'll be quick, just wait a moment." Saying this, without waiting for others to speak, Jiang Buju took on a serious demeanor for the first time in a long while and slowly placed his hand on the device. Boom! The beam shot up like lightning, soaring upwards, breaking through to 8 stars in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. What the heck? This Taoist is going against the heavens. 9 stars, 10 stars. A 10-star talent, an unprecedented terrifying achievement. After testing nearly 5,000 top talents, no one had surpassed it. 9 stars was already a mountain that people looked up to, difficult to surpass, and now a talent had emerged that broke through the limits. This is impossible. How can anyone have a 10-star talent? Eastern Starshine's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing a shocking secret. Not bad, the old Taoist does not deceive me. Jiang Buju smirked, winking at Su Yueshi with a grin. The rankings were refreshed again. And before Su Yueshi and Eastern Starshine could even settle into their seats at the top, it was taken over. What use is talent? There are plenty of talented top figures, and in several eras, none have become divine. Su Yueshi couldn't stand Jiang Buju's smug expression, her brows furrowing. Hee, you don't understand, do you? Not becoming a god is one thing, having good talent is another. Even if one can't achieve eternal glory, being a pair of lovebirds in the mortal realm isn't bad either. Jiang Buju grinned widely. The biggest blow was to Eastern Starshine. He had thought he was the only top talent. At the very least, he didn't expect anyone to surpass him. But the harsh reality came swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he was overtaken, and the other party was just an unknown little Taoist. Moreover, what was the deal with the suddenly appearing Su Yueshi? Had the talents of this era become so common that they were everywhere? Impossible. My talent is the first of the Southern Dipper Pavilion in a million years. How could I be so easily surpassed? Such a drastic rise and fall left Eastern Starshine at a loss, making it even harder to accept. After all, he was ranked 9th on the divine rankings, and with his status, he was respected by millions wherever he went. But on the divine path, he had become synonymous with mediocrity. Although many divine path seeds only had 2 or 3 stars of talent, how could Eastern Starshine compare himself to those worthless fish? Is there anyone else who wants to come up for testing? At this moment, if we don't act, when will we? Dongfang Xingyao scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on the top 10 prodigies on the divine ranking. Aside from those who had already been tested, nearly 5,000 people in the arena remained still. Anyone with keen eyes could see that Dongfang Xingyao was particularly displeased, his emotions clearly written on his face, lacking any subtlety. It was hard to understand how he had become the Holy Sun. However, no one was foolish enough to voice their thoughts, as this petty man, known for his vindictiveness, was the worst to offend. Even someone as strong as Chu Chen, after beating him up, would still have to endure a few bites back. Let me try. Yu Xuanji stepped forward, slowly placing her palm on the stone pillar. The result soon appeared, finally settling at 9 stars, with no further progress. Another 9 stars? Are prodigies so worthless these days? Yu Xuanji is a prince of the merfolk, possessing the bloodline of the sea god. It's not surprising for her to have such talent. Look! The prodigy of the Mad Whale clan is coming. Just after Yu Xuanji finished her test, the Mad Whale clan surged in, their massive bodies pushing the onlookers aside. Many knew that the Mad Whale clan and the merfolk had always been at odds, and with the recent betrayal, a clash between the two was inevitable. This first round would be a rare calm before the storm. Jing Sha, with his enormous eyes, stared ahead and let out a roar, charging forward with his head. The waves surged, the sea resonated, and a giant whale appeared above the stone pillar, its lifelike exterior with every detail of its skin clearly visible. In addition, everyone could see a dark aura, like a malevolent spirit from the abyss, incredibly sinister. Is this a talent anomaly? Is Jing Sha about to set a new record? 10 stars is already the peak if he breaks through again. An 11-star talent would truly be against the heavens. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stone pillar, not daring to shift their gaze. They eagerly anticipated the outcome. If a miracle could truly be created, Jing Sha's name would resonate throughout the world. The most crucial part was that the rivalry between the Mad Whale clan and the merfolk would likely announce the result. In the next moment, stars lit up one after another, the crisp sound stimulating people's senses. When the 10th star was lit, a gasp echoed through the crowd, their pupils contracting. However, it wasn't over yet. The 11th star showed signs of being lit, but the beam's speed had already slowed significantly. Roar! Jing Sha's momentum surged, as if a shackle within him had been released, and his aura grew stronger than before. At the same moment, the beam received an unknown power boost, instantly breaking through its constraints and rushing into the star. The 11th star was lit. Everyone present gasped in shock, their hearts struck with immense impact. Unable to believe the reality before their eyes. He actually succeeded. An 11-star talent, with luck boosting it directly to 101. Jing Sha's luck is already as thick as a baby's arm. If he seizes enough luck, under the same conditions, he will have more than others. Starting with such a huge advantage, how can Yu Xuanji compete? Some people lamented this, while also harboring envy for Jing Sha's formidable talent. Seeing this, Yu Xuanji frowned but said nothing. Unlike Dongfang Xingyao, who was shameless, with solid evidence before him, there was naturally nothing to say. After Jing Sha finished, he returned to his original position, closing his eyes in meditation as if nothing had happened. After a moment, several more prodigies participated, but their talents, compared to the earlier ones, were truly disheartening. Though they were all seeds of the divine path, the gap was undeniable. Some broke records and made history, while others fell to the dust, quickly forgotten, even becoming a laughingstock. The cruelty of the divine path competition exceeded imagination. In the later stages, life and death could hinge on a moment, allowing no room for mercy. So at this time, they needed to discern through the heights of talent who was worth provoking and who was not. Soon 2 days passed, and the rankings had already listed thousands of names, with only a few remaining untested. During this time, a few with 8-star and 9-star talents emerged, but only Jiang Bujue and Jing Sha's records remained unbroken. In these 2 days, all realms were discussing this challenge, with some rejoicing and others worried. Everyone present was a genius from various races, representing more than just themselves. It's time. Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes and said calmly. Who goes first? Lu Taiqing asked. I'll go first. Feng Yan volunteered, striding forward, full of spirit, and casually cast a sealing technique on himself, appearing in front of the stone pillar in an instant. Under everyone's gaze, he extended his palm, slowly approaching the stone pillar. My talent can't be worse than that foolish Taoist, right? Feng Yan murmured to himself. Ding! Waves rippled out slowly, and suddenly a thick rod in a vast array appeared in the sky. The speed of the light beam rising was unprecedentedly fast, instantly lighting up the 9th star. The 10th star only slowed down slightly before breaking through. What a fast speed! Could it be stronger than Jing Sha? The leader of the sealing path is not to be underestimated. How could someone who comprehends sealing techniques have poor talent? Soon, the 11th star was easily broken through, and just as he was about to advance to the 12th star, Feng Yan made an unexpected move that surprised everyone. He withdrew his hand, took 2 steps back, and stood with his hands behind his back. Looking up at his score, he smirked. 11 stars are enough. What was going on? Such behavior left people puzzled. Look at that speed. 13 stars are uncertain, but lighting up 12 stars is definitely not a problem. At a critical moment, he pulls back. Has the leader of the sealing path lost his mind? Every additional star means a 10% boost. What is he thinking? Many expressed their confusion, their gazes towards Feng Yan filled with disappointment. They, with their mediocre talents, were already satisfied with 4 or 5 stars, who wouldn't want to push higher? Yet he, seemingly dissatisfied, withdrew at the crucial moment of breaking the record? This truly was a case of a full man not knowing the hunger of a starving man. What are you doing? Su Yueshi asked in confusion. Feng Yan smiled and said, what's the point of competing for this? As you said, strength is everything, talent is useless. But this concerns luck, it's not a game. Su Yueshi said with a serious expression. What she meant was not that talent had no effect, but that for the weak, having good talent and great boosts was useless. In the hands of the strong, it was naturally a sharp blade. For example, who would dare say talent was useless in front of Jing Sha? Luck is useless to me, having brothers is enough. Feng Yan looked at Chu Chen, a smile on his lips. You want to give up your opportunity? Su Yueshi understood Feng Yan was sacrificing his own reputation to help Chu Chen. But how could he be sure that Chu Chen's talent would be higher than his? Moreover, this was a competition for the divine path, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could it be given away? It's not about giving up, I believe in him. Feng Yan turned and left without a trace of nostalgia. Su Yueshi opened her mouth but said nothing, only letting out a slight sigh, feeling quite helpless. What are you worrying about? They have their own considerations, would they be foolish at such a time? Jiang Bujue spoke up. I've seen too many cases of kin turning against each other, in the face of interests even brothers can fall out. They are merely friends, how can they reach that level? Su Yueshi asked curiously. This was her biggest doubt, Feng Yan and Chu Chen were not related, so why would he sacrifice so much for the other? Perhaps this is what it means to be brothers for life, Jiang Bujue said, knowing what had transpired between them. Su Yueshi did not understand this feeling, at least, she had never experienced such emotions. Apart from familial ties, there was only herself and her pursuit of lofty principles. Even if it were a lover, she would not dare to claim she could go this far. Feng Yan's actions stirred the hearts of many, they were eager to see what this guy was really up to. When he returned to Chu Chen's side, Lu Taiqing spoke up, it seems you are quite determined, even willing to forego the reward. What does this little reward matter? I don't care at all, Feng Yan snorted lightly. He had already proven himself, he didn't need to be on the list to be remembered by the world. Why didn't you say something before doing it? Chu Chen asked. I knew you wouldn't agree, so let's just say I indulged myself this once. Besides, I feel like I've never done anything for you, so consider this my token of gratitude. Feng Yan waved his hand dismissively. We've walked together for so many years, you carried my coffin and saved my life, doesn't that count? Oh. We're all brothers, there's no need to say such things. Feng Yan stubbornly turned his head away. Chu Chen looked at his back, lost in thought. Actually, you don't need to take action, I can reach heights beyond everyone's imagination, Chu Chen thought to himself. Feng Yan's obstinacy completely disrupted his rhythm and plans, but this sentiment he would remember forever. Not far away, Dongfang Xingyao gritted his teeth as he watched Chu Chen, veins bulging on his neck, the fire of jealousy nearly consuming him. A mere attendant has such high talent, what kind of luck did you stumble upon? Dongfang Xingyao couldn't understand why Chu Chen's luck was so good, nor could he comprehend why he was weaker than Feng Yan, this so-called number 98 on the divine list. He clearly could surpass everyone, yet he had to hold back at a critical moment. Aside from helping Chu Chen, it was also a humiliation for himself. Dongfang Xingyao could no longer contain his anger, he felt that if he continued to watch, he would surely spit blood. At that moment, Chu Chen patted Feng Yan's shoulder and walked with Lu Taiqing to the stone pillar, surveying the surroundings. Since the first trial is a beginning, then everyone, let's go together. Testing talents together? The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of Chu Chen's intentions. Did he have such confidence? Could he surpass all the remaining prodigies? It should be noted that Wu Tian, Qin Taiyuan, and Bu Jingyun had yet to make a move. The Chu Emperor and Tu Wanxiong also remained still. Amitba, since the benefactor invites, how could this poor monk refuse? Jia Xian, holding a staff, stepped forward and nodded gently at Chu Chen. Then let's go together. Qin Taiyuan followed closely. Ha ha. Then I'll join you in this madness. Bu Jingyun leaped up with his long spear. Tu Wanxiong slammed his giant sword into the ground, patted his bare chest, and raised his chin. I'll accompany you to the end. Seeing so many people accept a proposal, the Chu Emperor couldn't help but speak up. Why should I agree? My brother has gone this far, you have to agree, Chu Chen retorted forcefully, his eyes shining with determination, staring directly at the Chu Emperor. Ridiculous. My talent is no weaker than anyone else's, what harm is there in agreeing? The Chu Emperor scoffed and walked up directly. The Black Dragon King roared, rising from the ground, its massive limbs moving toward the stone pillar. As it walked, it cast a glance at the little one, full of provocation, its brutal intent unmistakable. De Luo and the little one belonged to the battle generals, not within the realm of divine seeds, so they could only accompany this time. It wasn't that they lacked the qualifications for divine seeds, with their strength, they could have easily secured it 3 years ago. However, for Chu Chen, they were willing to be the green leaves. Only Wu Tian remained seated, appearing calm and detached. Brother Wu Tian, do you have any concerns? Chu Chen asked. Is this trial considered part of the competition? Wu Tian suddenly asked. If you say it counts, then it counts, Shu Chen replied lightly. Good. Wu Tian stood up, the bandages around his eyes slowly revealing a glimmer, his aura erupting like a towering mountain. Since it's a competition, how can I be absent? When Wu Tian arrived, all the prodigies gathered. At this moment, everyone extended their hands and placed them on the stone pillars. Suddenly, a rainbow of light surged straight to the top of the temple. A powerful force broke through the ceiling, spreading into the heavens. Numerous phenomena erupted wildly, ancient sages whispered, Supreme. Sword intent rang out, and gun intent pierced the clouds, soaring to the ninth heaven. The gate of reincarnation slowly opened, revealing scenes of blood rain and a stench of corpses in the millions. Before everyone, the light of Buddha illuminated all, and the phantom of the war god presided over heaven and earth. The sound of dragons echoed through the ages. However, above these phenomena, a pair of gray, chaotic eyes suddenly appeared. Many phenomena emerged simultaneously, combining into a grand banquet of prodigies. Everyone present could claim kingship, even among the top 10 powers and races. They could directly become honored guests. Qin Taiyuan held the title of sword god, Bu Jingyun was the gun saint, Jie Xin was the lord of 10,000 Buddhas, Emperor Chu was the lord of reincarnation, and Tu Wanxiong had the title of slaughterer of millions. Although the Black Dragon King was making its first appearance, its strength was formidable and not to be underestimated. As for Lu Taiqing, it goes without saying, with a single breath of literary energy capable of transforming the sun, moon, and mountains, now mastering the sacred text, he already possessed the demeanor of a sage. The position of Wu Tian's war god was beyond doubt, with fists that could shake the chaotic dragon of the myriad realms. Once the battle intent was unleashed, who could rival him? It could be said that this group of people were the top representatives, embodying the celestial worlds, all the most hopeful beings to become gods in this era. Now, gathering here to test their talents, they were, in essence, competing. Just as Wu Tian said, this contest, though bloodless, was also a war without smoke. The rainbow beams rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they broke through the 10 stars. The speed showed no signs of slowing, the ceiling was merely a trivial barrier to them, not worth mentioning. Zhang Bujue stood not far away, an inexplicable look in his eyes, staring intently at the phenomena of several individuals, sighing deeply in his heart. It seems there is still a gap, the competition for fortune comes too quickly. Su Yueshi's focus was entirely different. She was fixated only on Shu Chen. Her eyes revealed a hint of battle intent. The stronger Shu Chen appeared, the more intense her battle intent became. The phenomena quickly changed. Many sages simultaneously exhaled literary energy, transforming into a vast sky with the sun, moon, and stars all laid upon it. Lu Taiqing's aura underwent a complete transformation. The warmth on his face vanished, replaced by a transcendent presence embodying the literary saint. Presiding over the heavens, I transform literary energy into the azure sky. Suddenly, the beam representing his talent shot straight up, fiercely reaching the 12th star, slowly coming to a halt. Lu Taiqing, talent 12th star reward, fortune enhancement of 120%, eligible to enter the next level. The first person to finish the test appeared. Lu Taiqing's phenomenon was not particularly stunning, but it represented an ancient path. Then, the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood suddenly changed. Countless skeletal remains crawled up from the ground, transforming into a legion of the undead, their wails piercingly loud. In an instant, a giant sword descended from the sky, violently plunging into the earth, the powerful shockwave obliterating all the undead army. I enter the path through slaughter, exterminating all injustices in the world. The beam representing Tu Wanxiong shot up rapidly, suddenly freezing at the 12th star, gradually coming to rest. Tu Wanxiong, talent 12th star. The Black Dragon King let out a long roar, transforming into an ancient giant, devouring black holes that expanded wildly, swallowing countless ancient beasts towering 1,000,000 feet tall, turning them into nourishment. Wherever the Black Dragon passed, evil thrived. Poisonous mists swirled, bringing destruction and death, embodying the utmost evil. The beam representing the Black Dragon King also froze at the 12th star. The three prodigies completed their talent tests, all exceeding the top score on the leaderboard. The number of stars was evenly matched, the three exchanged glances. Beneath their calm expressions lay a heart burning fiercely. Well done. Feng Yan clapped his hands, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. Lv Taiqing's talent indeed did not disappoint him. If it is said that scholars speak based solely on the ink in their bellies, then Lv Taiqing, having read countless idle books in just a few decades, must possess such ability. How could his talent be lacking? At this moment, Feng Yan glanced at Zai Zai, seeing its eyes filled with hope and longing, couldn't help but laugh. Are you going to give it a try too? Zai Zai nodded vigorously, then shook its head, making a sound and retracting its claws. The implication seemed to be, I'm not going to participate in such a boring trick. What are you shy about? That guy looks so old and has such high talent. If you go, you would definitely be better than. It's. Feng Yan squinted and smiled. Hearing this, Zai Zai's eyes lit up, instantly becoming spirited, its big eyes full of curiosity, calling out twice. Of course it's true, you're still so young. If you reach his age, you could blow him away in a minute. Feng Yan nodded confidently. Zai Zai was pleased to hear such praise, its eyes crescent-shaped, looking very happy. It didn't care about talent, it merely showed a longing expression, not wanting to admit defeat in front of its peers. Both were the last ancient dragons of this era, inherently possessing elements of brutality and aggression. Suddenly, a gasp arose from the crowd. Wow! 13 stars. The bald donkey has gone mad. Many gazes turned in unison, only to see the beam of vigilance surpassing all previous limits of the prodigies, illuminating the 13th star. At this moment, all the Buddhas faced the same direction, the shiny bald head resembling a projection of the Buddha, sacred and inviolable. The sound of the Dharma filled the air, and it seemed as if a Buddha appeared before the people, along with the equal land he held. Amitba. The vigilance quietly retreated to the side, calmly reciting scriptures, ignoring the outside world. Those familiar with the Thundersound Temple knew that this group of bald donkeys was indifferent to fame and fortune, caring little for reputation and wealth. Apart from their divine status, perhaps the only thing that could move them was their followers. Until now, vigilance had not given up on wanting to take Qin Taiyuan and Bu Jingyun as followers. How could such a result not shock people? They believed 12 stars were the limit, yet vigilance surpassed that. Could it be that those without hair are indeed stronger? Damn bald donkey, how could I be weaker than you? Bu Jingyun snorted lightly, and the intent of his spear erupted. A long spear appeared, facing the gods directly. It pierced through the illusions of 3 gods in succession, nailing them to the ground. This was not an illusion, to be precise, it was Bu Jingyun's past achievements. Challenging the embodiment of a deity was an act of great disrespect for an ordinary person. But for Bu Jingyun, killing mortals and killing gods were no different. Seeing this, Qin Taiyuan smiled lightly and said, Brother Bu need not argue with the bald donkey, his talent is a gift from the Buddha and should not be taken seriously. Immediately, the 9-nether sword was drawn, and the sword energy sword. At this moment, his expression was more serious than ever, his sharp eyes fixed on the stone pillar, he uttered, Rise. The beams of light from the two surged upward rapidly, advancing together with indomitable will, causing the stone pillar to tremble. Ultimately, both, like vigilance, were fixed at the 13th star, just a hair's breadth away from the 14th star. This should be the limit, right? Qin Taiyuan stood with his sword, pondering. He could feel that the speed of the beam's ascent still had momentum to go further. But when reaching the 14th star, it suddenly stopped, as if hitting a wall. The limit, huh? Bu Jingyun looked at the remaining 3, his expression slightly serious. Qin Taiyuan seemed to have forgotten one thing. The fierce man Shu Chen never followed the rules and would never do things step by step. Miracles could always be seen in him. And there was still a question at hand, talent is fixed, and no matter how strong the willpower or how many trump cards one has, the outcome cannot be changed. The hidden eyes of Wu Tian seemed to perceive the mystery of the stone pillar, suddenly launching a punch. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, the towering stone pillars lit up like stars. The fist of the martial god is not to be underestimated. The achievements of Wu Tian would take 10 storytellers 3 days and nights to recount. If there is a ceiling to combat power, he is certainly the one who can break the norm. The stronger the fighting spirit, the stronger the power, with no upper limit. Unlike the fearless Xiao Wuxuan, the former was born for battle, while the latter fought for slaughter. This punch contained all the essence of his martial arts, striking the stone pillar and causing it to surge upward wildly. No phenomena appeared around him, or rather, he himself was the projection of a phenomenon. A living legend. This description is more fitting. The true return to simplicity. I didn't expect Wu Tian to achieve it, Qin Taiyuan murmured. The War God Palace is known for its many madmen, but the inheritor of this era is surprisingly the calmest one. Bu Jingyun shook his head and smiled. No, you are mistaken, Qin Taiyuan said, staring at the bandages covering Wu Tian's blinded eyes. On the contrary, he is the true madman. The so-called return to simplicity is merely a facade of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. To be precise, it is Wu Tian's restraint of his own fighting spirit. That blood-stained bandage is not just some common item. It is an equipment imbued with sealing power. If this seal were to be broken and he were to face the world, the primal power within him would erupt uncontrollably. Bu Jingyun might not understand, but Qin Taiyuan had witnessed Wu Tian's display of divine might. That year, he single-handedly entered the Forbidden Land of life, fighting for 7 days and nights, with explosive sounds echoing endlessly. When the aftermath subsided, Wu Tian emerged from the Forbidden Land with the Lotus of Life, covered in blood scabs and scars, a truly tragic sight. It is said that he entered the Forbidden Land at all costs to extend his master's life. Since then, Wu Tian chose to seal himself to restrain his warlike heart. Yet even so, he remains the martial god. Undoubtedly the martial god. 13 stars. Can Wu Tian continue to break through? At this moment, a voice startled the dazed Qin Taiyuan awake. Looking up, he saw the beam of light arrive at the 14th star and suddenly stop. Realizing this, Qin Taiyuan understood that Wu Tian had encountered the same predicament they had. All eyes were fixed on the stone pillar, hearts racing to their throats, breaths quickening. Open for me, Wu Tian shouted, delivering another punch. His unreasonable and bold approach shocked everyone. He actually intended to break the shackles in such a direct and brutal manner? But this is a test of talent, not a test of combat power. However, the reality exceeded everyone's expectations as the beam of light ascended another level. It forcefully surged into the 14th star. It lit up. My heavens, he really did it. As expected of the martial god, even the divine pillar testing talent must yield to his fists. So domineering, who can match such grandeur? Perhaps influenced by this, the crowd ignited their own fighting spirit, eager to engage in a thrilling battle right there. After accomplishing all this, Wu Tian directly walked toward the next challenge. For him, talent was nothing more than trivial, and Chu Chen had no chance of surpassing him anymore. In this contest, there was no doubt. He had won. Because even a prodigy like the Chu Emperor was merely a talent of 13 stars. Perhaps only the combined power of the twin stars could qualify to wrestle with him. Brother Wu Tian. Why are you in such a hurry? Chu Chen suddenly spoke. The chaotic eye on the stone pillar fixed its gaze on Wu Tian's figure and asked. The result is clear, I won't waste time here, Wu Tian replied. Without looking back. Is that so? Let me show you something, you will definitely be interested. With that, the stone pillar suddenly trembled, shooting forth a light that did not belong to him. In an instant, a true dragon roared out, shaking the 8 directions. Many in the worlds felt a sense of oppression, a fear rising from the depths of their bloodlines, uncontrollable. What is this? Such an ancient power. It seems to be coming from the temple. What is the evil person doing? What secrets could be hidden within that stone pillar? The evil person hasn't moved since just now. At this moment, Wu Tian felt a sense of heart palpitations, his footsteps paused, and he turned around. Chu Chen's hands sank into the stone pillar as if merging with water, completely unimpeded. Everyone watching widened their eyes in astonishment. The stone pillar can be played with like this? Then, Chu Chen's whole body ignited with divine flames, his muscles swelling, as if engaged in some kind of contest. Rise! With a loud shout, numerous rays of light burst forth from within the stone pillar, carrying a familiar aura that Wu Tian recognized. This is... Suddenly, Chu Chen yanked his hands out, his palms turning golden, as if covered by a layer of divine light. Upon closer inspection, these divine lights were composed of one rune after another, forming a peculiar imprint. Chu Chen's robe was already soaked with sweat, he breathed heavily and grinned. Familiar, right? This imprint has a part of you. Wu Tian stepped forward, unable to resist the urge to remove the bandage, but his hand froze just beside his eyes. You stole my imprint? Stole? How can this be called stealing? I merely have a pair of eyes adept at discovering treasures. Chu Chen smiled slightly and slowly refined all the imprints on his palm. Suddenly, Chu Chen's aura changed drastically, filled with countless chaotic energies, utterly disordered. The crowd felt the aura emanating from Chu Chen, their expressions changing dramatically. This situation could not simply be described as chaotic. To be precise, among the many auras appearing on him, only a trace belonged to him. The rest were the powers of others, some even extremely ancient, like the aura of prodigies from a bygone era. How did he do this? Why is it like this? The evil person actually has my power within him, why? Is that? Confusion reigned, leaving many puzzled. However, at this moment, Jiang Bujue saw a clue and spoke up. Every talent tester leaves an imprint on the stone pillar. Do you remember what you left behind during your test? Upon hearing this, the crowd first fell into contemplation, then suddenly realized. The power of the Tao, I left my own Tao on it. Suddenly, the violent aura within Chu Chen slowly dissipated, replaced by an unfathomable and majestic power of the Tao. Now, he seemed like a different person, becoming even more powerful with an indescribable mystery. It was as if he had grasped the true Tao. I understand. Su Yueshi's beautiful eyes trembled, and she spoke slowly. He has obtained the Tao of all those who left imprints. The chaos Tao itself can evolve all things. In this way, what he masters is not just his own rules, but ours, and the rules of those who have once entered the temple. With the 3,000 Taos, Chu Chen alone controls them all. The crowd gazed at the radiant figure, resembling a divine king, and in that moment, a sense of reverence arose. The 3,000 Taos represent the ultimate and also perfection. Except for Su Yueshi, the others had only walked one path and could only walk one. Chu Chen had comprehended multiple rules 3 years ago, and then further obtained the rules of time and the chaos Tao. Now, he not only controlled everything but could also fully evolve it. Whether it was Wu Tian's God of War Tao, or Jiaxin's 10,000 Buddhas Tao, or Bu Jingyun's Gun Tao, they were all within his grasp. At this moment, every inch of Chu Chen's skin radiated a perfect aura like a treasure, his body exuding the power of the ultimate Tao, leaving people in shock. The chaos Tao is the most miraculous and mysterious, and he also possesses the chaos divine thunder that represents the heavenly Tao. Under such circumstances, perhaps he can truly create a miracle that spans the ages. Jiang. Bu Jue murmured. At this moment, he recalled the scene when he first met Chu Chen. Back then, he had tried to divine the other's future, but could not see the truth, only a silhouette peering into the secrets of heaven goes against the rules of the universe. Jiang Bujue walks the path of destiny, able to see and understand many things. However, there has always been a layer of mist surrounding Chu Chen, obscuring most of the mysteries. Moreover, there is a force blocking him from digging deeper. Not long ago, he couldn't comprehend it, merely thinking that perhaps it was the divine path at work. Seeing this, Jiang Bujue finally understood. So-called ultimate paths, who has the qualification to peer into them? In a corner of the future, the figure sitting on the imperial throne, perhaps only Chu Chen has such qualifications. Brother Wu Tian, should I consider this contest as my victory? Chu Chen asked slowly. What we are comparing is talent unrelated to the path, Wu Tian replied. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, a storm was raging. How could Chu Chen control everyone's imprint? What kind of dark arts was he using? With thousands present, along with the prodigies of several eras, did no one notice the mysteries of the stone pillar? That's right, this round is about comparing talent, why bring up anything else? Dongfang Xingyao interjected with a sneer. Or, are you saying you have no talent at all, so you dare not try? Upon hearing this, the crowd was unconvinced. If this had been not long ago, perhaps someone would have echoed the sentiment. But now, Chu Chen had even triggered a talent anomaly. His talent was at least 11 stars, far stronger than Dongfang Xingyao's 9-star talent. Hearing this, Chu Chen shot a sidelong glance, aghast. An overwhelming presence crashing down, causing Dongfang Xingyao to gasp for breath, his back bending, nearly collapsing to the ground. You worthless piece of trash, do you really think you have any ability just because I can't touch you here? Chu Chen, is this all you can do? Show your talent for everyone to see if you have the guts. Dongfang Xingyao was both shocked and furious, laughing maniacally. Waste, today I will show you what it means to be unparalleled. Chu Chen sneered, slamming his hand down on the stone pillar. In an instant, numerous anomalies burst forth. Like the great pads clashing, 3,000 rules flickered, delivering an extreme visual impact. The dazzling brilliance was so beautiful that many would spend their entire lives unable to touch such paths. Yet at this moment, they all beheld it. Even the spatial rules, one of the comrades of Gao Fei, were among them, and as that familiar aura emerged, many gazes turned towards Su Yueshi. She is the master of the spatial rules? Another one with high aspirations. Could this woman be the trump card of a hidden family? At this moment, someone seemed to realize something and spoke in astonishment. So that's it, the cunning of the fierce person is profound. No wonder he chose to act at the last moment, no wonder he invited all the prodigies to set off together. Someone questioned, what do you mean? Is all of this the scheme of the fierce person? Lu Taiqing gently shook his folding fan, smiling as he explained, to be precise, only a sufficiently powerful imprint can resonate with the stone pillar. Upon hearing this, the confusion on people's faces deepened. Lu Taiqing stepped forward, lightly tapping Feng Yan's head with his fan, and said, if it weren't for this guy's stubbornness, things wouldn't be so complicated. Whenever someone steps forward to test their talent, regardless of strength, they will leave an imprint within. And when the stars flicker, it will trigger the resonance of all imprints, which is the premise for Brother Chu to be able to control it. As for the reason, Lu Taiqing changed his tone. I think everyone is clear, only he has such ability. Feng Yan rubbed his head, puzzled, but didn't you say that the content of the divine path's checkpoints varies in each era? Then why would the ancestors' imprints also appear on the stone pillar? Fool, different checkpoint content doesn't mean the order of the divine temple is different. Lu Taiqing shook his head. Feng Yan pouted, this guy was still so arrogant. After comprehending the sacred text, he not only didn't change his damn personality but became even more brazen with his words. Lu Taiqing stared blankly at the stars that were continuously lighting up on the stone pillar and whispered, except for him, even with the rules of chaos, no one can achieve this step. In just a few breaths, the beam had reached the 13th star. The so-called shackles were like paper in front of Chu Chen, easily crushed. The 14th star. The moment the light shone, everyone felt a shock in their hearts. It seemed this was not even the limit. Dongfang Xingyao's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped several times. At this moment, Chu Chen looked ahead, his expression calm, as if he had everything under control. Xingyao, are you satisfied with this result? Chu Chen suddenly spoke. Humph. So what? Just a bit of talent, can this really be your pride? Dongfang Xingyao stubbornly retorted. Short-sighted and utterly ridiculous, Chu Chen scoffed and continued, since this result still can't make you kneel, how about this? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Chu Chen. The intensity was more than 10 times stronger than before. His body shimmered with divine light as if a sun had descended, and all the talents within a 1,000-meter radius were shaken away. Dongfang Xingyao was the first to bear the brunt, flying out and crashing heavily against the temple wall, his internal energy surging, a sweet taste rising in his throat and a mouthful of reverse blood gushing from his nostrils. The chaotic divine thunder shook the heavens and earth, its infinite might blocking out the sun, covering the entire divine path, with no corner left unscathed. This was Chu Chen's complete form. Everything displayed in the previous battle was merely child's play, not worth mentioning. Now, with his soul restored to its full strength, combined with the enhancement after completing the divine perception, it was showcased in all its glory. At the same time, the beam on the stone pillar ascended another level, instantly lighting up the 15th star. However, this was not the end. The 16th star could not withstand such an impact and burst forth with dazzling light. Chu Chen, talent, 16 stars reward, luck enhancement of 160%, can enter the next level. This magnificent scene left everyone present in disbelief, rubbing their eyes as if they were seeing an illusion. The beam had climbed to its peak, unable to advance any further. 16 stars were already the limit. No. The 16 stars were merely the limit of the stone pillar, not Chu Chen's limit. On the leaderboard, Chu Chen's name hung high, surpassing all talents. It was like a towering divine palace, suppressing those below to the point they could not lift their heads. Even the second-ranked Wutian could not compare. Although there was only a difference of 2 stars, only he knew how difficult it was to break through that layer of shackles. It could be said that in terms of talent, the gap between them was not a step but an unfathomable chasm. With a luck enhancement of 160%, the gap between Dongfang Xingyao and Chu Chen was enormous. Are you satisfied? Chu Chen asked, staring intently. Cough cough. Dongfang Xingyao wiped the blood from his nostrils and said coldly, "So what? Are you going to kill me here? Still being stubborn?" Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh, his laughter full of mockery. "I never expected there would be such shameless people in this world. You can rest assured, in the next level, I will be the first to kill you." At this moment, the rules of slaughter revealed themselves, and countless divine thunders transformed into killing swords, rampaging through the void. Even Tu Wanyan was dumbfounded, seeing his techniques appearing from the enemy. This feeling was indescribably uncomfortable. "Good. I'll wait for you." Dongfang Xingyao first laughed heartily, then nodded slowly. Seeing this, Feng Yan not far away was stunned. This fool can't really have a problem with his brain, can he? He dares to provoke when death is imminent? According to common sense, Dongfang Xingyao should be begging for mercy on the ground by now, or at least admitting a mistake and seeking forgiveness. At the very least, he should be keeping quiet. How could he still be arrogant knowing the disparity in strength? Could it be that he has a trump card up his sleeve? Lu Taiqing racked his brains, unable to think of a way for him to turn the tables. Although the Southern Dagger Pavilion was one of the top 10 forces, their secrets had long been figured out by the world. Moreover, no matter how strong the trump card was, what use could it have in front of Chu Chen now? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "If I don't beat the shit out of you, I might as well find a latrine to suppress myself," Chu Chen thought to himself. Dongfang Xingyao could no longer bear the gazes around him, snorted coldly, and walked into the teleportation portal, heading to the next temple. Wu Tian took a deep look at Chu Chen and said, "You won this round, see you in the next." With that, he also stepped into the teleportation portal, disappearing from everyone's sight. The remaining talents saw that the first round had ended and had no reason to stay any longer. The first round was just a beginning, the real competition lay ahead. As they passed by Chu Chen, they all clasped their hands in congratulations. "Congratulations to the fierce one for taking the lead. When we meet in the next round, please show mercy." This achievement should be unique in several eras. The fierce one will be remembered in history, and we can't forget to congratulate us. To these flattering words, Chu Chen merely nodded lightly, not taking them to heart. As for showing mercy, that depended on whether they had the ability. At that moment, Feng Yan walked over, his face as bitter as a wronged little wife. "Good, you had a plan. All along, why didn't you tell me? You made me look like a fool giving up my chance. Aren't you a fool to begin with?" Chu Chen said with a strange smile. "You deserve it." Feng Yan's face turned red, and he raised his hand to slap Chu Chen hard. After hitting, he felt like he had struck a piece of divine iron, hard as a rock. "Why is your body getting more and more abnormal? It won't affect other aspects of your life, will it?" Feng Yan swallowed hard. "Get lost." Chu Chen shot him a disdainful glance. "Just kidding." Feng Yan chuckled and asked, "So, shall we head to the next round?" "Once the next round starts, it won't be as peaceful as now. Aside from the talents, the dangers inside are no less than those in the forbidden areas outside," Lu Taiqing reminded with a serious expression. "Danger and opportunity coexist. I just want to see if I can find traces of the sealing techniques left behind inside. Maybe it will provide me with some insights," Feng Yan said nonchalantly. Lu Taiqing ignored his words and turned to Chu Chen. "Are you planning to take those two in?" Chu Chen looked at Zai Zai and Deluo, raising an eyebrow. "What's wrong with that? Although bringing battle generals and war steeds doesn't violate the rules, what they gain inside won't help your journey to divinity. Deluo wants to advance to the 9 turns and still lacks several key materials. Zai Zai is still young, so letting it train isn't a bad thing. Alright, the teleportation portal will scatter us to different corners. If we can gather together later, it's best to act as a group." Chu Chen and Feng Yan exchanged glances and nodded. Thus, the group set off again, but this time they all possessed peak combat power. Li Zhangbai, who had just finished a day's classes at the Imperial Capital Academy of the first sequence, strolled along the campus's tree-lined path, holding a thermos leisurely and comfortably. Today's students are becoming more and more disobedient. Truly, each generation is worse than the last. Li Zhangbai twisted the lid and took a sip of goji berry tea. However, at that moment, he seemed to catch sight of an incredible name out of the corner of his eye. Put. The tea he had just sipped suddenly sprayed out, and Li Zhangbai coughed twice, rubbing his slightly bleary eyes, activating his spiritual vision. Chu Chen? Li Zhangbai remembered that just a few days ago, the Academy had issued a statement that Chu Chen was participating in the Divine Path competition? If there was no name duplication, it should be that kid. Song Yuan keeps talking about Chu Chen, he probably doesn't know yet. I need to tell him quickly. Suddenly, Li Zhangbai vanished with a swoosh. The students wandering around the campus saw a ghostly shadow sweep past them, nearly scaring their souls away. Song Yuan in the Academic Affairs Office was as usual handling the affairs of the Academy. As the great director, besides patrolling the classrooms and campus, he also had to arrange various activities. Recently, students from the Four Symbols Academy were coming over for an exchange, and he was busy with all sorts of matters. Looks like I'll have to stay up late again tonight, Song Yuan sighed and began to write furiously. Compared to a few years ago, when he had a head full of white hair, after bathing in dragon blood, his complexion had become much healthier, and his wrinkles were nowhere to be seen. Half an hour passed, and Song Yuan took a sip from his teapot. Suddenly, at that moment, the office door was violently burst open with a loud crash. Old Song, that kid Chu Chen has topped the rankings. Li Zhangbai shouted. Put. A mouthful of tea was sprayed out, and Song Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide open. What did you say? Since the last emergency incident, the Imperial Capital Academy had returned to calm. The various affairs within the academy were back on track, and disturbances were rare. Aside from a few major exams, the rest were merely small skirmishes. To put it more broadly, which student had slain an epic world boss outside, causing a certain commotion? Or who had the student council president fallen into the hands of this year? But no matter how many things happened, that summer remained unforgettable. The new king, the arena's furious slaughter of the three-headed Hellhound, the record-breaking achievement in the warrior's secret realm, the slaying of the exchange student from the Sun Kingdom, the victory in the Eternal Tower, all these legendary deeds came from one person, and even after 5 years, Chu Chen's name still echoed within the academy. Li Zhongbai's favorite thing to do was to recount these legendary tales during the opening class meetings to inspire the newly promoted freshmen. Proud and arrogant as they were, they often scoffed at it, believing that in the near future, they too could achieve such feats. But as time passed, they realized that accomplishing any of those things was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Especially in that era when hidden professions were emerging, it was terrifying how Chu Chen could stand out among the crowd and directly subdue the senior student council president, Lu Tian. Now, he appeared on the divine path, rising from an epic class changer to a world-destroying level in just 5 short years, and in the divine path competition, he had taken the top spot in the first round. The number of beings in the myriad worlds was countless, as numerous as the stars and sands, and to stand out among them was no easy feat. Thus, this group of freshmen finally realized that surpassing this legendary figure was something they could never achieve in their lifetime. Many students on the Zijing campus stood in groups or alone, gazing up at the sky, all in a daze, like puppets lacking souls. Senior Chu did it. His talent is just too monstrous, right? Even the number 1 on the divine rankings is no match for him. Rankings are useless. Senior Chu has already mastered the 3,000 paths, and even if the ancient prodigies were to revive, they wouldn't be his match. He truly is a legend of our Imperial Capital Academy and the Longxia Empire. Many sighed in admiration, some envious, while most held expressions of worship. At the end of this campus path stood a statue, a rare honor that few students had received in the million years since the school's founding. Passing by the teaching building, one could see that statue depicting a young man holding a staff, with an enchanting face and a defiant gaze that looked down upon the world. It was said that this was the work of a newly appointed teaching assistant who had proposed the construction of the statue to the academy's higher-ups. At that moment, a commotion arose in the crowd. The great director is coming. Song Yuan rushed down from the administrative building, followed closely by Li Zhongbai, who was holding a thermos. Both looked flustered as they hurried to the campus path and quickly looked up. Upon seeing that familiar word, Song Yuan smiled, as expected. Did I lie to you? When I first saw it, I was almost scared to death. Li Zhongbai let out a breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. I knew he must be the best, truly worthy of being my student. Song Yuan felt greatly comforted, his eyes slightly moist. What do you mean, your student? What does he have to do with you? Li Zhongbai glared, dissatisfied. How is it not? If it weren't for that trip with the Thunder Dragon, who would have known he had such extraordinary talent? Song Yuan snorted lightly. Nonsense. During that time, he was chased for thousands of miles, almost losing his life. Where were you then? Li Zhongbai retorted directly. Without experiencing wind and rain, how can one see the rainbow? This simple truth shouldn't need me to explain to you, right? The esteemed head of the grade still needs a freshman to help find healing items. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Li Zhongbai, after so long without a contest, are you itching for a fight? Always ready. Watching their usually dignified and serious mentor bickering like a child, everyone wanted to laugh but dared not make a sound. At that moment, a pretty girl caught sight of a familiar figure nearby and hurriedly called out sweetly, "Hello, teaching assistant. What are you all gathered here for? Don't you have classes later?" The students turned to see a handsome young man in a cream-colored outfit approaching. Senior Chu has set a new record, we're just watching, the girl explained obediently. Oh? The teaching assistant looked up, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he nodded. It's something he would do, just like 5 years ago, not a bit changed. Lang Tian, you're just in time. Tell mentorly who taught Chu Chen. Song Yuan waved his hand, signaling. Xiao Lang Tian smiled wryly. Director, this is a public place, can't you at least pay attention to your image? What a disrespectful thing, at your age, still learning from the young to fight for power and profit. Do you have no shame? Li Zhongbai said with a stiff expression. Try saying that again. What's wrong with me fighting for power today? I won't give you the spot for the excellent mentor this year. You dare. Watching the two start arguing again, Xiao Lang Tian shook his head helplessly, urging the students not to linger and to hurry to class if they had one. Then, he looked at the familiar figure on the projection, a nostalgic look in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed, and we are all waiting for your return. After graduating from the Imperial Capital Academy, Xiao Lang Tian found a teaching assistant job within the academy thanks to his father's connections. He usually had little to do, caring for students and attending activities. As he grew older, he shed the naivety of his youth and gained a bit more composure. Whenever he thought back to those crazy years, a smile would unconsciously rise at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the bohemia flowers above, murmuring, "You've changed a lot too, you should still remember us old friends, right?" With that thought, Xiao Langtian shook his head slightly, glanced at the still quarreling duo, smiled, and walked forward. Time is the most grinding, washing away many traces while adding many new marks. But emotions remain unchanged. At least, that's what Xiao Langtian believed in his heart. The first temple in the dome slowly closed as all the prodigies left, the light dimming and returning to calm. The seven-colored divine path appeared with tens of thousands of shimmering light points directly merging into the second temple. Immediately, a buzzing sound rang out, and the second trial officially began. After a whirlwind, Chuchen slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was a vast, ancient wilderness filled with a primal, vibrant energy. Taking a deep breath, every cell in his body became excited, as if it had found a home. Exhilarated to the extreme. Such rich vitality, is this little world the map of the second trial? However, before Chuchen could explore further, a massive shadow suddenly appeared beneath his feet. A fierce wind howling as it rushed towards him. Boom! The explosion echoed around, a lightning snake crashing down, the terrifying pressure causing Chuchen to change color. Playing with thunder. In front of the young master? Chuchen's figure quietly merged into the space, grasping the spatial barrier, and instantly shifted to a distance of 10,000 zhang, all in the blink of an eye. Looking back at the place he had just stood, it was already ravaged by thunder, leaving not a single intact spot, with a pit 1,000 zhang in diameter. The destructive power was somewhat similar to the attributes of the world-destroying divine thunder, but there was an additional unfamiliar attribute, something Chuchen had never encountered before. The spatial rules are quite good, that girl. Suyueshi probably uses them like I do, right? Chuchen glanced at his palm and smiled slightly. In that brief moment, he felt as if he had become one with the space, and every part of his body had turned into a part of the space, indistinguishable from one another, which was quite magical. Of course, the wonderful uses of spatial rules go far beyond this, it all depends on his gradual exploration. Perhaps one day, the main character Suyueshi would even have to ask him how to use the Zhigao method. What on earth is making such a commotion? Dusting off the dust from his robe, Chuchen focused his gaze. Before him stood a massive beast, entirely deep blue, with its limbs supporting the ground upright. It had two horns on its head, a head resembling a true dragon, and an extremely long tail that coiled out. The flickering thunder around it seemed to be bowing to its master. These thunders were not lifeless, as if they had been born with intelligence and independent thoughts. The most striking feature was the pair of eyes on the dragon's head, each containing a thunderball, with a might capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Ancient ferocious beast. Thunder. Emperor? Chuchen was momentarily taken aback, and before he could think further, another bolt of thunder struck down. This time, he chose not to evade the battle. The Book of Sages flipped its pages, and the forbidden spell was cast. Forbidden spell, heavenly punishment. The collision between thunder and thunder, both synonymous with fury and brutality, caused such turbulence that it instantly left the plains riddled with holes. The might of the chaotic divine thunder was not something ordinary thunder could shake. The two were not even on the same level, one could say that apart from the Zhixiao divine thunder and the Duxiang divine thunder, the chaotic divine thunder was their father. The Thunder Emperor never expected that the ant before him could so easily counter his attack, revealing a human-like astonishment and killing intent in his eyes. The territorial awareness of ancient ferocious beasts was extremely strong. In this domain, apart from food and followers, any other beings that entered would inevitably face a deadly end. Beast, do you like playing with thunder? Seeing that his forbidden spell had not been able to kill it instantly, Chuchen suddenly became interested. He had long heard that ancient ferocious beasts were incredibly powerful, and this one before him could at least rival a demigod at the faith stage, or even a demigod capable of forging a divine seat. Having not fought a thrilling battle for so long, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Forbidden spell, absolute zero. In an instant, the momentum of heaven and earth changed drastically. The vibrant scene was no more, replaced by a frigid land of ice and snow. Snowflakes filled the sky, glaciers suddenly formed, and the temperature plummeted wildly, reaching its limit. At this moment, the world fell into silence, everything froze, as if time had lost its constraints, all turned into ice sculptures. The Thunder Emperor was no exception, his massive body encased in a thick layer of ice, unable to move. The ice system rules are quite suitable for me. Chuchen looked at the ice blue starry array that appeared in the Book of Sages, a smile tugging at his lips. With 3,000 great paths, revealing them in a short time was not difficult for him, who possessed infinite firepower. However, many of the great paths were still in the stage of adjustment, unable to be wielded freely. None of this was a problem in front of the Lake of Laws. As long as Chuchen closed himself off for a few years, he could master them all. Ancient ferocious beasts are nothing like this, they are far inferior to my little ones. Chuchen gently stroked the Book of Sages, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes. If luck is not on my side, I might also encounter ferocious beasts, right? The urgent matter was that Chuchen needed to understand the situation here before considering how to enter the next stage. But just as Chuchen lifted his leg, a crisp sound of shattering reached his ears. Looking back, he saw the ice layer on the surface of the Thunder Emperor cracking at an astonishing speed. Soon, unable to bear the burden, it shattered with a loud crash. Roar! An angry roar shot up into the sky, and his pupils suddenly turned crimson. In the next moment, a thunder bead flew out from his pupils, spiraling upward and disappearing into the Heavens! Instantly, dark clouds gathered, and a chilling aura slowly emerged. Thunder tribulation? Chu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. He never expected this beast could evolve the power of the thunder tribulation. This was what he feared the most. Who knew if, having mastered the 3,000 paths, he would defy the rules of heaven and earth. If it struck down, he might lose several layers of skin. Forbidden spell, great annihilation of the prison. The phantom of an ancient god suddenly appeared, combining various rules and paths, along with the evolutionary power of chaos, creating an incredibly terrifying force. Break for me. The giant finger charged forward, disregarding the ravaging thunder tribulation, forcefully stirring the winds and clouds, directly suppressing the dark clouds. Strangely, the thunder tribulation at this moment ignored the giant finger and directly struck Chu Chen. The thunder tribulation invaded his body, wreaking havoc. Despite Chu Chen's unparalleled physique, it was difficult to withstand, blood splattering everywhere and his internal organs suffering immense shock. Damn it! The long-lost sensation of pain ignited Chu Chen's ferocity. After many years without anger, he explosively unleashed all his power for the first time. Forbidden spell, law of the fairies. At this moment, all strange phenomena vanished and a dazzling light appeared, obscuring everything. This was the first time Chu Chen truly used the purest fairy clan forbidden spell. The law of the fairies, one of the 10 forbidden spells of this clan, finally showcased its power. The force that purifies everything emerged, melting the ice and snow, dispersing the dark clouds. The Thunder Emperor felt a fear from the depths of his soul, roared in anger, and unleashed all his thunder, cleansing all evil and darkness. Before Chu Chen, the Thunder Emperor was the source of all evil. The terrifying light instantly shattered the armor on his body, and his flesh began to dissolve. The massive body, spanning hundreds of thousands of feet, crumbled inch by inch under this indiscriminate assault. With endless unwillingness and resentment, the Thunder Emperor fell on the spot, and golden rain fell from the sky, nourishing the battered earth. After killing this boss, Chu Chen's experience bar instantly filled, skyrocketing him 5 levels, and he stepped into the demigod realm. After the upgrade, all his skills improved comprehensively, and the power of rules finally broke through its shackles, entering the next stage. So poor? Not even a piece of equipment drops? Feeling the powerful force surging within him, the last trace of doubt in Chu Chen's heart dissipated. Suddenly, a square iron block in his backpack forcibly flew out, arriving at the Thunder Emperor's corpse, emitting a domineering, devouring force that directly consumed the entire body. What the hell? Chu Chen was taken aback. Such a large corpse was just eaten like that? Looking at the fist-sized iron block, he was filled with confusion. Before he could ponder its mysteries, the iron block suddenly moved. It unfolded slowly, like a machine transforming, and a phantom abruptly appeared before Chu Chen. What the hell? After a long time without triggering any national treasures, he couldn't help but exclaim at this sight. Was there a person hidden inside this thing? Chu Chen remembered that this item had flown out from the dwarven holy land of Athalia. At that time, he was also stunned, not understanding why it had chosen him. Later, after a slight experiment, aside from its hardness and resistance to fire and water, there was nothing particularly special about it. Unable to figure it out, he simply tossed it into his backpack, waiting for an opportunity to check it later. Who would have thought that at this second stage of the divine path, it would fly out on its own and even devour such a massive ancient ferocious beast as nourishment? Chu Chen examined the illusory figure before him. The aura of this person was somewhat strange, seemingly in a soul state, yet mixed with other elements. It was just like the Thunder Emperor earlier. Although it controlled the rules of thunder, there were other auras present. The man appeared aged, with long white hair cascading down to his waist. His brows were etched with the weight of time. And what stood out most were his piercing eyes, which held a hint of authority. His attire was quite peculiar, reminiscent of a bygone era, exuding an air of antiquity. Who are you, sir? Why are you residing here? Chu Chen gripped the Book of Sages tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the old man. You mortals, upon seeing me, do you not hasten to kneel? The old man's voice was thunderous, like the sound of evening drums and morning bells, causing Chu Chen's head to buzz. Chu Chen? Mortal? I have just ascended to demigod status. This level is already the ceiling for today's job changers. You still call me a mortal? Kneel? I have never bowed to heaven or feared the earth, nor do I inquire about ghosts and gods. I only believe in the divine thunder within my heart. Chu Chen stepped forward, his aura surging wildly, the 3,000 paths manifesting, circles of light appearing behind his head, making him appear extraordinarily sacred. If you do not provide an explanation, this place will be your burial ground. The old man, seeing the 3,000 Tao rhythms swirling around Chu Chen, let out a soft sound of interest. Interesting, a supreme being has emerged in this age of decline. It seems I am quite fortunate. However, you are walking the wrong path. The old man spoke. Ridiculous. The paths of annihilation, world destruction, immortality, and chaos, how can one say I am wrong? Chu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed. This path was a choice given to him by the system, under circumstances where even the heavenly Tao could not interfere. What right did he have to critique it? Could it be that the system's priority is not higher than the so-called heavenly Tao? The path of chaos is not wrong. What is wrong is that you have taken this dangerous step without comprehending the immortal Tao. The old man's expression remained unchanged, but he dropped a heavy bombshell. Chu Chen frowned. He had never considered that his actions could lead to danger, nor had he thought there would be a problem. Indeed, he was a bit greedy. He understood the saying that one cannot chew more than they can swallow, but the opportunity was only once, and he had to seize it. If he missed it, the chance of encountering such good fortune again was slim. Moreover, his greatest reliance was the Lake of Laws, as long as he was given enough time. How could he not achieve perfection? The mysterious old man began to spout nonsense, and Chu Chen did not want to hear him continue. Old man, if you keep spouting these dire warnings, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Chen sneered, and a gray starry formation suddenly appeared, divine thunder erupting forth. Don't believe me? Try merging 10 rules, the old man said, completely unperturbed. Calmly. What's so difficult about that? With that, Chu Chen immediately merged the 9 rules he had comprehended, adding the ice rule he had just used. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly tyrannical aura surged forth, causing the entire space to tremble and shake, the void unable to bear the weight, cracking open again and again. Based on the chaotic divine thunder, such transcendent power was as uncontrollable as a bomb, merely revealing a trace caused the earth to collapse. Chu Chen lightly pointed, and the divine thunder, carrying destructive power, shot out. However, at that moment, the force exploded violently, a mushroom cloud suddenly appearing, spreading out in a destructive manner. When the tide receded, a bottomless abyss was revealed in the already scarred earth, the lingering resonance still present, the Tao rhythms swirling, clearly visible. How could this be? Chu Chen looked at his palm, astonishment in his eyes. He could clearly feel that at first, everything went smoothly, without any obstacles or shackles, as he was already familiar with what to do. Merging rules was as simple to him as drinking water. But during the application, an unexpected explosion occurred, erupting uncontrollably without any warning. Moreover, Chu Chen felt as if something was watching him, sending chills down his spine. The old man slowly floated in front of Chu Chen, glanced at the abyss, and said, I speak no falsehood. Had it not been for your help in breaking my seal, I would not tell you this. Why is this happening? I feel that if more rules are added, it will surely backfire. Chu Chen expressed his doubts. In the past, everything he did went smoothly, and he hardly encountered any problems in his cultivation. But ever since this old man appeared, he pointed out the time bomb hidden within him. At this moment, Chu Chen thought, could this old man really know something? It's just a little trick of the gods. You should be grateful that you encountered me while merging the 3,000 paths. Otherwise, given time, you would become a puppet of the gods. Can you elaborate? Chu Chen lowered his stance, humbly seeking guidance. The old man glanced at him, nodded in satisfaction, and continued, have you ever heard of the old Earth Holy Spirit? I've killed quite a few. What's the matter? Chu Chen nodded. Then do you know how the Holy Spirit is formed? Chu Chen shook his head, indicating he didn't know. No one knew about that thing, and there were no relevant records in the texts. The Holy Spirit Hall had a secret method to subdue and use them. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky with a sense of ancientness, slowly saying, many things I don't remember, but I clearly remember the origin of the Holy Spirit. At this moment, he exuded an even stronger ancient aura, as if his thoughts returned to an ancient era, a time of 100 schools contending and myriad races rising. In the era when the gods stood tall, how many astonishing talents were born? Mastering the 3,000 paths was the most normal thing, but some tried to merge them and touched upon taboos, leading to ominous events. Ominous? Are you referring to what I just did? Unconsciously, Chu Chen's address for him had changed from old man to you. Perhaps it was due to the qualities of the other party affecting him, or perhaps he felt that the old man was not simple. Indeed, merging 10 rules has already stepped into a minefield. If you wish to merge all the rules, you will inevitably follow the old path of countless sages. The old man slightly nodded. Are you implying? The old man turned his head, his eyes becoming even deeper, revealing a hint of terror. He lowered his voice and rasped. You will become neither human nor ghost, just a pure-blood Holy Spirit that only listens to the commands of the gods. What? Chu Chen's eyebrows jumped fiercely. A thunderclap exploded in his mind. It disrupted his thoughts. Touching the taboo would turn him into a pure-blood Holy Spirit? This was the most absurd and unbelievable thing he had heard in 5 years. If what he said was true, then didn't it mean that Chu Chen merging the 3,000 paths would turn into? Wait. Deluo. Chu Chen suddenly woke up. At that time, he had obtained such a warrior after completing a transaction in the temple. Deluo's appearance was very abrupt, extremely abrupt. There was almost no sign, as if it had sprung out of thin air. Moreover, it stated it wanted to be his protector, with all its memories erased, only remembering it was sent by the gods. If it was as the old man said, then didn't that prove that many years ago, Deluo was also an exceptionally gifted talent? Captured by the gods during the process of merging the 3,000 paths, it had become an immortal puppet. Now a question lay before him. Since Deluo was sent by the gods, what was its task? Was it really that simple, just to help him become a god? But doing so, seeing Chu Chen's heavy expression, the old man knew the other party had realized the seriousness of the problem and trusted his words. Without a doubt. If you don't want to walk this old path, there is still a chance for remedy, the old man said. Please, senior, bestow your teachings. Chu Chen clasped his fists and bowed, respectfully asking. I have been sealed for too long, and many things I can no longer remember. The old man shook his head. Senior, please give your orders. As long as I can do it, I will certainly do my utmost to assist. Chu Chen said solemnly. This concerned his future. Having a time bomb within him was unbearable for anyone. For now, as long as Chu Chen did not merge the 3,000 paths, nothing would happen in the short term. No one knows when this bomb will explode, and even fewer know when misfortune will arrive. To be safe, it's best to resolve this issue first. He doesn't want to become a puppet for others to manipulate. Perhaps if I devour enough ancient ferocious beasts, I can recover some memories, the old man said. So, hunting is the way? Chu Chen asked. Exactly. I am currently in a soul state and urgently need the power of the immortal path, which can only be found within ancient ferocious beasts. The immortal path again. This term had been mentioned more than once by the old man, and Chu Chen was curious. What is the power of the immortal path? Is it one of the 3,000 great paths? The old man waved his hand, and suddenly, the previously devoured Thunder Emperor appeared before them, its life force extremely strong, even more so than before. Most striking was its aura. It was clearly a dead thing, yet it felt alive. Master. The Thunder Emperor knelt down, respectfully bowing its head. It can speak human language? How is that possible? Chu Chen's eyes widened in shock. It should be known that among the myriad races, there are not many beings that can speak the universal language of the heavens. Only races with exceptional linguistic talent, such as the beastmen, elves, merfolk, humans, and holy monks, can master language. For example, the dragon race, the mad whale race, and the giant shark race can never speak, no matter how much they evolve. At most, they can roar a few times to express their feelings. Chu Chen had interacted with his little one enough to sense its intentions through sound, but speaking was utterly impossible, no matter how much he taught. Now, seeing this long-dead ferocious beast utter the word master, how could he not be astonished? Is this the power of the immortal path? Chu Chen asked curiously. The old man had a mysterious look in his eyes as he inscribed a pure white talisman in the air. The talisman entered the Thunder Emperor's body, and in an instant, its aura became 10 times stronger than before. The thunderous rules emanating from it even made Chu Chen feel a hint of fear. So strong. Chu Chen looked at the Thunder Emperor with fiery eyes. In terms of thunder, Chu Chen was confident he was not weaker than any being. Even the ancient ferocious beasts, like the Thunder Emperor born from thunder, were not to be feared. However, under the enhancement of that immortal path power, the rules had become so much stronger. This is just one function of the power of the immortal path. In the future, when you master it, you'll know how miraculous this power is, the old man said, clenching his hand, causing the Thunder Emperor to transform into a point of light and disappear. Watching this scene, Chu Chen's arrogance diminished significantly. He had thought he was nearing the end of his journey, but now he realized there was still much more to master. Becoming stronger was the wish of all those who changed their paths, and he was no exception. Only with sufficient strength could he control his own destiny. He didn't want to be a pawn in someone else's game anymore. He wanted to be the only player in the heavens. I am Chu Chen. May I ask for your name, senior? Chu Chen spoke. I can't remember my title, only my name, the old man frowned, trying hard to recall, but he couldn't remember. Losing one's memory is an extremely painful thing. Old friends and past glories are all gone. Being sealed in a broken iron box for countless years and still preserving an undying soul is already a stroke of luck. My name is Yi Gucheng. Chu Chen silently repeated this name several times, firmly engraving it in his heart. He had a premonition that this person would play an extremely important role in his future path. After all, the two were merely engaged in a simple transaction, each getting what they needed. Then, the two set off on the road to find ancient ferocious beasts, taking this opportunity to uncover the details of this map. Senior Yi, were you from the ancient era? I can't remember clearly, it might have been even longer ago. The power of the immortal path is so strong, why has no one mentioned it in recent eras? It should be the work of the gods, they wouldn't allow anything that threatens their status to appear. Why do the ancient fierce beasts here contain the power of the immortal path, yet still look so weak? The Thunder Emperor you just killed was only in its juvenile stage, of course. It's weak. What? A length of hundreds of thousands of feet and it's still in its juvenile stage? Of course, an adult Thunder Emperor can evolve a true Thunder Tribulation using the rules of the immortal path. Even the gods dare not confront it head-on. The two chatted casually, gradually becoming familiar with each other. Compared to their first meeting, Chu Chen found that Yi Gucheng was not as aloof as he had imagined. He seemed like an ordinary neighborly old man, kind-hearted and knowledgeable. Thus, half a day later, Chu Chen arrived at the territory of another ancient fierce beast. The mountains here towered into the clouds, yet there was a broken wall, as if it had been cleaved in half by a giant axe. In the depths of that chasm lay a golden-winged bird, its ferocity surpassing that of the Thunder Emperor. However, before Chu Chen could begin his hunt, a shocking sword intent suddenly erupted from the bottom of the chasm. It shot straight into the sky. Following that was a furious roar. Beast! Spit me out! After the roar, a scarlet sword energy flew out from the chasm, effortlessly slicing off a mountain peak. Wherever it passed, the aura of slaughter ran rampant, and the violent power approached him. Chu Chen casually slapped it away, dispelling the brutal desire in his mind. Such a strong rule of slaughter, one who possesses such sword energy, aside from slaughtering countless heroes, is unlikely to be found in the worlds of the heavens. A strange light flickered in Chu Chen's eyes. This world, retaining the ancient style, was larger than Any sequential world easily accommodating tens of thousands of prodigies. In such a vast territory, encountering an acquaintance was a matter of fate that needed no further explanation. New grudges and old debts combined. If you want to kill me, be prepared to be slaughtered. A cold smile crept onto Chu Chen's lips as he flew into the chasm. Yi Guchang followed closely behind. He was currently in a spiritual state. Although he couldn't fight for long, his strength was evident, and keeping up with Chu Chen was no problem at all. However, he was currently missing memories, and until he regained them, he wouldn't easily make a move. This was merely a transaction, nothing more. Inside the chasm, the fierce wind cut against his cheeks painfully, despite Chu Chen's unparalleled physique. He nearly had a blood mark carved into him. The golden-winged Dupeng has an incredibly hard body, each feather is akin to divine iron, and it is the king of the winds, capable of directly contending with the dragon clan during the ancient times. Information about this fierce beast flashed unconsciously in Chu Chen's mind. As he descended rapidly, the fierce wind and scarlet sword energy appeared more frequently, almost completely obscuring the bottom of the chasm. Thunder shield. The chaotic divine thunder enveloped him, while the sword energy and fierce wind battered against the shield, shooting out countless sparks and explosive sounds. Chu kid, this golden-winged Dupeng's strength might even surpass yours. If you recklessly go down like this, you might face certain death. Yi Guchang reminded him from the side. Does Senior Yi have so little confidence in my strength? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile on his lips. Even if the ancient fierce beasts are fierce, I can't possibly be suppressed by a beast. Seeing Chu Chen maintain his confidence, Yi Guchang's arrogant words did not seem out of place or boastful. It felt as if it should be that way. In a moment of crisis, I can help you once, but only once. Yi Guchang said slowly, hands clasped behind his back. Then I must cherish this opportunity, I can't waste it here. Chu Chen laughed heartily and suddenly accelerated. For some reason, after these days of interaction, Yi Guchang found Chu Chen increasingly pleasing to the eye. Perhaps it was because he could see a reflection of his younger self in him, or maybe it was because the boy's personality suited him well. Having not communicated with anyone for a long time, encountering a young person he could talk to made Yi Guchang feel rejuvenated. 5 minutes later, Chu Chen finally reached the bottom of the chasm. There, he saw a completely golden Dupeng bird furiously destroying everything around it, its fierce wind extremely sharp and incredibly piercing. No stone or metal could withstand its might. The mountain was pockmarked and scarred, as if it had endured a world-shattering battle. Beast! Get the hell out of here! From its mouth, a bare-chested man wielding a giant sword fiercely resisted its jaws, gripping its tongue with both hands and pulling with all his might. The immense force made the golden-winged rock writhe in agony, shrieking incessantly, its beak wide open, spewing forth a stream of golden energy. Suddenly, the giant sword, slaughtering 10,000 heroes, stood horizontally before him, a flash in his eyes as he softly uttered the words of the world-slaying sword. A sword energy that spanned the chasm of heaven erupted from the giant sword, silently colliding with the golden energy. In an instant, a wave of mixed slaughter and fierce wind exploded, the powerful aftershock destroying everything, even causing the towering mountain to tilt. Puff! Slaughtering 10,000 heroes was violently thrown back, dragging a long mark on the ground. His giant sword was embedded in the earth, gasping heavily, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of confusion. How can this beast be so strong? Outside the temple, slaughtering 10,000 heroes had slain at least 8,000 demigod-level bosses. Whether they were local or world bosses, none were a match for him. But in this world, he found everything had changed. The wild monsters by the roadside were stronger than ever, and even the world-ending small monsters he used to disregard now required a third of his strength to defeat. Looking at the golden-winged rock before him, slaughtering 10,000 heroes spat out a phrase, "Damn the ancient world." The golden-winged rock suddenly charged, its wings blocking out the sun, vast and boundless, every feather seemingly containing a world. As it swooped down, it brought with it a chilling wind, the sharp sound of metal scraping sending shivers down his spine. Slaughtering 10,000 heroes charged forward fearlessly, though his body seemed small in comparison, his momentum was as grand as a rainbow piercing the sun. The two engaged in a life and death struggle, the giant sword striking fiercely against the feathers, causing the golden-winged rock to tilt. In the purest clash of flesh, slaughtering 10,000 heroes was pushed back step by step, sustaining numerous injuries, some deep enough to see bone, blood flowing in torrents. Yet he refused to give up, growing braver with each battle, the rules of slaughter fully unleashed, turning the entire world into a crimson realm. Chu Chen watched from the back, thoroughly entertained, showing no desire to intervene. At this rate, slaughtering 10,000 heroes can only last the time it takes to burn a stick of incense before he flees. Yi Guchang shook his head. This man is not as simple as he appears. There is an ancient power within him that does not belong to the worlds of the heavens. Oh? Chu Chen's interest was piqued. Based on his background, if he guessed correctly, slaughtering 10,000 heroes master, the head of the Holy Spirit Temple, should be from the zero sequence world, just like Jiugu. What if he really had a trump card? Regardless, Chu Chen had no intention of letting this enemy leave this carefully chosen burial ground. I see, Kid Chu, you're quite lucky. Yi Guchang's eyes brightened. Look at the plant on that golden elixir. Following his gaze, Chu Chen felt a stir and said, Titan immortal herb? Exactly. Besides its own strength, the ancient god's bloodline cannot do without external assistance. Ordinary bloodlines cannot withstand the enhancement of the Titan immortal herb. It is most suitable for you. If you can Swallow this herb, your physical strength will at least double, bringing endless benefits in the future. You'll hit the jackpot. Hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes instantly lit up, is already restless. Heart pounding uncontrollably. No wonder slaughtering 10,000 heroes refused to run, he was waiting for this. Suddenly, the golden-winged rock fiercely swiped its claws, leaving a bloody wound on slaughtering 10,000 heroes' shoulder, sending him flying. Just as he prepared to charge again, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. That bastard Chu Chen. The appearance of his enemy took slaughtering 10,000 heroes by surprise. He never expected that in a randomly teleported world, such a vast land would have such a coincidental occurrence. After the surprise came excitement. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Do you want to reap the benefits of the fisherman? The Titan Immortal Herb is not something you are qualified to touch. If you don't want to die, get lost. Chu Chen slowly stood up, his eyes shooting out dazzling divine light, coldly saying, do I still need to use tricks to kill you? Arrogant. Today, I will have a good experience with the #1 genius on the talent list. What is your strength? But before he could finish speaking, the golden-winged rock had already charged in. A dull, crashing sound echoed, and Tu Wanxiang was once again sent flying. The golden-winged rock was immensely powerful. Aside from possessing immortal power, the most terrifying aspect of ancient ferocious beasts was their physical strength. The bloodline within determined their primitive combat habits. In that era, if one had a weak body, they would have long been reduced to food. No matter how strong Tu Wanxiang was, he could not match the impact of the golden-winged rock. At this moment, the Titan Immortal Herb he was eyeing had actually been snatched away by someone else. Chu Chen seamlessly merged into space, silently appearing 1,000 miles away, landing next to that golden elixir. Brother Tu, thank you for holding off this beast for me. I will gladly accept the immortal herb. Chu Chen grinned, causing Tu Wanxiang's injuries to worsen, nearly choking on his own anger. Chu Chen, you dare take my treasure, I will definitely chase you for thousands of miles. For eternity. Tu Wanxiang shouted angrily. Your treasure? Chu Chen took a careful look, grasped the Titan Immortal Herb in his hand, examined it, and questioned, does it have your name on it? I don't see it. The moment he held it, a refreshing fragrance wafted over, and Chu Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath, his spirit stirring. Just from the emitted aroma, he felt a slight increase in his physical strength. Though it was negligible, if he could swallow the whole plant, he might gain unexpected benefits. Tu Wanxiang had to deal with the battle while also keeping an eye on Chu Chen's movements. Now, he effortlessly took the treasure and even spoke provocatively, instantly infuriating him to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. In a fit of rage, Tu Wanxiang shouted, foolish bird. Someone has taken the treasure you were guarding. What are you still fighting me for? The golden-winged rock's mind stirred, and it turned to look back, only to see a person actually swallowing the Titan Immortal Herb right in front of it. The next moment, a resentful howl shot into the sky. The golden-winged rock disregarded Tu Wanxiang and charged directly at Chu Chen. With overwhelming momentum and boundless killing intent. During the battle, it didn't even notice that its home had been robbed. The technique Chu Chen used was one of the space rules from the High Aspirations method. Silent and suitable for treasure snatching. Now, as the golden-winged rock turned to fly towards him, its crimson eyes seemed to say that Chu Chen had killed its offspring, fierce to the extreme. Burp after swallowing the Titan Immortal Herb, he felt a warm sensation in his stomach, as if he had drunk a cup of hot tea, very comfortable. But the imagined increase in strength did not occur. Senior Yi, what's going on? Could it be that I have indigestion? Chu Chen was filled with questions. Yi Guqing smiled and said, you'll know after a fight. What? Looking at Yi Guqing's mysterious smile, he suddenly felt a chill all over. Could he be setting him up? Before he could ask for clarification, the golden-winged rock had already charged in front of him, and Chu Chen directly activated his ancient god form, fearlessly throwing a punch. Bang! This beast is really strong. Chu Chen shook his stinging hand and rolled his neck. Compared to that mature Thunder Emperor, the strength of the golden-winged rock far surpassed it by several streets. It could be said that this was the first opponent in years who could physically crush him. Who in the myriad worlds didn't practice techniques? Only someone who was full would bother to train their body. In their first collision, Chu Chen tasted blood, but in the blink of an eye, his injuries fully healed. The recovery ability of a 3-star ancient god was no joke, a unique hidden race, unparalleled in the myriad worlds. It's been a long time since I've eaten bird meat. Today, I'll use you to satisfy my cravings. The divine flames on Chu Chen surged, and the ancient god's spine shot up into the sky. In this domain, the speed of the golden-winged great pang suddenly dropped by half, and its strength and physical resilience were reduced by 50%. The hand of heaven. A massive hand descended, directly sending the golden-winged great pang flying half a mile. Such a hard body. Chu Chen was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but look down at his palm. Even in a weakened state, this slap didn't break a single feather? What on earth has this beast been eating to grow so strong? Suddenly, thousands of sharp winds rushed in, and colorful light erupted from Chu Chen's chest, shooting out a divine light. The winds disintegrated inch by inch, and behind that tide, a golden claw fiercely attacked. Chu Chen punched again. This time he pushed his strength to the limit, charging forward. A dull collision sound echoed as Chu Chen's body crashed against the mountain wall like a kite with a broken string, shaking loose several boulders. Seeing Chu Chen's miserable state, Tu Wanxiong raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Is this all the strength of the number one on the talent list? It seems the feared fierce person is nothing more than this. What good is possessing 3,000 paths if you can't use them? It's no different from being useless." Tu Wanxiong had no intention of waiting to see what would happen. Pursuing victory was the best choice. "Fierce person, die for me." Tu Wanxiong flew out with a giant sword in hand, unleashing a killing sword energy that struck directly at the piled stones, obliterating them completely into dust. With the golden-winged Great Pang in his strength, dealing with Chu Chen was a piece of cake. "With this little ability, you dare to boast? I really don't know how useless Dongfang Xingyao must be to be defeated by you." Tu Wanxiong spat on the ground and scoffed. Tu Wanxiong had never been in the world of the heavens, this was his first visit. He hadn't heard much about Chu Chen, but everyone who spoke of him revered him as a deity. Various titles emerged endlessly, those who didn't know would think he had already become a god. A person who seeks fame and reputation deserves to be eliminated. Tu Wanxiong snorted coldly, not intending to linger here. The thing he wanted was eaten by Chu Chen, and killing the golden-winged Great Pang was too much of a waste of energy. There was no need to stay any longer. However, just as he was about to escape, a fiery red figure suddenly shot up from the ground. Wow! So hot, so hot! Chu Chen was bouncing on the ground, looking like an ant on a hot pan. Every inch of his skin felt as if it had been roasted, constantly emitting steam. "Senior Yi, how can there still be side effects? It's too hot, it's going to burn me." Chu Chen gasped, his expression pained. "Ha ha ha. The best way to absorb the medicinal power is to vent it out, and the golden-winged Great Pang is the best punching bag. I said, just have a fight." Yi Guqing laughed heartily at Chu Chen's antics. "A fight, huh?" Chu Chen looked up and grinned. "One golden-winged Great Pang isn't enough, too little. Dog, you come too." The sudden challenge caught Tu Wanxiong off guard, his eyes filled with disbelief. A full-force strike from the golden-winged Great Pang, plus the killing sword energy, and this still can't kill him when he's completely unprepared? Tu Wanxiong's eyes widened. If Chu Chen had used the Chaos Divine Thunder instead of the Ancient God's power, he might have found it tricky. But the opponent was being arrogant, insisting on using the true form of the Ancient God in a field he wasn't skilled in, and the result was that he was completely unharmed? He must be the ancient fierce beast. It wasn't just Tu Wanxiong who was shocked, even the golden-winged Great Pang showed a human-like confusion. It was a fantasy for humans to compete with fierce beasts. Don't forget how ancient fierce beasts satisfied their appetites in that era. That last strike was by no means a test. Chu Chen had taken the Titan immortal grasp that the golden-winged Great Pang had guarded for countless years. This enmity was irreconcilable. How could there be any reason to hold back? At this moment, Tu Wanxiong and the golden-winged Great Pang stared at each other, their astonishment evident. "Hey, weren't you fierce just now? Why are you so scared now that you can't even let out a fart?" Chu Chen tugged at his robe and summoned several ice blocks to forcefully lower the temperature. However, as soon as the ice blocks touched his body, they turned into steam, rising in wisps, with very poor results. Chu Chen's surface temperature was rising higher and higher. His body felt like a furnace, red to the point of purple. The energy within him was growing stronger. Increasingly, he was filled with a sense of power, eager to find an outlet. If he didn't completely digest the medicinal effects, he would surely suffocate. "Humph. I didn't want to use someone else's hand to eliminate you, but since you are sincerely seeking death, I will grant you that." Tu Wanxiong's killing intent burst forth, and the giant's sword suddenly turned blood red. The sword intent surrounded him, and the vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood instantly appeared, the air thick with the smell of blood. If Qin Taiyuan's sword path was the epitome of yang and strength, Tu Wanxiong took a completely opposite path. Brutal, cold, and savage. The golden-winged rock let out a sharp cry and charged out, its speed as fast as lightning. The wide chasm was completely enveloped by the golden energy, and there was no corner that could avoid being eroded. Suddenly, golden light flickered, illuminating the dark underworld, claws striking fiercely, capable of breaking through 1,000 armies, impossible to withstand by 10,000 ghosts. However, that was not the end. Following closely was the sound of ghostly wails and howls. The sword energy had not yet arrived, but the sound had come first. Chu Chen remained unperturbed, stepping forward, a multicolored light suddenly appearing on his chest. Heavenly Calamity Light. In an instant, beam after beam of light shot out wildly, illuminating the place into a colorful world. Unlimited firepower? Tu Wanxiong was greatly shocked. At this moment, he wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The Heavenly Calamity Light, carrying the power to destroy with ease, directly obliterated the killing sword energy, and the golden-winged rock let out a painful roar, dropping a few scales and feathers. Tu Wanxiong was even more miserable, under the condition of reducing his strength by 50%, being able to block a single strike of the Heavenly Calamity Light was already his limit. He never expected Chu Chen to be so unreasonable, directly using unlimited firepower, unleashing 100 strikes of Heavenly Calamity Light in the span of a single breath. The mountain trembled, a large pit appeared at the bottom, resembling a human-shaped tunnel being opened. In an instant, rocks tumbled down. The ground shook and the mountain swayed. Tu Wanxiong's disheveled figure emerged from the pit, his left arm completely gone, blood flowing freely, a scene of utter misery. In contrast, the golden-winged rock appeared to be at ease. It withstood the attack with its body, only losing a few feathers. One must say the power of the ancient fierce beast was evident. Without using fusion rules, it would take a lot of time to kill it. I don't feel a thing, can you let me cool down? I'm so disappointed. Shu Chen shook his head. What unlimited firepower! You forced my hand. Tu Wanxiang suddenly plunged the giant sword into the ground, forming seals with both hands, blood energy rising. Thump, thump. At this moment, the strong and powerful heartbeat echoed in the chasm. Tu Wanxiang's entire body was bulging with veins, and a blood red eye suddenly appeared in the center of his brow, looking quite sinister. The giant sword quietly melted away, transforming into a black-red liquid. That merged into Tu Wanxiang's body, forming armor. Great Sun Azura. Immediately, Tu Wanxiang's appearance underwent a tremendous change, transforming from a strong man into a towering being that was neither human nor ghost. Black-red skin, 3 sinister eyes, blood energy swirling around, clad in armor. Fierce man Chu Chen. Are you satisfied with this gift? Tu Wanxiang's voice was extremely deep and hoarse, carrying a hint of confusion, filled with malevolence. Senior Yi, is this the trump card you mentioned hidden within him? Chu Chen asked. Indeed, he was originally an Azura from the Zero Sequence world. If he didn't evolve into a human form, he would never be able to enter the myriad worlds. Yi Guqing nodded. Chu kid, you must be careful, both the ancient gods and Azuras are beings with extremely powerful bloodlines. In terms of strength, you are on par with him, but the ancient gods possess innate skills, which no one can match. Chu Chen looked at the monster before him and smiled lightly. A mindless battle machine, how can it compare to me? Looking at the imposing golden-winged great pine in the sun god Azura, Chu Chen slightly raised his eyelids, his divine flame soaring to the heavens, the 9 dragons reigning supreme. When it comes to fighting, I've never feared anyone. Even if you are the incarnations of the gods today, I will make you regret it on the spot. After saying this, both sides charged at each other with the force of thunder, colliding fiercely and unleashing terrifying shockwaves that rippled through the surroundings. Chu Chen faced 2 opponents without fear, the 9 dragons supreme providing him with unparalleled strength, enough to shake the heavens. Boom! The explosive sound echoed in his ears, destroying the chasm into utter chaos. The already precarious mountain finally could not bear the burden and collapsed with a thunderous roar. The momentum from the towering mountains falling spread across 1,000 miles, shaking the earth violently. The 3 fought from the chasm to the ground, and then from the ground to mid-air. The grand momentum obscured the sun, and from afar, the projections of the heavenly worlds could only see flashes of light, unable to capture the figures clearly. All 3 unleashed their true fire, vowing not to rest until they killed each other. What kind of trouble is that? Fierce person causing again? Who is he fighting to the death? It seems to be a visitor from afar, the direct disciple of the Holy Spirit Hall's master, Tu Wanxiang. There's not just one opponent. There's also the ancient fierce beast, the golden-winged Great Pang. My heavens, is that fierce person really that powerful? Even those familiar with Chu Chen's battle-crazy personality couldn't help but feel their hearts stir at this scene. Powerful prodigies were everywhere, yet he was always the most dazzling one. This level had no leaderboard, nor any terms to speak of until now. No one knew what the conditions for passing were. In such circumstances, the battle became the only point of interest. Die for me! Tu Wanxiang's bloodline surged, and he threw a punch. Chu Chen snorted, lightly flicking his leg whip, and both retreated violently at the same time. At that moment, the golden-winged Great Pang charged in, its wings flapping, directly sending Chu Chen flying, adding more injuries to his body. With a heroic figure and unyielding spirit, Chu Chen stared at the two, suddenly closing his eyes. It's time for you to witness the path of the martial god of the unheavened. Tu Wanxiang, blinded by rage, would not give Chu Chen a moment to breathe. Even if it's the path of the unheavened. Today, I will crush it. With that, his killing intent solidified again. Blood energy rolling like smoke, transforming into a heavenly curtain. Although the sun god Azura had no innate skills, he himself was an extremely powerful weapon, a humanoid fierce soldier. The golden-winged Great Pang's scales and feathers displayed numerous ancient runes, its momentum surging once more. The sharp claws were enveloped in a layer of brilliance, increasing its attack power several times. You think you can kill me, just with that? As soon as the words left his mouth, a shadow of a martial god appeared behind him, along with the imprint of an ancient god, and Chu Chen's battle intent soared to its peak in an instant. To stop the battle with battle, that is the path of the unheavened. To prove the path through battle, that is Chu Chen's path. The two were fundamentally different. Chu Chen integrated the great path into himself, and mere replication could not transform into his own power. Yi Guqing once said, if you don't want to become a puppet, you must not only find a way to break the situation but also walk your own path. This is my path. Chu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, battle intent soaring, and shouted as he charged out. The rules of strength, combined with the path of the martial god, at this moment, he truly felt what it meant to be powerful. The explosive sound rang out, and Chu Chen did not retreat any longer but continued to advance. Come again. Chu Chen grasped the golden-winged Great Pang's wing and tore with all his might. He ripped off hundreds of scales and feathers, causing the latter to howl in agony, its anger intensifying. Come again. Tu Wanxiang's strength was on par with the ancient god, but at this moment, he was astonished to find that the opponent grew stronger with each battle. Their power became increasingly formidable. One careless punch struck his chest, and his body plummeted like a cannonball, crashing into a lake and stirring up a tremendous wave. Come again. The golden-winged great. Peng's physical body could not withstand it, retreating step by step, the ancient runes on its scales and feathers shattered, now resembling a plucked bird, utterly miserable. In comparison, Tu Wanxiong was even worse off, his armor cracked in many places, his right arm drooping, and the vertical eye on his forehead swollen from the blows. Looking back at Chu Chen, he was getting stronger with each battle. The medicinal power of the Titan Immortal Herb had been almost fully digested, and his physical strength had increased threefold compared to before. This was not just a strengthening of power, his defense, recovery ability, and speed were all on the rise. Is that all you've got? The great Sun Azura is nothing like this. If you want to kill me, you still have a long way to go. Chu Chen scoffed. This guy is sinister. Tu Wanxiong did not argue but instead thought of a way to escape. Given the current situation, he was definitely no match for Chu Chen. As the saying goes, if the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. With Dongfang Xingyao losing all shame, what use was his own face? Alright. I admit you won this battle, but next time I won't be so merciful. With that, Tu Wanxiong decisively slipped away, disappearing in a flash. Chu Chen? The sudden change caught him off guard. According to Tu Wanxiong's character, he should have been the type to fight to the death. Why had he suddenly adopted Dongfang Xingyao's shameless tactics? If you can run out of my grasp today, I'll write Chu Chen backwards. Chu Chen sneered, his large hand suddenly grabbing the golden-winged rock, and he slammed his fist down hard on its head. Beast! Chase after him or I'll roast you. The golden-winged rock struggled desperately, thinking. It was an ancient fierce beast, the king of all beasts. When had it ever been ridden by a lowly human? The golden energy erupted violently, the fierce aura as strong as sword energy, cutting through the void into pieces. But today was different. Chu Chen had successfully refined the Titan Immortal Herb and added the power of the War God, making it easy to deal with a beast. Still dare to resist? Do you believe I will pluck all your feathers? Chu Chen grinned savagely, tearing the scales and feathers from the golden-winged rock's head. The golden-winged rock let out a miserable cry, its large eyes filled with a determination to never submit. To serve a lowly human as a mount was worse than death. I've seen many tough guys, killing you is not difficult at all. If you serve as my mount, I might consider sparing your life. Chu Chen clapped his hands, and the golden-winged rock struggled even more. Seeking death. Chu Chen's temper flared up suddenly. To deal with someone who wouldn't yield to soft or hard measures, he had to beat them into submission. The hand of heaven. A massive hand descended from the sky, slamming the golden-winged rock into the ground, its bones sounding as if they were shattering with every movement. Chu Chen directly climbed onto its head, pounding it with fist after fist. Do you submit or not? Do you submit or not? Bang bang bang. Chu Chen's fists were now far more powerful than before, and even the golden-winged rock, with its unparalleled flesh, could hardly endure. In an instant, its head was bloodied, almost unrecognizable. Yet, even so, it remained silent, its stubbornness unyielding. Very well, I want to see how tough your bones really are. Saying this, Chu Chen grabbed its wing and yanked it hard. Rip! The golden-winged rock let out a scream, wailing continuously. One of its wings was torn off by Chu Chen, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. Chu Chen casually tossed the massive wing to Yi Guqing to devour, then aimed for the other wing. A bird with no use is better off dead. This time, the resentment in the golden-winged rock's eyes vanished, and it hurriedly begged for submission. Its head hung low, eyes filled with pleading. It was afraid. As a golden-winged rock, its greatest pride was the wings bestowed by its bloodline. The name of speed from the ancient era was not given lightly. There were few fierce beasts in the world that could match it. Very well, now chase after Tu Xiaogo. I will spare your life for now. Chu Chen flew forward, grabbing the remaining scales on the golden-winged rock's neck, directing the pursuit. Though it felt extremely aggrieved, fear overcame its pride, and its gaze towards Chu Chen was filled with dread. It could not fathom why this human was so brutal, striking without mercy. The golden-winged rock spread its wings and soared, swiftly darting out, transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished from sight. With only one wing remaining, it looked rather comical, yet its speed had not diminished much. To outsiders, the process of Chu Chen taming the ancient ferocious beast was extremely bloody and ruthless. If the ancestors from the ancient times were still alive to see this scene, their eyes would surely pop out in shock. As expected of a fierce person, even the golden-winged rock has submitted under Tu Wanxiong. Can't escape this time. In terms of speed, Chu Chen might not match the sun god Azura, but with the golden-winged rock as his mount, even if he ran to the ends of the earth, he could not escape. Damn it. Just you wait, I will make you wish you were dead in the future. On a plain a million miles away, a blood-red figure sped forward, its legs turning into phantoms, fast as thunder. The back looked somewhat disheveled, with a twisted and contorted face, and the indignation in his heart was almost driving him mad. Tu Wanxiong was now like a headless fly, not knowing which direction to go. But as long as he was alive, there was hope. This defeat made him realize that the outcome between the two would not be revealed immediately. He still had plenty of time left, so there was no need to rush. I hope I don't run into the territory of other ancient ferocious beasts. Tu Wanxiong cautiously sensed the breath of all living beings within 1,000 miles. Just then, a loud voice, resonant like the sound of the great Tao, rang out from behind him. Tu little dog, running so fast, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Caught up? So fast? Tu Wanxiong's heart tightened as he turned To look. Under the sky, a pair of wings, dazzling like the sun, fluttered slightly, immediately stirring up a whirlwind. The shadow of the ferocious beast, blocking out the sun, rushed over at high speed, with shattered runes flickering on its scales and feathers, indicating the brutality of the battle. Behind the ferocious beast stood a giant 1,000 feet tall, with divine flames burning all over its body, exuding an undeniable domineering aura. A characteristic smile hung on its face, and its strange features appeared particularly harmless. "We agreed to fight, why are you running so fast? I haven't had my fill yet and you want to slip away?" Chu Chen asked with a smile. This smile in his eyes resembled a nightmarish abyss, sending chills down the spine. "Didn't we already agree? Let's fight another day." Tu Wanxiong did not stop fleeing, his mind racing as he tried to find a way to escape. The strength and weakness were clear, and Tu Wanxiong did not want to die so soon, nor did he want to fall before reaching the end of the divine path. He was a disciple of the Holy Spirit Palace's master, how could he die at the hands of a mere child in his early 20s? "Did I agree? Besides, why wait for another day? Wouldn't it be delightful to send you into reincarnation at once?" Chu Chen patted the golden-winged rock's head, and the latter let out a long cry, suddenly accelerating. The flow of light was like electricity, and the distance of 1,000 miles was covered in an instant, immediately catching up to Tu Wanxiong. Not good. Tu Wanxiong's pupils suddenly constricted, and he turned to punch out, but before he could retreat using the force, his expression changed drastically. He felt an irresistible immense force coming, spreading from his fist throughout his body, violently shattering his armor. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Fierce person Chu Chen, do you really want to kill me completely?" Tu Wanxiong crashed heavily to the ground, his bones shattered, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared with a voice that seemed about to split. His heart was filled with shock. Was the effect of the Titan immortal grass truly this terrifying? Compared to the beginning, Chu Chen's strength had more than doubled, and his domineering nature had skyrocketed. If he had obtained this immortal grass, where would he have had the chance to show off his ferocity? Thinking of this, a deep sense of unwillingness surged in Tu Wanxiong's heart. His eyes were filled with resentment. Everything he did was for others, and the most hateful part was that the other party was still an enemy. How could he swallow this anger? "When you introduced yourself back then, you should have thought of today." Chu Chen's expression gradually turned cold, and the Book of Sages slowly opened, stopping at the page inscribed with the Judgment of Annihilation. "Back then, I completed a slumber on the old earth and used the power of judgment to condemn the Holy Spirit Palace to destruction. Today, the remnants of the Holy Spirit Palace have escaped, they must be exterminated." After speaking, a pitch-black giant sword descended from the distant sky, filled with the rules of destruction and chaos, its might shaking the 8 directions. "Ha ha! If you kill me, the Lord of the Hall will surely avenge me personally in the future. Just wait to face the Lord's wrath." At the brink of death, Tu Wanxiong felt neither anger nor regret. Instead, he laughed wildly, completely unconcerned about the impending death. Chu Chen raised the corner of his mouth and slowly said, "Back then, I was able to fight to the death to kill the 9-song soul fragment, so I am not afraid of the so-called Lord of the Hall." As he spoke, the Judgment Giant's sword thundered down. Tu Wanxiong fought desperately to resist, but in the end, he could not escape the fate of annihilation, turning into nothingness. Golden rain fell from the sky, and Chu Chen slowly extended his hand to catch the golden light spots, saying softly, "Those who kill will always be killed. I have died once and will not make the same mistake a second time." His enmity with the Holy Spirit Hall could not be severed, and it would surely end in a fight to the death. The 9 songs and that lord could not enter the world of the heavens, so they specifically sent their disciples to hunt him down. He had calculated that Chu Chen would come to the divine path, but he did not anticipate that his current strength was not something an ordinary genius could contend with. This golden rain lasted for a full half-day before it ceased. Tu Wanxiong was a figure of significance. Had it not been for the so-called enmity, he could have at least reached the height of the 9 songs in the future. The bloodline of the great son Azura was noble and domineering. If he had obtained that Titan immortal herb, the outcome would indeed be hard to say. The crowd outside the temple watched the entire process, all amazed. In the end, it is over. This dramatic intertwining is truly fate. It seems that the geniuses of the zero-sequence world are not so remarkable. After all, to want the life of a killer, it seems that only the very top you can contend with him, right? Don't forget, the killer's strongest asset is not his physical strength, but his terrifying lightning law. Indeed, once the Judgment of Annihilation was unleashed, even I felt the overwhelming might. It's hard to imagine the pressure Tu Wanxiong endured at the moment of his death. Many forces and races were paying attention to the performance of every genius, especially the War God Palace, as they were determined to obtain the divine position. As the leader of the elite, Wu Tian naturally received the most attention. However, during this process, Chu Chen's performance shone even brighter, leading many to compare the two. In the central Grand Palace of the War God Palace in the 7-sequence world, many figures moved through the streets, and the intense battle intent almost enveloped the entire city. Stopping war with war was their belief, and it was the path followed by every member of the War God Palace. Therefore, apart from the palace, the most common sight was the martial arts platforms, with battles occurring everywhere, adding a touch of fervor to this ancient legacy. Inside the central palace, a group of people sat on the ground, staring at the projection in silence. Above their heads floated spheres of faith, constantly collecting the power of belief. Their bodies shimmered with golden light, and their control over battle intent had reached an extraordinary level, with every gesture exuding the power to move mountains and fill seas. The middle-aged man at the forefront was the most eye-catching, sitting on a golden throne, his brows filled with majesty, his dragon-like body brimming with explosive power. Palace Master, the time has come, it is time to let them emerge. One of the hall masters spoke. The man on the throne lifted his eyelids, glanced at the projection, fell silent for a moment, and then nodded slightly, saying, "In this life, Wu Tian must obtain the divine position. After laying out plans for so many eras, we have waited for this day." As he spoke, pieces of spirit tablets inscribed with names appeared in mid-air. The hall master silently recited a spell, piercing the spirit tablets with a finger. Immediately, the spirit tablets released wisps of blue and yellow energy, flying towards the distant sky. Wu Tian is our last hope, and the only hope. Whether he can break free from this cage depends on him. Even if it means sacrificing all the pieces, we must ensure he ascends to the divine position. The layout of countless ages allows for success but not failure. At this moment, many corners of the ancient world suddenly stirred, countless dust clouds swirling, mountains splitting apart, revealing a colorful divine source. Within the divine source, a human figure was hidden, and numerous azure and yellow energies appeared from the void, merging into it. Immediately, a pair of eyes, like wax balls, suddenly brightened, gazing at this familiar world. "It's been hundreds of millions of years, my old friends are still around, right? Senior Yi, are you really not going to eat this bird? Devouring one wing is enough, the rest can be left for you as a mount. That bald bird looks too ugly, the little one is much more majestic. By the way, do you have a way to find people based on their aura? Except for the Tengu clan, no one in the myriad worlds possesses such ability." In a dense forest, the golden-winged great pung traversed through, slicing through many towering trees along the way, its large eyes showing a hint of fear and reluctance. "I'm carrying you while you discuss whether to eat me from behind?" Though unwilling in my heart, the golden-winged great pang still obediently did its duty, not daring to show any rebellious actions. It had been a month since the slaughter of Wanxiong, during which Chu Chun flew aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon precious treasures like the Titan immortal herb again. He did kill a few ancient beasts, but the gains were meager. The treasures he found were either trash or of little use. Upon reflection, if treasures like the immortal herb were so easily found, those ancient beasts would have become gods long ago. After this month, I've roughly figured out the situation in this world, but I still haven't found a way to advance to the next stage. What do you think, senior? Xu Chen turned to ask. Yi Guqing's soul had solidified considerably after several devourings. After these days of contact, he could clearly feel it had become much more agile. However, to fully recover to its peak state would likely take a long time, and as of now, Xu Chen still did not know his true strength. Judging solely by the strength of the soul, he must have been an extraordinary figure billions of years ago. The Divine Paths competition can be mistaken for the highest level of special secret realms. Since it's a trial, there must be a way to pass it. Perhaps the timing just isn't right, so let's wait a bit longer, Yi Guqing said. Xu Chen sighed inwardly. He had already spent a lot of time, and who knows if someone had already found a way to pass ahead of him. Moreover, he had no idea about the situation of Feng Yan and the others. If they were still alive, they were probably worrying just like him. The golden-winged great ping brought Xu Chen to a lake to rest. The scenery here was quite nice, with clear mountains and waters, mist swirling around, giving off a celestial vibe reminiscent of a storybook. Bald bird, why did you bring me here? Xu Chen looked around, puzzled. The golden-winged great pung shrank its head and called out a couple of times, its lonely wings pointing to the center of the lake. There are treasures inside? Is that true? Xu Chen looked suspiciously at the calm water surface. Every ancient beast had its own territory, whether large or small, and would not allow other powerful beings to enter. Once invaded, they would face endless retaliation. But when Xu Chen arrived here, he felt no presence of any creature. Such a good feng shui treasure land. And there's not even a master? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Xu Chen's gaze was sharp, looking at the bald bird with suspicion. The golden-winged great pung trembled in fear, hurriedly calling out to explain. Its meaning seemed to be, how could the bird dare to deceive you? If there are treasures inside and you don't take them, are you deliberately leaving them here? After observing for a while, Xu Chen summoned divine thunder and struck the center of the lake. Boom! With a loud bang, the water surface sank by more than a meter, and many dead fish and shrimp slowly floated up. There really aren't any ancient beasts guarding it. That shouldn't be the case, Xu Chen pondered, perplexed. It wasn't that he was timid, but in this unfamiliar world, being cautious was never a mistake. He wasn't at the point of being invincible yet. According to Yi Guqing, there are at least thousands of people in the vast Taigu world who could take his life. At first, he didn't believe it. After all, he had already faced the golden-winged great pang. Was there something even stronger? Later, the golden-winged great pang led him into the territory of a giant python, which was incredibly massive, its head and tail intertwined, capable of encircling millions of miles. The poisonous mist it spewed terrified him, and he fled in a panic. After that, Xu Chen restrained his arrogant nature significantly and became much more cautious in his actions. Currently, the golden-winged great pang was taking him on a treasure hunt. He wasn't sure how much of it was genuine, but after testing the waters, he indeed found no danger. Senior, I'm going to take a look in the water, he said, and with that, Xu Chen jumped into the lake. The rules of water enveloped him, allowing him to swim freely beneath the surface. The clear lake water had high visibility, and Chu Chen's eyes glimmered with golden light, taking in the entire lakebed. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on a corner and his pupils constricted sharply. This is a bone shimmering with faint light lay quietly at the center of the lakebed, with strange characters engraved in the central area. It resembled ancient script but appeared even older. It seemed to be the remains of a powerful being from a much earlier era, currently absorbing the surrounding power, exhaling the essence of the sun and moon. Splash! Chu Chen burst out of the water and returned to the shore, hurriedly informing Yi Guqing of what he had seen. After hearing his description, Yi Guqing pondered for a moment. Before speaking, my memory is not yet complete, but based on what you said, I have a few guesses. Draw that script for me. Chu Chen nodded and used chaotic power to inscribe the characters he had seen in the void. Yi Guqing examined it closely, his expression gradually becoming serious, then revealing a hint of surprise. So, senior, do you remember anything? Chu Chen asked. He had never seen Yi Guqing show joy before. Judging by his expression, this must be something extraordinary. Chu Chen felt a quiet anticipation rising within him. At that moment, Yi Guqing seemed to be recalling something and then spoke. Do you know why forbidden spells are called forbidden spells? Chu Chen was taken aback for a moment and replied, because their lethality is too strong, easily harming the innocent, and the gods have decreed that they cannot be used on the battlefield, hence they are called forbidden spells. Correct, but also incorrect. Yi Guqing slowly shook his head. Chu Chen felt an itch of curiosity and quickly said, Senior, just tell me directly, don't keep me in suspense. Yi Guqing smiled slightly, casually erasing the script with a wave of his hand, and explained, forbidden spells are called forbidden spells because they are simplified from even more powerful spells, which are not recognized by the gods, hence they are prohibited. More powerful spells? Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, divine spells? Not at all. Yi Guqing smiled mysteriously and said, divine spells are established by the gods and fundamentally rely on divine power for support, and the use of divine spells is unrelated to rank, nor to the caster themselves. Chu Chen pondered carefully and nodded in agreement. This was indeed the case. Divine judgment was like that, usable at the mythic level, capable of slaying even demigods. But that was ultimately not his own power, it was merely a result of borrowing the rules. Then what are the more powerful spells you mentioned, senior? Yi Guqing looked ahead, enunciating each word. Immortal spells. What are immortal spells? Chu Chen voiced his confusion. These two words were too unfamiliar. To him, at least until now, he had never heard them in any texts or from anyone else. Even someone as learned as Lu Taiqing, who had read countless books, might not find any information regarding these two words. This was the first time Chu Chen had heard of it. He truly did not know the origin of forbidden spells, and perhaps few would delve into their roots. Immortal spells, the strongest spells in the heavens, bar none, Yi Guqing declared emphatically, his tone more certain than ever. Not even divine spells can compare? In the face of immortal spells, divine spells are no different from mud. If they are so powerful, senior, have you mastered immortal spells? Forget it, there probably is. Chu Chen. After talking for so long, it turns out this is just a concept existing in memory, a technique stronger than divine arts, so why has it disappeared from the world? Moreover, if forbidden spells are simplified from celestial arts, there should be a source. There are countless forbidden spells in the world, and the number of celestial arts should be in the thousands at the very least. Why has no one mentioned them throughout several eras? Just a little contemplation reveals many loopholes, but since these words came from Yi Guqing's mouth, they become intriguing. Yi Guqing noticed the melancholy and doubt on Chu Chen's face and said, there are many secrets in this world that cannot be measured. Trust me, when your memory is restored, I will answer all your questions one by one. Chu Chen glanced at him and nodded. Regardless of whether celestial arts exist, that piece of precious bone is indeed extraordinary. It should be a good treasure. Let's get it first. After saying this, Chu Chen grabbed the neck of the golden-winged rock-balled bird. Since you discovered this thing, you should bring it out. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged rock seemed to recall something terrifying, shaking its head desperately, fear evident in its eyes. What's there to fear in danger? In the ancient world, who can escape better than you? Chu Chen looked at it with a half-smile, his words leaving no room for doubt. He tightened his grip slightly and reminded, don't forget, you are a prisoner now. Understand your position. I don't want to repeat myself, do you understand? The golden-winged rock wanted to cry but had no tears, hesitating for a moment before nodding helplessly. Then, it reluctantly moved forward, looking back 3 times as if still reluctant to part with this world. Don't waste time. Before I decide I want to eat bird meat, you better bring that piece of precious bone to me. Chu Chen snorted coldly, his threat unmistakable. Feeling the terrifying killing intent in his words, the golden-winged rock shivered, shrank in size, and with a splash, jumped into the water. The waves slowly spread out, and a golden figure swam swiftly toward the center of the lake, not daring to delay for a moment. Chu Chen stood on the shore with his arms crossed, his gaze deep, perceiving the surroundings. At this moment, Yi Guqing came to his side, intrigued. Aren't you afraid it will run away? No matter how fast a golden-winged rock is, can it outrun the chaos divine thunder? Chu Chen was unconcerned, smiling confidently. Then why didn't you directly deal with Tu Wanxiang back then? What use is this incomplete beast? Yi Guqing was puzzled as to why Chu Chen would waste time In the past, it was just a means of transportation. Its true use is now revealed, isn't it? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Slightly. Ye Gucheng shook his head and chuckled, helplessly saying, I really don't know where all your thoughts come from. This is the first time I've seen a junior with so many schemes. Chu Chen did not refute this, accepting it calmly. If he didn't have so many thoughts, he would have died long ago. How many people in the myriad worlds wanted his life? Not being cautious would only lead to multiplied losses. He could afford to lose, but Feng Yan and Zai Zai could not. This place is one of the few feng shui treasures in the ancient world. We haven't encountered a single fierce beast along the way, and there are treasures in the lake more precious than Titan celestial grass. If there are no tricks, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Chu Chen said. If it truly is a piece of precious bone inscribed with celestial arts, the beings guarding this place must be at least as strong as the world serpent. Ye Gucheng nodded slightly. The world serpent was the giant snake Chu Chen encountered earlier, incredibly powerful and enormous. The golden-winged rock had long known there were treasures here but had never taken them, indicating the danger level in the lake. Now, sending it to scout was just right. After raising this creature for so long, it would be a waste not to make good use of it. 5 minutes later, the golden-winged rock gradually approached the center of the lake, slowing its speed, its eyes filled with vigilance, glancing around from time to time. Not detecting any danger, it continued to move forward. In just a short distance of 100 meters. It took 10 minutes to swim. When it arrived before the treasure bone at the bottom of the lake, its eyes spun wildly, and its claws swiftly reached out, seizing it with lightning speed. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. A crack appeared at the bottom of the lake, and torrents of magma erupted, instantly occupying the riverbed. The scorching temperature caused the lake water to boil, and from the crack emerged a translucent, crystalline giant hand, reaching directly for the treasure bone. Although the owner of the hand was not visible, one could still feel its overwhelming fury, as if something of utmost importance had been taken from it. Screech! The golden-winged rock, terrified, raised the few remaining scales and feathers on its body and desperately flew back. On the shore, Chu Chen frowned as he watched the boiling surface of the lake. A vast and terrifying aura emerged from the crack, the turbulent force evaporating the lake water by several feet. That unfamiliar power reappeared, and the domineering force of rules directly bound the golden-winged rock to the bottom of the lake, its body covered in dark chains, rendering it immobile. The golden-winged rock struggled frantically, the chains embedding into its flesh, yet it seemed completely oblivious to the pain, only flying desperately toward the shore, its eyes filled with pleading and despair. The power of the immortal path? Chu Chen recognized this force all too well. A month ago, Yi Gucheng had demonstrated it before him. Since then, it had never left the memory in his mind, seeming like an indelible mark, firmly etched within. Dare to seize my treasure bone, what audacity! A voice filled with authority echoed from the bottom of the lake, the crack widening, a bony hand propping itself up as a body was dragged out. A towering figure, 2 meters tall, emerged from the magma, its body covered in ancient divine scripts, looking extremely eerie. Disturbing my slumber, beast, come to your doom. The bony hand reached out toward the golden-winged rock. Although it was merely a simple attack technique, its power was far greater than Chu Chen's full-force strike in his ancient god form. With the crisis looming, despair deepened in the golden-winged rock's eyes, and it let out a mournful cry, begging for mercy. Just then, a chaotic divine thunder descended from the sky, striking the bony hand and forcing it back. The power of chaos? The bony figure paused, not stunned, and launched another attack. Today, even if the immortals and gods are here, I will have your life. The immortal domain. Suddenly, 3,000 divine kingdoms appeared in this world, the immortal rules merging with the chaotic rules, transforming the divine kingdoms as if true gods had descended, transcendent and extraordinary. Bang! The bony figure collided with the divine kingdom, as if touching the hardest thing in the world, unable to advance an inch. It was like true eternal immortality, no attack could break through it, like the hardest shield in the world. Dual rule fusion? Interesting. The bony figure's anger did not diminish in the slightest, instead, it intensified. It reached into the magma, pulled out a fiery red long knife, and struck fiercely at the divine kingdom. In an instant, the 3,000 divine kingdoms shattered, turning into countless specks of light that vanished. Trivial skills, daring to show off in front of me? The grip of the underworld. The gods and demons bowed 3 times. The gates of hell opened, the 9 hells appeared, and the gods emerged behind the portal, 2 soul-binding chains flying out, aiming for the bony figure's shoulders. At the same time, the shadows of gods and demons bowed, the void trembled violently, the lake water dried up, and the magma extinguished. However, the bony figure paid no heed, merely holding the long knife and waving it casually. In an instant, all phenomena were completely obliterated, and it suffered not a single scratch, its feet not retreating even a fraction. So strong. Chu Chen's face showed astonishment, his awakened skills and hellish techniques could not even push it back. It should be noted that this was a phenomenon evolved from the power of chaos, its might exceeding the original by tenfold, plus the result of all demigod skills being +1. With infinite firepower simultaneously activating 2 techniques, the bony figure simply cut through them with a single stroke. The power of the immortal path is indeed against the heavens. This treasure bone must be even more extraordinary. Chu Chen's eyes burned with fervor, unwilling to give up this rare opportunity. Although he did not know why this treasure bone was so simply placed at the bottom of the lake, Nor did he understand the bony figure's intentions, but if I fail this time, it will likely be impossible to come back for it in the future. I apologize for disturbing your slumber, senior, but this treasure. With a sudden burst, divine fire ignited above Chu Chen's head, an overwhelming divine power enveloping him, casting a dazzling layer of golden light. I must have it. The powerful aura sent creatures within a radius of millions of miles into a panic, fleeing in all directions. The ancient ferocious beasts in the vicinity also grew serious, raising their heads to look towards the source of the explosive aura. At the same time, the prodigies within this range couldn't help but feel a great shock in their hearts. That familiar aura, the fierce one, Chu Chen? This divine power is so strong, who is he fighting against? It's too far away to see. Could it be that he has already discovered the way to the next level? Although the prodigies were scattered across various locations, such a vast range was still sensed by a few. They all harbored a question in their hearts: what was the intention behind creating such a commotion? In the eyes of the world, Chu Chen had never been a low-key figure. But why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? No one understood better than him the consequences of igniting divine fire. At this point, the prodigies dismissed the thought of sneaking a peek. If they were caught in the crossfire, they would be the ones to suffer. The vast lake had long evaporated clean, leaving only magma continuously spewing forth, forming a slope over 10 meters high. The visual impact of the 1,000-meter-high divine fire was extremely strong, and Chu Chen unleashed his divine power with all his might. Facing a being of this caliber, there was no room for carelessness. I have created a forbidden spell, its power unknown, please evaluate it, senior. Forbidden spell, Dui Yin Yang technique. In an instant, the world split into yin and yang, one side radiant with light, the other pitch black as a deep abyss. The 8 great rules fused together, combined with chaotic power. Divine thunder flashed and rumbled like a stampede of 10,000 horses rolling forth. Time River. At this moment, a river spanning countless worlds poured down, washing away all traces of the ancient world. A beam of light descended from the boundary of yin and yang, crashing down violently. At the same time, Chu Chen raised his hand and slowly pointed, saying, "Time, stop." Suddenly, the movements of the white bones froze, the flames burning on the long knife also eerily halted. Like an unfinished painting, divine thunder, carrying boundless divine power, descended upon the earth, shooting out beams of light, the terrifying aftershocks even melting the magma 1,000 meters underground. The violent power was clear, and the golden-winged great Pang was the first to bear the brunt, its shackles shattering completely. Then, like a startled bird, it hurriedly fled behind Chu Chen, trembling in fear. This level of battle was far beyond its capability to participate in. Had it not been for Chu Chen's lack of murderous intent, its fate would surely have been destruction. The full-force Dui Yin Yang technique, fused with the 9 great rules, was terrifying in its power. Until now, this was the first time Chu Chen had unleashed his full strength. He also wanted to see where his limits lay. Now I should have the answer to who is stronger. The power of the immortal path or my divine power, Chu Chen said slowly. Moments later, as the tide of rules receded, a white bone figure appeared in view. He still maintained the same posture, yet had not broken free from the confinement of the high aspirations law. The ground beneath him had long since collapsed, with no magma remaining. This land was no longer whole, revealing a massive pit. Not dead? Chu Chen was not surprised. It seemed that the opponent's aura had not diminished at all. Crack! The white bone's fingers twitched slightly, then suddenly broke free from the restraints, opening and closing its mouth, speaking human words. Not bad. Potential. It has been many years since I have seen someone able to fuse the power of rules. It's a pity that you have yet to obtain the power of the immortal path. No matter how much effort you put in, it will be in vain. Today, I will let you witness what the immortal path truly is. After saying this, the white bone's palm brushed over the long knife, adding a touch of pure white light to it, and the fiery red path of magma quietly vanished. There was no overwhelming aura, nor terrifying phenomena. There was only an ordinary knife light, and nothing more. In the next moment, the skeletal figure assumed a strange stance with its blade, legs bent and back arched. The Wuxian ghostly blade. The blade's light suddenly appeared, and the space seemed as fragile as paper, easily damaged. The pure white blade light was only 3 zhang long, yet it carried an extraordinary power, twisting the universe. 3,000 divine realms. The thunder serpent descends. The law of the fairies. The great annihilation town prison finger. In the briefest instant, Chu Chen unleashed multiple forbidden spells simultaneously, pushing infinite firepower to its peak. As the two sides made contact, the overwhelming force of destruction gradually spread. It was like a stone entering the sea, triggering an astonishing turmoil. At that moment, Chu Chen was like a small boat in a storm, desperately resisting the onslaught. Hold on, Chu Kid. This is a rare opportunity to touch the path of immortality. Remember its mysteries. Yi Guqing urged from the side. Chu Chen felt like a balloon about to explode, swollen and extremely uncomfortable. Senior Yi, it's easy for you to say that while standing. Chu Chen laughed and fumed, his skin cracking, golden blood splattering. Experiencing this rebirth will greatly benefit you in escaping the fate of becoming a puppet in the future. Yi Guqing encouraged. Is this from the memories of the senior? Chu Chen asked. Yes, I remembered it. Then good. Chu Chen clasped his hands together and silently recited a spell. Immediately, an unprecedented power surged forth, divine fire blazing above his head. Divine patterns emerged all over his body, extraordinary and strange. Today, I'll take a gamble. Let's see if you, this ancient monster of billions of years, are stronger, or if I am. Divine Perception Skill, Heavenly Punishment, Supreme Divine. Thunder. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the heavens trembled. The divine thunder annihilated the world, surging divine power shooting straight into the sky. It vanished into the clouds. At that moment, golden clouds gathered, nurturing golden dragons that traversed within. The roars and rumblings intertwined. This apocalyptic scene made the proud ones, far away by millions of miles, tremble in their hearts. Is the fierce person crazy? Is he trying to tear down the ancient world? What a powerful aura! The chaotic divine thunder is already terrifying, and now, even 100 ancient fierce beasts combined wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? The supreme path truly defies the heavens. The fierce person already possesses an invincible path. Why borrow from the 3,000 paths? Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and the proud ones hurriedly retreated to avoid its edge, not daring to enter the range covered by the divine thunder. Beneath the golden dragon, the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal old demon gazed at the sky, silent. He raised his long knife, fully infusing it with the power of the immortal path, the handle vibrating continuously, seeming both excited and unable to bear the overflowing power. Junior humbly seeks the path, Senior may act as you wish. I have said, this precious bone is a must-have. Chu Chen pressed down with a large hand, and in an instant his robe fluttered, his eyes shining with divine light, piercing through the vast space, directly pushing towards the end of the great path. In an instant, thunder descended, the golden dragon roared down, and the entire world was covered by divine light, dazzling beyond measure. Immortal slash. With an unremarkable swing of the knife, without any embellishment or hint of momentum. Merely striking a pose, the long knife slashed at the golden dragon's head, and in that moment, thunder erupted violently, rampaging wildly. Boom! The two sides were locked in a stalemate, time seeming to freeze. The magma beneath the skeletal old demon could not bear his weight, shattering with a loud crash, his feet sinking into the earth. Under the terrifying power of the supreme divine thunder, no matter how powerful the skeletal old demon was, he had to take it seriously. He set aside his contempt, holding the knife with both hands, firmly resisting the golden dragon. It seems the senior's power of the immortal path is not as domineering as I imagined. How about I add a little more fuel to the fire? A strange look flashed across Chu Chen's calm face as he formed seals with his hands. Immediately, another golden dragon appeared. And it didn't stop there. Chu Chen's hands created afterimages, the immense power of infinite firepower manifesting vividly at this moment. One wasn't enough, so two it was. If two weren't enough, then thousands and thousands more. What he lacked least was mental power, and he didn't need to worry about so-called cooldown times. After all, the skills were instant cast, he could unleash them as many times as he wanted. Once upon a time, there was no such grand display, precisely because the opponent was too weak, basically unable to escape the fate of being instantly killed. But now it was different. Chu Chen had to utilize all his advantages. If he was going to strike, he would strike to kill, leaving no room for breath. The supreme divine thunder of heaven rained down wildly, and divine dragons appeared one after another. In the span of a single breath, 99 golden dragons manifested. The white-bone old demon could no longer maintain a relaxed mindset. The power that had been silent for billions of years stirred restlessly. I never expected that in the end of the Dharma era, a monster like you would still appear. Good, I am quite satisfied with this body of yours. The white-bone old demon spoke with a hint of joy. The stronger Chu Chen's displayed strength, the greater his talent and potential proved to be. If you like it, then step over my corpse first. If the king of hell has the courage to take me, I would gladly go through reincarnation. Chu Chen snorted coldly and reached out to lightly point at the white-bone old demon. Suddenly, 99 golden dragons roared down, shattering the vast lake below, turning the rocks at the bottom into powder. The white-bone old demon's body plummeted sharply, vanishing into the depths of 10,000 meters in an instant. The long knife in his hand seemed unable to withstand this force, letting out a mournful cry. Even the power of the immortal path could not maintain its extraordinary form under the onslaught of supreme power. Crack! Finally, with a light sound, a crack suddenly appeared in the palm of the white-bone old demon. Although it was inconspicuous, Chu Chen had still forced him into an embarrassing position. Impudent! The white-bone old demon was filled with rage, activating all the rules of the immortal path, as white lotus flowers appeared beneath his feet, forcibly halting his descent. That precious bone is a treasure I have nurtured with immortal power for billions of years. How could you juniors have the right to touch it? Today, even if I go against the heavenly path, I will kill you. I want that precious bone, and I want your body too. Immortal technique, demon slaying immortal slash. At this moment, the white-bone old demon seemed to return to his primal state, flesh and blood reborn, revealing a heroic face, with long black hair wildly flying. An extraordinary aura spread out. At this moment, he resembled a celestial being exiled from the world, indescribable. The long knife also underwent a transformation, with rust falling away inch by inch, revealing its true form. The milky white blade was engraved with one ancient character after another, exuding a heavy aura of slaughter, and a mere flash of its edge could easily slice through the hard rocks at the bottom of 10,000 meters. Then, the old demon struck a strange pose and swung the knife fiercely. Suddenly, celestial and demonic forces clashed, roaring as they fought together. However, a flash of blade light appeared in midair, splitting the world, shattering the path of immortals and demons, extinguishing countless evil spirits. Under the immortal technique, the 99 golden dragons could only hold on for a moment before shattering with a thunderous crash. The momentum of the blade light did not diminish, striking the golden clouds of the sky, shattering them as well. The might of a single slash was terrifying beyond measure. Is this the immortal technique? Chu Chen was momentarily stunned, his face showing no signs of defeat, but rather great excitement. This meant that all his calculations and efforts were worthwhile. That precious bone nurtured for billions of years, how powerful could the immortal technique hidden within it be? Forcing an old demon who had been in slumber for so long to break ground, disregarding the rules of the heavenly path, and forcibly using the immortal path? The more urgent the opponent appeared, the more it indicated the value of the precious bone. Chu Chen couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance at the golden-winged great pine, who looked bewildered and instinctively shrank its head. Senior truly is extraordinary, stronger than any opponent I have ever encountered, Chu Chen said. The old demon's figure emerged from the ground, his weathered eyes fixed intently on Chu Chen, and he said in a deep voice, "Feel free to use any tricks you have, let me see your strength." As he spoke, his gaze gradually shifted from admiration to greed, as if he were looking at a prize. "I indeed have one more move, if you can block it, feel free to decide how to deal with me," Chu Chen said loudly. "Not bad, you have a good awareness, then let's do it." The old demon smirked, clearly pleased with his attitude. He liked obedient juniors who could satisfy his desire for control. "Watch closely, senior." Chu Chen slowly flipped through the Book of Sages, his expression unusually serious as he took a deep breath. At that moment, Chu Chen suddenly flipped over and mounted the golden-winged rock, giving it a pat on the head and said, "Run. This guy is too damn fierce, we can't win." The golden-winged rock was momentarily stunned. The old demon's smirk suddenly froze. "You foolish bird, what are you dawdling for? Do you want to stay here and be this pervert's plaything? Hurry up and fly. Didn't you just say you had one more move? Why are you turning around to run?" At this point, the golden-winged rock didn't have time to think, it had long wanted to leave this godforsaken place. It immediately spread its lonely wings and shot northward at high speed, turning into a streak of golden lightning, disappearing in an instant. The old demon came to his senses, his anger surging, and roared, "You little brat, seeking death." Realizing he had been played, the old demon was furious. How could a dignified immortal be outsmarted by a mere 20-something young man? If this got out, where would he put his face? Thus, he stomped his foot and his body shot out like a cannonball, moving even faster than the golden-winged rock. But just as he reached the edge of the lake, dark clouds rolled in the sky and the heavenly punishment was imminent. Immediately, several chains of the great Tao appeared from the void, firmly locking him in place. Heavenly Tao's punishment? Fear appeared on the old demon's face, and he immediately stopped, not daring to step out of the lake. If he rashly pursued, he would surely face the annihilating heavenly punishment, ending up dead and obliterated. Life was naturally more precious than a treasure bone. However, he couldn't swallow this anger. That treasure bone was his heart's desire, something he had fought desperately for billions of years ago? Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state, looking neither human nor ghost. For the sake of the immortal technique inside, he had expended his immortal power to fully restore it. But before he could reap the rewards, it was snatched away. One can imagine how stifled he felt, wishing he could skin him alive and pull out his tendons. "You little brat, once I deceive the heavenly secrets, I will make sure you have no place to die." The old demon roared to the heavens, his momentum uncontrollably erupting. At that moment, a golden figure appeared on the horizon. Chu Chen, who had escaped thousands of miles away, turned back. He wore a provocative expression and mocked, "Oh? You really were right, Senior Yi, this idiot can't leave here." Hearing the word idiot, the old demon's blood surged, nearly spitting blood. "Shameless junior. Do you dare to fight me fairly? Fight like a man." The old demon was furious but didn't dare to be too aggressive, fearing that he would scare Chu Chen away. "Again. If you want to say it that way, I can choose not to," Chu Chen replied calmly. "You." The old demon was so angry his chest hurt, momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. Playing with words was not his forte, and he never expected Chu Chen to be so shameless. "Senior, just rest and recuperate here. I will take good care of that treasure bone for you, and I won't let you down after all these years of nurturing." Chu Chen grinned, revealing 8 big white teeth. "Put." The old demon finally couldn't take it anymore, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his head buzzing with anger. "Shameless junior, utterly shameless. Senior, you flatter me, thank you for your generous gift." With that, Chu Chen turned and ran away, disappearing in a flash. "I swear to the heavenly Tao, I will crush you to ashes. I won't rest until I kill you," the old demon howled. Just after he swore, Chu Chen's voice echoed from the air, "I've roamed the worlds for 5 years, and finally tasted defeat. But senior, you can rest assured, once I master the immortal technique, I will let you see its power, so you can die with your eyes closed." Put. The old demon spat out another mouthful of reverse blood, falling back with his eyes shooting out uncontrollable killing intent after several days of flying over the northern wasteland of the ancient world. Chu Chen arrived in this icy realm. "This bone looks quite good. Senior Yi, how long will it take you to decipher the inscriptions on it?" Chu Chen toyed with the precious bone for a while and casually tossed it to Yi Gucheng. Yi Gucheng caught it carefully, shooting him an annoyed glance, as if blaming him for treating the treasure so casually. "If all goes well, a month should be enough. If not, it might take a year or so," Yi Gucheng said after examining it. This precious bone was indeed extraordinary, soft to the touch. He estimated it was the breastbone of a fallen powerful being, inscribed with their lifelong knowledge. There were obvious signs of human repair on it, likely the work of the old demon. So long? Chu Chen was taken aback. Do you think it's a cheap forbidden spell? Even I don't recognize all of these characters, Yi Gucheng replied irritably. Alright then, let's find a safe place first, Chu Chen shrugged. He wasn't in a hurry, after all, no one had entered the next stage yet, and the method to pass through hadn't appeared. Rather than wandering around and possibly encountering monsters like the old demon, it was better to stay put and wait until he learned some celestial techniques. After witnessing the demon subduing celestial slash, Chu Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, eager to learn it immediately. The power of it could only be truly understood through personal experience. In the past, he would have scoffed at so-called celestial techniques. No matter how strong, could they surpass his divine thunder? Now that he had seen more, he realized he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. The world was vast, with many unknowns waiting for him to explore. Senior Yi, how could that old demon live for billions of years? Does mastering the power of the celestial path grant one immortality? Chu Chen voiced his confusion. In his understanding, pure-blooded holy spirits could live forever, the ancestral lands of the elf race could do so, and the beings of Twilight City could as well. Besides that, immortality was almost impossible. Even a powerful force like the Southern Dipper Pavilion couldn't guarantee eternal existence. Wasn't the founding ancestor still thinking of seizing a new body to live again? The rules of the celestial path are indeed remarkable, but they cannot achieve immortality. Those who master this power do have longer lifespans, but that person does not rely on this path, Yi Gucheng explained. In the ancient world, there is a type of treasure that can obscure the 3,000 paths and also conceal lofty aspirations, Yi Gucheng continued. You mean, it can preserve the physical body from decay and prevent lifespan reduction? Chu Chen stroked his chin, frowning. If such a thing only existed in the ancient world, wouldn't that prove that many people could use this method to survive indefinitely? By avoiding the world, they could escape the consequences of failure in competition. If they were to re-emerge in a different era, they might have a better chance at competing for divine status. Indeed, this item is called the divine source, extremely rare, usually only obtainable by those from great powers, Yi Gucheng nodded slightly. So, the old demon has lived until now using this method? Chu Chen asked. If that were the case, this competition would be interesting. Besides these prodigies, he would also have to battle against the legacies of prodigies from the ancient era, which would be no small challenge. Thinking of this, Chu Chen became even more eager to enhance his strength, and he still had to deal with the troubles on him. As for the matter of the great Luo, that would require careful planning. He was merely a puppet, and the true intentions of the gods were still unknown. At that moment, the golden-winged rock flew to a ravine, opening up a cave and leading Chu Chen inside. Let's begin, Senior, Chu Chen said. I allowed you to come into contact with the power of the celestial path. Have you gained anything? Yi Gucheng held the precious bone in his hand and asked. Chu Chen smiled slightly, confidently saying, Don't worry, my talent is unparalleled. How difficult can the celestial path be? Give me some time, and I will show you what the celestial path of the end of the law looks like. In just a month, the ancient world underwent earth-shattering changes. Many prodigies like Chu Chen had just entered this place, all thinking of familiarizing themselves with this world before finding a way to pass through Dai in this land that has been silent for an era. A new group of plunderers has emerged, frantically gnawing at the last remaining resources. Although the ancient ferocious beasts are incredibly strong, there are not few who can slaughter them. Among them, Wu Tian and Qin Taiyuan are the representatives, carpet-searching the eastern and western regions for better resources. During this time, Dongfang Xingyo is desperately seeking a way to break the deadlock. He intends to borrow the power of others to kill Chu Chen. In the center of a misty basin stands a statue marked by the traces of time. After years of wind and rain, the statue exudes an ancient aura, covered in moss, appearing to have been neglected for many years. This place is in the southern dense forest, filled with countless poisonous creatures and ferocious beasts. Dongfang Xingyo has paid a great price to reach here. Just wait, I will make you understand what the real gap is. Dongfang Xingyo coughed up blood twice, panting as he approached the statue. Looking ahead, a deep respect suddenly surged in his heart. There was also a strange feeling of bloodline connection. Ancestral spirit, Xingyo has arrived late. Dongfang Xingyo took out a bottle containing green liquid from his backpack. At this moment, he felt extremely nervous, trembling as he opened the bottle cap and poured the liquid over the statue. In an instant, the stone skin on the surface of the statue dissolved, revealing its true form inside. Before him appeared a crystal-like substance as beautiful as a gem encasing a human figure. This person wore the ancient attire of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, with long red hair casually draped over his shoulders, arms crossed over his chest, and eyes tightly closed. Is this the divine source? Dongfang Xingyao's eyes burned with fervor, his heart surging. Before embarking on the divine path, the current master of the Southern Dipper Pavilion had told him many secrets of this world, including the divine source and the agreements left from several eras ago. If I cannot succeed in this life, I will seal myself. When the time is right, let future generations release me. If I can seize the divine position, I will surely restore the world to its rightful order. These were the original words of Dongfang Qingsong, the pride of the Southern Dipper Pavilion in the ancient era. Thus, he set Off with the divine source, which the Southern Dipper Pavilion had exchanged countless wealth for, resolutely embarking on his journey. In that era, there were no so-called projections, nor any rankings. There was only one divine path. By the end, the Southern Dipper Pavilion did not await the triumphant return of Dongfang Qingsong. This agreement has lingered to this day, the master's admonitions still echoing in his ears, and Dongfang Xingyao had no choice but to fight to the death. He had been pushed to a dead end. If he failed, he would surely be killed by Chu Chen. Now, he had found it, the opportunity was right before him. Ancestral spirit. This is the last era of the myriad worlds, if not now, when? Dongfang Xingyao punched out, smashing the divine source to the ground. Immediately, an astonishing aura erupted from within, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire southern dense forest was swept into turmoil by the storm formed by this momentum, with grass and trees flying everywhere. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared. A bolt of heavenly punishment descended, violently striking the basin into disarray, with Dongfang Xingyao bearing the brunt, flying out. Heavenly punishment? Dongfang Xingyao looked at the sky in uncertainty, his face pale. The shattering of the divine source could actually provoke the punishment of heaven and earth. Did that mean everything he had done in the past month was in vain? Once the heavenly punishment is unleashed, no matter how powerful the divine force, there is no escape. Dongfang Xingyao's eyes dimmed, the original arrogance completely gone. This was his last gamble. If it failed, would there still be a chance of survival? Moreover, his actions might cause his ancestral spirit to die in vain. A wave of guilt surged within him. However, just as he was feeling dejected, a voice emerged from the dust. Did you awaken me from my slumber? Hearing the voice, Dongfang Xingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked up in surprise. He saw a lean young man with a bare upper body slowly approaching, his fiery red long hair strikingly bright, making it hard to forget after just one glance. At this moment, he appeared indifferent, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, perhaps due to just waking from a seal and still unable to fully adapt to the current state of the world. I, the junior Dongfang Xingyao, saint son of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, request the ancestor to emerge. Dongfang Xingyao knelt on one knee, cupping his fists in respect. Dongfang Qingsong looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, completely ignoring his bleeding shoulder, and murmured, "Has the world changed? How long have I slept? We are now in the end of the Law era following the ancient times. It has been several 100 million years since the ancestors' era," Dongfang Xingyao replied. Several 100 million years? Dongfang Qingsong pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and waved his hand, saying, "Get up." There has never been a precedent for someone from the Southern Dipper Pavilion to kneel, not even at the command of the gods. As he spoke, a gentle force appeared beneath Dongfang Xingyao's feet, softly lifting him up. Ancestor. At that moment, a surge of emotion suddenly welled up in Dongfang Xingyao's heart, as if he had found a safe harbor, and he couldn't help but shed tears. In the past, he had never thought of relying on anyone, always holding on to an invincible heart of, "With me, there is no enemy," traversing the world. Now, for the first time, he tasted the feeling of having someone to rely on, filling him with a sense of security. Dongfang Qingsong walked to the edge of the basin, surveying this familiar yet strange world, silent. Dongfang Xingyao followed closely behind, introducing him to the current world order and the major events that had occurred over the past several 100 million years. One spoke, the other listened, maintaining a peculiar tacit understanding, neither mentioning matters related to the divine path. 2 hours later, Dongfang Qingsong raised his hand to point at the celestial bodies in the sky and said, "The battle that put me to sleep back then sank the sun and moon, leaving the night to last for months." Dongfang Xingyao was momentarily stunned. The sun could also be sunk? What kind of terrifying power could achieve that? "Speak, what do you seek from me?" Dongfang Qingsong asked. Caught in his thoughts, Dongfang Xingyao was not flustered and simply recounted his conflict with Chu Chen. Interesting, a contemporary leader, and yet someone can replicate the feats of ancient powerhouses, the 3,000 paths, quite bold. Dongfang Qingsong chuckled with interest. "Ancestor, that kid is quite the monster. After a while without seeing him, his strength will rise several levels, and I can't grasp his true depth," Dongfang Xingyao said with a serious expression. "No matter, he is already on a dead end, there is no need for us to act. Within a year, he will become a plaything of the gods," Dongfang Qingsong replied. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, speaking ominously, "Anyone who dares to insult someone from the Southern Dipper Pavilion, I will make him pay with his life." Time flew by, and half a year quickly passed. The ancient world had become much livelier compared to when it had just opened. Many territories of ancient ferocious beasts were occupied by talented individuals, with heroes and champions vying for resources and increasing their strength. In this half year, some had raised divine fire to a height of 10,000 meters, shaking the world. Others had condensed faith orbs, killing gods and Buddhas alike, making a name for themselves. Besides the increase in levels, some obtained precious treasures, with their strength surging over 5 times. It can be said that the ancient world is a natural treasure trove. Here, there are no limits, only stronger beings. From the changes during this time, one can see that luck can indicate many things. Those with good fortune can find treasures while walking, accidentally stumble into the lair of a powerful being while being chased by ancient ferocious beasts, and gain formidable techniques. Those with bad luck might encounter ancient dragons while drinking water, only to be swallowed whole, leaving no trace. Killing and being killed played out everywhere, and it is worth mentioning that a new killing god emerged in the southern region, Dongfang Xingyao. With his strength in the top 10 of the divine rankings, it could be said that dominating an entire region was a fantasy, not to mention the strength of the talented individuals. Just considering the ancient ferocious beasts was enough to keep him busy. But for some reason, Dongfang Xingyao suddenly became incredibly powerful, as if he had taken a potent tonic, mastering the power of the stars to summon celestial bodies and instantly crush ferocious beasts. The beasts that had taken residence here became his steeds, ruling the southern region, with no one daring to invade. At the same time, he boasted that he would command the ancient ferocious beasts to march north, conducting a carpet search of any area to find Xu Chen and kill him. Since then, the entire ancient world has been in an uproar. All the prodigies wanted to witness this contest. What do you think gives Dongfang Xingyao the confidence to challenge the ferocious one? In the past, he would have been dismissed, but after just 3 days, Dongfang Xingyao has grown immensely. Last time, even the cautious ones passing through the southern region were knocked on the head. He must have obtained some incredible treasure. One can only say fate plays tricks, and we don't know if the ferocious one will respond. You all overlook one person, the powerful figure behind Dongfang Xingyao, that is his true support. War could break out at any moment, with Wu Tian controlling the western region, Bu Jingyun in charge of the east, and Qin Taiyuan governing the north. The four do not interfere with each other but are always on guard against one another. The remaining prodigies can only survive in the cracks, offending no one. The greatest advantage of occupying a region is the maximization of resources, concentrating the essence in one person. By the way, where has the ferocious one gone? It seems like I've never heard any news about him. It feels like he has evaporated from the world. I haven't heard of his whereabouts either. According to his character, he shouldn't be the low-key type. Not just the ferocious one, but the leaders of the Path of Sealing and the Path of Literature are also missing. Could they have all died at the hands of the ferocious beasts? Not long ago, I encountered the leader of the Path of Sealing. He seemed to be looking for someone called Zai Zai? Yes, that ancient giant dragon. A group of people gathered together, discussing the events of the past few days, feeling a mix of emotions. A new generation replaces the old. The ancient world is never short of miracles. Just a few days ago, he might have been a tadpole that anyone could bully, and a few days later, that person could easily crush you. Such occurrences are common. Treasures as precious as the Titan immortal grass, though rare, can be found if one has enough fortune. Hello? Everyone, good evening. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the three, scaring them to the core. Silent and without any movement. Who? The three turned around in unison, their momentum fully unleashed. Which little rascal dares to enter our territory? Looking for death? Just as one 7-foot-tall man was about to make a move, a skinny, monkey-faced youth beside him suddenly restrained his action. Skinny monkey? What are you doing? The big man said angrily. The skinny monkey trembled all over, his teeth chattering, and stammered, he is the ferocious one. What? The other two's brows jumped sharply. It was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, their hearts racing. In the night, they clearly saw a remarkably handsome young man, almost otherworldly, waving his hand in greeting, a smile on his lips. He exuded an almost imperceptible extraordinary aura, like a celestial being, making one involuntarily feel a sense of reverence. It really is the ferocious one, damn. The big man blurted out, then quickly covered his mouth, fearing he might anger the other party. The skinny monkey glanced sideways, feeling a desire to retreat, but there was no way to escape. Aside from that lucky kid Dongfang Xingyao, he had truly never heard of anyone escaping from Xu Chen's grasp. With no other choice, the skinny monkey could only brace himself and ask, "May I ask what the Thunder God wishes to inquire about? If I know, I will certainly speak without reservation." Yes. Feel free to ask, I will definitely tell you everything I know. The big man nodded repeatedly, like a garlic peeler. Don't be nervous, I just passed by here and happened to hear you mention Zai Zai and the leader of the Path of Sealing, so I came to ask. Xu Chen smiled and waved his hand, wearing a warm smile. Upon hearing this, the three did not dare to let down their guard, but they were at a loss for what to do. Who was the other party? He is a ruthless killer who doesn't blink. This, we only heard rumors and cannot provide details, please do not blame us, Thunder God. The thin monkey carefully chose his words and continued, half a month ago, someone in the southern region spread the word that they had discovered your whereabouts, and the cub hurriedly chased after it, only to find out that it was a scheme by Dongfang Xingyao, who had long set a trap to capture the cub. At this point, the thin monkey secretly glanced at Xu Chen's expression and found that he did not show any anger, quietly letting out a sigh of relief. Dongfang Xingyao declared that if you do not go to the appointment, he will personally skin and dismember it in front of all the heroes of the world, letting the scavengers feast on its flesh and blood. The deadline is 1 month, and there are still half a month left until the agreed deadline. Boom! Mid-sentence, the three felt an unstoppable momentum erupting, suddenly blowing them back. Gulp! The three exchanged glances, swallowing hard, secretly clicking their tongues. For a moment, it seemed they saw the great-grandmother. At that moment, Xu Chen appeared like a hellish Ashura, with boundless killing intent, painting the entire night red with blood. His eerie face was incredibly ferocious, and his rage seemed ready to burn through the sky. When a ruthless person is angry, countless corpses will fall. Dongfang Xingyao, you have a lot of nerve. Xu Chen clenched his fists tightly, his facial muscles twitching slightly. If you dare to touch even a hair on the cub, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Bald bird, fly at full speed for me. If we don't reach the south in half a month, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. With that, the golden-winged roc soared into the sky, carrying Chu Chen away with a whoosh. Once Chu Chen disappeared into the depths of the night, the three collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, relief washing over their faces as if they had survived a disaster. That scared me to death, my back is completely soaked. That ruthless person is getting more and more terrifying. Don't say that. I wet my pants. Luckily, there was no one else here or I'd be humiliated. What's pants compared to me? I'm soaked all over. The big man. The thin monkey. In the northern mountains, a golden streak of light swept through, accompanied by a fierce wind that made the ancient trees sway violently. Weak creatures were even blown away, tumbling in the air for 5.5 rotations before crashing heavily to the ground, seeing stars. Stronger ferocious beasts glared with fierce eyes, their roars echoing, filled with hostility towards this intruder. But before they could act, they suddenly realized that the opponent was the renowned golden-winged roc. And behind it sat a celestial figure, faintly visible, with an endless, long-lasting aura. The concept of battle pets had not appeared for a long time. How could the proud ancient ferocious beasts become the vassals of humans? Not only the ferocious beasts were shocked, but even the proud talents in this place were shaken. The ruthless person has appeared? At this moment, a man stepping on white clouds flew forward. Raising his hand to signal, this is the territory of the Sword Dao leader. Stop here. Get lost. Before he could call upon his backing, Chu Chen waved his hand and a chaotic divine thunder struck down. The man snorted lightly, disdainfully saying, "Today is not like the past, ruthless person. You haven't appeared for half a year, and you may not know how much stronger the talents who could only look up to you before have become. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, your era has passed." With that, he condensed a large mass of clouds into a giant dragon, roaring as it charged towards the divine thunder. The giant dragon he formed was a black dragon king with unparalleled physical strength and fierce might, not only simulating the size but also the demeanor and aura. This talent was originally just an insignificant member, unable to even make it onto the divine rankings half a year ago. But in such a short time in this ancient world, such a significant improvement had to be said. The resources here were truly terrifying. Mist swirled, covering the earth and void. Although the path of material imitation could not take the stage, when cultivated to the extreme, it could still unleash tremendous power. The surrounding talents watching could not help but click their tongues in admiration. Li Yun has become increasingly proficient. Not long ago, he could only simulate a giant dragon, but now he can directly transform into the Black Dragon King. The Sword Dao leader has not been stingy with us, allocating a significant portion of resources for our cultivation. Such grace cannot be forgotten. Though the fierce man is strong, in the past 6 months without any improvement, he will surely be bloodily defeated by Li Yun. To defeat the number 1 prodigy of the heavens, this honor will likely be sung for ages. Li Yun is truly lucky to have seized this opportunity. The remaining prodigies who could not battle Chu Chen expressed their regret, their eyes filled with jealousy as they looked at Li Yun. However, the next scene left them utterly astonished. The Black Dragon King that had been conjured was instantly shattered into pieces the moment it came into contact with the divine thunder, vanishing without a trace. What? Even a normal divine thunder can't be resisted? This is the Black Dragon King. But that was not the end. The divine thunder, undiminished in might, suddenly struck down towards Li Yun. No! You can't kill me! I am a person of the Sword Dao leader. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Li Yun's voice gradually faded into the aftermath. When the dust settled, people could only see a pile of exploded equipment and items. Hiss! Li Yun was blasted to the point of not leaving even a scrap. The divine thunder had set forth, leaving no complete corpse. Those who block me shall die. Chu Chen's eyes shone with divine light, exuding an overwhelming aura, a fierce bloodlust enveloping the area for 100 miles. From a distance, it looked like Ashura rampaging, the terrifying killing intent nearly suffocating the prodigies. At this moment, a question lingered in their minds: who exactly had provoked the fierce man to such fury? Fierce man, I advise you, do not act arrogantly. This world is no longer as simple as you imagine. One person said. That's right, if you insist on committing murder, don't blame us for being rude. The 4, armed with weapons, looked resolutely at the golden-winged roc. Suddenly, divine flames ignited, low at 1,000 meters and high at 10,000. Judging by their aura, the 4 were not far from condensing the sphere of faith, soon reaching the limits of demigod. Ridiculous. When did the ancient world become your private territory? Do you think that if I want to leave, I must pay you a toll? Chu Chen asked with a grim expression, his tone chilling. He had no time to waste here. Every second spent meant more danger for his little one. Naturally, if you want to leave the territory, you must pay a crystal of rules. Ha ha ha. Chu Chen laughed loudly, his laughter filled with mockery and derision. The ancient world is an independent realm, and we are merely passers-by, claiming territory and acting ferociously. Is this your invincible path? Bold. Who gave you the courage to criticize the Sword Dao leader? The victor takes all. Such a simple principle you do not understand? No wonder half a year has passed with little progress in strength. Pfft. That person spat on the ground viciously, grinning savagely. In the past, he would never have dared to speak to Chu Chen like this. Even if given 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have. But now it was different. With increased strength, his courage had naturally grown. What they loved most was to trample those who once looked down on them. That kind of vengeful pleasure was irresistible. You are quite right, the victor takes all. Chu Chen slowly raised his head, a strange smile suddenly appearing on his frostbitten face. So, I shall slay you here, and no one else has the right to say anything, right? You can try. One person snorted coldly, unafraid. Chu Chen stood up from behind the golden-winged rock, forming seals with his hands. A transcendent power spreading out. In an instant, he was enveloped in a mist, with the imperial city of Ziwei behind him. Compared to before, it lacked a hint of illusion and gained a touch of celestial aura. It made one feel that this Ziwei imperial city was the true complete form. What kind of power is this? Such a strange path. The few frowned, seemingly this power did not exist among the 3,000 paths. What kind of power is Chu Chen displaying now? What exactly is it? A force never seen before appeared before them, catching them off guard. Wait. It seems like this kind of power exists within the ancient ferocious beasts, but it's much weaker in comparison. As soon as these words were spoken, the other three suddenly realized. Indeed, no wonder I feel a sense of familiarity. It turns out it comes from within the ferocious beast. The ferocious man is getting more and more ridiculous, extracting power from beasts. It's truly laughable. The few of them scoffed at this, completely unconcerned. Bring it on. I can't wait to see the ferocious man kneeling and begging for mercy. As the words fell, a burst of laughter erupted. Did Chu Chen not feel the slightest anger at this? His rage had already reached an uncontrollable level. Senior Yi, although my celestial power is not yet mature, for the little one, I must do this. Yi Guqing floated out, looking at Chu Chen's fierce and menacing face, sighed and said, Go ahead, do whatever you want. With me backing you up, there's no need to worry. Thank you. Chu Chen whispered his thanks, gazing ahead. In the next moment, a celestial soldier clad in celestial armor slowly emerged from the imperial city of Ziwei behind him, wearing a silver helmet and holding a Fangtian painting halberd. As soon as the celestial soldier appeared, the four felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, their expressions slightly changing. This humble one has seen the Lord. Kill them, leave no survivors. Chu Chen said. Yes. The celestial soldier looked at the four, suddenly disappearing from his spot. So fast. What an astonishing speed. It was neither the rule of light nor the rule of wind. It was just pure speed, nothing more. A tremendous sonic boom erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the celestial soldier appeared in front of one person, the Fangtian painting halberd growing larger in their eyes until it filled their entire field of vision. Put. The Fangtian painting halberd easily pierced through one person's skull, twisting his hand, and violently shattered the head. A headless corpse fell from midair, crashing to the ground, thus dying. The first. The celestial soldier's tone was devoid of any emotion, as if he had crushed an ant, extremely simple. Then, he turned his gaze to the remaining three, striking with lightning speed, brutally piercing through the other's chest, exploding their heart. The second. At this point, the other two finally panicked. What kind of celestial soldier was this? He was simply an emotionless executioner. What kind of technique is this? How can a summoned being be so terrifying? In their panic, they even had the intention to flee. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of the previous ease and pride. Just when the two were at a loss, a golden streak of light swept overhead. Chu Chen was seen striding away, seemingly losing interest in this battlefield. In his view, the remaining two useless ones were no match for the celestial soldier. Ferocious man Chu Chen, you will regret this. Shut up. The celestial soldier coldly spoke, activating his celestial power, increasing his speed and strength to another level. A residual shadow flashed by, and a good head flew high into the air, its eyes still wide open in confusion as to why it could see its own back before dying. The third. The Fangtian painting halberd in the celestial soldier's hand remained as bright as ever, not stained with a single drop of blood. The last person's heart sank significantly, as if falling into an ice cave. What terrifying efficiency in killing was this? He was like a battle machine, born solely to kill. Don't kill me, whatever you want, I can give you. Fan Shuanghan's throat rolled, devoid of any murderous intent. He couldn't even muster the slightest desire to fight. The celestial soldier summoned by Chu Chen was overwhelmingly powerful. It seemed to contain a force that did not exist in this world, as if it were a strong being from beyond the realms. A complete dimensional suppression. The celestial soldier ignored his sweet talk, merely executing the orders given by Chu Chen. One could say, in terms of loyalty, no one in the world could compare. Even if he was just a summoned virtual being, without hesitation, he struck swiftly. The Fangtian Huaji slicing through space, leaving behind a trail of spatial scars. Fan Shuanghan's eyelids twitched violently, and he suddenly unleashed all his power. Pure yang divine light. His body suddenly radiated a scorching and dazzling brilliance. It all slammed into the celestial soldier. You go too far. I'll fight you to the end. His momentum surged to its peak, with divine flames burning fiercely above his head, the unparalleled pure yang power fully unleashed. This force could easily slay ordinary ancient ferocious beasts, which was his greatest confidence, as well as his self-assurance in his own strength. However, the pure yang divine light, capable of melting everything, struck the celestial soldier, producing only a clanging sound. The celestial armor he wore was impervious to fire and water, incredibly hard. This level of attack could not breach its defenses at all. Fan Shuanghan's pupils suddenly constricted. He exclaimed, how is this possible? Even if he couldn't win, he had hoped to peel a layer of skin off the opponent, but reality was completely contrary to his imagination. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder what Chu Chen had been tinkering with during this time, why his strength had become so monstrous. If the Sword Dao leader faced him, would it be impossible? The Lord of the Northern Region is an invincible existence, the ferocious man cannot be his opponent. Fan Shuanghan shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. The fourth one. Suddenly, a strand of demonic sound came from beside his ear. Fan Shuanghan felt a pain in his chest, his consciousness gradually fading, and the objects before him became blurry. Bang! The body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Four corpses lay neatly on the ground, resembling a bizarre painting, the tragic scene making those who heard the commotion and rushed over gasp in shock. No way? All wiped out? The ferocious man just came from this direction, no doubt about it. Does that mean? Seeing such a result was more shocking than 1,000 words. The ferocious man was still the same ferocious man, not a bit changed. Moreover, his ruthlessness was even greater than before. The previous Chu Chen left no corpses when he killed. But now, he used this method to humiliate the four, intimidating the masses. He was using his own way to tell the world, the ferocious man has returned. The northern region was vast and boundless. Even the golden-winged great pine, with its unparalleled speed, took several days to reach the border. Chu Chen's heart could not calm down at all, just thinking about the possible outcomes for his little one made it impossible for him to enter a meditative state. Faster, bald-feathered bird, we don't have time to waste. Chu Chen urged in a deep voice. Ka! The golden-winged great pang called out innocently, as if to say this is already the fastest. If we can arrive on time this time, I will help you restore your physical body. Chu Chen said. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged great pang's spirit lifted, as if it had been injected with adrenaline, and its speed increased another notch. The blood of the great pang within burned fiercely. To regain its former glory, it was determined to fight. The titles of bald-feathered bird and broken-winged bird were indeed a disgrace to its clan's reputation. How many ancient ferocious beasts had laughed at it along the way? Birds also care about their face, you know. Just as Chu Chen was about to leave the northern region, a figure suddenly appeared before him. The person had sword-like brows and starry eyes, with exquisite features, exuding a masculine aura, and every gesture was filled with the essence of the great Tao. His gaze was extremely sharp, as if it could easily pierce the heavens. Qin Taiyuan, are you going to stop me too? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone unfriendly. The visitor was none other than the current king of the northern region, the Sword Dao leader, Qin Taiyuan. After half a year, his aura had become even more terrifying, his swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level, and he seemed like a sword that could pierce the sky. Brother Chu, are you in such a hurry to go to the southern region to save your companions? Qin Taiyuan asked. Since you've already guessed it, why not step aside? Chu Chen took out the Book of Sages, his expression cold. Brother Chu, don't be anxious. I come this time with no intention of provoking, I just have a small request. Qin Taiyuan waved his sleeve with a smile, gently stroking the sword's body, and said, I will go with you to slay Dongfang Xingyao. The sky, as clear as a wash, resembled a pool of clear spring water, bright and blue. The scenery of the ancient world is not inferior to any scenic spot in the myriad heavens, and perhaps even surpasses it. The northern region, also known as the Pure Land, is filled with a peaceful atmosphere, and unlike other regions, it is rich in opportunities while rarely experiencing disputes. What Qin Taiyuan initially valued was the abundant spiritual energy of this land. With just one person and one sword, he subdued all the ancient ferocious beasts and gathered a group of prodigies. Personal strength does not necessarily mean one can become a hegemon, often, going solo means relying on oneself, unable to gather first-hand information in a world filled with information gaps. When Chu Chen killed 5 of his subordinates, Qin Taiyuan was not angry, instead. He took the initiative to volunteer to attack Dongfang Xingyao. What does this mean? Brother Qin is quite enthusiastic. Why would I, a solitary person, benefit from going to such a vast treasure land with you? Chu Chen squinted slightly and asked slowly. Brother Chu is joking. Who in the world doesn't know that the leaders of the literary path and the sealed path are both your friends? And that pure-blooded Holy Spirit and ancient dragon, aren't they the foundation of your conquests across the heavens? Qin Taiyuan said with a smile. Indeed, without them, Chu Chen could not have achieved his current success in such a short time. They are friends and also his kin. To offend the hegemon of the southern region for someone unrelated to me, this deal is clearly not worth it. Brother Qin, let's not beat around the bush, just say it directly. Chu Chen spoke. I met Brother Chu in the Sea of Realms. Although it was only a fleeting encounter, your decisiveness and strength have lingered in my heart. It is my wish to fight alongside you, Qin Taiyuan said, placing the Joyo sword behind him and presenting his condition. After this battle, I want 30% of the southern region. What a bold claim. Do you really think I, alone, cannot defeat that stray dog? Chu Chen sneered coldly. What does 30% mean? It is equivalent to handing over countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with the cost being merely to lend a helping hand. By doing this, Qin Taiyuan not only gains a favor but also sends a message to the world, warning all who covet the northern region. Moreover, by obtaining territorial rights in the southern region, he can attract talented individuals and recruit more prodigies. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Brother Chu, you haven't shown yourself for half a year, you must have been in seclusion in some corner, right? The current situation is different from before. How could a waste like Dongfang Xingyao unify the southern region? Qin Taiyuan pointed out the key issue. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen frowned. He had considered this problem but had not delved deeply into it. Dongfang Xingyao is indeed powerful, but only in comparison to other prodigies. His strength is vastly different from that of Jia Xian, Qin Taiyuan, and Bu Jingyun. They are not on the same level. No matter how thick his fortune is, it is difficult for him to unify the southern region in such a short time. At that moment, a possibility suddenly emerged in Chu Chen's mind. Divine source? Did Dongfang Xingyao unlock the seal of the ancient prodigies from millions of years ago? Chu Chen asked. Exactly. Qin Taiyuan nodded slightly and continued, this person is named Dongfang Qingsong and his strength is unfathomable. Bu Jingyun once fought him and could only escape with all his might, he could not defeat him at all. The second on the divine ranking fought him and ended up fleeing? However, that was a battle from a few months ago. Bu Jingyun has become much stronger now and has become the lord of the eastern region. I believe that in a future battle, the outcome could go either way. So, you are responsible for dealing with Dongfang Qingsong? Chu Chen asked. Not at all. My swordsmanship is not enough to slay him. If Brother Chu joins forces with me, there is a chance of victory. How does he compare to Wu Tian? Only stronger, not weaker. Is he really that formidable? Brother Chu, do not underestimate the ancient prodigies, that era is different from the end of the Law era. In the ancient times, the rules of the Great Tao were within reach, and divine materials and treasures were countless, making it extremely easy to cultivate strong individuals. The area they were in was merely a simplified version of the ancient era, and even so, there were such abundant resources. One can imagine how privileged the holy son of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, Dongfang Qingsong, must be to enjoy such rich resources. Senior Yi, how far am I from the top? Prodigies of the ancient times? Chu Chen asked in his heart. 1,000 miles apart, Yi Gucheng replied frankly. Even with control over the power of the immortal Tao, I am still no match? Chu Chen felt a sinking in his heart, experiencing pressure and difficulty for the first time. The power of the immortal Tao is just the beginning. If that Dongfang Qingsong walks further down the path of the immortal Tao, perhaps you won't even be a match for him in a single exchange. Hearing this, Chu Chen sighed helplessly. It seems I have wasted half a year of precious time. What do you mean by waste? For an ordinary person, it takes at least 100 or even 1,000 years to step onto the immortal Tao. Your talent is unprecedented, you can say that. Spending half a year has already put you far ahead of your peers. But this world is not as simple as I imagined, time is still too short. Chu Chen gritted his teeth, feeling the urgency of time. If he had another year, by the time he fully mastered the power of the immortal Tao, perhaps the outcome would not be so passive. One step at a time, your future holds infinite possibilities. The path of the gods is not your end, Yi Gucheng comforted. Thank you, senior, for your guidance all this way, I understand now. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. So what if they are ancient prodigies? Strength and weakness can only be known through battle. How could he stand by while Zai Zai and Feng Yan were in danger? In the past, you all fought for me, now it is my turn to clear the obstacles for you. Chu Chen's eyes sparkled with unprecedented certainty as he nodded, I accept your conditions. Qin Taiyuan felt a surge of joy at his words, but before he could speak, Chu Chen continued, but I have a condition as well, leave Dongfang Qingsong and Dongfang Xingyao to me, you handle the others. What? Qin Taiyuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Chu Chen to propose such a condition. Dongfang Xingyao's current strength was not weak, and Dongfang Qingsong was even more formidable. Did he think he could take on 2 opponents? After half a year, Qin Taiyuan found that Chu Chen was still as arrogant as ever, unchanged. But what was his reliance? As you wish, as long as we can achieve our common goal, I can accept this condition. Qin Taiyuan nodded. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. The two shook hands, forming a simple alliance. This battle was about friendship and interests, and for either of them, it was a result that allowed for victory but not defeat. Subsequently, Qin Taiyuan stepped onto the back of the golden-winged rock, marveling at it. There were not many who could tame ancient ferocious beasts, but to have a rebellious beast like the golden-winged rock submit was remarkable. Thus, the two flew towards the southern region without pause. With Qin Taiyuan summoning the power of the sword path to cut down all obstacles in their way, increasing the speed of the bald bird even further. Chu kid, you are taking on 2 of the strongest, isn't this just making a wedding dress for your collaborators? Yi Gucheng asked in confusion. Chu Chen smiled mysteriously, thinking, who benefits is yet to be seen, with Dongfang Xingyao making such a big fuss, how could he not have a backup plan? If I can find allies, with Dongfang Qingsong's strength and influence, how could he not have allies? Just as Chu Chen and Qin Taiyuan were rushing with all their might, a slender figure had already stepped into the southern region. This is it, I sense Zai Zai's aura. Feng Yan looked up at the sky, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Some time ago, he had learned of Zai Zai's demise while he was in the east competing for treasures. At first, he thought it was nonsense, how could Zai Zai Possibly lose to Dongfang Xingyao. After 3 years of cultivation in the second sequence world, the little one has long since changed. The potential of the ancient giant dragon has been fully tapped. Even the mighty Black Dragon King might have to eat dirt when facing the little one. So he cast this news aside, planning to find the little one and meet up after obtaining the treasure. Who would have thought that news kept coming in, and almost all the prodigies of the ancient world knew about it, and it was escalating. After some inquiries, he learned that Dongfang Xingyao had become much stronger, backed by a mysterious powerhouse. The little one was merely a hostage. His primary target was Chu Qin. Thus, he immediately abandoned the idea of collecting the nearly accessible treasure and headed straight for the southern region. They shared a deep bond, and his feelings for the little one were second only to Chu Chen. How could he just stand by? He believed that Chu Chen would definitely come, and if De Luo heard the news, he would come too. As for Lu Taiqing, his thoughts were unknown. After all, the two had always been in a cooperative relationship. They could be considered brothers, but they had not yet reached the point of entrusting their lives to each other. Soon, he followed the aura and arrived at a dense forest. The trees here were exceptionally tall and sturdy, and the air was filled with a purplish-red miasma, teeming with poisonous insects and rarely inhabited by humans. This was the characteristic of the southern region, where poisonous fog and insects occupied 70% of the area, and generally, prodigies would not step foot here. He was not afraid of poisonous things at all. Long ago, during his time in the ancestral land of the elves, he had developed a sealing technique to resist chimera venom. At this moment, as he drew closer to the little one, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Suddenly, countless vines sprouted from beneath his feet, binding him tightly in place. A formation? He was startled, sensing the fluctuations from the vines, but quickly calmed down. It's still an ancient formation. Dongfang Xingyao really does have someone backing him. He snorted coldly, forming a seal with his hands, and countless flames erupted from the void, instantly turning the vines to ashes. The appearance of the flames dispersed much of the surrounding poisonous fog, and his vision cleared significantly, faintly revealing a massive figure ahead. Little one? He darted forward, eager to investigate. However, at that moment, a sound of breaking air came, and a giant axe emerged from the poisonous fog, sweeping towards him at high speed. He had anticipated this, and with both hands forming seals, a tremendous sealing power instantly froze the giant axe in mid-air, unable to advance an inch. The world says that the sealing technique of the head of the sealing path is unparalleled. I want to see whether your stabilizing needle is stronger or my axe is sharper. After saying this, a figure suddenly flew out from behind the poisonous miasma, its overwhelming aura causing him to change color. Want to save that little dragon brat? Have you asked my fist? Like an ancient divine ape emerging, the terrifying power contained in the fist shook the void, causing the poisonous fog to dissipate. Sealing technique, stabilizing needle. In an instant, a giant staff appeared, its golden light illuminating the dim forest as if it were daytime. The face of the attacker also came into view. The person was clad in armor, wearing a skull mask, and had a robust build. A figure immediately appeared in his mind, and he said in a deep voice, 93rd on the divine list, Demon Axe Xiaochua? Bang! The powerful fist wind collided with the stabilizing needle, the latter only trembling slightly, while the former was pushed back 3 zhang by the rebound force. That's right, it's your grandpa. Xiaochua snorted lightly, shaking his numbed fist. The demon axe is known as a lone wolf. I didn't expect someone as proud as you to become Dongfang Xingyao's lapdog, he said coldly. Ha ha. If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. He provides me with ample resources, and I do things for him. It's only reasonable. Xiaochua was unbothered. Step aside, I don't want to kill. He took a step forward, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Do you have that ability? The two faced off, their auras rising continuously, causing the surrounding trees to buckle under the pressure and break. In the clash of two powerful forces, the poisonous creatures within 1,000 miles were reduced to powder, instantly creating a vacuum. Feng Yan stared at his opponent's face and said coldly, since you want to experience the function technique, I'll let you see it properly. With that, the Dinghai God needle rapidly shrank to about 10 feet in length, which he gripped in his hand. Holding the weapon, Feng Yan's demeanor changed dramatically, and his fighting spirit erupted. For tens of thousands of years, I have not stained my hands with blood. The Feng family has never favored killing, but today, for my child, I will show no mercy. Who can't bluff? My head is right here, come and take it if you dare. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yan vanished from his spot, stepping on the 7 stars and instantly appearing in front of Xiaochua. What incredible speed! Xiaochua was startled and quickly made his move. The Dinghai God needle struck fiercely against his arm, causing a tremendous upheaval. At that moment, Feng Yan's expression was emotionless, his face frosted, resembling a war god. In contrast, after being struck by the Dinghai God needle, Xiaochua felt intense pain in his arm, his blood churning, nearly spitting blood. The staff, heavy as if it weighed billions of pounds, did not lose its weight. Despite shrinking, it was only because it was Feng Yan wielding it that it felt so manageable. One could imagine that each collision was like being struck by a divine mountain. Even though he possessed immense strength, his body was not forged from divine iron. What kind of trick is this? Is this all the power of the function technique? Xiaochua gritted his teeth and spoke. Is that so? Then how about this? Feng Yan sneered, and the Dinghai God needle suddenly enlarged in his hand, forcefully pinning Xiaochua to the ground. The nearly infinite weight of the staff sealed off all his escape routes, and it felt as if he had been struck by an ancient divine bull, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. At that moment, he was shocked to discover that he could not feel any energy. Even the rules and the great path were sealed off. In the absence of everything, Xiao Chua was no different from an ordinary person, unable to exert even a fraction of his strength. What a strange sorcery! Xiao Chua's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Feng Yan. He never expected that the seemingly weak Feng Yan would possess such strength. Feng Yan looked down at Xiao Chua lying on the ground and said slowly, "Just lie there obediently, it's not time to kill you yet." "Ha, do you really think defeating me will save the dragon cub? There are thousands in the southern region who want to kill you." Xiao Chua laughed loudly, utterly arrogant. Feng Yan paused his steps and slightly raised his eyes. To be able to kill and wanting to kill are two different matters. Moreover, he turned his head and said, "You should be grateful that it is me who has come. If it were my brother, you would have long since departed for the afterlife." The poisonous miasma slowly dissipated. Before the Dinghai God Needle, no evil could approach, and the poisonous creatures within 1,000 miles dared not come near. The staff, radiating brilliant light, resembled a supreme artifact, suppressing Xiao Chua and this realm. Even the strongest power could be resolved with just one strike from Feng Yan. Xiao Chua realized this and understood the gap between them. His heart was filled not only with unwillingness but also with confusion. Even if you can wait for them, so what? The strength of the southern region's lord is not something you can fathom. Xiao Chua spoke with great difficulty. Feng Yan stepped forward, the Dinghai God Needle rapidly shrinking, sinking into his palm, transforming into an inconspicuous ring. "The cub is my friend, one of the few friends I have. Even if the heavens collapse and the gods descend today, I will take him away." Nonsense. About friendship, the path of the gods does not require ridiculous bonds. Strength is the true way. Xiao Chua spat fiercely, accidentally pulling at the wound on his chest, causing him to grimace in pain. Feng Yan sneered and said slowly, "Someone like you will never understand friendship in this lifetime." Reflecting on the days spent alone, Feng Yan felt only emptiness and loneliness. No one understood better than him how precious it was to have someone to talk to. Over the years, without friends, he could not have achieved such heights, nor could he have elevated the sealers to such a level. No longer able to don fresh clothes and ride a furious horse, wielding a sword in the rivers and lakes. To others, the little one is merely an ignorant young dragon, but in Feng Yan's eyes, its innocence is the last remaining precious goodness in the myriad worlds. Having experienced life and death together, one cannot simply abandon the other. Moments later, Feng Yan arrived at a vast open space, surrounded by giant stones, with many runes carved above. The little one lay before him, its breath weak and feeble, eyes tightly closed, body occasionally twitching as if enduring immense pain. The dragon scales on its body were dull and lifeless, having long lost their former brilliance and glory. Even standing before it, one could clearly feel that the dragon blood within the little one was flowing away at an alarming speed. In just a few days, it would become an empty shell and die. Many carrion-eating ants were lurking nearby, waiting for the moment of its death. The dragon binding great formation. Dongfang Xingyao **** is truly a beast. Feng Yan clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, blood flowing down between his fingers. 9 giant stones were positioned at various corners, and a powerful devouring force emanated from the connections of the runes, continuously siphoning the little one's strength. The most important thing for an ancient dragon is its bloodline. If the blood is completely lost, even if it does not die, there will be no possibility of recovery in the future. This means that in a few days, the little one would revert to an ordinary thunder dragon, losing its lifespan and becoming mediocre. What a cruel heart. What kind of hero blames the little one? Feng Yan's anger nearly consumed his consciousness. This formation requires a unique key to close, even he would not dare to recklessly break it. A slight misstep could lead to the little one's utter destruction. Dongfang Xingyao was clearly well prepared. Knowing that Chu Chen had a friend skilled in sealing techniques, he still chose to torment the little one in this way. His goal was to repay Chu Chen with 10 times the humiliation he had suffered. "Dongfang Xingyao, get out here!" Feng Yan shouted, his booming voice echoing through the dense forest. At that moment, a starry river spanning thousands of miles appeared above, the stars densely packed, shimmering with light. Each star represented a type of sealing technique. After studying and practicing at the Luofu Palace, Feng Yan had pushed the path of sealing to a height that the Feng family had never reached. "Little one, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you," Feng Yan said coldly. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky, appearing above the open space. "Oh, isn't this the famous leader of the Feng Dao? What's wrong? Can't even open the dragon binding great formation?" Dongjin mocked with a smile. "I see this leader's title is somewhat undeserved. With such little ability, how dare you go to battle?" "Pa!" Ning Lingi sneered. The two sang in harmony, their disdain evident. Ranked 89th on the divine list, ranked 85th on the divine list. It turns out Dongfang Xingyao's dogs are not just Xiao Chua. Feng Yan was completely unfazed by their words, retorting without reservation. "Watch your mouth, this isn't the divine path, and being arrogant comes with a price." Dongjin revealed his killing intent. "Where is Dongfang Xingyao? Tell him to come out, I don't have time to waste on you," Feng Yan said. "The lord of the southern domain is not someone you can just meet whenever you want. Enough nonsense, prepare to die. With that, the two attacked simultaneously, one wielding a bow and arrow, the other with an arm clad in armor, charging fiercely. The divine arrow shot forth, tearing through space, a brilliant light suddenly erupting, carrying a devastating momentum aimed directly at Feng Yan's brow. If the Dark Knight elves were the best archers in the world, then Dongjin's archery was the only human skill that could rival them. In some aspects, it was even superior. A mere trick. Feng Yan remained unfazed, flipping his hand, the sea stabilizing needle suddenly enlarged, effortlessly shattering the arrow into powder. Oh, is that so? Dongjin's lips curled slightly, and the dragon-binding great formation suddenly shot out. Several void arrows, piercing through Feng Yan's body. At that moment, Feng Yan's strength suddenly diminished by 70%. Void rules? Shameless. Before he could regain his senses, Ning Lingyi's offensive was already upon him. In a rush, he could only raise his hand to block. However, the opponent's attack carried a powerful shockwave, violently sending Feng Yan flying, crashing heavily into the forest and destroying countless trees along the way. With this little strength, you dare to come to save someone? The leader of the Feng Dao is nothing like this. Ning Lingyi scoffed. The coordination between the two was far from perfect, yet they caught Feng Yan completely off guard. They had long anticipated that Feng Yan would come to rescue someone, and had already set an ambush in the dragon trap formation, just waiting for him to take the bait. The void arrow contained a substance called the god-slaying flower, which could greatly weaken the strength of a transcender, akin to the ancient god domain. Moments later, Feng Yan stood up from the ground, his face grim, and said in a deep voice, "Shameless scoundrel. In a life and death battle, what is there to talk about being shameless? If your skills are inferior, then they are inferior. What's the point of saying so much?" Dongjin bent his bow and knocked an arrow again. This time a ball of divine fire erupted above his head. The arrow, empowered by divine strength, was immensely powerful, shooting forth with overwhelming force. Feeling the terrifying wave of the attack, Feng Yan shouted loudly, and the sea-calming needle grew wildly larger until it merged into the sky. However, even so, he was still shaken by the arrow, coughing up blood repeatedly, and his injuries worsened. Ning Lingyi had no intention of giving him a chance to catch his breath, unleashing an unstoppable force with a fierce shockwave. Die! The explosion roared, and this strike directly pierced the ground. Dust filled the sky, and there was no longer any trace of Feng Yan. "It's over, let's go back and report," Ning Lingyi said. "Too easy, this fool isn't as strong as the legends say," Dongjin scoffed, turning to leave. However, at that moment, a deep voice came from behind them. "No one is allowed to leave, I'm here too." The two turned around to see a robust man appearing through the dust, his strong body shielding the severely injured Feng Yan like an impenetrable wall, completely unharmed. A pure-blood holy spirit? The appearance of Diluo surprised everyone present, including Feng Yan. "Diluo, you finally came," Feng Yan forced a smile, hope surging in his eyes. Just moments before the attack arrived, he thought he was going to die in this cursed place. If he died like this, the ancestors of the Feng family would surely not spare him. In a moment of crisis, Diluo appeared before him, blocking the fatal blow with his body. "You are the master's friend. If you die, the master will be sad," Diluo said in a deep voice, carefully helping Feng Yan up. "I see, still the same thick-headedness." Feng Yan smiled helplessly, having studied for so long at the Luofu Palace, yet still not learning how to express his inner feelings. Stubborn as a dead duck. He was clearly worried about me. Dongjin and the others' expressions changed slightly upon seeing the newcomer, their brows involuntarily furrowing. Diluo was different from Feng Yan, the latter was not good at fighting and could only defeat him through ambush. The former was entirely different, being a seven-turn pure-blood holy spirit, his power far surpassing that of Ning Lingyi. Facing such an enemy, it would be difficult for the two of them to win. Since the pure-blood holy spirit has come, then the leader of the Wen Dao should also be here, right? Why not come out together? "So I can appreciate the power of the holy text," Dongjin said with a fierce expression. "Only I am here, no one else." Diluo honestly shook his head. "Oh? The fierce one hasn't come either?" Ning Lingyi's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. With this, the two of them might still have a chance. Killing one Feng Yan could earn them 2 precious herbs as a reward. Diluo and Lu Taiqing were worth 3 herbs, while Chu Chen's head was worth 20. Without any other reinforcements, the two of them naturally wouldn't share their opponent with anyone else. "I don't know where the master is," Diluo said. "Very well, then let's start with you." Dongjin excitedly licked his lips. Strength or weakness can only be determined through battle. The pure-blooded holy spirit before me, who seems not very clever, should be easy to deal with. "You are not my opponents, I don't want to waste my energy." A hint of reluctance flashed across Diluo's honest face. "What?" Both of them were momentarily stunned, their expressions blank. What does this mean? Does he look down on their strength? After all, they were also top talents on the divine rankings, and their power had greatly increased over the past 6 months. How could he possibly underestimate them? To say such a thing is wasting energy? How arrogant could he be? Diluo, it seems that being around that guy Lu Taiqing has corrupted you. Seeing Diluo disdain the two, Feng Yan couldn't help but laugh. Though the words were harsh, it was the truth. No one knew Diluo's strength better than him. Dealing with these two treacherous characters might not even require a breath of effort to defeat. He. Diluo scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, looking quite Embarrassed. This expression made the two furious, and with a roar, they attacked directly. Countless arrows shot through the air, divine power enveloping them, their momentum like a rainbow. Charging forward. Ning Lingi did not intend to give the opponent a chance to react, following closely behind, his arms covered in armor, divine fire blazing, launching a frontal assault. The power contained in their attacks was terrifying, yet Diluo seemed oblivious, merely waving his hand slightly to effortlessly extinguish the arrows. You big fool, let me show you what true power is. Ning Lingi struck with a heavy fist, like a raging dragon breaking through. Bang! A massive mushroom cloud slowly rose, and Dongjin's pupils suddenly shook as he closely watched the battle. Diluo simply raised his arm to block the shockwave and directly caught Ning Lingi's fist. How is this possible? Ning Lingi gritted his teeth and retreated, but as he moved, he suddenly found Diluo's palm gripping him like a giant claw, rendering him immobile. With all his strength, he couldn't even scratch the opponent's hair. You hurt my friend, so I have to hit you too. Diluo swung his fist, striking Ning Lingi's head slowly and without haste. Suddenly, a blood column shot up into the sky. Dongjin seemed to see a ghost in broad daylight. Staring at the shattered head scattering, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Devil, you must be a devil. When had he ever seen such a bloody and shocking scene? How could the opponent make such a brutal and direct move with such a light tone? Ning Lingi was slightly stronger than him, and if he couldn't withstand a single blow, what about himself? At that moment, he deeply regretted not calling for reinforcements. Diluo casually kicked the still bleeding headless corpse aside and asked in a low voice, how much longer? Give me another half an hour and the effects of the god-vanquishing flower will be completely dispelled, Fengyan replied. Good. Diluo didn't waste any more words, his gaze falling on Dongjin. It's your turn. Boom. Dong. Jin's head felt like it had been bombarded by a nuclear explosion, sending chills down his spine. Wait. Don't kill me first, I have important information. Dongjin hurriedly waved his hands. Staggering backward. Diluo pressed forward relentlessly, ignoring him, his eyes devoid of any emotion, like a slaughtering Azura. Killing me won't save that beast. Spare my life and I can help you. Dongjin quickly pleaded. The master will have a way, we don't need your help. Diluo suddenly struck, gripping his neck, disregarding his pleas, and with a slight force, twisted it directly. Thud. The corpse fell to the ground weakly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dongjin's eyes widened, bloodshot, and even in death, he didn't understand why he had gotten involved in this meaningless conflict. In the next moment, golden rain began to fall from the sky, painting the dim forest in a layer of golden hue. The beautiful scene was unimaginable, but behind it lay a life and death battle. The price paid was the lives of two demigods. At that moment, the emperor suddenly stirred, the sky darkening, and countless stars appeared above Diluo's head. The powerful force of the stars rushed down, condensing into a figure on the ground. At the same time, the clouds in the southern region stirred, and hundreds of prodigies and ancient ferocious beasts charged in fiercely, surrounding the area in layers. The sounds of roaring and rumbling filled the air. Compared to the so-called formations, this was the true heavenly peril. Dongfeng. Xingyao? Fengyan gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice upon seeing the figure under the stars. Compared to half a year ago, how could Dongfeng Xingyao still show any signs of being astray? Dog? His entire being was filled with the aura of a superior, his brows and eyes exuding majesty, like an emperor ruling the world. Feng Dao's leader, pure-blooded Holy Spirit, is it just the two of you? Dongfeng Xingyao's words were laced with deep disappointment. After meticulously planning for so long and expending countless efforts for today, it was all to redeem past humiliations. But he did not find the person he was looking for, and a wave of disappointment surged in his heart. Well, killing the two of you would be equivalent to severing the left and right arms of the ferocious one. It can be considered an appetizer. A sinister arc formed at the corner of Dongfeng Xingyao's mouth as he slowly raised his hand. The powerful aura emanating from him shocked the two, with Diluo even unable to move, forced to watch as he struck towards them. Suddenly, the sky darkened with thick clouds and thunder roared. Divine thunder descended upon the world, shaking the heavens. A dazzling golden light illuminated the earth, enveloping it in a misty aura. The dense celestial energy spread throughout the forest, creating an immense sense of oppression. Dongfeng Pup. You arranged for so many people to welcome me, could it be that you have already set the date for the funeral? The mighty divine thunder shook the 8 directions. The ground cracked wildly, and countless boulders and plants turned to dust, scattering into the sky. The golden light was blindingly bright, almost making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Hundreds of ancient ferocious beasts trembled at this aura, their massive bodies swaying like mountains on the verge of collapse. Beast! Don't move! A prodigy darkly slapped the beast beneath him, looking gravely towards the horizon. A line of the sky approached from afar, splitting the heavens and cutting the clouds in half. At the same time, numerous divine palaces and celestial soldiers appeared before everyone, their overwhelming might sweeping across the land, instantly stirring up a fierce wind. The storm surged, carrying vast tidal waves, occupying the entire forest. The ferocious one has come. Boom! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the first to appear behind the tide was a strangely shaped giant bird. Its uneven scales and feathers. With only one wing, the golden-winged roc had a bald head, looking quite bizarre. Yet, despite this, no one dared to underestimate it. Because behind this golden-winged rock was a legendary figure from the entire world of the heavens. Ferocious one Chu Chen, you have finally arrived. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Dongfang Xingyao's mouth, and a murderous intent burst forth from his eyes. Chu Chen. Feng Yan's heart leaped with joy, quickly rising to his feet, but before he could steady himself, a sudden sharp pain shot through his chest instantly, turning his face pale, and he fell back down. Master. De Luo knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing. As the tide receded, the nightmarish face that had existed in the minds of countless prodigies finally appeared after half a year. He leaped down, first arriving beside Feng Yan, reaching out to grip his shoulder, channeling a pure celestial power that instantly eradicated the effects of the destruction god flower. Sorry, I'm late, Chu Chen said softly. Yeah, if you hadn't come, I and De Luo would probably have to go first, Feng Yan replied with a smile, feeling the power surging within him, unable to help but stretch his muscles. The unique power that entered his body was gentle yet extremely domineering, even the hidden divine power deep within felt a sense of fear. Next, leave it all to me. Chu Chen turned and stood, walking towards De Luo to help him up. Then, he looked at the little one suffering torment within the dragon binding formation, his brows filled with a heartache. No matter when, the little one had never endured such great grievances, nor suffered such humiliation. The grand ancient dragon, proud as it was, now lay on the ground like a drowned dog. You can't lift it either? Chu Chen asked slowly, his voice betraying no joy or sorrow, yet carrying an inexplicable chill. Feng Yan had never seen such an expression on Chu Chen's face, and for a moment, he was stunned. He quickly regained his composure and nodded. That's right. The dragon binding formation was created in ancient times, specifically targeting the dragon clan. To untie the bell, one must first tie it. It must be undone by the one who set the formation, otherwise, the cub may very well perish completely. Hearing this, Chu Chen slightly raised his head, looking at Dongfang Xingyao, who was sitting atop the ancient beast, and said, "Release the cub." Dongfang Xingyao chuckled arrogantly. You're still as arrogant as ever. Could it be that the feng shui of this ancient world is so good that your mind is unclear? Please understand the current situation. Who exactly is the master of the southern region? Chu Chen remained unfazed, his voice suddenly turning cold. I don't want to repeat myself. I will give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge burst of laughter erupted around them. The fierce man has been praised for so long. Does he really think he is still invincible like in the past? Back then, we respected you because you were strong enough, but now it's different. The master of the southern region is here. Do you dare to be so arrogant? Do you really think you're the #1 prodigy in the heavens? That title doesn't work here. Strength is the true path. Although Brother Xingyao's talent is not as good as yours, his strength is far greater than yours. Listening to the mocking jeers around him, Chu Chen remained unmoved, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. It's been half a year since we last met. I truly miss it. Did you ever think about today when you humiliated me back then? Dongfang Xingyao sneered, filled with pride. If you kneel before me and knock your head 3 times, saying 3 times I am trash, I will release the dragon binding formation. How about that? Ha ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter grew louder, with some people even reveling in his humiliation, feeling utterly delighted. Chu Chen's aura was too great, too dazzling, suffocating many prodigies, unable to lift their heads. It could be said that only those in the top 5 of the divine rankings, like Qin Taiyuan, were qualified to be compared with him. In the twin stars of the heavens, who wasn't a focus of attention? Whether it was the first or second trial of the divine path, it was clear that the beings before the projection were all watching these few people. What gives the fierce man the right to be so arrogant now? If you want to save someone, then kneel. The teasing voices rose and fell, and the prodigies present all wanted to see Chu Chen's joke, the once supreme prodigy kneeling before them in repentance. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. 3 breaths have passed. Since this is your choice, it's time for the southern region to see some rain. Chu Chen took out the Book of Sages and slowly turned the pages. On the surface, everything was calm, but inside, a storm was brewing, with thunder and lightning. If he could ensure the cub's safety, he would abandon his title, even disregard everything. At this point, he no longer wished to conceal his killing intent. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Boom! Golden divine thunder shot into the sky, and chaotic power transformed into a tornado that surged into the heavens. The vast storm forcibly twisted the momentum of heaven and earth, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered, with golden dragons weaving through the clouds, stirring up the wind and clouds. You've lost the only chance to save your life. Now, prepare to welcome the baptism of divine thunder. Chu Chen slightly lifted his eyelids, his killing intent materializing, and the shadow of Azura suddenly appeared. The path of slaughter that kills 10,000 heroes, you killed him? Dongfang Xingyao was slightly surprised but quickly regained his composure. Brother Xingyao, leave it to me. I've long wanted to meet the fierce man. A woman with a face like a viper licked her lips, volunteering. No need, this is my battle with him. I've been looking forward to it for a long, long time. Dongfang Xingyao grinned savagely, as past scenes floated one by one in his mind. At that moment, he swore to crush Chu Chen into ashes. Today is the day to fulfill that vow. Fierce man Chu Chen, show me what you can do. I will let you know who is the greatest pride of this era. With that, the stars in the sky manifested one by one, and the Overwhelming power of the stars poured down, transforming into a hammer of stars. Immediately, Dongfang Xingyao's muscles bulged violently, his momentum skyrocketing, even surpassing Chu Chen's. In the next moment, he vanished from his original spot and charged out in anger. With both hammers raised high, enveloped in endless star power, he brought them down fiercely onto Chu Chen's head. Your pride is nothing in front of me. I could trample you underfoot back then, and I can do it again now. Facing the attack, Chu Chen's heart was completely unperturbed. He simply raised one hand slowly. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their pupils dilating. Is he going to take this hit barehanded? The fierce man is still so arrogant. Doesn't he know that Dongfang Xingyao is now dozens of times stronger than he was 6 months ago? Even if his body is strong, there's no way he can take it barehanded. The outcome will surely be his body shattered. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the hammer of stars collided with Chu Chen's palm, igniting a blinding light. In that moment, it was as if people were witnessing the fall of stars, with various phenomena intertwining, blurring the line between reality and illusion. As the light dimmed, they saw Chu Chen firmly grasping the hammer of stars with one hand, his body not moving an inch. Not even his feet shifting. Not only that, but there wasn't a single mark on the palm that made contact. The immensely powerful hammer of stars contains the core power of countless stars. A full-force strike is equivalent to the combined force of 1,000 stars, yet he remains unscathed? Is his body forged from divine iron? How can there be such a monstrous physique in the world? Could it be that the body of an ancient god is truly this defiant? Amidst their astonishment, they noticed that Chu Chen's face was calm, his breath steady, seemingly not taking this too hard at all, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Could it be that, from the very beginning, he never regarded Dongfang Xingyao as a threat? Or rather, Chu Chen did not see him as an equal opponent at all. Half a year has passed. Has the fierce man also been improving his strength? But why has there never been any record of him in the ancient world? The scene was familiar, the plot was familiar. 6 months ago, he had trampled Dongfang Xingyao like a stray dog. I told you, you are digging your own grave. Chu Chen said indifferently. Damn it. Stop pretending, do you think this is all my strength? Dongfang Xingyao retreated, several miniature stars appearing beside him, spinning rapidly. A storm of the galaxy suddenly erupted, the violent shockwaves pushing the proud talents and fierce beasts present back 1,000 feet. Although you took my casual strike, that was just an appetizer. Now it indeed proves you have the qualification to fight me. Dongfang Xingyao formed seals with both hands, a star mark suddenly appearing on his forehead, his eyes bursting with starlight. Do you know that only by defeating you like this will I feel a sense of accomplishment? Star God Light. Boom! A beam of light that pierced the heavens and the earth shot out suddenly, its vastness shocking everyone. Be careful. De Luo hurriedly grabbed Feng Yan, pulling him away from the battlefield. Just as they left the area covered by the aftermath, a divine thunder erupted. The overwhelming star god light collided with the divine thunder, and the destructive power spread continuously, ravaging the land. The vast forest was instantly reduced to a shapeless ruin. All the trees vanished, leaving behind a desolate expanse. The bottomless pit made everyone gasp in shock. The combat power of the two truly exceeded their imagination. Is this really a demigod-level battle? The enchanting woman who had just invited a duel had her red lips parted in shock, her heart trembling. She felt a sense of relief. If she had been the one fighting, she might have already become a corpse by now. The aura of the fierce person is still as strong as in the past and even surpasses it. Truly remarkable. It's a pity that if his upper limit of strength is only this much, the outcome can be determined. Now, they were well aware that Dongfang Xingyao had not yet shown his true strength, and Chu Chen's background had already been mostly figured out. In the gaps of their conversation, the battlefield once again changed. Suddenly, the heavenly thunder transformed, shifting from a golden hue to a grayish chaotic color. Its power suddenly increased by more than tenfold. The terrifying momentum instantly tore a large rift in the sky. I have never shown the true form of the chaotic divine thunder to the world. You are the first. Chu Chen spoke slowly, and the Book of Sages produced several starry formations. What an honor, I am looking forward to it. A smirk appeared on Dongfang Xingyao's lips as a miniature star suddenly appeared in his palm. The full form of the star was visible to all, its size nearly capable of submerging half of the southern region. In its reduced state, the star contained an incredibly terrifying power. If what had been shown before were mere phenomena, then what he revealed now was the true star. I haven't been idle this past 6 months. Do you know how much I have sacrificed to make you repent? Dongfang Xingyao gripped the star, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. What a coincidence, I haven't been idle either. Chu Chen raised the corner of his mouth, holding the chaotic divine thunder, surrounded by countless arcs of lightning. Is that so? Do you know how hard I have waited for this moment? Dongfang Xingyao formed seals with both hands, silently chanting incantations, the light of the star in his palm growing ever more intense, almost slipping from his grasp. Once this power erupted, it would be equivalent to a star exploding, with all the energy contained in its core capable of shattering half of the southern region. Dongfang Xingyao could already summon the stars from beyond the heavens. This was the first time he used this move. Even though it would come at a great cost, to kill Chu Chen, even losing half his life would be worth it. In that case, let me show you the true Thunder God. With that, the sky suddenly tore open a rift. stretching millions of miles, and a massive chaotic-colored thunder god phantom descended into the world. As the thunder god appeared, the heavens and earth trembled, the supreme divine might, causing countless people to shudder. What lay before them seemed not to be a phantom, but the thunder god himself. A true deity. So terrifying. The infinite firepower combined with the fierce person's understanding of the world seems like a match made in heaven. The chaotic path can evolve everything. Could it be that he has even evolved a true god? The battle between the true god and the stars would unleash unimaginable explosive power. Thunder god, open your eyes, annihilate all things. Are you ready? Chuchen slightly lifted his eyelids and asked slowly. Dongfeng. Xingyao furrowed his brows tightly and coldly snorted. Come on. Even if it's a true god, what do I have to fear? With that, the star in his hand flew into the sky, rapidly enlarging, and an incredibly massive star appeared between heaven and earth. Compared to the size of the thunder god phantom, it was not inferior, with cracks appearing all over its surface, the power of the star core about to erupt. Forbidden spell, thunder god descends. Suddenly, the thunder god slowly opened his eyes, a destructive aura shattering everything, the annihilating thunder covering a million-mile area, pouring down. At the same time, the star exploded violently, the power that destroyed everything blocking out the sun, spreading outward. In that moment, everyone lost all color in their eyes, with only the dazzling divine thunder and starlight remaining. The aftershocks continued to spread, thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles. Mountains and rivers were completely obliterated, reduced to ashes. The power of the boundless path exceeded the heights that all the prodigies could reach. They could not imagine that at their level, they could possess the strength to destroy heaven and earth. The moment the thunder god opened his eyes would be remembered by all living beings in the worlds. Was this still the demigod they were familiar with? The battle between the two had clearly surpassed the limits of human understanding. Just one Dongfang Xingya was already astonishing. The strength of the southern region's lord was indeed not to be underestimated. Chuchen's dominance was already familiar to everyone, but after half a year of absence, he had not stood still. Instead, he had built upon his previous foundation and reached new heights. The true form of the chaos divine thunder was now revealed. In other words, the previous battles were merely child's play, and the opponent had not taken them seriously at all. Count the casualties, those who are not dead, stand up, a proud figure from the divine rankings declared loudly. Under the aftermath, how could there be any intact eggs? Over 100 prodigies had died tragically, and many ancient ferocious beasts had also perished. This battle would undoubtedly determine life and death, and before that, they had to ensure they maintained an absolute numerical advantage. After all, besides Chuchen, there were also the leaders of the sealing path and pure-blooded holy spirits on the field. After removing the effects of the god-slaying flower, Feng Yan returned to peak condition, his gaze sweeping over the prodigies and ferocious beasts eyeing them hungrily, and he spoke, "These guys seem to see us as prey. The master hasn't given the order, don't act rashly," De Luo said in a deep voice. Wooden-headed. Feng Yan knocked on his shiny bald head. "Do you think there are no other strong ones besides Dongfang Xingyao the dog?" De Luo rubbed the spot where he was hit, puzzled. "Don't you trust the master?" Slap. Feng Yan slapped his forehead, his mouth twitching slightly, looking forlorn. How did he end up with such a brainless partner, devoid of any intelligence? If only Lu Taiqing were here, our team still can't do without a strategist. Feng Yan sighed. He hadn't felt much before, but now he remembered Lu Taiqing's merits. Strategizing from 1,000 miles away, the leader of the literary path was not just good at talking. "Listen to me, if a fight breaks out later, you handle the ancient ferocious beasts, and I'll take care of the other prodigies," Feng Yan instructed. "Oh." De Luo nodded reluctantly. Feng Yan looked towards the central area where the power of the stars and the chaos divine thunder intertwined, silently thinking, "Just hold on a little longer, little one, it's almost time." The light of the stars shot out, painting the azure sky with a layer of silver foil, dazzling and strange. The phantom of the thunder god stood tall, seemingly eternally present, still standing there. The ravaged earth and space looked as if they had experienced an apocalyptic catastrophe. The originally thick and fertile land had been transformed into forbidden ground. Through the swirling dust, everyone discovered two figures standing 1,000 feet apart, their auras unyielding, seemingly unaffected by the forbidden spell's impact. Dongfang Xingyao's expression was quite serious, his previously relaxed demeanor replaced by vigilance. "So that's it, I didn't expect you to possess celestial power, which must be the result of this half year, right? To slaughter you, why bother using celestial power?" Chuchen appeared calm on the surface, but was quite surprised inside. The thunder god phantom evolved from the chaos Tao, combined with the true form of the chaos divine thunder, could not defeat him? Is that so? "Being arrogant will cost you blood, you should be quite familiar with that saying." Dongfang Xingyao tore open his tattered outer garment, revealing the treasure armor beneath. The armor shimmered with a brilliant light resembling golden iron, yet soft and smooth, protecting his entire body. 90% of the impact from the forbidden spell had been blocked, leaving his heart veins unharmed. "This divine treasure armor on me cannot be pierced by ordinary rule powers. If you don't use celestial power, you won't even break my defense," Dongfang Xingyao said. Seeing this, Chuchen's eyes flashed with a glimmer, looking at him with a half-smile. 10% damage isn't enough? As he spoke, Chuchen slowly extended a hand and suddenly clenched it tightly. "What? In an instant, Dongfang Xingyao's eyes widened, a terrifying force of divine thunder erupted within him, turning him into a bloody mess, spewing blood wildly. You disappoint me, you are still as useless as ever, just like 6 months ago, not a bit changed. Chuchen shook his head in disappointment. Dongfang Xingyao's body fell weakly, his eyes filled with disbelief. When did the divine thunder enter my body? I didn't even notice? He quickly stopped his movement, drank a bottle of pure jade dew, and his injuries rapidly healed, the blood holes on his body mending in an instant. Very well, since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless. Dongfang Xingyao gritted his teeth, golden light bursting from his body, and divine fire suddenly appeared above his head with a loud roar. As the divine fire emerged, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. It's getting serious. The pressure from this fierce person is too great, I must summon the divine fire to deal with it. 50,000 zhang of divine fire. Dongfang Xingyao has refined it to this level in such a short time? As expected of the lord of the southern region, this fierce person is in danger now. Ordinary prodigies barely reach 1,000 zhang in height, and very few can achieve 10,000. The more robust the divine fire, the stronger the divine power it can unleash, and the more divine power can be called upon. No matter what technique is infused with divine power, it can enhance damage by 10-fold or even 100-fold. This is why some people prefer to delay condensing their faith orbs to refine their divine fire at this stage. The thicker the foundation laid, the greater the power increase after a breakthrough. Now, Dongfang Xingyao displayed impressive divine fire, his body filled with divine power, and the starlight shone even brighter. Is this your reliance? It's nothing special. Chu Chen chuckled lightly, full of disdain. If I remember correctly, you should be able to use divine power at the mythic level, right? You can only achieve this step by borrowing the power of fusion rules. How does your genius title compare to my divine fire? Dongfang Xingyao sneered coldly. Chu Chen glanced at him and then withdrew his gaze, his disdain unchanged. Senior Yi, giving them a surprise now shouldn't have any impact, right? If you want to do it, then do it. The power of the immortal path won't come out in the end, it's just an ant, Yi Guqing said. Hearing this, Chu Chen finally felt relieved. Well, since you want to play, then I'll accompany you today. After saying this, Chu Chen's eyes glimmered with golden light and thousands of star formations spun wildly, revealing 3,000 shadows of the Tao. Immediately, his body erupted with an extremely brilliant golden light, even more dazzling and domineering than Dongfang Xingyao's divine fire. At that moment, people felt as if their throats were constricted, their hearts filled with shock. What is 50,000 zhang of divine fire? How dare you, a waste, provoke the name of this genius? A ball of flame shot into the sky, heading straight for the ninth heaven, resembling a celestial curtain that instilled fear. No matter from which angle they looked, people could not maintain their inner calm, nor could they believe that this was something a human could achieve. Dongfang Xingyao's divine fire was already high enough, but compared to Chu Chen, it was like a small witch facing a great witch. The difference between the two was not slight, it was almost a world apart. This 100,000 zhang of divine fire? Is this fierce person about to become a god on the spot? 100,000 zhang. What concept is this? 100 times that of ordinary prodigies, 10 times that of top prodigies. If an ordinary demigod were to witness this scene, they would surely be scared to death. Wasn't it said that the shackles of living beings are 50,000 zhang? Why can this fierce person achieve double that? The shackles only apply to the end of the law era. In the ancient era, there were indeed people who could elevate divine fire to 100,000 zhang. You also said that was the ancient era. In this era, it's impossible. The shock left people unable to remain calm. A battle they had thought was certain to win had turned into such a shocking reversal. Even from a distance of 100,000 miles, one could feel the terrifying power emanating from the divine fire, and Dongfang Xingyao, facing Chu Chen, felt an immense pressure. It was as if he had encountered a natural enemy, and he couldn't muster a single thought of resistance. Even when Chu Chen cast a glance at him, an absurd sense of submission arose. The lord of the southern region submitting? How could this be possible? What kind of sorcery did you use? Is it fun to fake it? Dongfang Xingyao was unwilling to believe this was real. He had been training and fighting day and night for the past 6 months, drawing insights from Dongfang Qingsong on the path of the Dao. It can be said that in order to reach this height, Dongfang Xingyao has experienced countless life and death battles and consumed countless resources to achieve this step. Why should Chu Chen be able to surpass him so easily? Is effort truly worthless in the face of talent? Whether it's true or false, won't we know if we try? Chu Chen smirked, opened the Book of Sages, and a starry array suddenly appeared before him. I don't believe it. It's definitely fake. Dongfang Xingyao roared, and hundreds of dazzling stars appeared around him. This time, he would spare no effort and pay any price to kill Chu Chen. He wanted to prove to the world that a fierce person is not invincible. And the title of the Lord of the Southern Region was earned by his strength. Forbidden spell, Destiny Star Explosion. The stars spun wildly, and the massive celestial bodies suppressed and shattered the phantom of the Thunder God. Every ray of starlight emitted an overwhelming killing power, annihilating everything. The space before the starlight was like paper easily torn apart. At this moment, the winds and clouds changed, and the world was in turmoil. The oppressive force of destruction could be felt in every corner of the southern region. The earth cracked wildly, mountains and rivers collapsed, rivers flowed backward, and ancient fierce beasts let out mournful cries. Dongfang Xingyao unleashed his strongest forbidden spell, his only trump card that had never been revealed, which was also a forbidden spell created by Dongfang Qingsung in ancient times. Die 4. Me. After a furious roar, hundreds of stars exploded, and all their power surged towards Chu Chen. Facing this assault, Chu Chen merely tapped the starry array lightly and said, "Not enough. Forbidden spell, great annihilation suppression." Suddenly, a towering ancient god's phantom appeared between heaven and earth, and the powers of many rules fused together to form a different kind of force. The great chaotic power was terrifying, devouring all nearby starlight. The gap between you and me is like a chasm, impossible to cross. With a finger from the ancient god, it collided violently with the explosive force of the hundreds of stars, igniting a storm of destruction. The crowd's pupils shrank suddenly, instinctively retreating, but before they could escape, they were shocked to find that the aftermath had not occurred. What's going on? Looking up, they saw the ancient god directly suppressing the explosive power into the boundless ground, gradually erasing it into nothingness. Suppression? So this is the true meaning of the fierce person's self-created forbidden spell. Upon hearing this, people suddenly realized, their eyes flashing with awe and relief. If it hadn't been suppressed, they would have been in danger, if not dead, at least severely injured. Wait. So is this already over? If Dongfang Xingyao's strongest technique couldn't do anything to Chu Chen, didn't that mean he lost? On the battlefield, Dongfang Xingyao stood in the void with disheveled hair, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Impossible, this can't be happening. The strongest technique he was proud of couldn't even harm a hair on Chu Chen. Could it be that their strengths were truly as he said, with a chasm of difference? Ha ha ha. Dongfang Xingyao laughed bitterly, his expression gradually becoming frenzied, his twisted features revealing his unsettled mind. If talent were useful, then what need would there be for the divine path? Why not just hand over the divine position to you? Dongfang Xingyao's words were full of self-mockery, his eyes blankly staring at the sky. Once a proud son of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, an object of admiration, the future successor of the top 10 powers, he had completely lost before a junior born in a rural area. The pride he had painstakingly built up shattered completely at this moment. Talent and effort are both indispensable. How do you know how much I have sacrificed to reach this step? Chu Chen took a step forward, and another starry array flashed before him. With a light tap of his finger, chaotic divine thunder erupted violently, charging towards the now unmotivated Dongfang Xingyao. I told you. Once I reach the second level, I will kill you. Dongfang Xingyao laughed loudly, seemingly oblivious, his laughter filled with desolation and despair. How ridiculous it is for you to say this. What can 5 years of effort amount to? He suddenly pierced his own chest, disregarding the blood that gushed forth, and said in a deep voice, "Even if I die today, I will drag you into hell." As he spoke, the divine fire above his head suddenly condensed at an incredible speed, creating a barrier that blocked the chaotic divine thunder from outside. Immediately after, a spherical object suddenly appeared in the world. Faith Light Sphere? Has he gone mad? Breaking through at this time, the timing is not yet ripe. Dongfang Xingyao is too impulsive. Is he trying to perish together with the evil one? Everyone was shocked, their hearts filled with dread. Dongfang Xingyao had just touched the shackles and forcibly broke through, not to mention the endless future troubles. There was also the risk of death. Anger had completely clouded his mind. In order to kill Chu Chen, he was willing to sacrifice his own future in life. Had this grudge truly reached such a point? Chu Chen, are you ready? Dongfang Xingyao looked up, revealing a pair of crimson eyes, his gaze as if it would devour Chu Chen. After the forced breakthrough, Dongfang Xingyao's momentum suddenly became several times stronger. It was as if he had the power to crush weaklings, should never think they can shake the peak. A different emotion finally appeared on Chu Chen's face. Less talk, come on. Dongfang Xingyao unleashed the heavenly fate star explosion once more. This time, as the aura surged, the entire ancient world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The starlight not only carried divine power but also the power of faith. Faith, the vessel of the gods, the very force they relied on to survive. Mastering the power of faith was equivalent to possessing the strength of the divine. Do you think you're the only one with the power of faith? Chu Chen's lips curled slightly, his palm raised above his head, and he suddenly clenched his fist. Immediately, a massive vortex appeared in the sky, divine fire gathered together, nurturing a shining light sphere that slowly emerged before everyone. The evil one has also taken that step? Everyone felt dizzy, unable to believe their eyes. Was the faith light sphere so worthless? What shocked them even more was that the attributes of the two faith light spheres were completely different. Dongfang Xingyao's was only the size of a human head, like a newborn infant, tender and fragile. In contrast, Chu Chen's was much larger, with a diameter of 1 meter, radiating a peculiar power and halo of pure white. It seems the evil one has long taken this step, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all along. He wants to crush Dongfang Xingyao's pride in the area he excels at. It is truly a kill to the heart. After this, even if Dongfang Xingyao miraculously survives, he will no longer be able to continue on this invincible path. Like a hero in decline, Dongfang Xingyao has already exhausted his tricks. If he loses, what will we do? As soon as this was said, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Indeed, they were tightly bound to Dongfang Xingyao, they shared glory and disaster. Would Chu Chen let them go? The answer was clear in everyone's hearts. They had never heard of anyone escaping. The evil one's clutches. What are you afraid of? As long as Dongfang Qingsong is still around, the southern region will not fall into turmoil. At least we can ensure our own safety. One person gritted his teeth and spoke. This was a fact that all the proud talents were unwilling to mention. Relying on others was not something they wanted to do. However, circumstances were stronger than individuals, and if they did not do so, they would soon be left far behind by others. Let's hope so. On the battlefield, Chu Chen held the faith light sphere, his momentum continuously rising, forming a terrifying storm around him that devoured everything nearby. Facing Dongfang Xingyao's all-in assault, Chu Chen slightly raised his eyelids, the Book of Sages spinning for a few rounds, golden light leaping forth. Forbidden spell, heavenly punishment. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed through the skies, a massive thunderbolt as large as an ancient dragon descended from the distant heavens. At that moment, Chu Chen, enveloped in divine light, resembled the thunder god of the world, invincible. Mastering the thunder, all laws of the heavens were at his command, purging all evil and illusions. This is the essence of thunder. Starlight shines upon the world and thunder roars. The two seem to have crossed countless eras, finally meeting. Boom! The storm generated by the collision rises wildly, instantly piercing the heavens, creating a pitch-black, bottomless hole. The endless void's fierce winds sweep out, carrying away the residual waves. The impact of the explosion is truly earth-shattering, the great forces of heaven and earth instantly vanishing, obliterated into nothingness. Such a degree of explosive power, even a demigod forged into a divine seat must treat it with full seriousness. Of course, the strength of Dongfang Xingyao is not just talk. His rise to become the lord of the southern region relies not only on the ancient prodigies behind him but primarily on his own strength. Unfortunately, he encountered Chu Chen, his fated enemy whom he has hated on countless nights. Puff! Dongfang Xingyao fell from the void, his blood-soaked body looking extremely tragic, his features destroyed, and his body covered in burn marks. Dongfang Xingyao has been defeated? Everyone felt it was within reason, yet there was a hint of surprise. Looking up, they saw Chu Chen standing in the void, his golden robe fluttering casually, a pair of eyes filled with majesty, gazing down at the earth like an emperor overlooking the world. At this moment, a massive fortune flew out from within Dongfang Xingyao and completely entered Chu Chen's body. In the battle for the divine path, the defeated may not need to surrender their lives, but they must give up all their fortune. The struggle for the divine path is, after all, a struggle for fortune. After devouring all of Dongfang Xingyao's fortune, Chu Chen felt his mind clearer, his thoughts more accessible, and he could faintly touch a higher level. So this is the wonderful use of fortune. Not just this. Originally, there were some aspects of the power of the immortal path that he did not understand, but now all his insights surfaced in his mind, merging and connecting. After tasting the sweetness, Chu Chen finally understood the true meaning of the struggle for the divine path. Gathering the fortune of the world's prodigies to forge the supreme divine seat. Little dog Dongfang, if you hand over the key to the dragon binding formation now, I can leave you with a whole corpse, allowing you to die with some dignity. How about it? Chu Chen said. A trembling hand reached out from beneath the soil, and then a broken face appeared before everyone. Dongfang Xingyao had lost his original sharpness, the remaining pride completely vanished, replaced by resentment. The key has already been destroyed by me. In this lifetime, you will never see that complete beast again. Dongfang Xingyao laughed loudly, completely disregarding his injuries. Even with protective armor, he could not fully withstand the terrifying damage of Chu Chen's forbidden spell. He felt as if all his bones had turned to fragments, his organs destroyed, blood barely remaining, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of death. Yet Dongfang Xingyao still refused to admit defeat. Hand it over, or I will let you experience the taste of divine thunder refining the soul. Chu Chen frowned and said in a deep voice. If possible, he even wanted to kill Dongfang Xingyao directly, extracting his soul to make him suffer for generations. But if he did that, given Dongfang Xingyao's character, he would definitely self-destruct. He could die, but his offspring could not. Divine thunder refining the soul? Do you really think I have no strength to fight back? Dongfang Xingyao trembled as he crawled up from the ground, his bloodied face wearing a sinister cold smile, saying grimly, I lost this battle, but the final winner will definitely be me. He held a jade talisman in his hand and suddenly crushed it. Come out, I have agreed to all your conditions. After he spoke, a torrent of water like the Milky Way suddenly surged from the distant sky, pouring down. A massive azure beast leaped from the sea, splashing countless droplets, each drop as heavy as a mountain. The deep blue gem was engraved with the unique runes of its clan, hard yet capable of providing immense power from heaven and earth. Roar! A giant whale appeared from the north, riding the sea, and wherever it passed, the space shattered inch by inch, as if unable to bear such weight. Seeing the newcomer, Chu Chen frowned slightly and said slowly, Divine ranking 8th Killer Whale Clan. For you, I have paid a great price. East Star Yao grinned, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. If that's all there is to it, I advise you to surrender early to avoid the torment of your soul. Chu Chen said. Of course, it's not just one. To deal with a notorious killer, one whale slaughter is not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of Sanskrit sounds appeared in the void, and a towering deity appeared between heaven and earth, holding the equal land, with countless followers. In an instant, a distance of billions of miles was crossed, arriving at the battlefield in a single step. A monk in a cassock approached gracefully, with a symbol engraved on his forehead, his Buddha sound overwhelming, shaking the hearts of men. Fourth on the divine list, master of 10,000 Buddhas, Jiaxin? Shu Chen frowned, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Amitba, the donor's killing intent is so heavy, the poor monk can cleanse your demonic obstacles and return your soul to the pure land. After half a year, the strength of the whale slaughter had greatly increased, the oppressive feeling emanating from within seemed capable of easily shattering the firmament. Jiaxin was the same, his strength was already on par with Qin Taiyuan, and now it seemed he had gained an extraordinary opportunity, his Buddha nature greatly enhanced, resembling a holy monk. The symbol on his forehead was the best proof. Only an enlightened monk could possess such honor, a recognition granted by the Buddha. It was already a remarkable miracle for an era to produce one such figure, and Jiaxin had achieved this step, which showed how high his Buddha nature was. Where did this bald donkey come from, daring to cross my demonic obstacles? Shu Chen stared fiercely at Jiaxin, ready for battle at any moment. Amitba, there are no distinctions of nobility in the Buddhist gate, why not lay down your butcher's knife and take refuge in the Buddha with the poor monk? Jiaxin held one hand to his chest, twisting a purple gold prayer bead, his eyes tightly closed. Qin Taiyuan was right, you are indeed a demonic monk, Shu Chen said with a cold smile. The sword path leader has a connection with the poor monk, the bond is too heavy, and the prejudice is too strong. Jiaxin was not angry at all, still speaking in a way that was hard to understand. I never believe in fate, whoever dares to define my future with fate, I will strike them with divine thunder. Too many killings. And after death, one will surely enter hell. Before hell takes me, let death defeat me first. The two exchanged words, neither yielding to the other. On the surface, they were arguing. But in reality, the competition had already begun. Jiaxin's fighting style was quite interesting. Aside from using the power of rules, the debate of Buddhism was also part of the battle. If one were to lose in the debate, the loser would directly become a follower, entering the so-called pure land for generations, becoming a monk under him. This is why the world called him a demonic monk. It is also why Qin Taiyuan and Bu Jingyun disliked him. In short, this bald donkey is too wicked. With sharp tongues and fierce words, neither side would back down, and for a moment, saliva flew, their words filled with the essence of the Tao. Unknowingly, they both used the power of the great Tao, competing in thought, measuring their understanding of the great Tao. Bald donkey, if this is all you can do, I advise you to roll aside, my divine thunder has no eyes. Shu Chen said slowly. Jiaxin quietly opened his eyes, gazing ahead, then turned and approached East Star Yao, using boundless Buddhist methods to heal him. Is this the reinforcement you found? Although I don't know what benefits you promised, do you think these two can defeat me? Isn't that too naive? Shu Chen said lightly. East Star Yao, at the center of the Buddhist method, was visibly recovering from his injuries at an astonishing speed. It must be said that the Thundersound Temple has unique advantages in healing, no wonder it is called the Orthodox Buddhist Gate by the world. At this moment, a cold gleam appeared in everyone's eyes, rapidly enlarging, until it illuminated the 9 heavens. A magnificent gun intent surged forth, and a spear, like a silver dragon, appeared from the distant east, suddenly descending onto the battlefield. Bang! The long spear steadily pierced the ground, the terrifying shockwave sinking the earth, creating terrifying cracks that spread for countless miles. A cold gleam arrived first, followed by the spear shooting out like a dragon. Second on the divine list, spear path leader Bu Jingyun. Shu Chen turned his head and saw a handsome man in a silver robe with a red tassel standing at the end of the spear. In just 10 minutes, Dongfang Xingyou had gathered 3 of the top 10 powerhouses from the divine rankings. Adding himself, that made 4. Setting aside the whale killer who had allied with the Abyss clan, both Jie Xian and Bu Jingyun had always been at odds. How could they join forces against him? What enormous benefits had Dongfang Xingyou promised? It should be noted that Bu Jingyun was now the lord of the eastern region, and in terms of status and strength, he had no reason to obey the others' commands. Jie Xian was the same, as a follower of the Buddha, he had little desire beyond the pursuit of the Buddhist path. Just as Shu Chen pondered the stakes, Dongfang Xingyou's injuries had mostly healed. He slowly rose, the sound of his joints cracking echoed, and he looked radiant, as if reborn. Now then, facing the 4 of us, how confident are you of victory? Dongfang Xingyou picked up the star hammer again, his aura fully erupting. The whale killer stood on the Xianing heavy water, the power of the abyss faintly emerging, his large eyes shining like the sun. Jie Xian bore the phantom of the Buddha, the equality village hovering above his head, the sound of the Buddha's teachings heavy and captivating. Compared to the 3, Bu Jingyun seemed much more ordinary, lazily standing at the end of the spear, his eyelids drooping as if he had just woken up. But every genius present knew that Bu Jingyun was the most powerful among them. He was also the earliest genius to condense the faith sphere after Wu Tian. His strength was unfathomable and terrifying. Once the spear intent was unleashed, who could rival him? Shu Chen felt a hint of pressure he hadn't experienced in a long time, even though he was much stronger than he had been 6 months ago. But others had not stood still either. Without any information, he had no idea how many trump cards they possessed. You are all prominent figures in the myriad worlds, isn't it beneath your dignity to collude with Dongfang's little dog? Shu Chen said with a smile. If we're going to fight, then let's fight. I'm tired, the sooner it's over, the sooner I can go back to sleep. Bu Jingyun yawned, looking even more fatigued. Seeing that Chu Chen still maintained a calm demeanor, Dongfang Xingyao felt a surge of anger. Are you ready to face judgment? I am ready. The dragon trap formation is your burial ground. At that moment, Feng Yan and De Luo suddenly appeared beside Chu Chen. The former scanned the gathered geniuses and coldly said, isn't it against the principles of fairness to bully the few with the many? The top 10 of the divine rankings can stoop to such despicable acts? Ha ha ha. To the victor go the spoils. What shame is there in that? Dongfang Xingyao laughed wildly, looking directly at Chu Chen. With these two useless fish added, do you think you can win against us? Who's really being delusional? Chu Chen remained unfazed, glancing up at the sky, murmuring, it should be about time. Just then, endless mountain and river phantoms suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. A surge of righteous energy swept through the heavens and earth, and the words of wisdom emerged, shocking everyone. I hope I'm not late? As soon as the voice fell, a young man in a blue robe, holding a folding fan, gracefully descended, wearing a smile that felt like a breath of spring. Feng Yan was momentarily stunned upon seeing the newcomer, then exclaimed in joy, Tai Go? You really came? If I didn't come, wouldn't I have to collect your corpse 3 days later? Lu Taiqing smiled slightly and then bowed to Chu Chen. Dongfang Xingyao narrowed his eyes and said, the literary leader Lu Taiqing? A mere bookworm, what impact can he have on the situation? What if I join in? Suddenly, the intent of the sword erupted, filling the heavens and earth, and everyone present felt a tightness in their hearts, a sharp pain coursing through their bodies. A dark dragon roared as it flew in, its imperial might erupting fiercely. The person was dressed in white, with a stern face, a countenance so sharp it startled the heart. Sword leader Lu Taiqing? Dongfang Xingyao gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. The lord of the southern region, the lord of the eastern region, and the lord of the northern region have all arrived. Except for the lord of the western region, Wu Tian, who is ranked first on the divine list. The battlefield is filled with the strongest talents of this era. It should have been a three-way standoff, but Bu Jingyun has joined the camp of Dongfang Xingyao, the reason for which is intriguing. In terms of overall strength, the gap between the two sides is not significant. If a real fight breaks out, this battle will undoubtedly be called the most noteworthy confrontation in the ancient world in the past 6 months. Who is strong and who is weak will be revealed in the clash. A group of talents looked at the tense atmosphere, feeling a sense of fear and trepidation. I never expected that the leader of the gun Dao and the leader of the sword Dao would face off one day. The conflict of weapons is also a conflict of great paths. The clash between the king of 100 weapons and the lord of 100 weapons will be quite a spectacle. In the past 6 months, Dongfang Xingyao has not only improved his own strength but has also secretly plotted how to kill Chu Chen. Although he has calculated everything, he ultimately underestimated the appeal of the fierce man. At first glance, which of Chu Chen's friends and generals is an ordinary person? Feng Yan, along with De Luo, would be more than enough to face any enemy. As for Lu Taiqing, there is no need to mention, as the leader of the literary Dao who masters the sacred text is not inferior to the wary demon monk. Chu Chen can easily defeat Dongfang Xingyao, and Bu Jingyun has the formidable opponent Qin Taiyuan. It is hard to say who will win or lose. Brother Gingyun, it's been a long time since we last met. It seems I was right, there must be a battle between us. Qin Taiyuan stood with his sword, his robes fluttering, his whole being like an unparalleled divine sword, exuding a sharp sword intent. This is the manifestation of sword intent reaching its peak, even without drawing his sword. It gives the feeling of facing a lethal strike at any moment. Very well, it's time to determine the victor. The lazy expression on Bu Jingyun's face vanished the moment he saw Qin Taiyuan appear. In the 9th sequence world, Jianxian Peak is known as the #1 peak of the sword Dao. Meanwhile, the Gun God Temple, where Bu Jingyun is located, is called the #1 Hall of the Gun Dao. The conflict of weapons has existed for a long time, with victories and defeats being evenly split. No one has been able to claim the throne of the God of 100 weapons. Moreover, with one being second on the divine list and the other third, determining the outcome is only a matter of time. Dongfang Xingyao and Chu Chen have merely advanced the timeline. Brother Qin, you haven't forgotten the promise you made to me, have you? Chu Chen asked. Of course not, rest assured, all sword cultivators of Jianxian Peak will honor the agreement. Qin Taiyuan nodded slightly. Please. Chu Chen gestured, stepping back half a position. Qin Taiyuan stepped forward in the void. With each step, the sword intent became sharper, and when he reached the center of the battlefield, he suddenly dispersed, completely vanishing. Returning to simplicity? Have you also reached that realm? Dongfang Xingyao's expression changed. Why say also? Before this, no one could achieve this step except for the martial god Wu Tian. The so-called returning to simplicity does not mean weakening sword intent or conserving strength. Instead, it means that the momentum reaches an extremely terrifying level, so powerful that even the great forces of heaven and earth cannot manifest. In this state, any sword strike from Qin Taiyuan can easily sever rules and divine power. A commendable sword intent, worthy of my seriousness. Bu Jingyun immediately became interested, leaping down from the tail of his spear. He then reached out and firmly grasped the silver dragon spear. In an instant, his entire demeanor changed, his eyes shining brightly, and a powerful shockwave surged around him, erupting forth. The terrifying spear intent shot up to the 9th heaven. Violent power surged madly into the silver dragon spear, and a thunderous dragon roar that shook the world erupted. Come on, let the world see today whether the king of 100 weapons is unmatched or the lord of 100 weapons is superior. With that, Bu Jingyun raised his spear and sword into the air, appearing in the void only 100 zhang away from Qin Taiyuan. I have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Qin Taiyuan's footsteps shifted lightly, suddenly disappearing from his original position. So fast. Everyone felt a flash of a phantom before their eyes, and before they could even capture his figure clearly, Qin Taiyuan had vanished. This is not about merging into space, nor is it a method of teleportation. Instead, it is a speed that has reached its peak, using the intent of the sword to cut through the wind, elevating one's own speed to a terrifying level. Just like not long ago, when Qin Taiyuan rode on the back of the golden-winged rock, if it weren't for him, Chu Chen would never have arrived this quickly. 10 days earlier than expected. In an instant, Qin Taiyuan brushed past Bu Jingyun, his speed suddenly slowing down countless times, holding the sword sheath, coming to a standstill. At that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly crossed Bu Jingyun's pupils and a sword mark appeared on his shoulder, blood splattering. The sudden injury shocked everyone. Bu Jingyun is injured? What a fast sword, I didn't even see when the opponent struck. Qin Taiyuan's swordsmanship has reached an unparalleled level. Even Bu Jingyun must treat it seriously, he cannot be underestimated. Those lacking in strength truly could not see Qin Taiyuan's movements. But to Chu Chen and the others, it was as clear as a series of slowly projected slides. Drawing the sword, sheathing it, all within a single thought. This guy is too fierce. Chu Chen, if you were to come, could you block it? Feng Yan asked in astonishment. This was the level he had dreamed of achieving. A swordsman should be fearless and forge ahead. The semi-divine sword at his waist carried his dreams, and although it had not been used, being able to witness this scene in his lifetime was already worth it. A snap of the fingers can break. It's... Chu Chen said calmly. What? Feng Yan was taken aback for a moment. Just as he was about to make a teasing remark, he saw a faint smile on Chu Chen's face and swallowed his words. After following him for so long, he could still distinguish when he was joking and when he was serious. Chu Chen's strength was always a mystery, impossible to fathom. On the battlefield, after Bu Jingyun was injured, he remained unperturbed, wielding the silver dragon spear and suddenly swinging it out, the overwhelming force causing the space to shatter for miles. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal grinding, Qin Taiyuan raised his hand to block, the spearhead striking against the sword sheath, igniting a shower of sparks. Immediately after, both struck simultaneously, colliding thousands of times in just a second. The tremendous momentum shook people's hearts, their eyes nearly reaching the point of overload. They simply couldn't keep up. So powerful. Neither of them used the power of rules, just purely dueling with swordsmanship and spear techniques, yet it is so formidable. I feel that if I went up to fight, I might not last 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Do you look down on the top talents of the divine rankings or the leaders? If you don't die in a second, I can accept any form of online bullying. Each collision was filled with a refreshing quality. It seems they won't determine a winner anytime soon. Taiching, you choose an opponent, leave the rest to me and Deluo. Feng Yan suggested. That sounds good. Lu Taiching smiled, slowly preparing to change his folding fan, scanning the surroundings before pointing and saying, Demon Monk Jixin, come up. There were 3 people left on the field. Dongfang Xingyo was Chu Chen's prey, temporarily disregarded. The remaining Jingsha and Jiaxin were both extremely powerful individuals, but now Lu Taiching showed no fear against anyone. With a breath, he could swallow the heavens and earth. A small Buddhist demon monk could not stir up any waves in his hands. Amat Ba. Jiaxin did not refuse, and he silently chanted Zen phrases. Waves of Brahman sound emerging around him, spreading throughout the world. This place is not suitable for battle, please follow me. After speaking, Jiaxin directly moved the battlefield to a desolate area 100,000 miles away. This place was once as lush and green as a dense forest, but the aftermath of the battle between Chu Chen and Dongfang Xingya was too powerful, destroying a large part of the southern region, leaving no trace of its former vitality. I will go ahead, I hope that when I return victorious I won't hear any bad news about you. Lu Taiching gazed into the distance and said softly. Just a beast that likes to play in the water, do you expect it to pose any threat to me and Deluo? Feng Yan waved his hand, urging him to leave. Quickly. Lu Taiching glanced at Jingsha and reminded, be careful of the power of the abyss. After saying this, he exhaled a breath of literary energy, transforming into a spirit crane and flying away. Still can't change that flashy appearance, Feng Yan said, feeling a bit envious of his graceful demeanor. It's our turn now, are you ready? Ready. A hint of killing intent flashed across Deluo's honest face, his skin turning bright red as his momentum surged wildly. Come on, beast, I know you've been waiting for a long time. Feng Yan formed hand seals, silently reciting a spell, and a vast array that covered the sky appeared above his head. Immediately, a massive devouring force emerged, sweeping in like a tide, and suddenly engulfed Jingsha's enormous body. Go, Deluo, let it taste the power of your fists, Feng Yan said. After that, Deluo nodded heavily, leaping into the array, and soon a terrifying roar echoed. The battle was about to erupt, occurring in 3 different areas. Qin Taiyuan and Bu Jingyun unleashed their true fire, neither yielding to the other, exerting all their strength to surpass each other in their respective techniques. The fight between Lu Taiching and Jia Xayan was much more subtle, as if they were engaged in a debate, exchanging sharp words without either taking the first move. As for that, Battle between Feng Yan and De Luo. Although it was unclear, the commotion suggested a fierce struggle to the death. At this moment, only Chu Chen and Dongfang Xingyao remained on the scene. Dongfang Pop, do you have any other tricks? Chu Chen asked with a smile, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It's truly rare. I didn't expect the dignified lord of the northern domain to actually fight for you, Dongfang Xingyao said coldly, his words filled with resentment. No one knew how many resources he had expended or what great price he had paid to win over these few prodigies. But even if he didn't say it, people could still guess a bit of the truth. What Jie Xian wanted was nothing more than followers and treasures from the Buddhist sect, and Dongfang Xingyao might have such things in his possession. Now that Jing Sha had allied with the Abyss clan, what he wanted might just be a one-sided promise. As the lord of the eastern domain, Bu Jingyun had no shortage of resources and treasures in that fertile land. Perhaps he sought something of a higher level. Such things could not be provided by Dongfang Xingyao alone, only the powerful Dongfang Qingsong behind him had that capability. Therefore, if it weren't for their interests, they wouldn't have gathered together, nor would they serve Dongfang Xingyao like loyal hounds. There are many things you can't imagine. At this point, it's time for your backer to show up, right? Chu Chen could hardly wait to witness the strength of the ancient prodigy. Since you are so eager for death, then as you wish. In the next moment, Dongfang Xingyao pulled out a bottle filled with green liquid and crushed it violently. The liquid flowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace, as if devoured by some force. Immediately, the earth trembled violently and a statue rose from the ground, appearing before the world. The ancient statue was covered in mottled signs of age, and an ancient aura spread out. Seeing this, Chu Chen's heart stirred. Is this your reliance? The ancient prodigies must hide their aura to avoid the world. It seems it's not much different after all, Chu Chen said slowly. Impudent. My Southern Dipper Pavilion swept the world during the ancient era. If it weren't for the changes in the divine path back then, do you think you would have the opportunity and qualification to be arrogant before me? Dongfang Xingyao shouted. Why shout so loudly? Do you want to scare me to death? Chu Chen became even more disdainful. How could there be so many ifs in this world? Those who wish to avoid the world are merely defeated weaklings, unwilling to accept their fate, wanting to seize the opportunities that belong to other prodigies in another era. To escape the punishment of the heavenly Tao, they choose to cling to life, relying on the advantages of the ancient era to show their ferocity. Here. Since you are a loser, then accept your fate calmly. Rather than being a rat crossing the street, it is better to fight with all your might. If you lose, then you lose. There is no need to make excuses for yourself, Chu Chen said. Humph. I hope you can still speak so arrogantly later. Dongfang Xingyao's anger surged as he slammed the statue. The stone skin of the statue fell off in a shower, and a dazzling halo illuminated the world. Ancestral spirit. Dongfang Xingyao's eyes were filled with fervor, full of piety and awe. Half a year ago, he summoned his ancestor and obtained the supreme techniques and the true meaning of the stellar path, as well as the dominion over the entire southern region. Originally, Dongfang Xingyao wanted to take advantage of the momentum to unify the entire ancient world. However, Dongfang Qingsong's power had been exhausted and had to fall into a deep slumber once again to recuperate. The ancient prodigies could not stay in this world for too long. Under the heavenly Tao, nothing could escape its gaze, and no demon or spirit could evade its eyes. Dongfang Qingsong wanted to step into the next realm and could only seek a suitable body. And Chu Chen was the best and most suitable vessel. Within the light, one could faintly glimpse a head of fiery red hair and a pair of eyes filled with divine might. At that moment, screams erupted from the crowd. Many prodigies clutched their bleeding eyes and cried out in agony. What kind of power is this? Why can't we even look at it? Is this person really the holy son of the Southern Dipper Pavilion from the ancient era? A true ancient prodigy. I thought it was just a legend, but I never expected to see it today. Some were overjoyed while others were worried, and most were so excited they nearly fainted. The ancient living fossil. How many secrets existed during the ancient era? How many moving legends were there? And how many extraordinary prodigies sang their praises throughout the ages? Humanity had finally welcomed a turning point, gaining a foothold in the myriad worlds, all thanks to the efforts of the ancient prodigies. They were the ones who gave humanity dignity, a name, and a space to survive. Would there be any suspense in this battle? The halo continued to shine, connecting one ancient divine script after another, and the powerful aura seemed to threaten to collapse the world. The prodigies were utterly shocked, their eyes fixed on the center where the stone skin fell, not wanting to miss a single detail. As the true form gradually revealed itself, their hearts raced with excitement, almost bursting from their chests. No matter how many storms they had weathered, at this moment, they could not suppress their agitated hearts. How did the ancient ferocious beasts compare to the ancient prodigies? Everyone had their own answer. Dongfang Xingyao felt the ancestor's aura drawing closer and couldn't help but let out a wild laugh, his gaze landing on Chu Chen as he sneered. Get ready to welcome fear, the #1 prodigy of the heavens. The words prodigy were bitten down heavily, as if mocking Chu Chen's ignorance and arrogance. If this is your confidence, then it might disappoint you. Chu Chen remained unfazed, calm as he contemplated his strategy against the enemy. Disappoint? Dongfang Xingyao's expression turned strange as he continued. I am very curious why you can still be so arrogant at a time like this. I hope you can still be so tough later. No one knew better than him how powerful Dongfang Qingsong was. A mere Chu Chen was no different from an ant in front of the ancestor. At that moment, Yi Guqing flew out from a small box, his soul appearing beside Chu Chen. Looking at the statue's movements, he said gravely, "Chu kid, you need to be careful next." "No worries. Since I am prepared to face the enemy, I am fully confident," Chu Chen replied. "Your celestial power is not yet mature, and its might cannot be fully unleashed. Moreover, this guy is even more terrifying than the bone-old demon. I remember there was indeed an extraordinary figure from the Southern Dipper Pavilion back in the day," Yi Guqing said. "Extraordinary?" Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit surging fiercely. Fighting against strong opponents is the fastest way to enhance one's strength and the best way to validate one's own power. He had long wanted to know where his limits lay, whether he could break free from the control of the gods. It all depended on today. Soon, the stone skin fell away, and a red-haired young man strode out from the divine source, his gaze like that of a divine judgment, devoid of any emotion. His hands were strong and powerful, and his bare chest bore the mark of a star, surrounded by celestial bodies, resembling the master of the universe and its stars. Every gesture exuded a rich power of the stars, far surpassing that of Dongfang Xingyao. This was the demeanor of a primordial prodigy. So strong. Just his aura makes one feel the urge to kneel. How powerful would he be if he actually made a move? Can a fierce person still be so arrogant when facing their true form? It feels like they are not on the same dimension, with the possibility of overturning at any moment. The person behind Dongfang Xingyao is actually the ancestor of the Nandu Pavilion, the ancestor from the primordial era. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. Could it be that they were witnessing the great power of a primordial prodigy today? After Dongfang Qingsong revived, he walked slowly towards Chu Chen, a realm of stars enveloping the heavens and earth, directly shrouding him within. In this realm, Chu Chen found himself in an endless starry sky, with one dazzling star river after another appearing before his eyes. They seemed within reach, yet were separated by boundless light years. A true realm? Chu Chen's heart trembled as he incredulously surveyed the scene before him. Generally, realms are extremely difficult to form. Without the aid of a system, he would never have been able to possess such a skill that could influence the grand trends of heaven and earth. One was the immortal divine realm, the other was the ancient god's spine. If the seed of the divine path was the criterion for measuring whether one deserved the title of prodigy, then the realm was the measure of whether one could reach the end of the great path. Throughout history, there have been many who could comprehend realms. However, prodigies who could materialize realms, at least Chu Chen had never seen before. Moreover, he himself had not yet reached that level. What Elder Yi said is true, this guy is indeed very strong. A smile played at the corners of Chu Chen's mouth, igniting the fierce battle fire within him. This was the opponent he wanted. Dongfang Qingsong's eyes were incredibly deep, the stars swirling, nurturing boundless vitality, and one could faintly see the scene of stars falling. You are the #1 prodigy of this generation? The power of the immortal path is still in its embryonic stage, yet you dare to be so arrogant before me? Dongfang Qingsong saw through all of Chu Chen's secrets at a glance. In front of him, Chu Chen felt as if he were unclothed, even his innermost thoughts laid bare. You are the holy son of the Nanda Pavilion from the primordial era? I thought you were someone extraordinary, but it turns out you were just a lost dog. You probably can't stay away from the divine source for too long, right? Chu Chen said lightly. Upon hearing this, there was not a trace of anger on Dongfang Qingsong's face. Even though Chu Chen had struck at his soft spot, it was as if he hadn't heard anything, still maintaining a leisurely demeanor. You are right, in this era, I will use your body to fight again. I heard you possess a peculiar power called infinite firepower. Dongfang Qingsong stepped into his own realm, facing Chu Chen directly. Why are so many people coveting my body? You, the ancestor of the Nandu Pavilion, count as one, and the white bone old demon counts as another. Don't they care about their own bodies? Chu Chen shook his head slightly. The bloodline of the ancient gods is hard to come by. For generations, it cannot exert its proper power in your hands. Hand it over to me, and I will carry your will to ascend to the divine position. Dongfang Qingsong extended a hand, a star, nurturing within it. Then it depends on whether you have that ability. With that, Chu Chen unleashed all his power, the chaotic divine thunder infused with the power of the heavenly path, bursting forth, covering the starry sky. Ancient god's spine. True form of the ancient god. In an instant, 9 supreme true dragons spiraled upward, and the spine turned bright red, a pillar, reaching into the boundless universe. The collision of the two realms seemed like a small witch meeting a great witch. Chu Chen could not exert any advantage at all. The ancient god's realm, in the face of the starry realm, was like a swaddled infant, its power greatly diminished. Originally capable of reducing strength by 50%, now it barely existed, akin to a mere decoration. I've said before, the ancient god bloodline within you cannot unleash its true power. With your shallow roots, you cannot dig into its essence. A hint of regret flickered in Dongfang Qingsong's eyes as he continued. The wonders of the ancient god bloodline do not end here. Placing it in your hands is simply a waste. To leave a treasure unexcavated and blindly practice ridiculous magic is foolish. Chu Chen frowned and said coldly, what of magic? What of the ancient gods? When has it come to your turn to dictate the world in this age of the end of magic? Very well, once I obtain your body, I will surely bring its marvelous uses to the utmost, not disappointing the treasure bestowed by heaven. With a flick of his fingertip, Dongfang Qingsong sent a star flying out, which soon descended before Chu Chen. In an instant, starlight erupted, and a tremendous explosion engulfed Chu Chen's body. The powerful force of the stars spread out, its pressure so immense that it nearly shattered the domain. Dongfang Qingsong's casual strike caused such damage, far surpassing that of Dongfang Qingyao, who was merely half-baked. Outside the domain, people could not see what was happening inside, only feeling the space tremble continuously, with some breaths leaking out. At that moment, Qin Taiyuan and Bu Jingyun tacitly stopped their battle, unable to resist turning to look. The battle has begun. Jia Xian and Lu Taiqing also ceased their verbal sparring, staring intently at the place where the domain existed, their eyelids twitching. What do you think, bald donkey? Has there ever been such a powerful person from the Thunder Sound Temple? Lu Taiqing asked with a smile. Amitba, naturally there has been. Jia Xian nodded slightly, suddenly falling into contemplation. He was wondering, since the Southern Dipper Pavilion has ancient prodigies who do not emerge from seclusion, could the Thunder Sound Temple, being one of the top 10 forces, also have them? After all, in terms of history, the Thunder Sound Temple is much older than the Southern Dipper Pavilion. Moreover, their foundation is deeper and stronger. If there is, why would you still serve Dongfang Qingyao? You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Lu Taiqing showed a curious expression. Monks do not speak falsehoods, this poor monk never lies, Jia Xian replied. Then you might as well try to see if you can dig a bald donkey out of a grave, Lu Taiqing chuckled lightly, teasing. Jia Xian's face darkened, and he suddenly struck out, launching a move of the demon suppression fist towards Lu Taiqing. Good for you, bald donkey, playing sneak attacks, huh? Lu Taiqing was startled at first, then quickly exhaled a breath of literary energy to suppress it. Many people were extremely focused on the battle between Dongfang Qingsong and Chu Chen, almost all of them craning their necks to get a glimpse. But no matter how they looked, they could not see. To witness it with their own eyes, they had to enter the domain. How about, we just forget it? It seems like there's already an answer to who will win or lose. It's too suspenseful, surely he won't even last a single move? Rest assured, didn't Dongfang Qingsong say it? He won't kill the fierce person, but will take his body. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The act of seizing a body goes against the natural order. If he truly did so, where would the real Chu Chen go? Would he be completely annihilated, or would both exist together? Having never witnessed body snatching, they were very curious. Within the star domain, 1,000-meter body engulfed in divine flames stepped out from the starlight. Chu Chen's eyes glowed with fire, divine light covering his entire body, and with a casual slap, he extinguished the starlight. You are right, the ancient gods are indeed powerful, but you haven't seen my divine thunder, have you? With that, the Book of Sages in Chu Chen's hand slowly turned its pages, stopping on 1. Forbidden spell, Yin Yang Art of Dread. In the next moment, the heavens and earth split into Yin and Yang, with one black and one white world occupying the universe. Following that, a thunderbolt of black and white crashed down. Carrying immense power of rules, it struck down fiercely. The roar was extremely piercing, as if exploding beside Dongfang Qingsong's ear, shaking the heart. Facing Chu Chen's full-force strike, Dongfang Qingsong was not as vigilant as Dongfang Qingyao. Instead, he casually waved his hand. The divine thunder vanished from his hand silently, as if it had never appeared. This sudden change made Chu Chen's pupils constrict slightly. He had never expected such a result. Although the opponent was strong, it shouldn't have come to this. How could he extinguish the offensive so easily? What was this guy's body made of? Chu Chen suddenly noticed a clue. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Dongfang Qingyao's bare upper body had suddenly revealed lines filled with starlight. Starting from the star mark on his chest, it was as if thin ropes were tightly binding his flesh together. It resembled a formation quite peculiar. It's useless. Magic is the weakest power from the ancient times. You still have divine fire in the sphere of faith, right? Use them together and let me see the power of infinite firepower, Dongfang Qingsong said. The weakest, huh? Chu Chen's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Dongfang Qingsong to be this powerful. Senior Yi was right, this guy is indeed difficult to deal with, Chu Chen thought to himself. Let him see your true strength. Don't let the ancient prodigy look down on you, Yi Guqing said. Times are not divided into good or bad, nor into rich or poor. Although this is the lowest point for magic in this end of the law era, I can still cut you down. As he spoke, Chu Chen's aura changed dramatically. The divine light in his eyes faded, replaced by the pure and flawless power of the immortal path. At that moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of magic, his hands holy and untainted, as if the ancient god's body had found its source of power, crazily devouring the strength within him. Oh, have you abandoned divine power? Dongfang Qingsong said, slightly surprised, putting away his contempt. He could feel that Chu Chen's mastery of the immortal path was not perfect, yet there was a unique might about him. You must have high-level experts assisting you from behind, right? But with just this, you are still far from enough. Dongfang Qingsong slowly shook his head with a look of disappointment. Chu Chen's performance had already exceeded his expectations. He had not believed the incredible things Dongfang Qingyao had boasted about. Now, seeing it for himself, the infinite firepower was indeed extraordinary. What is the weakest point of a mage? It is nothing but the lengthy chanting time and the damned cooldown time. But if one could reduce both to zero, the mage's strength could reach a terrifying level. Now, with the addition of the power of the immortal path, even he was curious about how stunning the performance would be. For him, killing Chu Chen was simple, but only by understanding the opponent's body well enough could he achieve a high success rate in possession. Today, let you witness my immortal path. Chu Chen shouted, and thousands of star arrays appeared before him, overlapping and exuding a massive destructive might. Divine awareness, supreme divine thunder of heaven's punishment. Suddenly, the starry river froze in mid-air, its emitted light appearing dim in comparison. A loud explosion echoed through the universe as a supreme divine thunder shot from the distant void, directly aimed at Dongfang Qingsong. Its power was so strong that the entire star realm showed numerous cracks, seemingly unable to bear the burden, on the verge of shattering. Faced with such an offensive, Dongfang Qingsong put away his contempt, using the ancient power within him, carrying the unique star power of the ancient times, and pointed a finger. A dazzling beam of light, as brilliant as the sun, shot out without reservation, containing the complete essence of the immortal path, its momentum stronger than Chu Chen's. The collision between the two did not produce earth-shattering waves, but the resulting aftermath easily destroyed the star realm. After the realm shattered, people saw Chu Chen's figure being sent flying at an incredible speed, his body resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of breaking, covered in cracks. Golden blood flowed turbulently, his expression waning, his breath at its lowest point, as if he could step into the end at any moment. Yet even so, he still wore a smile, exuding a sense of strategic control. Still smiling? The power of the immortal path has been broken by me. What other trump cards do you have? Dongfang Qingsong frowned, greatly disliking the smile on Chu Chen's face. I still have my trump card, but now is not the time to use it. Chu Chen trembled as he stood up from the ground, a chaotic path suddenly appearing behind him. I'm just a step away from forming the power of the immortal path. I have to thank you for your generous teachings, otherwise I would have to practice for a few more years. As soon as these words were spoken, Dongfang Qingsong felt something was off and hurriedly made a move, pointing a finger. A familiar offensive swept in, but Chu Chen remained calm, forming seals with both hands and murmuring, the perfect immortal path is at this moment. Marvelous laws manifested, and boundless immortal power generated from the chaotic path, gathering into one pure, flawless lotus after another, floating in the center of the path. At this moment, Chu Chen resembled a pure being nurtured by the immortal lotus, devoid of any filth, pure to an unimaginable degree. Golden blood ceased to flow, and the wound quickly scabbed over, falling to the ground. The newly formed skin was perfect and flawless, every inch exuding an aura of immortality, akin to a contemporary immortal, with boundless immortal charm in every gesture. Facing Dongfang Qingsong's deadly move once again, Chu Chen responded in kind, also pointing a finger. Two completely opposite forces clashed violently, gradually dissipating into nothingness. What expression is that, my friend? Are you disappointed? Chu Chen emerged from the chaos, exuding a sacred and mysterious aura, looking down with disdain. His otherworldly handsome face bore a hint of a smile, just as Dongfang Qingsong disliked confident and imperious. The sudden turn of events was something no one had anticipated. Just moments ago, the starry realm had shattered, teetering on the brink of death. Yet now, the immortal path had been fully evolved, giving birth to the immortal path lotus, and he was wielding the complete power of the immortal path in retaliation. Not far away, Jin Taiyuan, who had been in a daze, suddenly awoke, recalling what Chu Chen had said before, and chuckled in disbelief. I see now, it seems we were all played by you. When Chu Chen had initially proposed to deal with Dongfang Xingyo and Dongfang Qingsong, it had seemed like an arrogant and reckless act. Who would have thought he would take such a mad risk? Putting himself in danger, risking his life just to grasp the true meaning of the immortal path. Did he not fear that he might perish in the process? One could only say that if it were him, he would never take such a huge risk. Chaos evolving into the immortal path? Dongfang Qingsong sensed Chu Chen's thoughts, his expression shifting slightly. The threshold of the immortal path is too high, just a step away. Fortunately, you have generously imparted your knowledge, otherwise, I wouldn't know how long I would have to wait to enter. Chu Chen smiled indifferently, no longer apprehensive. If he had been hesitant before, lacking complete confidence in winning this battle, now he was filled with assurance, confident that he could compete with the ancient prodigies. A mere entry into the immortal path is not enough. Dongfang Qingsong's red hair rose without wind, and the starry mark on his chest suddenly shone brightly. Today, I will let you witness what the immortal path truly is. As he spoke, a pure, flawless ancient tree suddenly emerged from the ground around Dongfang Qingsong. In an instant, his aura surged several times. The rich power of the immortal path transforming into mist and spreading out. This had transcended the realm of phenomena. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a true living being. The ancient tree was filled with vitality, its branches slowly moving, the leaves rustling against each other, producing a sound so pleasant it resembled the music of immortals, enchanting the listener. The previously unclear paths strangely connected and flowed together, the clarity of thought akin to experiencing a moment of enlightenment. The second step of the immortal path? Yi Guqing suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? Chu Chen looked at the rapidly growing ancient tree, his heart stirring. He could feel that the immortal lotus and this ancient tree were of the same origin, sharing a common vessel, yet their essences were completely opposite. Each person who comprehends the immortal path manifests a different embodiment. Some are immortal beasts, some are fragrant woods, and some, like you, are all immortal herbs. Yi Guqing elaborated, searching through the memories in his mind, and continued, different shapes naturally exhibit different innate celestial techniques. The materialization of celestial tools is just the first step, imbuing them with vitality is the second step, and condensing the soul is the third step. If one can overcome these three hurdles, they can achieve immortality, becoming a celestial being, just like the gods, undying and eternal. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's spirit was invigorated. His eyes widened slightly, as if he had discovered a new world. Why have I never heard the senior mention these words before? Chu Chen looked at Yi Guqing's soul body in shock. Wasn't this exactly the same as the three-part path to becoming a god? Igniting the divine fire, the sphere of faith, the divine throne. After crossing these three steps, one could directly become a god. And celestial beings were the same? The secrets within are too complex, not something you are qualified to touch at this moment. It is better not to know many things, which is why I did not tell you, Yi Guqing explained. Chu Chen was greatly shocked. His worldview collapsed at this moment. If what he said was true, then the secrets of the myriad worlds were far from what he could imagine as simple. At this moment, before Chu Chen could delve deeper, Dongfang Qingsang's offensive suddenly struck. He condensed a scorching star like the sun, and as soon as it appeared, the earth was instantly scorched black, the blinding light making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Even from 100,000 miles away, one could feel the terrifying might within the star. If the sun were to explode, how catastrophic would the damage be? It was unimaginable. Run! What are you still doing? Are you going to risk your life just to watch a show? Put all your strength into it, this thing is no joke. If you're not careful, the entire southern region could become a wasteland. Immediately, everyone scattered to escape, each one faster than the last, fearing that if they ran even a moment slower, they would be caught and perish. Qin Taiyuan and the others also disregarded the battlefield before them and quickly retreated. The celestial formation in the sky was directly withdrawn. Feng Yan pulled De Luo and ran far away, saying as they ran, "Damn it, this world is going to be torn apart by them." What about the little one? De Luo couldn't help but ask. The dragon-trapping great formation is said to be unmatched in defense. Even if we die, it will be fine, Feng Yan cursed as he ran. At that moment, a bull-feathered bird swooped past him, and Feng Yan's eyes lit up as he hurriedly called out, "Hey! We are friends of Chu Chen, hurry over and give us a ride." Caw! The golden-winged roc glanced back, quickly made a sharp turn, and picked up the two before fleeing. Lu Taiqing and Jie Xian also temporarily set aside their competitive thoughts, joining forces to withdraw from the battlefield. In just a moment, the originally chaotic onlookers, birds, beasts, and fish scattered, leaving only Chu Chen to confront them. Seeing the departing figures, a heavy stone in Chu Chen's heart slowly fell. Now I can go all out. Immediately, the celestial lotuses around Chu Chen bloomed, pure celestial power continuously surged into his body. In an instant, his body was filled with explosive power, swelling like a balloon, almost to the point of bursting. Only magic can counter magic, only celestial techniques can contend with celestial techniques. I have a move called the Precious Bone Technique, I wonder if you can take it. After saying this, Chu Chen formed seals with his hands, silently reciting incantations, and suddenly a pure white light burst forth from beneath his feet. In the void, one Buddhist seal after another appeared, the character gathering together, resembling one lively little spirit after another. In the distance, Jie Xian saw the scene, and the staff in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is the Prajna treasure seal? Jie Xian did not answer immediately, but kept pondering the possibilities in his mind. He was questioning his own intuition and senses, wondering if this was truly a Buddhist celestial technique. Times were changing, and many things had been sealed beneath the torrents of history, including the true scriptures of Buddhism and body-tempering techniques, as well as the supreme Buddhist scriptures. The Prajna treasure seal is a celestial technique passed down by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, upholding the supreme vow of "I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty," but he has fallen for many years. Jie Xin couldn't believe his eyes. He never expected to witness a long-lost celestial technique from the Buddhist sect one day. And the user was neither a member of the Buddhist sect, nor a monk from the Thundersound Temple, nor a practitioner of the Buddhist path. This is impossible. How could Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva fall in the divine path? Jie Xin's eyes were filled with disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. Beside him, Bu Jingyun noticed his unusual behavior and asked in confusion, "Why are you twitching, bald donkey? Did you get hit by a fierce person?" Impossible. Jie Xin couldn't hear any words, only repeating those three words, his eyes bloodshot, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. His faith, his pursuit, his long-cherished wish, all twisted. The people around exchanged glances, all looking bewildered. They never imagined that the usually stoic Jie Xin would one day be driven by emotion, shedding two streams of hot tears. Those familiar with him couldn't believe what they were seeing, including Qin Taiyuan and Bu Jingyun. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Bu Jingyun pushed Jie Xin. "The Prajna treasure seal shouldn't appear here." Jie Xin suddenly looked up, his crimson eyes frightening those around him. Everyone followed his gaze and saw Chu Chen with both palms raised to the sky, a gigantic celestial lotus appearing beneath his feet. At the same time, a monk bodhisattva manifested behind him, holding a treasure orb in his left hand and a staff in his right, a kind and gentle face appearing before the world. Celestial technique, Prajna treasure seal. A colossal treasure seal descended from the sky, engraved with the symbol, crashing down towards the star with tremendous force. With an unstoppable momentum and the true meaning of the Buddhist sect, the two slowly touched together. In an instant, an invisible storm swept out, destroying everything within a million miles. Whether living beings or soulless objects, everything disintegrated at that moment. A great catastrophe spread across every inch of land, and if viewed from above, one would surely see a small piece of the entire southern region had vanished, turning into an endless abyss. The terrifying destructive power left no one daring to withstand it, even the powerful like Bu Gingyun were rendered speechless. They were confident in their strength, but never to the extent of being able to achieve this. The power of the celestial path, this was a force they had never encountered, let alone comprehend celestial techniques. It could be said that Chu Chen not only hadn't fallen behind in the past 6 months, but had also surpassed them by a large margin. How ridiculous for these two, we are probably just ants that can be crushed at will, Bu Jingyu lamented. Not necessarily, Qin Taiyuan's eyes flickered with light, a fleeting, inexplicable expression passing by. Moments later, they quickly saw the situation on the battlefield. Wherever their gaze fell, it was all wasteland, devoid of any signs of life. The quietness and eeriness were comparable to the cursed soil of ancient battlefields in the third sequence world, filled with malevolence. Seeing the scene, people were completely unsettled, their hearts shaken. Goosebumps rising all over. Is this damage something a human can inflict? Who won, the fierce person or Dongfang Qingsong? Dongfang Xingyao sneered, of course, the ancestor won. What right does Chu Chen have to boast in front of the ancient prodigies? Does he really think that understanding the power of the celestial path and celestial techniques allows him to compete? His words, though blunt, made sense to everyone. Fundamentally, it was still because Chu Chen was too young. This battle was fundamentally unfair to him. If he could live for several hundred years, with his abilities and talents, he might surpass the ancient prodigies. But the reality was that in this world, there has never been such a thing as fairness or unfairness. At that moment, a gasp drew everyone's attention. Look! They are still fighting. Under the gaze of the crowd, they could see Chu Chen unleashing his full strength to battle Dongfang Qingsong. The martial god's phantom manifested behind him, and the celestial power surged within him. The combination of the two formed a force capable of tearing apart ancient dragons. The collision of flesh was grand and filled with wild power and beauty. However, anyone with keen eyes could see that Chu Chen was steadily retreating, appearing more constrained compared to the relaxed and effortless Dongfang Qingsong. Could even the Prajna treasure seal not kill him? Your strength is indeed impressive. You are the most promising junior I have ever seen, Dongfang Qingsong said, fighting with one hand, his relaxed posture suggesting he wasn't even using half of his power. You are also the thickest-skinned old monster I have ever encountered, Chu Chen retorted. Dongfang Qingsong narrowed his eyes, slightly increasing his strength, and with a wave of his hand sent Chu Chen flying, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of golden blood mid-air. I originally wanted to play with you, but you have angered me time and again. Very well, let's get straight to the point. As he spoke, a towering ancient tree suddenly sprouted beneath Chu Chen's feet, binding him tightly. Within it, the life-filled innate immortal path caught him off guard. Finally willing to take this seriously? Chu Chen struggled a few times, only to find that he couldn't summon any of his strength, as if a silence effect had been placed upon him. Don't worry, I will take good care of your body. I will never tarnish your talent. Excitement flickered across Dongfang Qingsong's face. He had waited far too long for this moment. Living in fear within the divine source, that suffocating feeling had nearly driven him mad. Moreover, he had to guard against the gaze of the heavenly Tao. Without borrowing a body to return to life, he would forever be a turtle hiding in its shell, lurking in the shadows. Heaven has not been unkind to me, sending me such a perfect body. Dongfang Qingsong took out the formation eye and placed it around him. Immediately, a cold wind blew in from all directions, the sky suddenly darkened, and night enveloped the southern region, silent and still. The borrowing corpse to return to life great formation? Chu Chen's heart jolted, his spine chilling. Good insight, it is indeed an ancient formation you are familiar with. Dongfang Qingsong charged forward, his large hand piercing through Chu Chen's chest, crushing his heart in an instant. In just a moment, Chu Chen's eyes gradually lost their luster, and the vibrant energy around him slowly dissipated. Even the immortal lotus behind him wilted at a visible speed. Life force rapidly vanished, and his body temperature grew cold. His hands drooped weakly, his head bowed, and he fell silent. Chu Chen. Feng Yan's eyes widened in despair, a heavy feeling rising in his heart, and a sense of powerlessness suddenly enveloped him. The little one lying in the trapped dragon formation seemed to sense something, struggling to open its eyes, making a few weak sounds. The voice was filled with sorrow and lament, carrying confusion and reluctance. Don't go. Lu Taiqing grabbed Feng Yan's shoulder. Let go of me. Feng Yan struggled free with all his might. His eyes were blood red as he charged out. The air was filled with his fury. Lu Taiqing spat out a mouthful of literary energy, quickly suppressing Feng Yan in place, and said in a deep voice, going would be a death sentence. If you die, who will save the little one? Hearing the words little one, Feng Yan couldn't help but shed a tear, roaring, then tell me, what should we do now? Yes, what should we do? Lu Taiqing also fell into confusion. This was a battle for salvation, but also a battle that was destined to fail. How strong were the ancient prodigies? They possessed an unparalleled advantage of the times, and had undergone billions of years of accumulation, far beyond what the people of the end of the Law era could withstand. No one expected that Dongfang Xingyao's greatest trump card was not himself, nor the invited Bu Jingyun and others. It was this ancestor who had aimed at Chu Chun from the very beginning. Everything he did was merely to lure him in, all previous actions were mere illusions. What a vicious scheme. Dongfang Xingyao is nothing but a beast. I will kill you. Anger surged within Feng Yan, and he directly summoned the Calming Needle, striking down fiercely at him. Facing Feng Yan's full force strike, Dongfang Xingyao merely sneered, raising his hand to manifest the divine light of the stars, repelling him. Vicious? Everything Chu Qin has done to me pales in comparison. Don't worry, after he dies, I won't let any of you go. Dongfang Xingyao's fierce gaze seemed to devour people, making their scalps tingle. I'll make you die first. Feng Yan's anger nearly burned through his chest as he struck out, the sea-stabilizing needle once again swinging towards him. The battle between the two was about to erupt, the sound of explosions echoing, while the others watched coldly, having no intention of intervening. Bu Jingyun frowned tightly, staring intently at the situation within the borrowing corpse to return. Soul formation. He saw a colorful light group floating above Dongfang Qingsong's head, forcibly merging into Chu Chen's body along the power of the formation. In an instant, Chu Chen's body twitched as if undergoing a transformation, his head tilting back stiffly, his waxy eyes rolling bizarrely. To the onlookers, this scene was as strange as a dead person coming back to life. It was their first time witnessing the so-called soul snatching. Such a violation of the natural order, wouldn't it invite backlash? Did it succeed? After a moment, the ancient tree of the immortal path slowly receded, returning to the soil, the restraints lifted, and the body regained its ability to move. The corpse, which had shown no reaction, did not fall but maintained a bizarre posture. Is the fierce person really dead? That can't be true, one of the talented individuals said in disbelief. He should be dead, with no life left, the fire of his soul extinguished. Even if a deity were to come, it would be powerless to change things. The one who created so many miracles, is he unable to create a miracle this time? Chu Chen's life was not long, but he had experienced more life and death than most. He had lain in the soul-gathering coffin for a year, enduring such a difficult process. Could he not endure this time? Our mission is complete, we should leave, Bu Jingyun said. The enormous eyes of Jing Sha glanced twice, then he left without looking back, not caring about the outcome. Whether Chu Chen lived or died had no impact on him, as long as it did not affect the Abyss clan's grand plan. It was none of his concern even if the sky were to fall. Bu Jingyun lifted his leg to leave, but then noticed Jia Xin sitting cross-legged on the ground, looking sorrowful, with tear stains at the corners of his eyes. Bald donkey, aren't you leaving? This monk has something to clarify with Chu Chen. It concerns the Thundersound Temple, it's very important. Jia Xin replied without raising his head. Chu Chen is already dead, it won't matter how long you wait, Bu Jingyun said. No, he hasn't completely died, his soul still has a breath of life. Don't forget, he lost his soul once before, it won't be so easy to extinguish him this time. Jia Xion's head radiated with Buddhist light, perceiving Chu Chen's true condition. The Eye of True Sight was a secret technique of the Buddhist sect. Those who learned it could not only see the karma and merits of living beings but also perceive their essence. Not dead yet? Bu Jingyun turned to look, curiosity in his eyes. At that moment, a cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. Look! The fierce person has come back to life. Many gazes turned, and they saw Chu Chen slowly standing upright, the joints of his body making crisp sounds as they connected. The immortal lotus beneath his feet grew vigorously, blooming and revealing a hint of pure immortal power, repairing the blood hole on his chest. In the blink of an eye, Chu Chen seemed to have never undergone the soul snatching, revitalized. If it weren't for the lifeless body of Dongfang Qingsong standing beside him, they might have thought they were seeing an illusion. This, is the fierce person now Chu Chun or Dongfang Qingsong? As this question was asked, the scene fell into silence. They too wanted to know who was controlling this body now. If it was Chu Chen, it meant Dongfang Qingsong had fallen, his soul dead, and no amount of life-saving skills would be of use. If it was Dongfang Qingsong, it would mean that a generation's unparalleled talent had completely fallen, and there would be no more fierce person in the world. Suddenly, Chu Chen turned his head, his golden eyes landing on the crowd, and a wicked curve suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking at his shining white teeth, a chill surged from the soles of their feet straight to their heads, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Not good. He isn't Chu Chen, run. What a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. The fierce and ominous aura contained within was something that the original Chu Chen could never exhibit in his gaze. Dongfang Qingsong intended to use them as sacrificial offerings. The ancient world is merely a speck of dust, where do you think you can run? The figure of Chu Chen flickered and vanished from sight, immediately summoning a chaotic divine thunder imbued with celestial power, crashing down violently. Ah! The screams echoed endlessly. In just one encounter, over 100 of the proud disciples under Dongfang Xingyao had perished, all meeting a fate of complete annihilation. How vicious was the attack? Chu Chen devoured their fortune, intoxicated with a smile, and continued the pursuit. Is this what you call infinite firepower? Indeed, it is a divine skill, but it pales in comparison to even a fraction of it. To leave it on Chu Chen is simply a waste. Dongfang Qingsong crazily harvested their lives, plundering their fortunes. No one understood better than him the conditions required to ascend to divinity. Having spent so long in the ancient world, he had plenty of insights. With the immortal lotus manifesting, Dongfang Qingson laughed heartily as he unleashed forbidden spells, raising his hand to summon the hand of the heavens, conducting a merciless slaughter. Countless celestial techniques appeared in the world, and with Dongfang Qingson's own understanding of the celestial path, combined with Chu Chen's profound foundation, the displayed power was terrifying. No one could withstand his strength. The proud disciples were like fragile glass, shattering at a touch, with no way to retreat. The Prajna seal he unleashed was over 10 times more powerful than what Chu Chen could wield. With a single strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth shattered, souls were cast into chaos. He's gone mad, this guy has completely lost it. He even wants to kill us. The crowd wailed, disregarding their so-called image. A bunch of parasites, only fit to become my nourishment. Living in this world is no different from wasting resources. Dongfang Qingson's lips curled up as he raised his hand to summon divine thunder, crashing down violently. In just a few minutes, nearly 5,000 proud disciples met a tragic end, all contributing their own fortunes. Next, it's your turn. Dongfang Qingson looked at Feng Yan and the others, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes. Infighting was certainly not the outcome Chu Chen wanted to see. Who in the world did not know his loyalty? During the most dangerous and desperate times, Feng Yan and the others had helped him through the toughest periods. One could say their friendship was as deep as the sea, not something ordinary people could reach. Looking at this familiar face, Feng Yan and the others felt both heartbroken and sorrowful. Return my brother's soul. His soul has already been obliterated by me, although a trace remains. As long as I am alive, your brother will never rise again. Dongfang Qingsong spoke slowly. Despicable coward. What skill is it to seize someone else's body? If you have the guts, switch back and face me in a duel. Feng Yan stepped forward, his aura rising wildly. A joke, a weakling like you doesn't require my full strength to slaughter. Keep your little tricks to yourself, they won't work on me. Dongfang Qingsong pointed, and divine thunder descended. Boom! The sky was overcast with dark clouds. Endless divine thunder pouring down, instantly engulfing Feng Yan. However, the imagined outcome did not occur. Lu Taiqing's literary aura protected him, sacred texts inscribed upon it, blocking all his attacks. So it's the power of the ancient sages, not bad. If I hadn't encountered such an excellent body, I would have chosen you for this possession. Dongfang Qingsong appeared, slightly surprised. Put away your ugly face, Chu Chen would never show such a disgusting expression. Lu Taiqing spoke. Is that so? It seems I need to familiarize myself better. Dongfang Qingsong smiled, and suddenly a starry formation appeared beneath his feet. Forbidden spell, heavenly punishment. In an instant, a divine thunder resembling the opening of heaven and earth appeared, crashing down violently. At this moment, the void immortal lotus bloomed, rich celestial power filling this world. Not good. Lu Taiqing's brow twitched violently, expelling a breath of literary aura to manifest mountains and rivers, revealing sacred texts on his folding fan, launching a powerful counterattack. I'll join in too. De Luo, unwilling to be outdone, erupted forth. Meeting the chaotic divine thunder with a punch, in the blink of an eye, the mountains and rivers shattered, the literary spirit dissipated, and De Luo single-handedly bore the power of the immortal path, shouting loudly as he forcibly shifted the onslaught of divine thunder to the horizon. Although he escaped death, De Luo was already gasping for breath, his shoulders drenched in blood, with white bones clearly visible beneath his skin. We can't linger in battle, we are no match for him, Lu Taiqing calmly analyzed, contemplating an escape plan. Right now, if they fought to the death, it would surely be a dead end. Chu Chen's strength was already formidable, and with Dongfang Qingsong's profound understanding of the immortal path, the spells he cast were beyond words. Of course I know that. Aside from fighting, is there any other way? Feng Yan unsheathed the demigod-level longsword from his waist, runes continuously emerging around him, and a river of stars sprouted above his head. This guy has taken over my brother's body. Do you expect me to flee like a stray dog? Feng Yan couldn't do it, and he believed De Luo couldn't either. Fool, only the living have the right to think of a way out. Lu Taiqing shook his head with a sigh, unfolding his fan, his handsome face revealing a look of helplessness. Fine, I'll indulge you in a bit of madness today. It won't be in vain for our friendship, and at least I won't be remembered as ungrateful after death. You bookworm, if I die, I should run into you. Down there, right? Get lost. I don't want to see you. Ha ha. Feng Yan laughed heartily, forming seals with his hands, the runes spinning wildly, the river of stars dazzling, emanating an extremely strong sealing power. This power had never appeared before, stronger than the Dinghai God Needle and the Jianquan Array. I haven't been idle these 3 years, I've never used this before, but today let me show you what the sealing technique is. Sealing technique, mirror flower, water moon. In the next moment, the space suddenly transformed into mirrors, directly wrapping Dongfang Qingsong in the sealing domain. Within the domain, he seemed to enter a hypnotic state, seeing nothing but illusions. These mirrors could reveal the most evil and darkest side of his heart, like an endless nightmare. Trivial skills, is this your sealing technique? Dongfang Qingsong scoffed, casually throwing a punch. Bang! The mirrors shattered, and Dongfang Qingsong's face suddenly turned pale, a mouthful of blood spitting out, his eyes filled with disbelief. That punch had indeed struck the mirror, but it had also hit himself. What a strange technique. Enjoy. The feast I prepared for you. Feng Yan fell into a weak state, cold sweat pouring down. This move consumed a tremendous amount of energy, nearly draining his mental power. He wouldn't use Mirror Flower, Water Moon lightly unless absolutely necessary. Now that they were at a life and death juncture, no one knew how cruelly Dongfang Qingsong would treat them if they didn't go all out. Damn it! Dongfang Qingsong tasted the feeling of being toyed with, divine thunder bursting forth, destroying countless mirrors. At the same time, he also suffered 100% backlash damage, continuously spitting blood, his body retreating step by step. However, in just a moment, the shattered mirrors miraculously restored themselves. As if nothing had happened. The illusions remained. Indeed, aside from offensive techniques, sealing techniques are also a path to enlightenment. I underestimated you. Dongfang Qingsong slowly spoke, his tone neither warm nor cold. But the listener could clearly feel his suppressed anger. To think you could trap me with just this is rather naive. After saying this, the immortal lotus beneath Dongfang Qingsong's feet seemed to come to life, infused with vitality, growing continuously. The second step of the immortal path, granting life to the accompanying immortal lotus. Immediately after, a treasure seal appeared within the mirror. Break! The power of the Prajna treasure seal surged tenfold. Carrying an even greater level of immortal power, it crashed down, shattering the entire illusion. Chu Chen's face appeared before the others, and Feng Yan's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, his eyes wide open. He could hardly believe that his offensive was so weak and easily shattered. Did it not just start to take effect? Why is it suddenly so fierce, as if on drugs? If you have comprehended the power of the immortal path, perhaps I truly have no way to deal with you. A hint of regret flickered in Dongfang Qingsong's eyes, as if he was lamenting talent. There's no chance in this life, try harder in the next. As soon as the words fell, the same Prajna seal appeared above the heads of the three. The immense pressure made it hard for them to breathe, their consciousness suddenly becoming hazy, unable to muster even the slightest strength. Brother Tai Ching, it seems there really is no way out. Feng Yan forced a bitter smile, he had already done his best. As Dongfang Qingsong's large hand pressed down, the Prajna seal fell at an incredible speed, shattering the space it passed through, with lotus flowers blooming, filling the air with a different kind of beauty. However, at that moment, a phantom figure suddenly appeared before the three, raising a hand to block the seal. Enough! Feng Yan and Lu Taiqing exchanged glances, looking at the elderly man before them, whose hair was completely white, feeling somewhat confused. Who dares to be so reckless here? Do you wish to die? Dongfang Qingsong frowned. My name is Yi Gucheng. What? Before they could be shocked, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Ding! System detected an external virus, would you like to eliminate it immediately? Virus? The voice that suddenly appeared in his mind and the soul figure before him startled Dongfang Qingsong. What voice? Where is it coming from? Dongfang Qingsong immediately panicked, checking every corner of his body inside and out, but found nothing amiss. This mechanical synthesized voice had no source, as if it had appeared out of thin air, very abrupt. Just a voice. Dongfang Qingsong shouldn't have been afraid. But for some reason, at this moment, he felt a suffocating fear. Is it you? Did you plant a curse in my body? Dongfang Qingsong's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Gucheng, panic filling his gaze. To seize the heavens is intolerable. The seed you planted will eventually bear bitter fruit. Yi Gucheng gently pinched, suddenly crushing the Prajna seal. Then, Yi Gucheng's face turned slightly pale, his soul figure becoming a bit more ethereal. Senior. Feng Yan and Lu Taiqing spoke simultaneously, hurriedly stepping forward to support Yi Gucheng. Though he was a soul figure, touching him felt like encountering a thin veil, light and weightless. It's fine, I have made a pact with that young man Chu, I must ensure your lives are preserved. Yi Gucheng waved his hand. But senior, your soul. Before he could finish, Yi Gucheng interrupted, I do not speak empty words. This. The two exchanged glances, seeing helplessness and curiosity in each other's eyes. The helplessness stemmed from Yi Gucheng's stubborn character. Anyone with eyes could see that in his current state, he could not withstand many moves. If he were to be defeated, he would surely face the fate of a shattered soul. If the soul dies, it loses the qualification for reincarnation, wandering in darkness for eternity. The curiosity was about why Yi Gucheng would risk his life to save them, and what his relationship with Chu Chen was. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong's aura suddenly surged, as if he were a time bomb ready to explode at any moment, divine thunder roaring and bombarding everything around him. Retreat! Yi Gucheng waved his hand, pushing Feng Yan and the others away, and with bare hands, he grasped the chaotic divine thunder and crushed it. Bare-handed against divine thunder? Feng Yan was taken aback. He had seen such a situation before in the old land, but the thunder back then was not as powerful as it was now. Who exactly is this senior? How can a soul figure be so powerful? Lu Taiqing was astonished while also worrying about Chu Chen's condition. Looking around, they saw Dongfang Qingsong madly unleashing divine thunder, sinking the earth and tearing apart space. Immortal lotuses were born in frenzy, and he pushed the infinite firepower to its limits, leaving traces of immortal path power throughout the entire world. The terrifying force turned this place into a forbidden zone, where no living being could approach. Who is it? Who is causing trouble? Dongfang Qingsong fell into a frenzied state, his disheveled appearance looking extremely chaotic. The mechanical sound echoing in his mind was like a death curse, driving him nearly insane. Not far away, Dongfang Xingyao noticed this and felt his heart leap to his throat, confused. Ancestral. We must not let them escape. The carefully plotted plan was already 90% complete, and now it was just a matter of reaping the rewards. However, Bu Jingyun and Jiexin beside him sensed something was off. Did you notice too? Bu Jingyun asked. The aura is chaotic, the soul is restless, it seems we are facing a backlash from the soul possession. Jiexin nodded gravely. In the end, it is a violation of the heavens. Soul possession is not that simple. While observing, Bu Jingyun also glanced at the suddenly appearing Yi Gucheng. This soul body gave him a shivering feeling, quite abrupt. The divine thunder grew more frequent, its momentum increasingly grand, the deafening thunder rolling on endlessly. A wisp of black gas suddenly appeared on Dongfang Qingsan's surface, as if an evil spirit was being dispelled. No. I cannot die, nor will I die. This era is destined for me. In this era, I will surely become a god. Dongfang Qingsang howled to the sky, his words filled with unwillingness and rage. Damn heavens! Just because we are the discarded children of the era, can we be toyed with at will? Dongfang Qingsang smiled bitterly, his expression desolate. After billions of years of slumber, it was all for a comeback. After finally encountering a perfect body, he thought he could grasp a whole world after the possession. In the end, it was all in vain, and he was ultimately played. Damn heavens! I refuse to accept this. Dongfang Qingsang roared, unleashing all the power he had nurtured within him. At that moment, the heavens collapsed and the earth shattered, the sun and moon lost their light, and silence spread everywhere. Rushing towards everyone, Qin Taiyuan was the first to bear the brunt, drawing his sword and standing firm, the sword intent swirling, he struck out with a single sword, slaying the divine. The sword light shone brightly, splitting the divine thunder, severing the domain, tearing apart the rules. Bu Jingyun charged forward with his sword, his momentum heavy as a mountain, raising his gun to fire, the gun intent transforming into a dragon, unmatched in strength. Jiexin transformed into the immovable king, the power of the Vajra protecting himself, impervious to all methods. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each displaying their divine abilities. Under such a domineering offensive, no one could escape. The divine thunder came in wave after wave, never ceasing. Like a tide stacking upon itself, the power of the immortal path was far beyond what they could withstand. In just one encounter, Qin Taiyuan and the others spat blood and were sent flying, immediately falling into unconsciousness. What's going on? Has Dongfang Qingsang gone mad? Feng Yan summoned the Dinghai divine needle, desperately resisting the bombardment of the divine thunder, his face turning red. Lu Taiqing was also busy, using literary energy to protect his body, isolating the aftermath. Are they trying to take us down with them? Think of a way, I can barely hold on. Feng Yan gritted his teeth, his mental energy already on the verge of exhaustion. Crack! Accompanied by a light sound, the incredibly hard Dinghai divine needle actually showed cracks for the first time under the ravages of the divine thunder. Immediately after, a tremendous force struck his chest and the three were hit hard, spitting blood. Even with Yi Guqing's assistance, they could not escape under such a powerful offensive. Although divine power was strong, it was not on the same dimensional level as the power of the immortal path. Dongfang Qingsang seemed to have gone mad, continuously venting the power within him, the dissipating black gas growing thicker, almost obscuring the clouds. Everyone, die for me! Dongfang Qingsang shouted. And the immortal lotus suddenly transformed, changing from pure white to pitch black, eerie and profound. Facing the renewed onslaught, a glimmer of despair flashed in Feng Yan's eyes. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the space, violently pulling several people inside. Then, the place where Feng Yan had been lying erupted with a world-shaking force, shattering the clouds. When the aftermath dissipated, the black gas on Chu Chen finally cleared, and he stood in the void, lost and disheveled, his eyes vacant, his expression weary. Ding! Virus has been cleared. Hearing this system feedback, Chu Chen's lips curled slightly, murmuring, after calculating everything, in the end, it's still that I'm the one with superior skills. The turbulent southern region has lowered its flags and drums, gradually returning to calm. The great forces of heaven and earth are also stabilizing at a visibly rapid pace. The once fertile land has lost its vitality. This absurd and unexpected battle will ultimately be difficult to bring to light. The existence of the ancient prodigy is a secret, and no one wishes for this once-in-an-era opportunity to be seized by others. But facts speak louder than words. Who will ultimately claim the divine position must be left to fate. After half a day, Chu Chen finally regained his composure, gazing at the pitch-black immortal lotus beside him, a thought stirring in his heart. Senior Yi? He tried to call out but received no response. Drawing from the memories of his time in slumber, he recalled Yi Guqing's actions to save Feng Yan and the others. All the efforts made during this time have been in vain, but, thank you. The sudden occurrence of the resurrection formation caught Chu Chen completely off guard, and his soul was forced into a deep slumber. Fortunately, his soul had been scattered once before, making it exceptionally strong. And coupled with his understanding of the rules of the soul, he did not immediately perish. Dongfang Qingsang had calculated everything, yet he did not expect that Chu Chen possessed a system, a miraculous entity. Even the heavenly Tao might not be able to interfere with the system's actions. Ridiculous. Dongfang Qingsang thought it was a punishment from the heavens, planning to drag A few down with him at the moment of life and death. Feng Yan and the others should be fine, right? Chu Chen stared at his own hands, recalling the times he had acted against his friends. And a wave of guilt surged within him. It's a pity I couldn't personally slay that bastard Dongfang Qingsong. At that moment, Dongfang Xingyao came running over, looking extremely anxious and concerned. Ancestor, are you alright? The scene he had just witnessed had nearly scared him to death. He thought something had happened to his ancestor. If anything happened to Dongfang Qingsong, he wouldn't survive in the ancient world. Feng Yan and the others, along with Bu Jingyun, would definitely not let him off. Chu Chen looked at Dongfang Xingyao's face, which made him feel nauseous and forced a charming smile, shaking his head. No worries, Chu Chen's soul wasn't handled properly. It took a bit of effort. That's good. Dongfang Xingyao let out a long breath. However, he suddenly felt that the other's aura seemed a bit different, but he couldn't pinpoint how. What's wrong? Not used to the new body? Chu Chen asked. A little, seeing you up close, I almost couldn't help but strike. Dongfang Xingyao nodded somewhat awkwardly. Strike me? I've wanted to kill you for a long time. How do we deal with them? Changing the subject. Dongfang Xingyao pointed at the unconscious Qin Taiyuan and the others. What do you want to do? Chu Chen countered. Kill them, to eliminate future troubles. Dongfang Xingyao said, enunciating each word. Chu Chen sneered inwardly. You do have the guts and the idea. We'll deal with them later. Why hasn't the dragon binding formation taken effect for so long? Chu Chen looked at the little dragon, only to find that its aura had already weakened to the extreme, its bloodline showing signs of instability, as if it were about to drain away. Did the ancestor forget? This little dragon is merely a bargaining chip to threaten Chu Chen. If it wants that beast to die, it can do so at any time. Dongfang Xingyao said. Chu Chen is dead, and this little dragon is no longer useful. Open the formation, I happen to need a war steed. Chu Chen said indifferently. The ancestor wants to tame that beast? Exactly. As far as I know, this ancient giant dragon has not yet signed a master-servant contract, but the difficulty of taming it is immense. The dragon clan is inherently suspicious, and it has been in contact with Chu Chen since it was young. So the bond is likely deep, making it hard to handle. No matter, I have my ways. Chu Chen waved his hand impatiently. He didn't have time to listen to his nonsense. Seeing Chu Chen's eager demeanor, Dongfang Xingyao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was the temptation of an ancient giant dragon so great for Dongfang Qingsong? Moreover, even if he killed Chu Chen, taming the little dragon would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The other party couldn't possibly not understand this reasoning. Could it be that they had some backing? With doubt, Dongfang Xingyao tentatively said, the key is with our ancestor. You can open it anytime you want. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. Chu Chen stared intently at Dongfang Xingyao without speaking. The other party likely already had doubts about his identity but lacked concrete evidence. At this point, he didn't want to play any werewolf games with Dongfang's little dog. Let's take a gamble. What a joke, the dragon trapping formation was passed down to you by me. How could the key be with me? Chu Chen said with a half smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Dongfang Xingyao's expression changed. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen's heart sank. Had he been exposed? Just as he was about to make a move, Dongfang Xingyao spoke up. Sorry, Junior thought you had amnesia. This formation was indeed taught to me by you, but when I set it up, I didn't follow your instructions exactly. I made some modifications, and I hope the ancestor won't take offense. What? Modifications? Originally, it was based on the divine source, with the repairing heaven stone as the foundation, but I found it more convenient to control it with the soul, so I connected the formation eye to my life source. This way, even if the Dao leader comes, they won't see any clues. So that's how it is. Chu Chen understood why even Feng Yan was helpless against it back then. According to his character, he would never leave the little one out of consideration. It turned out that Dongfang Xingyao had played a trick, hiding the true formation eye. Connecting to the life source, that's a good idea. Chu Chen smiled mysteriously, nodding in appreciation. The ancestor overpraises me, it's just a bit of cleverness, not worthy of your attention. Dongfang Xingyao was very happy to hear the praise. So, breaking the formation is actually very simple. Chu Chen said softly. That's right, it can be undone with just a thought. It's laughable. That Chu Chen thought there was really a key. What a pity, I didn't get to see him begging for mercy back then. Dongfang Xingyao sighed regretfully, laughing mockingly. Yeah, how did I not think of that? Suddenly, the dark celestial lotus burst into brilliant light, and before Dongfang Xingyao could react, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his chest. Ancestor. His eyes filled with disbelief. Looking down, he saw a pair of bloodied hands piercing through from behind, directly crushing his heart. His consciousness grew increasingly blurred, and Dongfang Xingyao couldn't understand why the ancestor would attack him. Chu Chen leaned down and coldly whispered in his ear, it's indeed a pity, I was still thinking of having some fun with you, but now there's no chance. Chu Feng? Dongfang Xingyao's eyes widened, turning his head to see a strange face and familiar eyes. Aren't you dead? This is impossible. Dongfang Xingyao fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion and resentment. I said, I would kill you in the second round, I keep my word. Chu Chen's palm trembled, wiping away the blood on it. Having completely resolved the hatred in his heart, Chu Chen slightly raised his head and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The weight pressing on his heart gradually lifted. It was no wonder he felt irritated with someone constantly worrying about his life. After this, his thoughts became clear and smooth, as if every cell in his body had undergone a baptism, feeling quite refreshing. Now this counts as a deadly feud with the Southern Dipper Pavilion, right? Chu Chen looked at the already dispelled dragon trapping formation, his figure flashing to the side of the weakened little dragon. Looking at the twisted face filled with pain, Chu Chen couldn't help but gently stroke its little head. You've suffered, but the instigator has been dealt with. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can bully you again. As for the Southern Dipper Pavilion, a cold glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes as he said, having killed their two holy sons, this grudge must be swallowed down by me. Otherwise, I don't mind letting the myriad worlds lose a giant. Dongfang Xingyou had touched his reverse scale, taking the little dragon hostage and causing it so much suffering, even threatening him with it. If it weren't for his fate being connected to the dragon trapping formation, he should have made him taste the flavor of divine thunder refining the soul. That would be too easy for him. Chu Chen extended his celestial power into the little one, completely repairing the internal injuries and protecting the fading bloodline power. After completing all this, the little one's sleeping expression gradually became peaceful, finding a comfortable position to lie in his arms. Sleep well. Chu Chen tucked the little one into his chest, then snorted coldly and stomped his foot hard on the ground. Bang! Suddenly, the earth shook and the foundations of the dragon trapping formation exploded, turning to dust. Then, Chu Chen approached the soulless body of Dongfang Qingsong and took out the cube from his backpack. This object, resembling a Pandora's box, contained a senior he deeply respected and admired. Although I don't know if this will be useful to quickly restore the soul body, I can only trouble you for now, Senior Yi. Saying this, Chu Chen slowly placed the cube on the corpse and then stepped back. Suddenly, at that moment, the cube seemed to sense something it desired, unfolding like a machine, and two incredibly thin needles shot into Dongfang Qingsong's body. Immediately, a surging devouring force erupted from within, crazily consuming the essence of the corpse to nourish itself. This process was quick, almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, as the flesh and blood of Dongfang Qingsong rapidly disappeared. In just 5 minutes, only a set of strong, radiant white bones remained, exuding a powerful aura, incredibly hard. Such a strong body, there must have been specialized techniques for body training in the ancient times. Chu Chen recalled the scenes of battle with Dongfang Qingsong. The other party had once said that there were many treasures within Chu Chen, but they were all in a dormant state, not yet excavated, wasting many opportunities and time. According to him, it seemed that Chu Chen had taken the wrong path and had gone down many wrong turns. The focus had become problematic, leading to the situation where the greatest accumulation of resources resulted in the smallest improvement. He had not previously realized that his cultivation upgrade method was flawed. Perhaps his vision and environment had limited him. Although the people around him were all prodigies, their speed of improvement was not fast. Chu Chen, relying on the system, had indeed become a bit complacent about his current achievements. But once he faced the ancient prodigies, he realized he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to become a true dragon. Have I really made a mistake? Chu Chen sighed lightly, contemplating the direction he should take in the future. After Dongfang Qingsong's possession, Chu Chen hid in the dark corners of his body, observing how he wielded power. He had thought he was completely familiar with his body, but unexpectedly, an outsider could display even greater strength. A powerful physical body was indeed necessary, only with sufficient strength could one unleash greater power. The mental power under unlimited firepower was like a vast ocean, while the physical body was like a ship on the sea. Only with a sufficiently strong body could one sail more steadily on the ocean. Relying solely on strong mental power while having a weak body was like Lubu riding a dog, unable to maximize his strength. The ancient god bloodline was a timely gift from the system, and not using it properly was indeed a foolish act. Chu Chen chuckled in disbelief. He never expected that one day he would be taught by an enemy how to use power and how to cultivate. In the past, he would have scoffed at such a notion. But now, after truly experiencing the harshness of reality, he had learned his lesson. After all, isn't growing up what people do? At this moment, the cube stopped its devouring action, slowly retracting and returning to its original state. Senior Yi? Chu Chen tried to call out, but there was no response for a long time. For some reason, he suddenly felt a void beside him where the old man who constantly guided him had been. Just as Chu Chen held the cube in his hand, a shadow suddenly sprang out from within, and the first thing that came into view was a face filled with authority and age. What's the rush? I just regained my memory, and you won't even give me time to sort it out? Yi Gucheng spoke. Hearing this voice, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile. Slightly, senior, please don't belittle me, it's just that my concern is a bit too heavy. Smooth talker, when did you learn to be so glib? Yi Gucheng glanced at him, a hint of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. Is it not acceptable to speak the truth these days? You little brat, don't try that with me. He. At this moment, Chu Chen noticed that Yi Gucheng's body had become much more solid than before. Rather than being a soul body, it was closer to a physical entity. To save Feng Yan and the others, Yi Gucheng had consumed a huge portion of his energy, nearly exhausting himself. But unexpectedly, the celestial power contained within Dongfang Qingsong's physical body was so rich that it not only restored Yi Gucheng to 70% of his strength, but also brought back his usual memories. Although the process was fraught with twists and turns, the outcome was gratifying, so it wasn't a loss. Did you save that dragon cub? Yi Gucheng asked. Yes, the cub is a bit weak, but it's fine now. Chu Chen nodded, teasing the cub's face, which made it squirm restlessly. After this battle, you should understand the gap between you and the ancient prodigies, right? Indeed, compared to them, I am still too weak, Chu Chen admitted. I am curious, since you have been possessed, how did you manage to turn the tables in the end? Yi Gucheng expressed his doubts. Perhaps it was divine punishment. The act of possession is intolerable to heaven and earth, Chu Chen shrugged. Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng looked deeply at Chu Chen, not revealing his thoughts. Everyone has secrets, and he was no exception. Since you know how great the gap is, what are your plans next? First, I will enhance my physical strength, then I will cultivate celestial power. Yi Gucheng nodded in appreciation and then said, in my memory, there is a very dangerous place in this ancient world, but for you, it is a tremendous opportunity. Please tell me, senior. Aren't you afraid? Not afraid of death, what is there to fear? Very well, from now on, I will spare no effort in nurturing you, and I will ensure you stand at the pinnacle of the world. Yi Gucheng clasped his hands behind his back, his authority evident in his demeanor. Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He was not talking about a divine position, but the pinnacle of the world. What is the first stop? Yi Gucheng turned to meet Chu Chen's gaze, enunciating each word, the ancient god cemetery. The ancient god cemetery? Chu Chen's expression was slightly strange, puzzled about this place. Indeed, it is the legendary race of beings from the zero-sequence world, the ancient gods. Yi Gucheng's eyes were incredibly deep, filled with an unfathomable light. But aren't the ancient gods unable to enter the worlds of the heavens? Why? Halfway through his sentence, Chu Chen suddenly realized that he was, after all, a bearer of the ancient god bloodline. Yi Gucheng watched the changing expressions on Chu Chen's face and nodded. The ancient gods are not unable to enter the worlds of the heavens, rather, the bodies of the high-star ancient gods are too strong. Once they enter, it would cause turmoil in the worlds of the heavens, even shattering them. The zero-sequence world has a more stable heavenly trend and a more solid space, so they have lived on that land for billions of years without stepping into the worlds of the heavens. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but gasp. Just the physical body alone could shatter the worlds of the heavens. How terrifying must that physical strength be? One can imagine that. A single foot of such a being stepping into this place would cause the space to collapse wildly, and the core of the world might even shatter as a result. High-star ancient gods. Do you mean to say that there is a deceased ancient god in the ancient world? Chu Chen asked. I also participated in the divine path back then. The competitors were not only the prodigies of the worlds of the heavens but also beings from the zero sequence. Yi Gucheng's eyes shimmered as he searched for long-buried memories. What a magnificent scene it was. A true contest of 100 ships, giving birth to countless heroic legends that are both moving and inspiring. The ancient gods towering to billions of Zhang, angels with 12 pairs of wings, and gluttons capable of devouring heaven and earth. However, behind this long river of time, there are invisible hands erasing these deeds. The earliest history that people can truly trace back to is only the stories after the ancient era. Before that, no one knows what happened. Under such circumstances, people naturally believe that the ancient era is the beginning of the world of the heavens. Senior, have you fought with them? Chu Chen's eyes widened, as if he had heard something incredible. The place I am about to take you to is the site of the fall of an ancient god I slaughtered countless years ago, Yi Gucheng said lightly, his aura becoming increasingly unfathomable, making one unable to resist the urge to explore further. Hiss. Chu Chen couldn't help but take another breath. Was he really that fierce back then? What star-level ancient god? 7 stars. Yi Gucheng said proudly. Only 7 stars? I thought you slaughtered a 9-star. Chu Chen smacked his lips. Only? Yi Gucheng's forehead twitched with a few black lines, grabbing the back of Chu Chen's neck and lifting him up like a chick, saying, a 9-star ancient god is a being capable of striking down immortals, a true peak powerhouse of the world. If I could slay a 9-star ancient god, would I still be stuck in that broken box? Chu Chen chuckled awkwardly, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Humph. You carry the bloodline of ancient gods, so you should understand their power. Every time an ancient god increases a star level, their physical body becomes 10 times stronger in all aspects, and they can awaken a talent skill. A 7-star ancient god possesses 7 talent skills, and even an ordinary physical attack is enough to crush Dongfang Qingcong 100,000 times. Yi Gucheng could not tolerate any doubt and explained. What the senior said is true, so what should I do when I find the ancient god's grave? Chu Chen asked. Curiously. Obtain the inheritance. Yi Gucheng's eyes flashed with brilliance. You mean? Chu Chen's breath suddenly quickened, his cheeks flushed with excitement. That's right, ancient gods have extremely weak reproductive abilities, weaker by 1,000 times compared to the dragon race, and their numbers are extremely limited. Therefore, before they fall, they will condense their lifelong inheritance into the pentagram on their forehead, leaving it for their kind. Yi Gucheng nodded. As soon as this was said, Chu Chen could no longer contain himself and immediately wanted to set off. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Before that, you need to manifest your innate immortal path for me to see, Yi Gucheng said. Without hesitation, Chu Chen directly evolved the immortal lotus. As the pitch-black lotus appeared, the air was instantly filled with a thick power of the immortal path. A faint fragrance spread out, bringing life to the previously desolate land, and green sprouts began to grow in places that had been destroyed by divine thunder. Senior, my immortal lotus turned black after being possessed. Could it be poisoned? Shu Chen looked around, feeling something was off. What a miraculous transformation, Yi Guqing observed and exclaimed. He then explained, you kid are lucky, after Dongfang Qingsong possessed you, he didn't have time to stabilize your immortal path power, and it allowed your innate immortal path to advance to the second stage ahead of time. Bestowing vitality? That's right, although I don't know why the color changed, its essence hasn't changed. The powerful vitality it contains can keep you in an immortal state during battle. Yi Guqing nodded slightly. There is indeed a strong vitality. Shu Chen felt it and discovered that the dark injuries caused by the possession were healing at an astonishing speed. Set aside the power of the immortal path for now. For the time being, you need to focus all your attention on your physical body, understand? Yi Guqing instructed seriously. Okay. Shu Chen nodded earnestly. You must at least reach 6-star ancient god before the third trial to have a chance of survival. 6 stars can barely ensure survival? Shu Chen was taken aback. Do you think that besides Dongfang Qingsong, there are no other ancient prodigies left over from the ancient world? Yi Guqing said cryptically. As the words fell, Shu Chen, unafraid, instead felt a surge of excitement, saying, bring it on, I want to see just how hard their fists are. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. He valued not only Shu Chen's talent but also his indomitable spirit and fearless determination. Though there were many prodigies, few could maintain an invincible heart. Let's go, this journey will surely be fraught with dangers, so be prepared. With that, Yi Guqing floated away, his steps swift, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye, disappearing from sight in an instant. Shu Chen followed closely behind, secretly pondering how he could extract more valuable information from Yi Guqing. This senior had a mysterious background and profound knowledge. With his help, he would undoubtedly become stronger. However, there is no free lunch in this world, and Shu Chen knew he must have his own demands, but he was not yet in a position to fulfill them. Why not pursue a mutually beneficial relationship? The dry air in the cave of the southern domain lingered in every corner, and a series of astonished voices echoed from deep within. Why are you here? Feng Yan, who had narrowly escaped death, looked at his saviors with curiosity. You don't even have a word of thanks for your lifesavers. Is this how impolite Shu Chen usually is? Sitting cross-legged beside Feng Yan was a stunningly beautiful woman, her exquisite figure and cool demeanor exuding a charm that could captivate men. Yet now, she wore an expression of displeasure, while a handsome young man in a Taoist robe was tending to Lu Taiching's injuries. Thank you for saving my life, but how did you end up in the southern domain? Feng Yan clasped his hands in gratitude. Such a commotion, even the eastern domain can sense your presence. Zhang Buju had finished his last task, stood up, and stretched. Su Yueshi glanced at him and explained, the key to the third trial has appeared. We set out as soon as we sensed its aura. Feng Yan's heart jolted, his expression bewildered. So soon, it has appeared? Almost the entire ancient world had forgotten about the key to the third trial. In this land of countless opportunities, they wished they could borrow another 500 years before forging the divine seat. However, the sudden news left Feng Yan quite stunned, and he couldn't help but ask, where is the key? I can only estimate its general location. As for what the key is, that remains unknown, Zhang Bujue replied. Let's not discuss that for now. What exactly happened on your side? You should have a good relationship with Shu Chen. How could he turn against you? This was also a question Su Yueshi wanted to know. As the one who intervened to save, she sensed something was off with Shu Chen, as if he was no longer himself. Feng Yan's gaze dimmed, seemingly recalling his most painful memories, his expression gradually turning sorrowful. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, Shu Chen has been possessed. What? Upon hearing this, the two suddenly froze, shock evident in their eyes as they exchanged glances. They had considered many possibilities for what had happened, but never the idea of possession. Su Yueshi quickly asked, who did it? With Shu Chen's strength, is there anyone in the ancient world who can defeat him? Feng Yan shook his head bitterly, unwilling to elaborate. The incident had occurred too suddenly in less than half an hour. To be honest, he still hadn't come to terms with it, unable to accept such a reality. Seeing that Su Yueshi was about to press further, Zhang Bujue frowned and grasped her shoulder, shaking his head. You need to tend to your injuries, we can discuss this later. Su Yueshi sighed inwardly and walked out of the cave with Zhang Bujue. Gazing at the few towering ancient trees left in the southern domain, Su Yueshi said softly, it seems the other prodigies have become much stronger, even Shu Chen is no match for them. No, the prodigies on the divine ranking don't have the ability to do this yet, Zhang Bujue replied gravely. Then who is it? Do you remember when I told you about the divine source? Su Yueshi's cold face showed a slight change, her lips parted slightly. The ancient heavenly prodigy? That's right, my master once said that the divine path is not as simple as we imagine. All secrets and traces from ancient times can be searched for here. Zhang Bujue nodded slightly. If the ancient heavenly prodigy appears, do we still have a chance? Su Yueshi bit her lip lightly, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. For the seeds of the divine path in this end of the Lot era, it was simply too unfair. They occupied the advantages of time, place, and people, and after being defeated in that era, they still had to compete for opportunities and chances with those who already found it difficult to upgrade. Even Chu Chen was not their opponent, ending up being possessed. What about the others? Wouldn't they be even more vulnerable? There will be opportunities. At this point, Jiang Bujue forcefully swallowed the latter half of his sentence. What should we do about Chu Chen? We need to save him, Su Yueshi suggested. I'll follow your lead. Jiang Bujue smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Su Yueshi suddenly turned her head, noticing the inexplicable light in Jiang Bujue's eyes, and couldn't help but blush. She quickly turned her head away, suppressing the flutter in her heart, and said, "This matter needs to be considered carefully. Let's talk about it again when they recover." All right. Hearing this firm response, Su Yueshi was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to ask me why I want to save him? As long as it's something you want to do, I'll be with you." The sudden declaration of affection flustered Su Yueshi, her neck dusted with a layer of blush, and she pretended to be calm as she fiddled with the strands of hair on her face, explaining, "Chu Chen and I are both citizens of the Longxia Empire and classmates. Although I really dislike his arrogant demeanor, I can't just stand by and watch him die on the divine path. Also, the competition for the key will definitely be very fierce. We need his strength." Jiang Bujue smiled and said softly, "Then we can't just sit back and do nothing." The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, and Su Yueshi caught a glimpse of Jiang Bujue staring ahead, his deep eyes seemingly containing a vast world, which was quite peculiar and made one want to look twice. Suddenly, Su Yueshi noticed that he was about to turn his head, and quickly turned away. "I'll go in first." Watching her hurriedly leave, Jiang Bujue's lips curled into a smile as he murmured, "Possession? How rare." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Bujue brushed off the dust on his robe and turned to enter the cave. Not long after he left, a pair of pitch-black eyes appeared in the world, staring intently at the cave entrance, and only disappeared after a long while. Compared to the icy northern regions, the poisonous insects and miasma of the southern regions, and the fertile eastern regions, the western regions appeared quite barren. There was a lack of vitality, no pleasant scenery, and it was even harder to find precious opportunities. All that existed were endless gravel and a desert that stretched as far as the eye could see, all in a dull yellow. The renowned number 1 on the divine ranking, Wu Tian, had chosen such a desolate place to reign for half a year. Almost no one had competed for it, and no one would waste time coming to such a place. Perhaps even Qin Taiyuan and the others couldn't fathom Wu Tian's thoughts. The scorching air caused the atmosphere to distort, and a figure walked slowly across the desert, facing the swirling yellow sand. "Senior Yi, this is already the 7th day. Where exactly is the ancient god's grave you mentioned?" Chu Chen wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and scanned the surroundings. All he saw was sand, and after so many days, not even a single oasis had appeared. Moreover, the natural forces of this place were quite strange. Even he, a demigod, felt the heat, dry mouth, and mental fatigue. This kind of life reminded him of the ascetic monks of the old earth, who sought the path in such harsh environments, day after day without interruption. "Soon, just wait a little longer." Yi Guchen closed his eyes in contemplation, floating beside Chu Chen. "I've heard this sentence hundreds of times. If this continues, I might become the first demigod in history to die of thirst." Chu Chen stopped in his tracks and pulled a celestial fruit from his backpack, taking a fierce bite. Feeling the sweet juice swirling in his mouth, it was as if he had regained a life, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. If you can feel thirst, it means we're very close. This is the domain of that ancient god. Although it has been dead for countless years, it still retains a fraction of its power in the world, Yi Gucheng explained. "This is a domain?" Chu Chen paused his eating, carefully sensing the surroundings. Suddenly, a tremor surged through his blood, as if it had found its source, sending waves of jubilant thoughts. "Indeed. There is indeed the power of a domain," Chu Chen said in astonishment. "In ancient times, this land was as fertile as the eastern region. If the ancient god hadn't perished here, it wouldn't have become so barren," Yi Gucheng elaborated. "Can a corpse influence the land for billions of miles for so many years? The 7 stars ancient god truly has such terrifying power?" Chu Chen thought to himself. Generally, domains need to be activated by oneself, and their effects vary. Chu Chen's ancient god's spine suppresses the opponent with its might, achieving the effect of weakening their strength. The domain of Dongfang Qingsong is the star realm, summoning a universe, mobilizing countless stars, and unleashing devastating attacks. Yet this desert beneath his feet was affected by the domain, which is why it was so barren. Even he, a demigod, felt considerable pressure. One must know that the opponent had been dead for many years, and the might emanating from the corpse could achieve this, which could be called a miracle. After learning the truth, Chu Chen was even more excited, wishing he could run straight to the corpse and directly inherit its talents. Perhaps he could save a lot of trouble. Asking him to kill billions of beings was not as quick as directly inheriting. "Senior, if you say it like that, I won't feel tired." Chu Chen quickened his pace and charged forward. It wasn't that he didn't want to accelerate by flying, but Ji Gucheng had sternly advised him to stay grounded, to let his body connect with the earth. Although he didn't know what this strange method was, he was sure it wouldn't harm him. After running for a full hour, Chu Chen finally felt that he had truly stepped into the domain. Such strong power. This power is unmistakably the aura of the ancient god. Chu Chen took a deep breath, a faint aura entering his body, enhancing his strength slightly. Moreover, it seemed that something was calling to him, even stirring his soul. I can feel it right beneath my feet. Chu Chen looked down, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect things to be this simple. It was almost effortless, far from the difficulties and dangers Yi Guqing had mentioned. Seeing the smug look on Chu Chen's face, Yi Guqing said, if you hadn't walked according to my method, you would never have found the ancient god's tomb in this lifetime. What do you mean by that? The so-called grounding is merely a habit ingrained in the ancient god clan. The ancient clan, known for standing tall, believes that the earth is their mother. This is a way of closeness, and also a form of faith. So, the senior had me walk to let the corpse sense my presence? No, it sensed you long before you arrived in the ancient world. It was just that the call was too weak to be discerned. Then this is a trial and also a test, Yi Guqing explained. What? Chu Chen was bewildered. Couldn't he just switch to a dog to walk instead? And a four-legged one might even run faster. Do you think trials are that simple? Yi Guqing saw through Chu Chen's thoughts and continued, try throwing the celestial fruit in your hand. Half convinced, Chu Chen tossed the half-eaten celestial fruit away. However, a strange scene unfolded. The celestial fruit withered at a visible speed, its essence disappearing in an instant, shrinking away. What a domineering power! Chu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Did you see that? This is the power of the domain, Yi Guqing said. Indeed, it's very strong. If this ancient god were still alive, how terrifying would the power of the domain be? Chu Chen dared not imagine. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the power of the ancient god. Dongfang Qingshan was right. He had been doing useless work during this time, wasting precious time. At this moment, Chu Chen's gaze turned to Yi Guqing's soul body, a hint of curiosity and awe appearing in his eyes. The seven-star ancient god was powerful to such an extent, yet his senior was able to slay it. Wasn't his strength even greater? Many doubts arose in his mind, making Chu Chen itch to investigate thoroughly. Don't think too much. If it weren't for your innate immortal path not having entered the second stage, I certainly wouldn't have given you this opportunity, Yi Guqing said. Now he understood, even as a member of the ancient god clan, he was still affected in this indiscriminate domain. It was precisely because the celestial lotus continuously provided life force that he barely felt thirsty and managed to reach this point smoothly. If it were someone else, they might have dehydrated and died halfway, turning into a withered corpse. This place is also known as the forbidden area of the western regions. Generally, prodigies do not dare to enter. In the future, if you have the chance, you can ask your literary brother if he knows about this place. Senior, what should we do next? Chu Chen's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again, vigilantly staring at the ground beneath him. It's simple, dig the sand here, Yi Guqing said slowly. Dig sand? Chu Chen was taken aback. Was it that simple? Give it a try, Yi Guqing smiled mysteriously. Chu Chen's body trembled, a massive aura erupted, instantly scattering the yellow sand beneath his feet, revealing a large pit that was 1,000 meters deep. Continue, Yi Guqing commanded. Chu Chen jumped into the pit. Divine thunder surged, transforming into a true dragon rampaging through the desert. The vast and boundless aura struck the heavens. In an instant, the yellow sand within 1,000,000 miles was completely obliterated. A man-made basin appeared before him, reaching a depth of 100,000 meters. However, a mountain peak over 100,000 zhang came into view, surrounded by earthy yellow primordial energy, quite peculiar. Wow, a mountain growing underground? Even divine thunder can't shatter. It's... Chu Chen secretly clicked his tongue, his heart slightly shaken. No one understood the power of chaotic divine thunder better than him. Ordinary mountains would shatter upon contact, and even peaks reaching the heavens could not withstand this might. Yet the mountain before him was so solid that not even a trace of a mark appeared under the bombardment of divine thunder. Could it be the work of the primordial energy? Chu Chen had heard a little about this. The fearless warrior Zhao Wushuang's general, the dragon phoenix boy, had controlled the primordial energy, which was extremely lethal. And the primordial energy was merely the scraps of the primordial essence, not even reaching 1/10,000th of its original power. The mountain before him seemed to gather a massive amount of primordial energy like clouds, revealing its terrifying nature. At this moment, Yi Guqing floated out like a ghost, gazing at the mountain for a long time. Without speaking, Senior, should we keep digging? Chu Chen asked. No need to dig anymore, we've already found it. Found it? Where is the ancient god's body? Chu Chen looked around, not seeing even a single hair. Right in front of you. Following his gaze, Chu Chen saw the mountain tremble slightly at an imperceptible angle. That's right, this is the body of the ancient god. So big? Chu Chen's eyes widened in shock, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. A mountain over 100,000 zhan high was actually the body of the ancient god? To be precise, this is just a finger of the ancient god, Yi Guqing explained. Chu Chen opened his mouth, speechless for a long time. The visual impact was immense. It's hard to imagine. If I were to see the true form, would I be scared enough to shit myself? Gazing at this finger, Chu Chen felt his own insignificance for the first time. Even in front of ancient ferocious beasts, he had never experienced such an absurd feeling. Indeed, it was absurd. Every time you increase a star level, it enhances tenfold in all aspects, then the words of the 7-star ancient god. Chu Chen calculated in his heart, shocked, 10,000 meters high? Sure enough, the towering giant was not just a legend. The 9-star ancient god is said to be capable of striking down immortals, standing at heights of billions of zheng, able to shatter star domains with a single punch and crush boundless hells with a single step. Although the 7-star ancient god is only 2 stars away from the limit, its power should not be underestimated. This inheritance. I'm getting more and more interested. Chu Chen walked towards the mountain, coming before it, carefully examining the patterns on it and the overwhelming aura emanating from it, his body involuntarily trembling slightly. This is just 1/10,000th of the 7-star ancient god's power. If he were still alive, just the pressure alone could instantly kill all the prodigies of the ancient world. Yi Guqing suddenly dropped a bombshell. Chu Chen did not doubt the truth of this statement, perhaps it was somewhat exaggerated for others. But no one understands the ancient gods better than the ancient gods. I have a question, since the ancient gods are beings that only exist in the zero-sequence world, why do they appear on the divine path? Chu Chen asked curiously. Do you think the ancient world was created by the gods? Yi Guqing countered. Isn't it? Chu Chen was slightly taken aback. Yi Guqing shook his head with a smile, reached out and lightly tapped the mountain, sending ripples spreading out. In an instant, the ground shook, countless pebbles trembled wildly, as if a world-shaking giant beast was awakening beneath his feet. The mysterious yellow mother energy above seemed startled, suddenly gathering together, forming a huge face. This face appeared to be filled with an ancient aura, its hollow eyes seemed to contain the power to see into the hearts of men, and just a glance could ensnare one within. Suddenly, a scene that had existed since ancient times appeared before Chu Chen, a giant standing millions of meters tall walking across a vast land. And before him floated an incredibly dazzling sun, fleeing in panic. Rather than a sun, it was more like a mature golden crow. The race of the 9 songs? Chu Chen remembered vividly, the vice master of the old Earth Sacred Spirit Hall was indeed a golden crow. The scorching fire of the golden crow was still fresh in his memory. Once it was unleashed, even the ominous giant of the dark graveyard found it troublesome. Yet, such a powerful, ferocious beast was being chased to the point of desperation by this 7-star ancient god, lacking even the courage to fight back. Though the distance between them was great, the 7-star ancient god was in no hurry at all. He casually picked up a giant rock and hurled it with great force. The boulder transformed into a streak of light, smashing down at incredible speed onto the golden crow, directly creating a massive blood hole. Following that, a mournful cry echoed, and the golden crow plummeted straight down, crashing onto the lake surface, its burning golden crow fire instantly evaporating the water. The ancient god approached the golden crow, fiercely grasped its wings, and with a powerful tug, swallowed it whole. In just a few minutes, the enormous body was completely consumed, leaving not even a skeleton behind. After satisfying his hunger, the ancient god's body grew slightly, and a pattern of a golden crow suddenly appeared on his chest, as if showcasing his trophy. In addition, there were many other ferocious beasts he had never seen before, densely packed, resembling a different kind of tattoo. The scene abruptly stopped here, and the subsequent images were of the ancient god hunting, filled with a violent beauty. Chu Chen's consciousness withdrew from the illusion, and when he looked up, he saw that it was already late. The mysterious yellow mother energy above had returned to its original state, and the faces he had seen during the day had long since disappeared. Did you see it? Yi Guqing asked. I saw it, it was shocking. Chu Chen slightly calmed his agitated emotions, his gaze towards the ancient god's finger filled with complexity. The life of this ancient god cannot be called legendary, it was either hunting or on the way to hunt. The battles that occurred were few and far between, mostly ending in instant kills. True struggles were rare, and Chu Chen could feel that the beings of that world were extremely afraid of the ancient god, seeing him as if they were looking at their natural enemy. The ancient god is the apex of the food chain in the zero-sequence world, and is also one of the strongest races, believing in the principle that one force can break all laws, never cultivating the power of the immortal path, nor focusing on any nonsense magic. Yi Guqing said. What does the senior want me to understand by showing me this scene? Chu Chen was quite puzzled, it had nothing to do with his question. Do you think the primordial world came first, or the divine path? Yi Guqing asked. Without hesitation, Chu Chen replied, it should be the divine path. After all, the primordial world is just one of the checkpoints. Yi Guqing nodded slightly, his expression showing no surprise, clearly having anticipated Chu Chen's answer. You are wrong, the primordial world existed even before the divine path. To be precise, the land beneath your feet existed before the gods. Yi Guqing gazed into Chu Chen's eyes, a strange light flashing in his depths. Impossible, the gods are the creators, how could they come after the birth of a continent? Chu Chen exclaimed, in shock. Since the world of the heavens has legends of mortals becoming gods, why couldn't the gods you know have been mortals before? Yi Guqing posed the question. Chu Chen opened his mouth but did not refute. To be honest, he had never thought about this question. Perhaps it was due to his upbringing, as he had always been indoctrinated with the concept that the gods were the creators. Mortals should unconditionally respect and worship the gods. Now, Yi Guqing's words completely overturned his understanding, even causing cracks in his worldview. If what the senior says is true, then it doesn't make sense. If the primordial world appeared before the gods, why has there never been any records in the scriptures of the world of the heavens? And why has this place become a trial ground? Chu Chen questioned. You will know in the future, those who claim to be invincible and seek fame above their heads are not as sacred as you imagine. Yi Gucheng scoffed. Hearing this, Chu Chen frowned but did not argue. He had once had contact with the gods in the old Earth Temple. And at that time, he felt that the gods' behavior was very strange. Rather than being embodiments of holiness, they seemed more like humans with emotions and desires. In front of the seven-star ancient god, the gods are at most equals. Yi Gucheng sneered. Is it really that strong? Chu Chen swallowed hard, trembling slightly with excitement. You know too little, but that's not your fault. Much of history has been erased. If you want to explore the truth, you must become strong to break free from the cage. Yi Gucheng advised. Then, next, it should be the main course, right? Chu Chen suppressed the turmoil in his heart, secretly alarmed. The seven-star ancient god stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Yi Gucheng could slay the seven-star ancient god. Doesn't that mean? As Yi Gucheng regained his memories, more and more mysterious veils of the world that Chu Chen was familiar with were being unveiled, while others still believed the gods were everything. Chu Chen had a higher goal. This is the importance of vision. Those with a narrow view see mountains as mountains and waters as waters. Although with Yi Gucheng's help, Chu Chen's future had infinite possibilities, it also came with a more treacherous path ahead. Previously, he sought to enhance his strength to find the ultimate gate, but now being strong was to preserve his life. There was still a ticking time bomb within him, like an invisible knife hanging over his neck, ready to fall at any moment. Continue to push down. Your task is simple, to excavate the ancient god's body completely, Yi Gucheng said. I understand. Thus, Chu Chen began to work mechanically. The divine thunder is a great tool. While it destroys the gravel, there's no need to worry about affecting the ancient god's body. After an hour, Chu Chen finally completed all the work, and a massive body appeared before him, bringing him an immense visual shock. 7 5-pointed stars were engraved on its forehead, its fur shone like golden iron, and its skin resembled an indestructible armor. Chu Chen had seen giant beasts and had encountered the appearance of the seven-star ancient god in illusions. Yet even so, seeing it in person sent chills down his spine and left his heart shaken. A faint but terrifying pressure lingered around him. If he didn't possess the bloodline of the ancient gods, he would have likely been suppressed to the ground, unable to move. So big. Chu Chen sighed, wiping the sweat from his face, standing dazed in place. You will reach this height in the future, so there's no need to be too surprised. Yi Gucheng smiled. Chu Chen came back to his senses, and the calling sensation from his bloodline suddenly intensified, as if a voice was urging him to hurry inside. There won't be any danger inside, right? Chu Chen asked worriedly. Is there anything in this world that you fear? Yi Gucheng seemed slightly surprised, clearly not expecting Chu Chen to say such a thing. In his understanding, Chu Chen was very arrogant, and most people from the myriad worlds shared this view of him. Isn't it just that I've seen too much? Chu Chen chuckled awkwardly. In the face of the unknown, maintaining vigilance and a sense of awe is never a loss. Moreover, this opportunity didn't feel as simple as he had imagined. If the inheritance could be obtained so easily, then the divine trials arranged by the gods would be too cheap. Don't worry, I speak no empty words. Since I said I would give you an opportunity, then go boldly and do it. All right. With this reassurance, Chu Chen felt relieved, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the path of ascent. He climbed the ancient god's body, reaching its chest area. From a distance it was hard to tell, but up close he discovered that the skin was engraved with terrifying beast patterns. They were so lifelike, as if they were alive. Chu Chen suddenly felt pressure, raised his hand to condense a long sword, formed from chaotic divine thunder, and thrust it down fiercely. Clang! A series of sparks erupted, and his full force strike surprisingly failed to pierce the skin? Such strong defense. Is this still human? Chu Chen looked in shock at the divine thunder and then at the place of impact. There wasn't even a trace left, as if the attack had never happened. Again. Clang. I don't believe it. Clang. Again. Again and again, Chu Chen continued to strike, even casting forbidden spells, yet there was still no effect. Seeing this, Yi Gucheng shook his head and said, if you could break through the defense of the seven-star ancient god, why would you need to come to the divine path to participate in this ridiculous trial? Chu Chen's face turned red, and he coughed lightly. Senior, do you have a way? All living beings have weaknesses, no one is an exception, and the weakness of the ancient gods is here. As he spoke, Yi Gucheng pointed and transformed his finger into a sword. A piercing white light flashed, and a crack spanning countless miles appeared in space, abruptly severing the momentum of heaven and earth. Immediately after, there was a loud crash, and a mountain several times thicker than a finger collapsed, stirring up a storm of yellow sand. Chu Chen stared in shock at the weakness Yi Gucheng mentioned, unable to help but feel a pain in his lower body. He instinctively tightened his muscles. So, this is the weakness? Indeed, as a male ancient god, the weakest point is here. Yi Gucheng withdrew his hand and stood, nodding slightly. Why do I feel a bit uncomfortable? Those who achieve great things should not be bogged down by trivial matters. If you can't even get past this little difficulty, how can you talk about achieving the supreme realm? That may be true, but going in from this place seems a bit inappropriate, right? Shu Chen looked at the opening ahead, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had prepared for the worst. But the reality was somewhat embarrassing. This was a place for urination. Yi Guqing knocked on Shu Chen's head with annoyance and scolded, I am currently in a soul state. Only by attacking the weak point can you enter. Otherwise, even if you chisel for 1,000 years, you won't be able to get in. Shu Chen felt bitter in his heart, took a deep breath, and forced down his discomfort, saying, if I don't go to hell, who will? I'm risking it all for the inheritance. After saying that, Shu Chen strode towards the cave entrance. At that moment, every inch of his skin felt a sense of resistance. But thinking about the change in strength after obtaining the inheritance, Shu Chen felt invigorated, moving with the wind. He couldn't tell if it was psychological or something else, but he felt a strange odor invading his nostrils. It's all fake. Just an ordinary cave, don't think too much. 2. Shin self-hypnotized, reasoning that after being dead for so many years, there shouldn't be any smell. However, when he reached the cave entrance, a sudden wave of a fishy wind blew out, nearly making him faint. What the hell, how can there still be a smell? Shu Chen gagged, his face turning purple. Wait, something's not right. Yi Guqing stopped Shu Chen from moving forward, his expression serious as he observed. It can't still be dirty inside, right? Shu Chen leaned in to take a look, and suddenly his expression changed. Are there living beings? He wasn't mistaken, there was indeed a presence of life inside, and it was numerous. Hurry in, Yi Guqing urged. Shu Chen didn't dare hesitate and charged in. Upon entering the ancient god's interior, the bloody scene he imagined was nowhere to be found. Rather than being inside a living being, it was more like a small world. What came into view were thick, connected objects, densely packed, filling the internal space. Each thick object could only be fully enclosed by several people, resembling giant trees. Is this capillaries? Shu Chen's pupils constricted slightly. At that moment, countless auras suddenly surged from behind, rushing towards him at high speed. Run! Yi Guqing shouted. This reminder snapped Shu Chen out of his daze, and he immediately sprinted forward, moving like lightning. As he passed these thick capillaries, Shu Chen could still feel the overwhelming vitality within. This vitality was not agile. The Seven Stars' ancient god had been dead for so many years, yet it still emitted a